Chapter 1. The Rain That Doesn't Fall. Don't, manager. Please. I'm calling someone. A terrified female voice came from the office, though not loud. It was enough to penetrate the not-so-wide corridor. Yao Yangji stood outside the door, holding a proposal that had been revised 5 times. Hesitating, he turned his head, looking at his colleagues who seemed to hear nothing. Just as he began to doubt whether he had misheard, a familiar male voice came from the office. Hee, don't resist. At the end of the month, we'll be selecting a supervisor. Don't you want to advance? Now let me see your determination to progress. Yao Yangji's expression changed. He was sure he hadn't misheard. No, I don't want to. Please let me go, manager. The pleading voice of the girl was accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric. Blood rushed to his head, and without thinking about why his colleagues seemed deaf to the situation, Yao Yangji kicked the office door open with a bang. What he saw was a balding, greasy man with gold-rimmed glasses pressing down on a terrified girl, tearing at her clothing. In that moment, fueled by long-standing oppression and a sense of justice, Yao Yangji charged forward and threw a punch, collapsing half of the man's nose and sending his hefty body crashing against the wall. Screams erupted, finally attracting the attention of Yao Yangji's colleagues. Before he could say anything, he saw the pity in their eyes. Not for the manager, but for him, the colleague who had acted bravely. As the screams subsided, the manager's voice, high-pitched and grating, rang out. Good for you, Yao Yangji. How dare you come into my office and hit someone? Just wait. You'll be going to jail. Yao Yangji's expression changed again as he glanced at the girl crouching down and crying, clutching her torn clothing. In their gaze, apart from fear, he saw no hint of gratitude. Thunder rumbled as if the heavens were not in favor. Yao Yangji, holding a cardboard box, looked at the suddenly darkening sky, feeling a bit regretful after the thrill had passed. Not like this, with no taxis available, no buses in sight, just standing there foolishly holding a broken cardboard box. A tattered piece of paper was blown by the wind, and with his hands bound by the box, Yao Yangji could only turn his head aside, still having it stick to his face. He lifted one foot to prop against the bottom of the box, freeing a hand to tear the paper off his face. After seeing its contents, he couldn't help but sneer. It's been almost a year since the nuclear wastewater issue, and nothing has happened. How many people hoarded dozens of pounds of salt, only to use it for pickles and cured meats? He crumpled the old propaganda flyer into a ball and tossed it into a nearby trash can. Only a fool would believe in the apocalypse. After walking a few hundred meters, overestimating himself, Yao Yangji had to find a place to rest. His shoulders, strained from his heroic act, were now aching. The legendary hero saving the beauty did not happen to Yao Yangji in such a private enterprise. With the girl unwilling to come forward to testify, Yao Yangji was fortunate to escape with just being fired today. Thinking of that cold figure, Yao Yangji shook his head. Such a woman shouldn't be in his thoughts. Though he had lost his job, there was no point regretting it now. He should be considering how to manage the mortgage on his house next month. Voices reached his ears again that don't do it here. While rubbing his shoulder, Yao Yangji suddenly heard a breathy voice. He was now a bit jumpy. He quickly hid his body and peeked with his eyes toward the source of the sound. He saw a stunning young woman in a blue floral dress, tilting her head back, eyes slightly closed, holding tightly onto a tattooed man who was licking her neck. Damn, doing this in broad daylight, Yao Yangji thought, staring at the enticing scene while cursing the shameless couple. With a loud slap, the tattooed man smacked her behind, lifted higher. And then 0.5 minutes later, Yao Yangji watched the two finish and leave, hands in his pockets, his eyes filled with confusion. But I asked that that's all. What kind of people are they? If your body can't handle it, why act all passionate? What a waste of my feelings. A few seconds later, a man's voice came. Are you sure it fell here? Weren't we just here? What else could it be? A charming girl said lazily and anxiously. After a rustling sound, the seductive voice spoke again. How could it not be here? Oh, you weren't in a hurry when we were doing it, but now you're anxious? Please, if my cousin finds out about us, I'm dead. Look at you. All the way Yao Yangji walked and ran, finally seeing the old rented house he lived in after more than 10 minutes, cutting through the grain and oil wholesale market, but still couldn't escape the heavy rain. Yao Yangji stood there, stunned, unable to believe his eyes as he wiped the rain from his face with his clothes. After realizing, he looked down at his clothes in disbelief. How are they dry? The light from outside filtered through the old curtains into the small rental room. casting patches of light that brightened the dim space. Yao Liangji paid no attention to anything else, quickly walked to the window, and yanked the curtains open, believing only light could dispel the inexplicable fear in his heart. Looking at the torrential rain outside, Yao Liangji gently slapped his face, murmuring, "It's a dream, it's a dream." After saying this twice, Yao Liangji collapsed, and soon the sound of snoring filled the room. After an unknown amount of time, the sky had completely darkened, and Yao Liangji was awakened by hunger and thirst. Groggily, he turned on the light by instinct. He let out a comfortable belch, not realizing his earlier abnormal behavior. Feeling his belly, enjoying the warm sensation on his body, Yao Liangji fondled his stomach contentedly, then immediately reacted and dashed to the bathroom. Looking in the mirror, he saw his handsome face reminiscent of his high school days, but he pinched himself hard twice, and only after feeling the pain did he joyfully accept his youthful appearance, as if he had returned to 18. After stripping off his clothes and tossing them into the laundry basket, Yao Liangji affectionately ran his hand over his protruding abs, murmuring to himself. He checked the bathroom situation, then happily teased his manhood. Hee, who cares? It seems like my little buddy has grown bigger, and as long as it reacts, that's enough. After finishing, Yao Liangji walked out bare-bottomed, casually finding a clean outfit to wear. He tidied up the table and glanced at the almost empty fridge and the nearly depleted bag of rice. Checking the time, it was 8 in the evening. Not bad. So he grabbed a big basket and headed towards the nearby vegetable market that on the way, Yao Liangji did not see any signs of water accumulation on the road. He arrived at a familiar store, purchased everything he needed, and then carried a bag of rice toward the shopkeeper who was sleeping soundly at the door with his shirt off, saying, "I've scanned the payment directly to you." Yao Liangji had bought these items countless times, so he was very familiar with their prices. Therefore, there was no need to wake the shopkeeper. As for whether the shopkeeper heard what he just said, that was his problem. The next day, Yao Liangji was awakened by the sounds of forklifts and large trucks from the grain and oil market behind him. He pulled back the curtains and looked outside. It was raining again. He looked at the trees outside with a puzzled expression. How could it be raining so heavily without any sound? With a hint of suspicion, Yao Liangji looked at the ground, where the gray cement surface showed no signs of water, as if the pouring rain would never touch the ground. Chapter 2. The Sudden Change. Startled by this bizarre sight, Yao Liangji immediately took out his phone to search for news. Before he could even start searching, the headlines were pushed to his screen. Realizing that this was not a localized incident, but something happening everywhere, Yao Liangji calmed down a bit. Then, as if he thought of something, he skillfully executed a series of actions to bypass internet restrictions and access the external web. As he read the speculations and comments online, Yao Liangji finally believed that this was a strange event sweeping across the globe. Looking at the silent downpour outside, Yao Liangji shook his head, trying to shake off the feeling of oppression from his body. It felt as if he was the only person left in the world. Confronted by an unexpected change that had already arrived, that feeling of helplessness completely enveloped him. I don't want to die, driven out of the company like a dog, so humiliated. If something happens and I die here, how will I vent the frustration in my heart? To die in a foreign land, who will come to collect my body? Perhaps those relatives will just casually toss my ashes into a stinking ditch. The desire to survive and the bleak fantasy of death brought Yao Liangji some temporary calm. He did not know what would happen next. After checking the remaining food in his rented room, Yao Liangji gathered all the few supplies he had on a metal baseball bat left by the previous tenant, a helmet he bought for riding his electric bike, 2 kitchen knives, and a set of rattan armor he won in a company lottery last year. In addition, there were just a few pots, bowls, and blankets along with the clothes he was wearing. The heavy rain outside showed no signs of stopping. It had been pouring for so long, yet there was not even a small puddle on the ground. The wind blew and even stirred up the dust on the surface. Sighing, Yao Liangji turned and went to the bathroom, filling up everything that could hold water. Then he sat on the old sofa in the cramped living room, scrolling through news that hadn't updated in minutes while gazing at the heavy rain outside. After an unknown amount of time, feeling a bit drowsy, Yao Liangji suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze momentarily lost, he saw that it was already clear outside. This was not at all like the scene one would expect in a country with a population of 1.4 billion. With a determined bite of his teeth, Yao Liangji looked at the rain that had finally stopped outside, quickly tidied up, grabbed an umbrella from his rented room, and stepped out. Regardless of whether there was something to do or not, he needed to stock up on food. As for taking an umbrella, it was merely a form of psychological comfort. He hurried to the familiar grain and oil shop, where the owner was still lying on a bamboo chair at the door. Just like yesterday, snoring, he muttered to himself a couple of times. Why is he sleeping again? And he hasn't even changed his clothes? However, Yao Liangji didn't think much of it and directly entered the store to pick out items, selecting food that could be stored for over half a month. After scanning the payment, he said to the still sleeping shopkeeper, "Boss, I've scanned the payment." There was still no response. Yao Liangji thought about waking him, but the surrounding silence only heightened his unease. If something really happened, guarding such a grain and oil shop, you wouldn't starve to death. With the items in hand, Yao Liangji took the time to carefully observe the environment outside. Not to mention people, even the stray cats and dogs that used to roam the neighborhood were nowhere to be seen. The scattered sounds of insects had completely ceased, making the place eerily quiet, like a winter night after a heavy snowfall. After putting the items away, Yao Liangji gulped down a couple of mouthfuls of water, locked all the doors, and placed the table against the door for added reassurance. Then he relaxed on a slightly worn, dark red sofa. After a moment of thought, he scrolled through his contact list on his phone. The first two names were ones he would never be able to contact again. Those were Yao Liangji's parents, who had passed away from serious illnesses 3 years apart. Being an only child, he had lost contact with many relatives after the older generation passed away. Yesterday, it was the only person who spoke up for him, preventing him from being taken to the police station. After hesitating for a long time, feeling the silence around him, the unease within pushed Yao Liangji to make a call. After 7 or 8 beeps, a familiar cold female voice came from the other end. "Hello? Who is this?" Clearly, the other party hadn't saved Yao Liangji's number after all. He had only interacted with her once for work. Suppressing a hint of disappointment, Yao Liangji spoke. "Hello, Manager Gu, I'm Yao Liangji, the one who was fired yesterday." Yao Liangji was worried that the other party might not even remember his name, so he added the one who was fired, since he was the only one dismissed from the company yesterday. Manager Gu's name was Gu Fangzhou. Her name was gender neutral, but she was a stunning beauty with a high education level and outstanding work abilities, making her the subject of many male fantasies in the company. However, it was just a fantasy. In contrast to her looks was her unyielding attitude towards men, which caused many hopeful suitors to leave in disappointment and seek employment elsewhere. Upon hearing a male voice, Gu Fangzhou instinctively frowned, sat up straight, and tucked her smooth, exposed thighs under the thin blanket. When she realized it was the person who had been fired yesterday, she relaxed and leaned back against her headboard, saying, "Oh, I remember you. What's up?" She still remembered Yao Liangji. Recalling how Yao Liangji seemed a bit dazed after the incident yesterday, Gu Fangzhou couldn't help but smile that it was a pity that not everyone could accept Yao Liangji's good deed. For instance, the girl from yesterday, even when bullied, only cried silently and did not dare to step forward and testify. No, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask how things are over there now. How is it? Gu Fangzhou detected the unease in Yao Liangji's voice. Is there any sound over there? The sounds of people moving, the chirping of insects, anything that indicates life? Yao Liangji asked, glancing at the rain that was starting to fall again outside a bit. Nervously, a normal person would surely think Yao Liangji was crazy for saying that, but Gu Fangzhou had a good impression of him from yesterday, so despite her doubts, she was willing to verify. "Wait a moment, I'll go take a look." Don't go out in the rain." As soon as Yao Liangji heard Gu Fangzhou was going out to check, he immediately exclaimed anxiously. Sensing that Yao Liangji was not in the right state, Gu Fangzhou chuckled lightly and said, "Don't worry, I'll just take a look by the window." Pulling back the heavy curtains, Gu Fangzhou looked at the silent, torrential rain outside, observing the cityscape that seemed eerily quiet like a cemetery. She finally understood Yao Liangji's anxious feelings. Yesterday, after speaking up for Yao Liangji, she left work early to avoid feeling disgusted in the office. So, this bizarre rain was something she was seeing for the first time. Feeling the unsettling sensation brought by the gray, misty rain outside, Gu Fangzhou spoke with a hint of panic. "No, there's no sound at all, not even the sound of the rain." If it weren't for the fact that she was on the phone with Yao Liangji at that moment, her first thought would have been whether she had gone deaf, but unfortunately, she did not have that luck. After receiving confirmation, Yao Liangji took a deep breath and directly asked, "Manager Gu, how much food do you have stored at home?" "Manager Gu, tell me your address and house number." As soon as that bizarre rain stops outside, You must go out and buy supplies immediately. Should we? Should we call the police? Gu Fangzhou, who was encountering something like this for the first time, asked a bit fearfully. Sure, you can try calling. Yao Liangji, who already had a suspicion in his heart, said with uncertain confidence. Okay. 3 minutes later, Gu Fangzhou's voice became even more terrified. I called 5 times and no one answered. As expected, Yao Liangji was now putting all his hopes on Gu Fangzhou on the other end of the line, as if they were the only 2 people left in the world. Only by hearing each other's voices did Yao Liangji feel at ease. As I said before, remember, you must not get caught in the rain. Yao Liangji searched briefly and found that it was a full 34 kilometers away, and then he said as if praying, I hope this is just a scare. Chapter 3. The rain stops after exchanging information. The 2 hung up the phone with a shared sense of unease. Yao Liangji went online to check for updates, wanting to see if other regions were experiencing the same situation. However, all websites and platforms seemed to have paused, with all information frozen since midnight yesterday. The heavy rain continued to pour relentlessly. Every time it stopped, the 2 would quickly rush downstairs to move things back up. The duration of the rain breaks shrank from 15 minutes to 10, then 5, and eventually, it seemed to never stop at all. After losing signal on his phone, Yao Liangji felt his heart skip a couple of beats, as if something major was about to happen. Gradually, he felt an involuntary heat rising in his body, his muscles twitching uncontrollably. Alarmed by his own condition, Yao Liangji hurried into the bathroom, stripped off his clothes, and tossed them into the growing pile of dirty laundry, letting cold water spray over him to soothe the inexplicable heat. After a long while, when he finally returned to normal, he put the accumulated old clothes into the washing machine. This was the plight of a man living alone, to save on water and electricity. He had to wait until he had enough clothes to wash together. Habitually, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a complex keychain with a floral tag. Looking at the key, he thought for a moment before recalling that it belonged to the married woman he had an affair with. He had a chance to look closely when he picked it up, thinking it might be something valuable, only to find it was just a set of keys. Just as he was about to throw in the trash, he noticed a small inscription on the floral tag that read Building 3, Room 107, Jingwan Trade City. On the 7th day of this bizarre rain, without any warning, the rain outside suddenly stopped. Yao Liangji's first reaction was to take out his phone and search for a signal, but unfortunately, it still displayed no signal. Watching the rain cease outside, he anxiously timed it. 5 minutes, no rain. 20 minutes, still no rain. Yao Liangji hesitated, contemplating whether he should take a chance and go outside now. An hour later, the overcast sky showed no signs of rain. Just when Yao Liangji was feeling indecisive, an unusual fragrance wafted in through the window. Following the scent, he looked outside and saw an old willow tree by a pond in the community, its cracked trunk emitting a shimmering green light. This green light quickly spread, and when it reached Yao Liangji's nostrils, it brought with it a refreshing and tranquil feeling in his mind. I want to obtain it. Yao Liangji instinctively had such a thought, and the previously wavering idea became firm. He put on the electric scooter helmet, wore the questionable cosplay armor he won from the company's annual meeting lottery, and then quickly took a kitchen knife from the kitchen, running cautiously towards the pond. Along the way, Yao Liangji felt that the originally silent environment had a hint of sound, a complex mix of suppressed howls and desperate wails. Almost instinctively, Yao Liangji's body heated up again, his muscles trembling uncontrollably, his sensory abilities instantly heightened, and he looked towards the grass under the gnarled willow tree, where a pair of blood-red eyes slowly lit up. A dog. It was a stray dog. Yao Liangji looked at the deformed dog in front of him, drooling, with red eyes and covered in muscular lumps. No, it was more appropriate to call it a deformity at this moment. Suddenly, the deformed stray dog charged towards Yao Liangji quickly. He instinctively dodged to the side, swinging the kitchen knife he held in his hand down towards the dog's head. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and Yao Liangji's hand went numb, nearly causing him to drop the knife. He quickly turned around, not daring to turn his back on the deformed dog, unsure of how much animal instinct it still retained. Looking at the deformed dog, which had only lost a few tufts of hair, Yao Liangji's heart raced, and saliva quickly filled his mouth. He slightly bent down, realizing that he might not be able to avoid it. The dog's eyes were already filled with a thirst for blood. Again, a whoosh of wind came. But this time Yao Liangji did not swing down. Instead, he used the flat side of the knife to slap away the dog's outstretched claws, then delivered a powerful punch to its abdomen. A soft sensation met his fist, followed by the deformed dog rolling through the air and crashing hard onto the ground. Understanding the principle of beating a drowning dog, Yao Liangji charged forward without hesitation, delivering another kick to the dog's neck. The deformed dog rolled a few more times before shaking its head and standing up again, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Yao Liangji couldn't help but feel a hint of despair. The knife strike, punch, and kick had already exhausted nearly half of his strength, and he could clearly feel waves of fatigue washing over his body, while his breathing became rapid. Yao Liangji knew he could no longer drag it out. He didn't know where the limit of this deformed dog was, but he understood that he was nearing his own limit. After moving his hands a bit, he noticed a few dog hairs on the back of his left hand, and he immediately made a decision. He turned his gaze toward the deformed dog's abdomen and lightly tapped his vegetable knife against the rattan armor he was wearing. He thought to himself, "I can only take a gamble." Almost at the same time, both man and dog charged at each other. Yao Liangji opened his front door wide, his left hand in a half-embrace position, tightly gripping the vegetable knife in his right hand. In an instant, the man and dog collided. With a crunch, Yao Liangji didn't care about anything else. His eyes filled with fierceness as he tightly wrapped his left hand around the deformed dog's neck, spinning it half a turn, then forcefully slashed the knife in his right hand toward its belly. With a howl, accompanied by a mournful cry, the deformed dog's foul-smelling blood splattered onto Yao Liangji. Fearing that the deformed dog would struggle to its death, Yao Liangji immediately twisted his waist and forcefully threw it away. Then cautiously and tremblingly kept his gaze fixed on the deformed dog rolling on the ground and howling until it was completely silent. Only then did Yao Liangji, still holding on to his body, warily walk toward the withered willow tree. Chapter 4. Heart of the willow tree, looking at the willow tree in front of him, glowing green and exuding an unusual fragrance, Yao Liangji took a deep breath. The rich scent gradually eased the soreness. Not daring to linger outside any longer, Yao Liangji immediately swung the vegetable knife in his hand, forcefully chopping through the thin layer of willow bark surrounding the green light. After more than a dozen strikes, Yao Liangji felt his right hand become weightless, and he excitedly followed up with a few more strikes at the gap, then pushed aside the wood shavings. Yao Liangji's left hand trembled slightly as he reached into the revealed tree hole, while his right hand tightly gripped the kitchen knife, his eyes fixed on the mouth of the tree hole. Soon, Yao Liangji felt a chilling dampness spreading in his palm. He quickly grasped it and forcefully pulled it out. Glancing at the heart-shaped object glowing green in his hand, Yao Liangji felt a slight sigh of relief. Then he hurriedly took this object back to his rented room. However, he did not notice that the willow tree, stripped of its green glow, had its branches rapidly fading to a dull yellow, with leaves falling from the tips. 3 minutes later, Yao Liangji swiftly locked the security door and the iron gate, then shoved a nearby table against the door before collapsing weakly to the ground. Gasping for breath, after a long while, Yao Liangji spat twice into his palm, splattering some onto his face, which had dried blood that he wiped off slightly. He then looked at the vine armor on his chest, only to see 3 long claw marks, about 7 to 8 centimeters long, etched into it, with 2 white marks on either side. Removing the vine armor, Yao Liangji picked up the kitchen knife that he had thrown aside and struck forcefully at the lower hem of the vine armor. After a loud clang, his right hand holding the knife slid to the side, causing the handle to twist slightly in his palm. Ignoring the slipping, Yao Liangji felt a surge of joy upon seeing the knife mark on the vine armor, but then a flash of fear crossed his mind. The knife mark he had made was nearly as deep as the claw marks made by that deformed dog's paw. Yao Liangji couldn't imagine that without the vine armor, the best outcome just now would have likely been mutual destruction. Under the green light lay a heart-shaped object exuding a slight chill. He pinched it lightly with his thumb, feeling a softness emanate from it. Bringing it to his nose, he took a deep breath, and the cool, fragrant sensation quickly spread through his mind, dissipating all the fatigue that had been between life and death. Yao Liangji didn't know what this thing was, but he knew it was definitely a treasure. He picked up a few pieces of cloth and wrapped it up haphazardly, then found a cookie box to place it inside, sealing the opening tightly with tape. He carefully placed it among a pile of clutter and then walked towards the bathroom. After washing off all the blood from his body, Yao Yangji also cleaned the blood-stained vine armor, kitchen knife, and electric bike helmet. He then put the blood-stained clothes he had just taken off into a large plastic bag, opened the window, and forcefully threw it into the wild green belt of the community. Feeling the bloody smell in the room gradually dissipate, Yao Yangji cooked some rice and steamed some sausages, ignoring the heat and stuffing them all into his mouth. After gulping down a few big sips of water, Yao Yangji sank into a deep sleep on the dark red sofa. In a daze, Yao Yangji was awakened by a series of howls. He quickly opened his eyes, and at that moment, all feelings of fatigue vanished. Fully revived, he peered out the window with caution, following the sound of the howls. He saw 4 people huddled together, not knowing what they were doing. Yao Yangji's heart leaped with joy, and just as he was about to greet them, he noticed a stream of red flowing from beneath them. Having just seen blood, Yao Yangji quickly closed his mouth, feeling a surge of vigilance. Focusing his attention, Yao Yangji realized that the 4 seemed to be fighting over something. When a frail woman stumbled backward, pushed by the other 3, Yao Yangji's breath caught in his throat, and his heart skipped a few beats. That was blood-soaked flesh. Struggling to suppress his nausea, Yao Yangji noticed that 2 human legs were twitching among the 4. A man lying on his back with his head tilted to one side, his chest opened up, and his innards completely removed, scattered over him and the ground. Blood flowing out. Blood streams formed on the asphalt road, while the remaining 3 squatted on the ground, fighting over liver and lungs to feed themselves. Unable to bear it any longer, Yao Yangji quickly pulled the curtains shut and trembled as he took out his phone. After receiving the no-signal alert 3 times in a row, he had to admit the reality. The world had changed. The howling outside grew louder, as if new members were joining the fray. Yao Yangji could only refer to these beast-like people as them. For the next 2 days, the howls and screams continued unabated, and Yao Yangji gradually shifted from initial terror and anticipation to a state of habituation and despair. One brutal murder after another occurred, and normal people transformed into bloodthirsty beasts. If human society could still function normally, Yao Yangji found it hard to believe that no relevant departments would come to handle the situation. Yet at this moment, only the terrifying howls echoed intermittently. 2 more days passed, and the low growls moved from outside to the hallway, with banging sounds coming from above and below day and night. That day, Yao Yangji mustered his courage and peered out through the peephole of his room. He saw a strap that had inexplicably slipped down from a woman's shoulder, revealing a beautiful half-circle that occasionally flashed a hint of pink as she moved. Yao Yangji's breath quickened significantly, regardless of whether this creature outside was human or beast. The temptation revealed by that body was enough to stir the instinctual desires of someone trapped in despair. Forcing himself to take a few deep breaths, Yao Yangji pushed aside his instinctual reaction of looking up and brought 2 stools to block the door. Then he lay back on the sofa, took out his phone, and found his cherished art films. Over the past few days, he had used this method several times to relieve his near-collapse mental state. After a long time, a shiver ran through him, accompanied by an endless emptiness. Just then, the howls outside suddenly intensified and became much higher in pitch. Yao Yangji quickly walked to the window, pulled back the curtains a bit, and looked outside. In the empty community, only the scene of beasts wandering around was visible. At that moment, he saw a figure dressed in bulky clothing, holding a bone-cutting axe in his right hand and a homemade wooden shield in his left. The figure ran towards the grain and oil wholesale market at the back of the community. After glancing a few times, Yao Yangji knew he was done for. At this moment, dozens of beasts were surrounding him from all directions, watching him dodge and swing. Even as a beast lost a hand or had its intestines chopped out by the axe, it still charged at him without any sign of being affected. Yao Yangji was completely shocked. This kind of injury had no effect on them at all. Just then, Yao Yangji spotted a familiar figure among the pack of beasts. It was the man who had been surrounded and eaten 4 days ago. His chest was completely opened, his body irregularly revealing bloody bones. Yao Yangji finally understood. These are not beasts, but zombies. Chapter 5. Struggle and experiment, witnessing the mangled body of the person being devoured, even with his abdominal cavity hollowed out, still struggling to grab a piece of the newcomer. Yao Yangji was completely broken down. He finally understood why. After such a long time, no one from the relevant departments had come, connecting it to the bizarre 7-day continuous rain. Yao Yangji realized that the social order had already collapsed. With vacant eyes, he watched the man outside sprinting, seeing the lost blood continuously splattering onto him. He saw dozens of zombies surrounding them, watching as the man gradually weakened, gradually being caught by the zombies, being torn apart alive, witnessing his painful howls, and then having his abdomen bitten open with all his internal organs pulled out from his chest cavity. He watched him fall into the group of zombies in agony, his eyes wide open, with barely any blood left flowing onto the ground. Yao Yangji quietly watched. At this moment, he had completely forgotten fear and disgust. Even the words despair had vanished from his mind, observing this feast from gathering to sharing and then to dispersing. All the zombies returned to their free-roaming appearance. But on the ground, there was an additional body with an empty chest cavity, pieces of flesh and yellow grease hanging on it. After the zombies left, just 5 minutes later, the body lying on the ground began to twist strangely. A sinister expression flashed across its blood-stained face, and then it slowly stood up, becoming a part of the wandering zombie group. After the performance was completely over, Yao Yangji moved his somewhat weak body and completely slumped onto the sofa. He glanced at his stored supplies. If he ate sparingly, it should last for 3 more months, but at that time, he could only ensure his survival. And physical strength would definitely be non-existent. Thus came the next day, and when night fell, the roaring sounds outside were much weaker. After checking the windows and confirming they were tightly sealed, Yao Yangji dared to turn on a small desk lamp. With a crackle, a guess surged in his mind, and Yao Yangji immediately pulled out his phone from his pocket, which had no signal, woke the screen, and then used that little light to feel his way to the refrigerator, praying that it wouldn't be as he feared. However, sometimes it seems that fate plays tricks on people. When one doesn't want something to happen, it often does. The light inside the refrigerator did not turn on. Despair surged in his heart again, but Yao Yangji still didn't believe it. He raised his phone to find a circuit breaker switch in the rental apartment. And under the weak light of the phone, there was no sign of hope. The circuit breaker was intact. Tightening his grip, Yao Yangji realized that no. It wasn't that it was coming now, but the impact had already arrived. The phone signal had disappeared for several days. Thinking of water and natural gas, Yao Yangji quickly found all the containers he could use and went straight to the bathroom, filling each one, not even sparing the washing machine drum. After finishing his busy work, Yao Yangji followed the method he had learned for frying rice, first cooking a pot of rice, then going to the balcony to pour some fine sand from a few cactus pots into a piece of cloth, and, after cleaning up the bathroom, he started to get busy. When he woke up, it was dark again, and listening to the sounds of footsteps coming from the stairwell, a thought surged in Yao Yangji's mind. After working hard all night and into the next morning, Yao Yangji had realized that he didn't want to die. And even more so, he didn't want to be torn apart alive by that group of zombies, to be bitten to death, and then become the next walking corpse. Yao Yangji's eyes brightened slightly as he murmured, "Even if I die, I must fulfill my promise." At that moment, the desire to survive, combined with his commitment to Gufang Zhou, gave the originally hopeless Yao Yangji a sense of direction. He didn't want to die weakly of hunger in this rental room, nor did he want to perish at the hands of those zombies. He craved life. He wanted to go out and find that woman who brought him peace of mind. After setting his goal, Yao Yangji used the weak light from his phone to first take a shower in the bathroom, then prepared a sumptuous dinner with the leftover meat and fresh vegetables that he had saved, a meal that had been hard to come by before the mutations. After eating, he pulled back the curtains and, under the faint starlight, watched the slowly moving horde of zombies outside, quietly waiting for dawn to arrive. His phone vibrated, waking him up. Yao Yangji glanced at the remaining 7 battery, then, using the light, put on 3 layers of clothing, donned gloves, and wrapped the connections with tape. His body gradually warmed up as his eyes fixed on the woman slowly walking past his door. When her back was turned to him, Yao Liangji rushed out, forcefully pushing her against the door opposite him, making a loud bang. Ignoring her struggles, he quickly tied her hands together, then, amid her screams, stuffed her old clothes violently into her mouth and dragged her into his room. Breathing heavily, he closed both doors, not having time to barricade them with furniture. Yao Liangji pressed the woman, who was trying to get up, to the ground and tied her feet. He hadn't had a chance to feel it in the rush of the stairwell, but now, feeling a bit safer, he noticed how chillingly cold this woman was, and her body was much stiffer than that of a normal person. After securing her, Yao Liangji remained on high alert. He could hear the sounds of impacts coming from the 3 apartments across and above him. Once he had barricaded the doors with tables and stools, he finally took off his helmet and breathed rapidly. After calming down, Yao Liangji stepped on the writhing body beneath him, using a clothes-drying pole to push aside her long hair that covered her face. The hair no longer had the smooth, black luster it had when he had encountered her half a month ago. It looked like dry grass, stuck to her head. Looking at her eyes, which were completely white, Yao Liangji realized he had captured Zombie. Chapter 6. Gathering information, the performance of the person who had been devoured during the struggle with the zombies was still vivid in Yao Liangji's mind. Without the sense of pain, and with their chest cavity hollowed out, they could still move freely. Facing such a group of opponents, Yao Liangji knew he needed to find their weaknesses and understand their movements and strength. Otherwise, how could he recklessly step outside? He took off his gloves and carefully pried open the zombie's eyes, finding no traces of black left. He then felt the skin on its face, cold and rigid. Next, he extended his finger in front of its nostrils, but felt no breath. Yao Liangji then took out his sweat-soaked, used tissues, urine, and feces to test its sense of smell, but it showed no reaction to any of them. Finally, he unconsciously recalled the 2 people who had been devoured. Furrowing his brow in thought, he took a box of embroidery needles from the top of the fridge, bit down slightly, and forcefully pricked his finger. Soon, blood began to flow quickly. Watching the zombie show no reaction, Yao Liangji felt a slight sense of relief. Suddenly, the zombie, which had been hardly struggling, abruptly turned its head toward Yao Liangji, its white eyes revealing a strong desire. Yao Liangji's heart sank completely. How could it be so sensitive? It should be noted that he had only let out 4 or 5 drops of blood, although he was in a closed space and the 2 were very close to each other. Slowly moving his body, he kept a close watch on the zombie's behavior. At 2 meters, 3 meters, and around 3.2 meters, the zombie's behavior gradually calmed down. As Yao Liangji took a step closer, it immediately became agitated again. He squeezed out a few more drops of blood, sticking them onto some tissue paper, then tossed it a short distance from the zombie, silently counting the time. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, until 5 minutes later, the zombie, which had been thrashing on the ground, finally returned to calm. Then Yao Liangji pricked himself a few more times, squeezing out blood, and tested it with some inferior perfume, air freshener, and laundry detergent, but found that they were of no use. Only salt, alcohol, and toilet cleaners could quickly mask the scent of blood. During the following time, Yao Liangji also tested the strength of the zombie's limbs and checked the hardness of its nails. He didn't know if it was because it was a female zombie, but its limb strength was not strong, yet its nails were very hard. Yao Liangji had to exert some effort with scissors to cut them off. After completing the basic tests, he moved it into the bathroom, put on a mask, took a bone saw, and walked in with a complicated expression. More than an hour later, Yao Liangji emerged, hair wet and naked, holding a pair of pliers, leaving behind a room stained with blood and dismembered pieces of flesh. More than 10 minutes later, until his mouth tasted bitter and sour, Yao Liangji stopped, tears streaming down his face, half laughing, half crying. He picked up a bottle of water to rinse his mouth and washed the grime off his face before collapsing onto the sofa. Although he had been trying to convince himself that it was not human when he really took action. Watching his bone saw cut through its pale hand and slice open its once alluring chest, seeing the darkened organs spill out of its body. How could Yao Liangji not see it as a human? Slowly, mixed with disgust and hatred, Yao Liangji gradually adapted and fell asleep. Awakened by hunger, Yao Liangji felt the lingering bitter taste in his mouth. He propped himself up, boiled some relatively fresh food, and then devoured it hungrily. After finishing, he took out a notebook and wrote down all the information collected from this experiment. Half a month after the disaster, a basic introduction to the zombie's condition. No consciousness. Moving on instinct, body cold and stiff, reduced agility. External reactions. No visual or auditory differences from normal people. Only reacting to the smell of blood. The effect of fresh animal blood on it is unknown. Weakness. Sluggish reaction in the dark. After sunrise, strength significantly increases. There are no fatal injuries to the limbs and torso, but damaging its limbs can reduce its combat or mobility. The brain is its fatal weak point and can be killed by strong impacts or penetrating wounds. Safety measures. Currently discovered that salt, alcohol, and toilet cleaners can immediately destroy external bleeding, making it lose its attraction to zombies. The method of transmission of the zombie virus is unknown and needs further verification, whether through scratches or bites. After spending more than 2 hours packing the body parts, he cleaned the bathroom inside and out until there was not a hint of odor. Then threw the packed body parts out one by one from the small window of the bathroom. The sound of thuds rang out continuously. After finishing, Yao Yangji quietly watched the bags of body parts rolling onto the bluestone road. Due to the violent impact, 2 bags burst open and the body parts scattered out, with a hollowed-out head rolling forward, as if looking at Yao Liangji upstairs. The unusual noise attracted several wandering zombies nearby, which searched around the body parts. One zombie stepped into the hollow head, got its foot stuck, fell over, and then stood up as if nothing had happened, continuing to wander while stepping on the head. Seeing this scene, Yao Yangji silently added a note in his notebook. Zombies have poor coordination. If pursued by a large number of zombies, prioritize fleeing to complex terrain. Chapter 7. Sharpening the claws. In the next 5 days, Yao Yangji kept a close watch on the activities of the zombies outside, estimating their numbers while exercising. During these 5 days, another brave soul had rushed out, and once again, a scene of cannibalism unfolded. More than half a month had passed since the mutation, and the number of people able to hoard supplies for more than half a month was very few. In this situation, conserving some strength to rush out still offered a glimmer of hope. After all, the grocery market was just behind, and the residents in the community were well aware. Bang! Yao Yangji watched as a man on the opposite floor opened his window and jumped headfirst, smashing his head into pieces. The loud noise and thick smell of blood attracted a swarm of zombies. 1, 2, 57, 58, 59. Yao Yangji silently counted in his heart, then waited for this feast to end. Looking at the motionless remains lying on the ground, Yao Yangji added a note in his notebook. The human brain cannot be converted into a zombie after being damaged. Half a month passed, and the warriors did not appear again, but 4 more people had jumped to their deaths, 3 of whom followed the example and landed headfirst, leaving a pile of remains after being devoured by the zombies that came in response to the news. One person, whether due to excessive nervousness or something else, jumped directly from the building, landing on both feet, instantly shrinking in height by half. Yao Yangji looked at the female zombie crawling on the ground and couldn't help but sigh. Can't even commit suicide properly. Glancing at his remaining food. Under Yao Yangji's relentless training, the originally 3-month supply of rations might not even last 2 months now. As he listened to the banging sounds coming from the house across and above, Yao Yangji had an idea. After wrapping himself up tightly again, he cautiously walked through the stairwell, noticing that there were no zombies present above or below. When he opened the door to the room that belonged to the female zombie he had dismembered, he entered cautiously and closed the door behind him. After inspecting the room and finding no other zombies, Yao Yangji let out a sigh of relief. He then cleaned out the rotten items from the refrigerator and threw them down the stairs. With this supply replenishment, Yao Yangji's survival time was extended significantly. Moreover, with those 2 boxes of functional drinks and a large half bucket of milk powder, he no longer had to count on exercising. Shoving a drink and some dry milk powder into his mouth, Yao Yangji surprisingly felt a sense of happiness. It was dry. Yao Yangji finally made up his mind. The landlord of this building is a middle-aged couple living on the 2nd floor. The man is named Hao Damon, and they have the keys to the entire building. There's a platform extending outward in the corridor on the second floor, which allows access to the landlord's bathroom window, thereby entering the room. Yao Yangji considered the feasibility of his plan, and the first thing he could confirm was that the landlord couple had definitely turned into zombies by now. Just moments ago, while searching the stairwell, he had heard the growling sounds coming from their room. Secondly, the extended platform on the second floor was completely outside the building, and if Yao Liangji wanted to go over there, it would mean exposing himself to the gaze of all the zombies. Although the zombie visual perception he had tested earlier was indeed poor, he couldn't guarantee that other zombies were the same. Lastly, entering through the bathroom window would require him to shatter the glass, and that noise would definitely attract some zombies. Yao Yangji had to get into the landlord couple's house before a large number of zombies gathered. Thinking of this, he quickly made a simple mask, then found a rope to tie one end to the handle of a kitchen knife and the other end around his waist. After drinking half a bottle of beverage, Yao Yangji opened the door and stepped outside. Carefully making his way to the second-floor platform, he felt the warmth of the sunlight for the first time in a while. Squinting his eyes, he inhaled the scent of freedom and then cautiously made his way towards the landlord couple's bathroom, crying out, "Ah, help me, please, Mr. Policeman." A cry for help came from the building opposite Yao Yangji. At this moment, Yao Yangji was dressed in a black electric scooter helmet, a tight-fitting outfit, and a wrought tan armor on his body, which from a distance indeed looked somewhat similar to a fully armed police officer. 9. Yao Yangji's heart sank. Despite someone calling the police, only 9 people came to check. It's worth noting that Yao Yangji's community has 4 buildings, each with 2 units per floor, and a total of 7 floors. Now, only a few people had survived. Once the zombies outside were attracted by the woman's cries for help, Yao Yangji didn't hesitate and immediately grabbed the kitchen knife at his waist, smashing it against the window of the landlord couple's bathroom. The crisp sound echoed, and some nearby zombies immediately stopped in their tracks and turned to Yao Yangji. After clearing away some glass shards, Yao Yangji squeezed through the window. Upon entering, he saw 2 overlapping shadows scratching at the bathroom glass. Realizing the situation, Yao Yangji held his breath and tightly gripped the kitchen knife. The scratching noises continued for 6 or 7 minutes before the shadows slowly moved away. Thank goodness for tempered glass. Yao Yangji felt a slight relief. If it weren't for the tempered glass, he would have faced 2 zombies at once. He slightly opened the bathroom glass door, peeking outside with half of his eye. He saw the 2 zombies that had been the landlord couple wreaking havoc inside, scattering various items everywhere, and a foul smell of decay wafting from the living room. Crouching down, Yao Yangji's body quickly heated up as he closely monitored the zombies' movements. When the opportunity arose, he swiftly threw the door open and charged at one of the zombies, but he miscalculated his strength, causing the entire knife to embed itself in the zombie's head. The other zombie, hearing the noise, immediately roared and rushed over. With no time to pull out the knife, Yao Liangji quickly sidestepped and pushed the zombie, causing it to fall to the ground. He then climbed on top of it, grabbing its long hair. He began to pound its head against the ground repeatedly until it finally went limp. Then he took deep breaths of the foul, rotten air. After resting for a while, Yao Yangji stepped on the neck of the zombie he had killed with the knife, then held the knife's handle with both hands, slowly pulling it out. He went directly to the entrance and found a large bunch of keys. Seeing the thoughtful labels on them, he smiled to himself, considering it a small help from the landlords, saving him the trouble of trying each key. Chapter 8. Taking the Willow Heart unlike Yao Liangji and the other tenants. How Damon's house was much more complete. Setting aside the piles of rotten food, Yao Yangji found some intact cured meats, sausages, half a bag of rice, and more than half a box of milk in How Damon's home. After clearing a space in the messy living room and moving the 2 bodies to the bathroom, Yao Yangji conducted a thorough search, tossing a few stacks of cash out the window, fulfilling a long-held dream, and then began to count his gains. He found a first aid kit, a box of fast-acting heart pills, more than half a barrel of drinking water, a large box of tissues, and a single soldier's shovel. Testing its sharpness, he found it was not inferior to his own dull kitchen knife. He then swung it at a nearby piece of redwood furniture, embedding it deeply. With a slight twist, it came out easily. Not feeling secure, Yao Yangji went back into the bathroom and, half a minute later, emerged satisfied with the bloodied shovel in hand. After packing all the useful items into 2 bundles, Yao Liangji listened carefully to the sounds of zombies outside. Noticing the growls had scattered, he quietly opened the 2 doors. Back at home, Yao Liangji set everything down, breathing deeply to relieve his tension. After resting for more than 10 minutes, he gulped down a couple of sips of energy drink and brought up the last bag of items. Looking at the greasy, cured meats and sausages laid out before him, Yao Liangji swallowed hard. He then picked up the soldier's shovel to dismantle the old wooden furniture in his home into smaller pieces. Indulging a bit, he washed the cured meats and sausages with water and used the remaining water to clean the frying pan, creating a simple makeshift stove in the bathroom. He lit a fire and placed a pot filled with water on it, adding a steamer, followed by some clean rice, cured meats, sausages, and homemade dehydrated vegetables, making a full pot. Half an hour later, the aroma of meat and rice filled the air. Yao Liangji didn't start eating immediately. He waited an additional 10 minutes before taking the steamer off, not caring whether it was hot, and carried it to the living room, setting it down ceremoniously. As the sky darkened, Yao Liangji enjoyed the meal, savoring every bite alongside the fading sunlight. The next day, Yao Liangji woke up feeling refreshed. Golden rays of light streamed through the transparent glass window, illuminating the porous yellow curtains and casting a warm atmosphere in the bedroom. He instinctively pulled back the curtains and looked toward the pond, his lazy thoughts quickly sharpening. When did that willow tree become wilted? Looking at the small pond, he recalled the first time the willow tree had brought him a life-and-death experience. He glanced at the surrounding lush green willows swaying in the wind. The contrast between the dull gray and vibrant green was striking. Was it because of that green heart? Yao Liangji thought to himself. Apart from this reason, he really couldn't think of much else that could turn a vigorous willow tree into the dry, withered appearance it had now, as if it had been cut down and exposed to the sun for several years. After drawing the curtains, shaking out the messy quilt, Yao Liangji indulged himself in brushing his teeth and washing his face. Now that he owned the entire building, he no longer felt so financially strained. After enjoying a delicious meal of milk, fried rice, and dehydrated vegetables, Yao Liangji dressed neatly and began rummaging through the other rooms. This building mostly had tenants, so the hall was not substantial, primarily consisting of food and drinks. However, what pleasantly surprised Yao Liangji was that he found a high-powered flashlight, which happened to fill a gap in his experiments. After dark, he quietly watched a zombie that he had tied up tightly. In the past few days of scavenging, he had also dismembered several zombies. He discovered that there were 2 types of zombies. One was the initial kind he had dismembered, the white-eyed zombies, which had hearing but no sight. The second was the black-eyed zombie he encountered today, which had both sight and hearing. Although this type of zombie was not very common, Yao Liangji had only encountered one after dismantling 11. It cast a shadow of concern over him. Fortunately, it could only see moving objects. As the sky darkened, Yao Liangji shone the flashlight on the zombie in front of him, noticing that it hadn't changed. The effects of the darkness still lingered. It seemed that the rule of darkness weakening zombie abilities should apply to most zombies, but at that moment, Yao Liangji couldn't guarantee it. After all, the appearance of zombies that could see was not surprising, and it wouldn't be strange if another type emerged that was unaffected by the darkness. After finishing, Yao Liangji fully armed himself and entered the room. Using the flashlight, he looked at the framed picture on the vanity, which showed a young and beautiful girl, breathing in the faint fragrance of the girl's room. He propped the door shut with the wardrobe. He didn't want to capsize in the gutter and have that zombie sneak in. The girl's bed seemed to offer particularly sweet sleep, and when he woke up again, it was already bright outside. Putting on his protective gear, Yao Liangji carefully pushed aside the wardrobe, blocking the door, and opened it just a crack. Seeing the zombie still tied up and wriggling in the living room, he felt relieved and stepped outside. He quickly had a breakfast of biscuits, jerky, and drinks, then dragged the zombie into the bathroom to conduct his experiments. The results weighed heavily on Yao Liangji's heart. Compared to the white-eyed zombies, the black-eyed zombies not only had enhanced visual abilities, but also exhibited slight improvements in all their bodily functions. Although the enhancements were not very obvious, this phenomenon was enough to make Yao Liangji feel despondent. He would not delude himself into thinking this was an isolated case. Nor would he believe that the black-eyed zombie was the only kind of enhanced species. Now that he had seen black-eyed zombies, it was entirely possible that other variants, like colorful-eyed zombies, could appear as well. It had been a month since he lost contact with Gufang Zhou, and although the reasons for wanting to fulfill this promise were complex, after struggling alone and even dissecting 2 zombies, Yao Yangji understood that his primary motivation was the will to live. Saving Gufang Zhou was merely a short-term goal he set for himself. Otherwise, simply stating that he wanted to survive felt too vague. After returning home, Yao Yangji removed all his gear and wore loose clothing, remaining silent for a long time. Today's discoveries made him realize that whether he could survive while going out now depended entirely on fate. If he happened to encounter 2 black-eyed zombies, he would undoubtedly be ensnared. Once caught, the other zombies drawn by the noise would not adhere to any notions of fairness. They would swarm him, and he would end up like the first brave soul, devoured immediately. Thinking this way, Yao Yangji no longer hesitated. He found the box of biscuits he had hidden among the clutter, tore off the wrapping tape, and instinctively swallowed the glowing green heart inside. Chapter 9. Incredible effects. As soon as the willow heart entered his mouth, Yao Yangji didn't even have time to feel it. The solid substance instantly turned into liquid and slid down his throat. Accompanying this was a fruity aroma that lingered in his nasal cavity, and a refreshing sensation spread from his heart, quickly gathering in his mind. A suppressed groan escaped Yao Yangji's nose. The cool feeling continued to accumulate in his mind, eventually forming a throbbing pain, accompanied by a shivering sensation like an electric current coursing through his brain. Yao Yangji's eyes bulged, and his body instinctively clenched his teeth tightly. His thoughts felt as if they had separated from his body, allowing him to slide down to the ground. He wanted to scream in pain, but the deep-seated agony made it impossible for him to open his mouth. Dust particles floated in the air, refracting the sunlight streaming through the window into a spectrum of colors. Closing his eyes and immersing himself, he felt the surging blood within his body, controlling its speed, then dispersing his consciousness, standing up and walking forward. Even though he couldn't see anything, Yao Yangji was able to accurately avoid obstacles. After the experiment, Yao Yangji felt a surge of excitement, as if he remembered something. He picked up a bottle cap and placed it on the coffee table, then focused on it, repeatedly murmuring in his heart, "Move, move." Half a minute later, the cap wobbled slightly, and Yao Yangji fainted immediately. When he woke up again, it was completely dark outside, indicating that he had slept through the entire day. Feeling the heaviness in his head, Yao Yangji decided never to attempt such a thing again. The effects of the willow heart were not limited to those seen in previous experiments. For instance, now the previously pitch-black night was no longer entirely dark in Yao Yangji's eyes. He could see some outlines clearly, such as the sofa, coffee table, and water bucket. Feeling the hunger in his stomach, Yao Yangji first located the flashlight he had tossed on the sofa, turned it on, and found some food to eat. Afterward, he looked at his fully charged phone, which read 8 o'clock at night. After filling his stomach and feeling the heaviness in his head dissipate, he recalled the 9 figures he had seen a few days ago. Understanding the importance of companionship, Yao Yangji decided to try something. He made a horn-shaped amplifier and unlocked the scavenged phone with the severed fingers, comparing the time. He turned the volume up to maximum, set an alarm with a specific time interval, then attached it to his clothes with tape. He opened the window and threw it forcefully in 3 directions. The sound of impact and the thud of the bodies hitting the ground echoed successively, soon attracting 5 zombies, for more than he had seen earlier. After repeating this for nearly 2 hours, Yao Yangji finally cleared the last zombie and waited for a full 15 minutes without any more zombies approaching. He quietly sat in the stairwell, resting and waiting for the time to come. Soon, a pleasant melody rang out, and the once peaceful night erupted into howls. After more than a minute, Yao Yangji grabbed the amplifier and ran outside to shout, "Those who don't want to die in 2 days, we will rush out together to the grain and oil market." After waiting another 20 minutes, another rock music track played, and Yao Yangji repeated his actions, running outside to shout with the amplifier. Those with courage wore more layers of clothing don't expose your skin, and make some armor and weapons." More than 20 minutes later, Yao Liangji ran out again and shouted, "Ordinary zombies only have hearing. Their weakness is in the head, and their strength is slightly weaker than that of normal people. They bleed from wounds, and those on their menstrual cycle should stay away." Everyone was quietly waiting for the arrival in 2 days. After all, by now, there wasn't much food left in the homes of the survivors. Rather than waiting to be eaten alive, it was better to take a gamble with this warrior. The next evening, Yao Yangji cleared 3 zombies that had wandered near his floor, then took out a loudspeaker to shout, "Prepare salt and alcohol. The time is 9:17. All those willing to take a chance, synchronize your watches. Tomorrow morning at 5:30, we will gather at the small road leading to the grain and oil market." 5:30 was the best time Yao Liangji had tested. At this time, the sky would have begun to lighten, allowing normal people to see well enough to move without hindrance, while the zombies' mobility and strength would still not have recovered. In this conflict, the physical advantage would lie with the normal people. Yao Yangji had packed the items he needed to take away a day earlier: a full medical kit, 2 bottles of high-concentration alcohol, 5 packets of salt, a fully charged power bank, several mobile phones, a few rolls of toilet paper, a filled water bottle, some cured meat, fried rice compressed into blocks with fat, and dehydrated vegetables. Fate. Chapter 10. Charge forward after waking up. He roasted the cured meat he had prepared earlier over the remaining embers, then cooked the fried rice with dehydrated vegetables for a while. After eating his fill, he wiped the grease off his mouth and hands, changed into his full gear, thought for a moment, and then pulled out a few sanitary pads to stuff into his chest pocket. Armed with a knife in one hand and a shovel in the other, he walked out. At 5:30, Yao Yangji was the first to charge out of the residential building, shouting, "Charge." He then started hacking at the wandering zombies outside. Gaining the upper hand, he quickly took down 2 zombies and ran towards the small road leading to the grain and oil market. Thanks to some unknown reasons and a month of training, Yao Yangji's physical abilities had greatly improved, and he soon reached the entrance of that small road. At that moment, sounds came from the other 3 residential buildings as well. Noticing 2 people on his right who seemed a bit awkward, Yao Yangji frowned but chose to slightly detour to run over. This time, he didn't choose to kill directly. Instead, he slashed horizontally at the zombies' feet. This method proved effective, and soon he disabled the movement of 3 zombies. Looking at a man and a woman in front of him who clearly looked like they had been hungry for a while, he casually pulled out 2 blocks of compressed fried rice from his pants pocket and handed them to them. "Follow me and help protect the rear," he said. After taking the 2 blocks of fried rice and smelling the aroma of the grease on them, the 2 immediately took a bite and put the remainder in their pockets. No problem. Up to now, they had collapsed and had the courage to respond to him right away. Yao Liangji didn't hesitate to offer a little help. After assisting the 2, he hurriedly ran towards the small road entrance. During this process, Yao Yangji glanced at the situation around the other 2 buildings and saw that only one person had come out from each, a fat man and a skinny one. The 2 seemed to have plenty of food stored and did not show that sense of weakness from prolonged hunger. Moreover, they did not engage in direct conflict with the zombies, with Yao Yangji and the other 2 helping to distract the zombies. They dodged and rushed towards the grain and oil market, just as Yao Yangji and the others had attracted most of the zombies. Over 10 people rushed out from the 3 buildings, among them a few even running in the opposite direction of Yao Yangji and his group. Oof. Clever fools. The sky grew brighter, and soon Yao Yangji, along with the man and woman, reached the spot where the first warrior had been devoured. "Pick it up." Yao Yangji slowed down his pace, hacking at the nearby zombies. The man trailing behind him reacted quickly, swiftly picking up an axe from the ground and then performing a half roll to chop at a zombie's foot. Yao Yangji stood upright to protect him and couldn't help but look at him with newfound respect. To be able to bend down and pick up an axe so decisively and trustingly in the midst of a horde of zombies, and even take the opportunity to incapacitate one of them, requires a level of courage and reflexes that not everyone possesses. Impressive. Yao Yangji gave a faint compliment, and then the 3 of them guarded each other as they walked towards a small path. After more than 10 minutes, Yao Yangji and the others arrived at the entrance of the grain and oil market around the same time as the fat man and the bamboo pole. This entrance is located between two high and wide walls. It can be said that as long as this entrance is held, it is like a single man holding the pass. As long as their stamina is sufficient, 3 or 4 people are enough to clear out the more than 50 zombies. You two go ahead and take a look first. Fatty and Bamboo Pole, you two stay with me to guard this entrance. Yao Liangji directly issued orders. The man and woman who followed him did not hesitate, putting the remaining half-piece of fried rice into their mouths and walking towards the grain and oil market. Taking advantage of the terrain, Yao Liangji watched as a zombie was about to pounce on him. With a vertical chop, he twisted slightly with force, and the zombie's head split open with a large gash, foul-smelling blood splattering onto the 3 of them. If you two keep just standing there, I'll throw you into the pile of zombies. This was the first impression the two had at that moment, and they did not doubt Yao Liangji's words at all. The look in Yao Liangji's eyes made it clear that anyone who dared to defy him at this moment would be killed on the spot. This was the first step towards gaining freedom, and Yao Liangji would definitely not allow anyone to sabotage it. Yao Liangji was killing zombies while carefully explaining, the zombies don't have strong power, so you don't need to be afraid to confront them head-on. Just pay attention to avoiding their claws and attack their heads when you have the chance. If there's no opportunity, prioritize attacking their limbs. Today, Xiao Liangji wasn't wearing any padded cloth on his feet, and with the combination of slashing and kicking with his hard-soled shoes, not a single zombie was able to get close in a short time. Meanwhile, the fat guy and the tall guy, encouraged by Yao Liangji's explanations, gradually gained more courage, either picking up the scraps or attacking the zombies' limbs to create opportunities for Yao Liangji. The zombies were blocked up ahead, and the ones behind slowly turned around and charged towards the group, trying to take advantage. Before long, 3 screams echoed out, but Yao Liangji remained unfazed, continuing to clear the zombies in front of him. Fat guy, tall guy, you two take a break, the other 2 come up. Thus, with the advantage of terrain and the diversion of others behind, the 5 took turns resting and managed to clear the zombies in front of them in just over half an hour. After finishing, the young couple wanted to rush out to rescue the people being chased and bitten by zombies, but were stopped by Yao Liangji. Notice Yuing. As soon as these words were spoken, the girl's gaze towards Yao Liangji changed immediately. She glanced at him, and the young woman got scared, feeling a chill. Once the danger passed, Yao Liangji felt in the mood to explain a little to the 2 he had his eye on. I said we would come out at 5:30 together. They chose to fend for themselves, so now they have to bear the consequences. We've already expended too much energy. At this time, do you really want to waste the little energy you have left to save a few selfish people who lack courage? Are you tired of living? As he spoke, Yao Liangji stomped down hard on a juvenile zombie writhing on the ground, and its somewhat brittle head splattered like a watermelon under his hard-soled boot. Seeing such a fierce scene, the 4 people behind Yao Liangji all held their breath. Then the kindly fat guy spoke up. Exactly, that group completely deserves it. Can we go to the grain and oil market now? The woman remained silent, while the man spoke with a hint of caution. The iron gate over there is locked, and I saw more than 10 zombies wandering inside the market from behind the gate. We don't know how many more there are. Frowning and thinking for a moment, Yao Liangji took out 4 small pieces of cured meat from his backpack and handed them to the 4, saying, "Eat this. You should still have water, right?" "Yes." "Have you rested enough?" Looking at the group that was being chased and was already nearing their limits, Yao Liangji spoke. "Then let's go save them." Chapter 11. Demonstration. Yao Liangji's words made the young men and women nearby very happy, and they immediately rushed out. The fat guy and the lanky one also charged out under Yao Liangji's gaze, bracing themselves. With someone to share the burden, Yao Liangji appeared quite composed. With a flick of his right hand and a twist of his wrist, he struck, killing a zombie that had attacked from the side. The few people being chased by zombies saw Yao Liangji as if they had found a lifeline and rushed toward him frantically. "Keep running with the zombies. If you dare come near me, I'll kill you all." In the past month, Yao Liangji seems to have discarded all morality, speaking about killing as casually as one would about killing a chicken. Yao Liangji's words stunned the few people rushing towards him, and then they noticed the look in his eyes. They immediately turned around and continued to run for their lives. Watching these people, a hint of disdain flashed in Yao Liangji's eyes. With protection on his body, a knife in his hand, and the demonstration he had done with the other four. They still dared not take action against the obviously stiff-moving zombies. If it weren't for needing them later, Yao Yangji would have simply let them be bitten to death. After about half an hour, there were finally no standing zombies left in the open space of the community. Thank you, thank you. Yao Yangji looked in the direction of the voice and couldn't help but smile. The woman was still alive. Ignoring her, Yao Yangji began to inspect the zombies on the ground, stepping on and kicking them, clearing away those that were barely alive or had lost their mobility one by one. The young men and women, along with the fat guy who had worked with Yao Yangji, also followed suit and started clearing the area. Soon, they arrived at the three unfortunate souls who had been bitten by zombies. Without hesitation, Yao Yangji swung his shovel to crush the skulls of the three who were already dead. After all, the heads of those who had not transformed into zombies were harder than those of ordinary zombies. Once he finished clearing them, Yao Yangji turned to the woman who had thanked him earlier with a smile. Were you bitten or scratched? Huh, I wasn't. The woman quickly reacted and denied it. Yao Yangji ignored her. Whether he was caught or bitten would soon be revealed. He sat down on a corpse, enjoying the feeling of being able to chat with others. The weather is nice today. Let's sit down and take a break. Our community is temporarily safe now. Later, we can clear out those zombies locked inside the houses and scavenge for some supplies. At that moment, Yao Yangji appeared to the few survivors as a crazed killer, covered in blood with bits of flesh stuck to his clothes, sitting on a corpse as if showcasing his achievements. Everyone instinctively distanced themselves from Yao Yangji, watching him warily. It seemed that the numerical advantage gave the fat man some confidence as he retorted, "We need to go to the grain and oil market. We need to go out and find help. We don't have time to waste here." It was difficult to finally get out, and others shared the same sentiment, voicing their agreement. Yao Yangji ignored everyone else and looked at the silent young man and the bamboo pole, saying, "What are your names?" These two could be considered talents among the group, so he thought about taking them along and even sharing some information and secrets with them. "Do you want to follow me?" Yao Yangji did not hide his intentions. The two exchanged hesitant glances. They had witnessed Yao Yangji's abilities, courage, and understanding of zombies today. However, they had also seen his cold-bloodedness and brutality, and they were unsure whether Yao Yangji treated everyone this way or just zombies and strangers. This made them hesitant about his invitation. Noticing their hesitation, Yao Yangji said, "Don't rush to make a decision. Let's wait a bit longer." As he said this, he fixed his gaze on the woman who had previously denied being injured by a zombie. This would be excellent material, adding a crucial entry to his notebook. The woman felt a chill as Yao Yangji stared at her, and being injured, she dared not say anything to him. Moreover, she felt her body was not right. She was cold and stiff all over, and her head felt a bit dizzy. She realized that what Yao Yangji had said before was true, but she did not want to die, at least not while she was still conscious. "Let's go. We need to find the police. We need to find the army. They can protect us." Her pitiful gaze swept across everyone, but all she saw were wary and probing looks. Finally, she couldn't bear it any longer and tried to escape, running quickly toward the grain market, 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. She stumbled and fell to the ground, then struggled to stand up, but it was futile. She knelt down, and her body began to twist irregularly. When she stood up again, she had already transformed into a zombie with completely white eyes. "I'll go." The fat man realized he had made a mistake again and quickly volunteered to rush over. By this time, the sun was high in the sky, and the strength and mobility of the zombies had returned to normal. A flash of shock crossed the fat man's confident face, and then he abandoned his knife and jumped away, saying, "This zombie is different. It's much more agile and stronger." Without him having to say it, everyone present could see it. Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou exchanged glances without any surprise at Yao Yangji. They had already made up their minds to follow the strong. "Zhang Qingjie, bamboo pole, you two should also give a try," Lu Shou said, lagging a step behind and seemingly having explained many times, "My name is Lu Shou, but I want to call you bamboo pole." Lu Shou's lips trembled for a long time before he finally accepted the nickname he had been called for over 20 years. "Does anyone else want to give it a try? Opportunities like this are not always available," Yao Yangji said with a grin as he scanned the remaining 5 people. No, we don't need to try. The five understood, well, the principle that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Zombies could die, but they only had one life. If they were scratched, they would become the next plump woman. Yao Yangji stopped teasing and stood up directly, walking towards the zombie. With a slight sprint, he swung the single soldier shovel in his hand horizontally, and with a small twist, the plump woman's beautiful face was ripped apart along with a portion of her skull. When she fell, Yao Yangji used the shovel to cut open her clothes. Seeing no wounds in front, he slightly nudged with his foot and noticed a bite mark on her lower back. Upon seeing this result, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Just this one bite mark could turn a normal person into a zombie? Chapter 12. Information sharing after seeing this result. A wave of panic rose in everyone's hearts. If a bite mark could do this, what about scratch marks? However, no one voiced this question, as they all knew that as long as they were alive, they would eventually have the chance to see it. After a moment of silence, Zhang Qingjie spoke heavily. This brave warrior, what else do you know about zombies? Shall we discuss it together? Yao Yangji glanced at everyone. Although they were mostly a disorganized crowd, he knew that he couldn't survive in this world alone. That's why he had displayed a series of behaviors in the past few days, showcasing his cold-bloodedness and brutality today. In this makeshift group of strangers, he needed to ensure that there was only one voice, that his words would be executed, and that they would have basic trust in him. I don't know, but what do you have to exchange? Haven't I taught you enough? Yao Yangji looked at the crowd with a half-smile. Exchange? The crowd glanced at each other. As adults, they certainly wouldn't naively suggest buying with money. As for food and drinking water, those were essential for survival. And no one would propose using those to exchange for information that wouldn't be useful in the short term. Seeing everyone silent, Yao Yangji voiced his question that had been on his mind for over a month. Each of you should share your experiences before and after the disaster. After you finish, I will tell you a piece of information that can help you survive in the future. After understanding the situation, Yao Yangji focused and asked, have you felt any changes in your bodies since the disaster? As soon as Yao Yangji's words came out, the faces of the 7 people who had been caught in the rain all changed slightly. Having been observing the emotions of the crowd, Yao Yangji already knew the answer at this moment. At this time, Lucio took the lead and said, actually, I wasn't that thin. After getting caught in the rain and waking up, I became like this. Moreover, I feel like I can run faster now. My body is more agile, and my stamina has improved quite a bit. With someone leading the way, others began to speak up, mentioning that some had gained weight, some had become stronger, and some had better skin. But there was a common point. All the people who had survived the rain seemed to have improved their physical condition. After saying this, everyone turned to Yao Yangji, waiting for his message. Knowing that he was not the only one, Yao Yangji first felt a sense of relief. Then a hint of regret flashed through him. It seemed that he was not destined to be the chosen one after all. Yao Yangji asked his last question. When did you all get caught in that strange rain? Knowing that the time when the 7 people were caught in the rain was concentrated on the 2nd and 3rd days after the strange rain began, Yao Yangji was startled. But he didn't show any signs of it. Suppressing his inner doubts, Yao Yangji had already decided that if someone asked such questions in the future, he would respond just like Zhang Qingjie and the others. After organizing his thoughts a bit, Yao Yangji said to the 9 people, you should remember my calls during the past 2 nights, right? Yes. After seeing everyone nod, Yao Yangji continued, zombies are particularly sensitive to fresh blood in the human body. I don't know if a woman's menstruation would have the same attraction to zombies. But now that everyone is temporarily safe, I hope the girls who are menstruating can cooperate to conduct an experiment. Yao Yangji glanced at the 3 girls in the team. Seeing their stiff expressions, he turned his gaze away. This problem had to be resolved. Otherwise, if there were women in the team later, they might be in danger. In 2 or 3 days, it should be my menstrual period. I can cooperate, said the young girl who had previously opposed Yao Yangji. She knew that if this issue wasn't resolved, the group of men would definitely not take the 3 of them along. And even if it did have an impact, the result wouldn't matter. They would all be abandoned. After someone volunteered, the boys present had nothing more to say, and Yao Yangji continued to share some knowledge. Blood exposed to air generally loses its attraction to zombies after about 5 minutes, and this time can be significantly shortened through other means, such as salt, high-concentration alcohol, strong acids, and strong bases. After saying that, Yao Liangji added, including boiling at high temperatures. A roar from a zombie echoed, and Yao Liangji reacted first, tightening his grip on the individual shovel, moving forward in the direction of the sound, while the other 9 assumed defensive postures. The unfortunate zombie that jumped to its death. Yao Liangji looked at the collapsed female zombie crawling on the ground. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, revealing its black eyes hidden by hair. Black eyes. Again, with the black eyes. Yao Liangji's heart tightened, stopping Zhang Qingjie, who wanted to investigate. Leave it. I need it for an experiment. After saying that, Yao Liangji picked up the piece of clothing he had just cut from the plump woman, twisted it into a ball, then took out a nylon rope, walked in front of the unfortunate zombie, stepped firmly on its neck, and skillfully bound it with both hands. Amidst its screams, he stuffed the twisted clothing deep into its mouth. After finishing, Yao Liangji directly divided the team. He took 2 people, Zhu Gan and the fat guy took 2, Zhang Qingjie and the young girl took 2, and with 3 teams assigned, they each chose a building to sweep through. Yao Liangji's building had already been cleared by him alone. They worked from morning until dark, and the 3 buildings were nearly cleared. The originally strained 9 also understood why Yao Liangji didn't want their food and drinking water. Chapter 13. Preparation. He wasn't worried that someone would run away with these things, without another strong individual or group appearing. How could these panicked people bear to leave the safety of his big tree? Back at his home, Yao Liangji habitually blocked the door with something before putting down his backpack and removing his full gear. He hadn't expected to clear all the wandering zombies in the community today. It just happened that the 4 people he encountered were quite brave, and the small path had a very good geographical position, with others sacrificing themselves to draw fire. Naturally, Yao Liangji seized this opportunity, establishing a slightly safer base for his temporary team. He threw the clothes stained with zombie blood from upstairs, then went to the bathroom in just a pair of shorts and took a comfortable shower with the remaining water. After finishing, Yao Liangji sat on the sofa and directly drank from a bottle of liquor. Today, he had managed to put on a good performance, regardless of the outcome. At least he had intimidated this group of people. Throughout his life, his experience in managing people dated back to his elementary school days, when he had been a small class monitor in his hometown village school. So he could only embody and consolidate authority through the most direct intimidation. Reflecting on the relationships among the 9 people today, Zhang Qingjie and the young woman should be acquainted but not familiar. And then there was Lu Shou and the cunning fat guy. Their accents were somewhat similar. Although they pretended not to know each other, they had exchanged glances countless times. As for the other 5, they truly embodied the theorem of neighbors not knowing each other. Alcohol was a good thing. It stripped away Yao Liangji's disguise and allowed him to calm down and think about how to guide this team to Gufangzhou. It was impossible to say it directly. The people still held on a hope, and none of the 9 had truly experienced death. Moreover, who in this world didn't have a few people they cared about? Today, Yao Liangji had to run dozens of kilometers to meet a woman. Was it too much for them to run dozens of kilometers to check on their family? No one mentioned this today. It was just the fear of starving to death and the dread of the outside world that was haunting them. The confidence that Zhang Qingjie and the others built by following Yao Liangji in chopping and slicing was shattered in that duel under the sun. If it weren't for the fear of them collapsing and giving up, Yao Liangji would have even shown them that black-eyed zombie. The neighborhood where Yao Liangji lives is not very crowded, with 4 6-story buildings housing only about 120 to 130 residents. However, there have been 2 black-eyed zombies appearing in the area. At first glance, this ratio doesn't seem alarming, but what about the entire city of E? With a population of over 6 million, the estimated number of black-eyed zombies would be over 100,000. And it's not impossible for other colored-eyed zombies to appear as well. As he pondered this, Yao Liangji slowly fell asleep under the influence of alcohol. The next day, after washing up, Yao Liangji began exercising in his room. He continued until he was thoroughly heated and then paused to catch his breath. After eating and drinking enough, he hesitated for a moment but decided to wear only a fitted outfit, putting on his armor and helmet, and grabbing a personal shovel before heading straight downstairs. Taking advantage of the relatively sufficient supplies at this time, he wanted to train his team's coordination. Upon reaching the open space in the neighborhood, Yao Yangji shouted into his homemade loudspeaker, "Finish your food and come down quickly. I'll wait for just 10 minutes." Yesterday's lingering influence of Yao Lianji was still present. So no matter who it was, everyone hurriedly ran down. Looking at the 9 armed individuals coming down, Yao Lianji's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't say anything. Observing the energetic expressions on everyone's faces, Yao Lianji smiled and said, "Since everyone has rested well, let's start doing something." Doing something? The 9 looked at each other, waiting for Yao Lianji to continue. "Let's each talk about what we do and what our specialties are." Today, Yao Lianji was not wearing a mask, and his youthful and handsome face showed no trace of the brutality and bloodshed from yesterday. His gentle tone seemed to make the 9 feel a bit uncomfortable. "I'll go first." Zhang Qingjie stepped forward and introduced himself. "I'm a fitness coach, and I studied fencing in college." "Oh." Yao Lianji looked at Zhang Qingjie with some surprise. He had noticed yesterday that Zhang Qingjie's physical fitness was quite good, and his reflexes were top-notch. It turned out he had received training, and he wasn't one of those half-baked coaches who just sell muscle and protein powder. He was a graduate of a professional sports university. Next, the other 8 took turns to share their situations. The young girl who was with Zhang Qingjie was also a fitness coach, and she specialized in yoga. As for the other 7, they all had normal professions, but after the disaster, their jobs were of little use. Yao Yangji continued with a hint of disappointment. "You can share any special skills you have, whether it's massage, wilderness survival, knowledge of medicinal herbs, or even lock-picking. In this situation, it's better to be open about your abilities, as it can determine your chances of survival in the future." As he spoke, Yao Yangji's tone carried a slight threat. The bamboo pole and the fat man exchanged glances, but ultimately remained silent. Yao Yangji didn't press further and said to Zhang Qingjie, "Let's work together a bit." Yao Yangji would not blindly believe, and upon hearing Yao Yangji's words, others felt fortunate for their honesty. They could hardly imagine the consequences they would face if their lies were exposed. "No problem." Zhang Qingjie appeared very confident. Yao Yangji casually took 2 small branches from the trees in the green belt, stripped off the excess leaves, and handed one to Zhang Qingjie, saying, "Here you go." Yao Yangji did not undergo any professional training. If one were to insist that he did, it would be that his parents followed the trend and sent him to a local martial arts school for 2 months when he was young, which is why he understands some basic striking techniques and evasion skills. After Zhang Qingjie took the branch, he quickly crouched down with a wide stance between his feet. He applied slight pressure with his front foot, leaning forward, his eyes fixed intently on Yao Liangji's movements. In contrast, Yao Yangji appeared much more amateurish, merely adopting a casual attacking posture, with even his muscles noticeably relaxed. "So fast." Yao Yangji was taken aback. Zhang Qingjie's attack speed was at least 20 faster than the movements he had shown. With no choice but to retreat, Yao Yangji tried to quickly straighten the branch in his hand. However, Zhang Qingjie would not allow Yao Liangji to have his way. Yao Yangji knew that he could not continue like this. He once again pushed aside the attacking branches and suddenly kicked to the side, quickly moving his body laterally. However, at that moment, Zhang Qingjie smiled slightly, quickly closing the distance and almost moving to the side at the same time as Yao Yangji. The difference was that Yao Yangji's body was momentarily airborne, with the branch in his hand still in a defensive position, while Zhang Qingjie took advantage of the significant opening Yao Yangji had at that moment and struck with all his might. A sound of impact echoed as flesh was hit. Chapter 14, Corpse Crystal. Suddenly, there was complete silence. He didn't expect that the passive Yao Yangji would suddenly win. Zhang Qingjie, still showing surprise on his face, was gracious in defeat and directly let go of the branch in his hand, saying, "You won." Yao Yangji's victory was certainly not due to his skills being superior to Zhang Qingjie's, but rather because of his physical condition and reaction speed. When Zhang Qingjie changed his movements, Yao Yangji had already sensed his intentions, so during that last step, he held back a lot of strength and directly lifted his foot, constantly adjusting his position to aim at Zhang Qingjia's sword arm. The result, of course, was Yao Liangji's victory. Although the fight was brief, Yao Liangji had completely recognized Zhang Qingjia's abilities and thus proactively said, "My name is Yao Liangji. I'll ask you again, do you want to follow me?" Unlike yesterday's intention of just needing a short-term helper, Yao Liangji now regarded Zhang Qingjia as a companion to survive in this world together. In short, they could support each other. Zhang Qingjia also clearly felt Yao Liangji's goodwill, and at this moment, he had no doubts about Yao Liangji's abilities, especially since he had already made a decision yesterday. So he naturally replied, "Big brother Yao, please take care of me from now on." "Haha, it's mutual care," Yao Liangji responded. Yao Liangji extended his hand, and the handshake between the two signified that Zhang Qingjia had become the second in command of this small team and Yao Liangji's only companion. It was also the first time the others learned Yao Liangji's name, although the name did not quite match his actual performance. Watching this situation, Lu Shou almost couldn't help but speak up. He knew that only a strong alliance could lead to survival, but he was uncertain whether his own abilities would be of any use. Yao Liangji's mood seemed quite good. This was the second thing that surprised him after the willow tree heart. "Qingjia, please help train the others. We won't only act at dawn in the future. Their current physical fitness and attack skills can't handle a few fully energized zombies during the day." After saying this, Yao Liangji turned to the other 8 and said, "You can use the supplies in the community as you wish. Your lives are your own, and whether you want to endure hardship is up to you. Qingjia and I won't wait for anyone." Over the next 2 days, apart from helping train the other 8, Zhang Qingjia also took on the task of helping Yao Liangji with his moves. After 3 days, Yao Liangji had become familiar with Zhang Qingjia. He looked at the young woman exercising in the open space and asked, "Qingjia, what is your relationship with that woman?" Yao Liangji and Zhang Qingjia's actions made the other 8 people very curious, especially since Yao Liangji brought along a zombie. Lu Shou, who was training, knew he could no longer stand by, so he gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and ran directly towards Yao Liangji and Zhang Qingjia, shouting, "Boss Yao, I have something to say to you." Yao Liangji had long suspected that Lu Shou had some stories to tell, but since the man wasn't speaking, he didn't want to push too hard. So, these past few days, he had been subtly increasing the pressure, wanting to see how long Lu Shou could endure. "Oh." Yao Liangji looked at Lu Shou with interest, quietly waiting for him to speak. "Boss Yao, I'll step out for a bit," Zhang Qingjia said, noticing Lu Shou glancing at him repeatedly, and tactfully decided to excuse himself. "No need, there's nothing you can't hear." Yao Liangji didn't want to create any rift between the two who had just established a basic level of trust. Sure enough, as soon as Yao Liangji said this, there was a hint of emotion in Zhang Qingjia's eyes. "Zhugan, if you have something to say, just say it. Even a hen can't hold its eggs for 3 days, right?" Gritting his teeth, Lu Shou finally revealed his situation. "Boss Yao, I didn't dare to say before because my past is quite disgraceful. Before I became a middleman, I was actually a car thief. Later, I got caught by the police and was sentenced to 7 years. I do have a special skill, though. I can start any car on the market in under 3 minutes." "Haha." Yao Liangji laughed heartily, patting Lu Shou on the shoulder and saying, "You've already paid for your past by serving time. What does that have to do with you now? With that special skill, I'm more than happy to have you around. How could I think you're disgraceful?" Hearing Yao Liangji's genuine appreciation, Lu Shou also smiled. After his release, he had faced a lot of discrimination, and Yao Liangji's lack of concern and even joy was the first he had experienced. "Thank you, Boss Yao. No need to rush to thank me. We'll see how it goes once we try," Yao Liangji said with an ambiguous look. At that moment, there were still a dozen cars parked in the open space of the community, but unfortunately, not a single one belonged to Yao Liangji and his group of workers. Yao Liangji casually pointed to a car, and then saw Lu Shou take out a piece of iron wire and a small pair of scissors from his pocket and run over. In less than a minute, the car was started, and even the headlights lit up. The commotion here attracted the attention of the other 8 people, who were already distracted, and they thought Yao Liangji and the others wanted to escape on their own, so they looked at Yao Liangji with tense expressions. "What are you looking at? Don't you need a train? If we wanted to leave, why would we bother training you?" While saying this, Yao Liangji observed the fat man again and saw that his expression remained unchanged, which indicated that the fat man knew Lu Shou's skills. "Boss Yao, how is it?" Lu Shou said confidently. He had never lost when it came to stealing cars, or rather, unlocking car doors. "I really didn't expect that in such a small community with only about 120 to 130 people, with just over a dozen surviving, there would be so much talent everywhere. It's truly surprising." Yao Yangji generously praised him. After saying that, he turned to the crowd of onlookers and said, "Disperse. Zhu Gan, you, and Qingjie come with me." Yao Yangji picked up the zombie that was wriggling on the ground and said. The two followed Yao Liangji into a bathroom of a resident's home, threw the zombie on the ground, and Yao Liangji said seriously, "I hope what you see and hear here stays buried in your stomach, especially you, Zhu Gan." Seeing the cruelty re-emerging in Yao Liangji's eyes, the two felt a tightness in their hearts and hurriedly assured him, "We definitely will." Yao Liangji pulled out the kitchen knife he had tucked at his waist and said, "You must be wondering why I know so much about zombies. What I've told you is just the basics. In fact, there are many secrets about zombies waiting for us to uncover. For example, not all zombies are invisible. Just like this black-eyed zombie right in front of us." Yao Yangji pushed aside the long hair covering the zombie's face, and a pair of dark eyes directly reflected in Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou's eyes. The two instinctively took a step back, a hint of fear flashing in their eyes. What? How can there be a black-eyed zombie? Feel it for yourself." Yao Yangji urged the two to step forward and verify what he had just said. After they experienced it, Yao Yangji began to dismember the zombie before him without a trace of emotional fluctuation. The dry muscles, the foul-smelling blood, and the mangled intestines pierced by his own leg bones slowly revealed themselves to the two under Yao Liangji's dissection. Next was the peculiar brain, which still retained a trace of life. As they watched Yao Liangji directly insert his hand into the zombie's blackened but trembling brain, and saw the brain matter ooze out like soft tofu between his fingers, the two finally couldn't hold back and rushed to the nearby wash basin to vomit. At that moment, Yao Yangji felt his fingers touch something hard and sensed a faint chill. He calmly took it out and put it in his pocket, saying, "After you finish throwing up, you two clean up and remember what I taught you today." Chapter 15. It is danger and also a resource. After leaving behind two severely traumatized newbies, Yao Yangji, having experienced taking Willow Heart, now felt a curiosity and anticipation for all new things that appeared after the disaster. However, he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to eat or do anything with the stuff he obtained from the zombie's brain. He shone a flashlight on it and saw that all the light was absorbed as if it couldn't penetrate at all. He picked up a small knife and gently tapped it, hearing a pleasant crisp sound. After hesitating for a moment, Yao Liangji still put on 2 layers of gloves, secured it, placed a sheet of white paper underneath, and began to scrape its surface. The harsh scratching sound continued, but it remained unmoved. A bit skeptical, Yao Yangji picked up a hammer and struck it hard a few times. The result was that the coffee table was smashed, yet it still didn't budge. Holding it up to examine closely, the originally hard black crystal suddenly melted and directly seeped into Yao Yangji's skin, not giving him a moment to react. Startled by this sudden situation, Yao Liangji jumped up, holding a kitchen knife and staring intently at his hand. But in the end, he still gave up. Cutting off his own hand without proper medical conditions would only mean dying a few days later. Over a minute after the black crystal integrated into his body, Yao Liangji slowly began to feel a warmth spreading through him, and his body started to itch as if electrocuted. A bit scared, Yao Yangji forced himself to endure the discomfort and tied his hands and feet with a rope, unsure if this was a sign of turning into a zombie. After more than 20 minutes, all the discomfort faded away, and after waiting for another hour, Yao Yangji finally confirmed that he wouldn't turn into a zombie. He struggled to untie the rope with his mouth, puzzled as to whether the black crystal integrating into his body was just to make him feel warm and itchy. With some confusion, he grabbed a box of milk and instinctively squeezed it hard. With a bang, the milk burst out from the aluminum foil seal, splattering all over Yao Yangji. What is this?" Yao Yangji looked at the crushed milk carton in surprise, then quickly got up and walked over to some homemade fitness equipment to try it out. Things that used to be slightly difficult now felt light and easy in his hands. In disbelief, He pinched himself lightly, and then noticed something else. His skin seemed to have become tougher. With a curious mindset, Yao Liangji quickly found a clean small knife, disinfected it with high-concentration alcohol, and then gritted his teeth to make a cut on his hand. The imagined wound didn't appear. His skin only slightly dimpled and then immediately returned to normal. Seeing this result, Yao Liangji gritted his teeth and applied more force to make another cut. This time, his skin broke and a little blood oozed from the wound. After moving the knife away, the bleeding spot was immediately sealed by the tight skin. And Yao Liangji knew what this meant. He wouldn't have to be so anxious about ordinary zombie attacks anymore. His skin could provide him with a final line of defense. After experiencing this benefit, Yao Liangji quickly put on his gear, donned several masks, and got busy inside his building. After finishing, he took advantage of the darkness and, with his superior vision, began to clear the organized zombies outside, working until after 10 o'clock at night. Looking at the 5 white crystals in his hand, Yao Liangji fell into deep suspicion. Was the probability of obtaining these things so low? He knew that he had to take down 74 zombies to get these 5 white crystals. However, even the tiniest mosquito leg is still meat. So Yao Liangji took one and held it in his hand, waiting 3 minutes, 5 minutes, then 10 minutes. His expression shifted from anticipation to confusion, and finally to embarrassment. It seemed he had misunderstood. These things couldn't just be absorbed by holding them. After thinking carefully about the sensation he felt when absorbing the black crystal in the afternoon, Yao Liangji focused on the white crystal in his hand under the weak light of his phone. In just 3 seconds, the white crystal melted into a pool of liquid and began to flow into Yao Liangji's body. His body warmed slightly, followed by a very mild itch, and within 3 minutes, that feeling quickly dissipated. Afterward, Yao Liangji tested the changes brought about by absorbing the white crystal. The result, of course, was not without effect. But to achieve the same effect as the black crystal, he would need to absorb at least 50 or 60 pieces. Now, having obtained 5 white crystals from 74 zombies, it meant he would have to kill 700 or 800 zombies to achieve this. Taking a deep breath, although this goal seemed a bit too far, at least it was a stable path, right? He was even counting on the help of these small crystals to survive in this apocalypse. Without hesitation, after absorbing the remaining 4 white crystals, Yao Liangji went to sleep with high hopes. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou were both lying in their respective rooms, unable to fall asleep for a long time. After they had gone into the building with Yao Liangji, the other 7 had more or less inquired about the situation, but remembering Yao Liangji's warning, the 2 remained tight-lipped, which led to some dissatisfaction from their friends. The 2 were not worried about their relationship with their friends, but were instead troubled by the memory of Yao Liangji dismembering zombies in the afternoon. As people from a peaceful era, they had never witnessed such scenes. Although they knew Yao Liangji was right to do so, the lingering morality made them feel quite resistant to his actions. Just like that, their thoughts quickly shifted to the next day. After eating and drinking enough, Yao Liangji said to the young woman, "Zhou Ting, it has been 3 days." After spending these few days together, even though Yao Liangji hadn't asked and they hadn't exchanged many words, he had learned the woman's name. Zhou Ting naturally understood what Yao Liangji meant and took a deep breath, saying, "I came last night. Tell me how you want me to cooperate." "Follow me," Yao Liangji said, ignoring the indignation in her eyes, and directly led a group of people to the small path leading to the grain and oil market. "Everyone, don't make a sound. If you don't listen, pack your things and leave my team," Yao Liangji said with a smile. Apart from Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou, the other 7 felt a tightness in their hearts and quickly bit down on their teeth, fearing they would lose control and make a sound. After the warning, Yao Liangji knocked on the iron gate with a single combat shovel. After 2 loud knocks, 7 zombies were drawn by the sound. Among these 7 zombies, Yao Liangji even saw the figure of the owner of the grain and oil store he often visited. Remembering the stories the owner had boasted about in the past, Yao Liangji's eyes flashed, and he quietly took note. Chapter 16. Does Aunt Flo's blood have no effect? Watching the zombies sway in front of the iron gate, their noses seemed to show no reaction, and they were scattered in different directions. After swaying for 4 or 5 minutes without hearing any more sounds, they gradually quieted down, seemingly preparing to leave. This situation made everyone else breathe a sigh of relief, especially the 5 who had never killed zombies. Their trembling bodies began to calm down, and their hands that were tightly covering their mouths relaxed. Take off all your pants, spread your legs, and try again. Use this to wipe. They did not expect Yao Liangji's cold voice to sound again at this moment, as he handed over a clean tissue. Hearing such an unreasonable request, Zhou Ting was momentarily stunned, and then her expression quickly soured. Her eyes filled with humiliation and anger as she glared at Yao Liangji, biting her lip without saying a word. Although Zhou Ting was not considered beautiful, her years as a yoga instructor had made her figure incredibly alluring. It is said that a well-fed person thinks of lust. This was especially true these past few days. Like those overweight men, if it weren't for their concern about Yao Liangji, they might have done something. Zhou Ting clearly felt this, which is why she usually either participated in activities with others or stayed alone, giving no one a chance. Now, hearing Yao Liangji's words, a struggle flashed across Zhang Qingjie's face as he spoke. Boss Yao, isn't this taking it too far? Zombies won't reason with us. I must be 100% sure. Otherwise, there can't be any women in my team. Yao Liangji continued coldly. Lu Shou said nothing. He had no relationship with Zhou Ting, so it was fine to just observe. The other 7, however, began to shout, even with inexplicable excitement, urging Zhou Ting to quickly take off her pants. Zhou Ting's expression fell, and tears began to flow. Looking at Yao Liangji's cold gaze, Zhang Qingjie's sympathetic expression, and the other men's eyes filled with hidden fervor, she trembled as she reached for a belt. You, take off a piece of clothing and go help her cover a bit. Yao Liangji pointed to the other 2 middle-aged women. He had no mood to care about what these tools thought, but since Zhou Ting had complied, he naturally didn't mind doing something. The 2 women pointed and were momentarily stunned, but they obediently took off a coat to help cover her. All men, take 3 steps back. Yao Liangji's voice rang out again. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ting's expression softened considerably, and she even felt a hint of gratitude towards Yao Liangji in her heart. Meanwhile, the expressions of the overweight men were a bit intriguing. Although they lowered their heads and stepped back, it seemed they had some thoughts brewing. Yao Liangji once again lightly swung the individual combat shovel, striking it against the iron gate. The zombie, which was about to leave, turned its head back and continued to grasp the iron gate, shaking it persistently. Yao Liangji glanced at Zhou Ting. She did not see desire in his eyes, only a ruler's severe expression. Her face turned slightly red, but she still unbuckled her belt and slowly pulled down her pants. A flash of white light flickered in Yao Liangji's eyes, but he, oblivious to the situation, directed his gaze towards the zombies across from him, intently observing each zombie's reaction. 4 to 5 minutes passed, and the zombies remained unresponsive, eventually reverting to their dazed, wandering state after the stimulation period ended. After a minute or so of rustling, Zhou Ting, her cheeks flushed, raised the white paper Yao Liangji had handed her. She unfolded it. Yao Liangji was not a perverse person, so he had no interest in accepting such things from women. Realizing that her actions were ambiguous, Zhou Ting's face turned even redder as she lowered her head, trembling as she unfolded the white tissue, revealing a splash of blood red in front of Yao Liangji. Only then did he finally feel relieved. Come over, Yao Liangji called after the few zombies had walked away. Once the group gathered, he scanned them and said, Tomorrow we will start clearing the zombies in this grain and oil market. It's time for you to practice your courage. Practice courage? For those who had never killed zombies, wanting to join his team meant they had to kill a zombie to build their courage. I don't care what method you use, but today you must kill 1 zombie. Otherwise, I don't want to take a bunch of cowards on the road. Everyone knew Yao Liangji's words were directed at them, so Zhang Qingjie and the others had no reaction, but the other 5 who had never seen blood were already trembling. They were not afraid of the bloodshed, but simply terrified of danger. After all, these were creatures that felt no pain and could only be killed by attacking their heads. A single misstep could turn them into zombies, and they, who valued their lives, were naturally fearful, even more so than of killing. The sound of metal clashing echoed again as the few zombies, like dogs on a leash, came bounding over. After last night, Yao Liangji led Zhang Qingjie and the others to the back, observing the 5 trembling individuals in front. The zombies continuously shook the old iron gate, occasionally reaching their hands through the gaps. Due to being so close, and with the iron gate providing protection, the 5 people, although terrified, could clearly see every inch of the living zombies. Their sharp nails, saliva-coated teeth, and the wrinkles on their gradually withering skin, all vividly displayed before their eyes. Finally, one woman could no longer bear the pressure. She closed her eyes and swung a kitchen knife at the outstretched hand of the zombie in front of her. But she couldn't even sever a single hand. Instead, it seemed to alert the zombie, making it even more violent. The other 4, upon seeing this, retreated in fear, pleading with Yao Liangji. "Yao, Boss Yao, please don't make us kill zombies. We'll be very obedient and won't cause you any trouble. One day, just one day. You are all adults. You should know how to handle things without me teaching you. If you're scared, you can hide in the community. The remaining supplies, even if we take some, will be enough for you to survive for another 3 to 5 months. That's all I have to say." Zhang Qingjie had a look of hesitation, but eventually sighed and left quietly. As for Zhou Ting, when Yao Liangji made his demand, the expressions of those 5 had extinguished the last bit of her compassion. Thinking back, she found it a bit laughable that these 5 were the ones she had once tried to save against Yao Liangji's wishes. Yet today, they didn't speak up for her. Instead, they wore expressions of perverse excitement. It turned out that when people were pushed to a dead end, they would really start to think. More than an hour after the 4 left, they returned with 2 homemade long guns. Seeing that Yao Liangji and the others were not around to back them up, they appeared even more nervous. Cautiously imitating Yao Liangji, they gently tapped on the iron gate, and when the zombies were attracted over, the 4 worked in pairs, wielding the homemade long guns, repeatedly striking at the zombies' heads. However, their aim was clearly off, and although they mangled the zombies' faces, they still failed to kill a single one. How could it be so hard to kill? It was so easy for us before. Now we have to risk our lives against these monsters. No, I don't want to. One woman shouted in despair. She had given up. She could still live comfortably for a few months in the community, but outside, she doubted she could last even a day. After her breakdown and departure, the remaining 3 gritted their teeth and did not mention giving up, knowing that Yao Liangji was their only chance of survival. Chapter 17. Clearing the grain and oil market after working for over an hour. The 3 finally succeeded in killing a zombie, but the zombie's death was far more brutal than those at Yao Liangji's hands. Its face was mangled, cheekbones fully exposed, and its gouged eyes oozed a considerable amount of eye fluid, splattering on the bare cheekbones and gums, resembling a watercolor painting of human bones. Finally completing the task, the 3 dared not look for long and hurriedly took their homemade long guns to report their results to Yao Liangji in the residential building. After personally killing a zombie, a person's mental state changes significantly. Just like these 3, although their faces still bore traces of panic and fear, there was now an added fierceness. As long as they got a good night's sleep and digested today's experiences, when tomorrow came to clear the grain and oil market, they would certainly not hold back, if not help significantly. As for the other 2, Yao Liangji did not ask where they had gone. They couldn't bear the pressure themselves, and forcing them to go along would only endanger Yao Liangji and his group. After the 3 left, Lu Shou wondered, these 3 have no combat ability. Why are we still bringing them along? It took them nearly 2 hours to kill a single zombie, and that was with the iron gate as a barrier, making the zombie essentially a live target. Even so, it took them 2 hours to complete the task. Lu Shou truly couldn't see what help such combat ability would provide to their team. The 5 had been preparing supplies and battle plans for tomorrow, so Lu Shou and the others had heard everything the 3 reported. Aside from Zhang Qingjie's slightly conflicted expression, the fat man and Zhou Ting clearly agreed with Lu Shou's comments. Yao Liangji continued to twist the nylon rope in his hands. How many normal people do you think are left in this world? Lu Shou fell silent for a moment. In terms of the situation in his own community, if you add in those 2 brave souls and a few who jumped from buildings, along with those who foolishly ran out of more than 120 people in the community, there were still about 20 normal people left after the disaster. But people shouldn't be counted like that. Without Yao Liangji, there There wouldn't be a single normal person left in their community in a few days. Seeing their silence, Yao Yangji explained with a hint of reasoning. People can be cultivated. As long as they have courage, there are not many who can survive in this world. If we don't cherish it and save those who still have hope, in the end, we will truly be left alone. Today, you are following me. I will teach you how to handle these matters. But if I die one day and our group falls apart, if you have the chance to survive and the ability, I hope you can uphold this principle. With conditions permitting, show a little more patience and kindness. Zhang Qingjie and the others looked at this brutal and indifferent person in disbelief. He was the one who viewed human life as worthless. Yet he also harbored compassion and wanted to save some useless people. Although his ultimate goal was still for himself, this was enough to surprise them. At the very least, from Yao Yangji's words, they understood that as long as they weren't in an utterly desperate situation, he wouldn't casually abandon them. The next day, at 5:30 in the morning, Yao Yangji and the others were all armed and arrived at the iron gate, each having made a spear. Due to the limited space, they were divided into 3 teams by Yao Yangji. He took a newcomer who had just started eating meat yesterday, and, looking at the 3 disfigured zombies lying in front of the iron gate, Yao Yangji nodded in satisfaction and then directly struck the iron gate. The sound of metal clashing seemed particularly crisp and loud in the pre-dawn silence, and soon attracted 5 zombies. As they climbed over the bodies of their companions and clawed at Yao Yangji and the others, with a thrust and a slight twist, one zombie fell down with a thud, all within 5 seconds. Yao Yangji's actions made the 3 people who had been busy for nearly 2 hours yesterday swallow hard. Although they knew that the zombies' abilities had not yet recovered at this time, Yao Yangji's performance was still astonishing enough. At this moment, Yao Yangji ignored their surprised expressions and, seeing more zombies approaching from behind, quickened his movements significantly. 3 piercing sounds echoed, and 3 more corpses fell. Are you just standing there watching? Yao Yangji squinted at the man next to him. No, I'm on it, the man said, a bit flustered, as he raised the spear in his hand and stabbed at the only remaining zombie, but only managed to poke a hole in its face. Watching the few zombies that had come in as replacements, Yao Yangji killed them while teaching. Wait for the right moment to strike. The mouth and eyes of a zombie are the weak points leading to the brain. If you can kill them in one hit, don't waste your energy poking their faces to pieces. There are only 2 ways to deal with zombies: kill them or incapacitate their mobility. When your abilities are insufficient, incapacitating their mobility is your best choice. After finishing his words, Yao Yangji directly crouched down and the spear in his hand stabbed towards the zombie's ankle. With a loss of balance, the zombie fell down, getting trampled by the zombies behind it, and let out continuous roars. After repeating this 3 times, there were 4 zombies lying on the ground. From a higher position, Yao Yangji effortlessly pierced their heads, and soon they stopped moving. The man, following his example, did the same. Sure enough, it was easier to aim at the zombies lying on the ground, and after just a couple of stabs, he pierced its head completely, achieving his 2nd kill. Yielding his position, Yao Yangji said to Zhou Ting and the others behind him, "You guys give it a try too." Thus, the 3 teams took turns until the continuous banging sounds could no longer attract zombies. Yao Yangji then let Lu Shou fumble to open the iron chains and pulled the door inward, revealing a mountain of corpses at their feet. According to Yao Yangji's understanding, there are nearly 150 businesses, big and small, in this grain and oil market, and the number of people making a living here definitely exceeded 1,000. Just as the others were about to leave, Yao Yangji stopped and opened the heads of the zombies one by one to search inside. Having gained experience, he no longer needed to smash the zombies' heads to find things. Seeing Yao Yangji's actions, the other 7 people had a glimmer in their eyes, knowing that this was another secret of Yao Yangji regarding zombies. After opening the heads of more than 40 zombies, the stench in the air seemed to reach an extreme. Lu Shou and Zhang Qingjie were relatively fine, having seen worse. But the others, including the fat man, looked quite pale, yet they held back from vomiting. Looking at the 4 white crystals in his palm, Yao Yangji did not hide them from Zhang Qingjie and the others, as obtaining these did not necessarily mean they would be used. And since they were all in the same team, Yao Yangji knew that collecting these was unavoidable for them. It was better to be generous and set a goal for them to exchange for some benefits. Wiping his hands clean with the clothes from the zombies, he said to the seven, "I call these things corpse crystals. Not every zombie will have them, but their benefits to us are enormous. If you gather 100 of these corpse crystals or items of equivalent value, I will tell you their functions and how to use them. This relates to your future survival, so cherish it well." After saying this, he led the way into the grain and oil market. Chapter 18. Meeting the Black-Eyed again, since the surrounding zombies had mostly been attracted by Yao Liangji and the others. It was peaceful as they entered the grain and oil market, showing no signs of change from before the disaster. The grain and oil market was a standard square layout, with two main roads crossing vertically and horizontally, and then some small branching paths separating the entire market into 16 areas. Yao Liangji and his group were currently in the corridor between the upper left two areas. After surveying the surroundings, the 8 of them slowly relaxed. It seemed that the wave of lure had been very thorough, with no remaining zombies in the 2 upper areas. To improve efficiency, Yao Yangji directly divided them into 2 small teams. He took Zhou Ting and 2 other newcomers, while Zhang Qingjie took Lu Shou and the other 2 in a team, clearing zombies by area. In the past, others might have been reluctant to provoke those zombies, but after witnessing Yao Liangji collecting corpse crystals, they all realized that these crystals were something remarkable. How could they not care about such a thing that concerned their future? Walking past the grain shop that Yao Liangji often visited, the rattan chair remained unchanged in its place. He casually picked up a pack of cigarettes from the table, lit one, and shared the rest with Zhou Ting and the others. Yao Yangji is not a person who likes to smoke, but it cannot be denied that smoking can indeed relieve fatigue and stress, like the 3 behind him, Zhou Ting and her companions. In the community, everyone had already practiced coordinated attacks, so when they encountered 2 isolated zombies, it was just a matter of a quick adjustment before they could work together seamlessly. Cold weapons are indeed less efficient than hot weapons in the hands of ordinary people. It took them over 10 minutes to deal with the 2 zombies. Although it was daytime and the zombies' abilities were not weakened, this fully reflected the shortcomings of ordinary people in terms of strength and endurance. After letting Zhou Ting and the others rest for a few minutes, Yao Yangji directly split the head of the zombie and reached in to feel around, resulting in a look of surprise on his face. He truly did not expect these 3 to be so lucky, but he did not have the thought of greed. He had been on the sidelines and did not participate in the kill, so this crystal was naturally for them to distribute among themselves. "I can only ensure that you won't be surrounded by zombies. I have my own things to attend to. Now that you 3 are familiar with each other, you can handle it yourselves. Gather more crystals. You will thank me for it later." After saying that, Yao Yangji directly tossed the white crystal in his hand to Zhou Ting. How to distribute the crystal is up to the 3 of you. A 1T get involved. Good luck from here on out. After that, Yao Yangji began to search in other areas, leaving the 3 staring curiously at the white crystal. They truly did not expect Yao Yangji to let them distribute this among themselves, and they also understood the reason why he did not take action and left earlier. If Yao Yangji had stayed with them, given his nature, once he made a move, the crystal would definitely belong to him. "This crystal belongs to me. Any future ones will be taken by the 2 of you, but I hope the final distribution ratio is 2 to 1 to 1. You 2 have no objections, right?" Zhou Ting carefully stored the crystal. No problem." The other 2 looked enviously at the crystal Zhou Ting had stored, having no objections. After all, the one who contributed the most to killing the zombies was Zhou Ting, so they dared not voice any dissent over this distribution plan. On the other side, Zhang Qingjie and his team had killed 7 zombies, but had not found a single crystal. After leaving Yao Liangji's sight, the fat man seemed to come alive again and said, thinking himself very friendly, "What exactly is this crystal? We've killed 7, yet we haven't found a single one." Although Lu Shou knew him, that was in the past. Their cooperation had been purely based on mutual benefit. Now that he was following Yao Liangji, he didn't want to have too much contact with this fat man. He was more wary of this fat man than he was of the already familiar Yao Liangji. He knew that this fat man would abandon everything for profit, and if it weren't for their shared hometown, he would have told Yao Liangji about this fat man long ago. Didn't Boss Yao say that for 100 crystals or equivalent items, he would tell us. Zhang Qingjie, as the temporary team leader, explained. He knew what the fat man meant. He merely wanted to extract some information from him and Lu Shou, as they were the only two whom Yao Liangji considered confidants. Boss Yao is a bit ungracious. ISNT, all the zombies in the community, and the more than 40 zombies we just killed, and he took all the crystals for himself. ISNT that a bit greedy? Swish. Zhang Qingjie pointed his spear directly at the fat man. Fat man, keep your little thoughts to yourself. No matter what, Boss Yao is a person who stands by his word. The reason you can stand here alive and kicking and have received some free information is because of who you are. No need for me to elaborate. Moreover, you should be clear about how many of those zombies were killed by Boss Yao himself. Seeing the spear pointing at his nostrils, the fat man squinted slightly. He wasn't in this community because of poverty. He needed to disguise his identity. It was the first time his status in the underworld had been threatened by such a kid. He didn't dare to express any thoughts about Yao Liangji in person, but he had no patience for Zhang Qingjie, who only had a bit of brute strength. What's wrong, Qingjie? Yao Liangji's voice sounded, and a gentle yet powerful hand landed on the fat man's shoulder. When? The fat man was startled, his muscles tensed. His years of involvement in the underworld had given him a much sharper sense than ordinary people, but he hadn't even noticed the approach of such a dangerous person as Yao Liangji. His body instinctively wanted to jump away, but he was completely immobilized by Yao Liangji's hand. Oh, a jolt of electricity coursed through his body. The fat man's body reacted instinctively, and goosebumps rose all over him as he frantically thought, how could it be? How could the pressure be so much stronger than 4 days ago? Is it the effect of the crystal? The fat man's mind was quick, and he guessed the key to Yao Liangji's rapid increase in strength. Fat man, I don't want to care about your past, because we're just passers-by. The price I have set is clear. Whether you can fulfill it depends on your own ability. Given your past, you should understand the saying, everything is equivalent, right? Yao Liangji removed his hand and warned the fat man. All right, you all continue. I have my own things to attend to. As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Liangji turned and left down a small path. When Yao Liangji encountered Zhang Qingjie's group, he had already cleared out zombies in 2 areas but still had not found his target. However, he did kill a few wide-eyed zombies along the way, which contributed a crystal. Yao Liangji sidestepped an attack and turned to see 5 zombies charging at him, among them the black-eyed zombie he had been searching for. The boss in the yellow shirt has a crossbow. Chapter 19, Harvest. Shaking off the black blood on his combat shovel, it seemed these 5 zombies were attracted by the noise he made while killing the zombies, and he understood the principle of resolving matters quickly. Yao Liangji bent down to dodge the attack of a black-eyed zombie, then executed a horizontal slash that directly severed the ankle of a white-eyed zombie. With a swift turn, the carefully maintained side knife glided along the jawbone of another white-eyed zombie, and with a twist, the zombie's face and head instantly burst open, collapsing with a crash. Without a moment's pause, Yao Liangji retreated 7 or 8 meters and then actively attacked the other 2 remaining white-eyed zombies. He charged in with a slash, then pivoted and kicked his hard-soled boots, striking the approaching black-eyed zombie with a loud bang. The black-eyed zombie flew back in a bow shape, while Yao Liangji used the recoil to slash down at the last white-eyed zombie, seeing part of its head slide off, exposing the smooth brain inside. After landing, Yao Liangji didn't have time to catch his breath because he heard chaotic footsteps. Slightly bending his knees, he launched an attack directly at the black-eyed zombie, which, having vision, could instinctively block with its hands. The sharp combat shovel failed to sever the black-eyed zombie's arms, producing a dull sound of flesh being cut. Knowing he couldn't delay any longer, Yao Liangji steeled himself, letting go of the combat shovel, which became firmly lodged in the black-eyed zombie's hands, hindering its movement. He quickly circled behind it, took out a bone-cutting kitchen knife from his waist, and struck forcefully at the back of its head. The black-eyed zombie staggered and fell to the ground. Yao Liangji then released his grip, stomping down hard on the bone-cutting kitchen knife embedded in the zombie's skull, completely burying the blade. Without waiting to see if the black-eyed zombie was dead, Yao Liangji turned and ran, as he saw more than 10 zombies approaching from all directions. Since today was primarily for clearing zombies, Yao Liangji had only brought some basic supplies. He tore open 2 small bags of pork jerky and beef jerky, cautiously leaned against the wall, and began to eat, taking a bite of water and a bite of meat. The brief battle of just 2 or 3 minutes and the high-speed run of 5 or 600 meters had greatly drained Yao Liangji's physical energy. To maintain his stamina, even if he wasn't hungry, he had to put something in his stomach. He stepped on the foot of the black-eyed zombie and forcefully pulled out the stuck combat shovel. Looking at the black blood smeared on the shovel, he disdainfully wiped it on the zombie's clothes, then walked in front of the last white-eyed zombie and finished it off with a single strike. 3 minutes later, Yao Liangji looked at his empty hands, realizing that despite all the killing, he hadn't even collected a single corpse crystal. Damn it, a bunch of broke bastards. Yao Liangji left the team in order to hunt the black-eyed zombie alone. Firstly, the black-eyed zombie poses an enormous danger to Zhang Qingjie and Zhou Ting, and secondly, the corpse crystal that the black-eyed zombie might produce is just too valuable for Yao Liangji to ignore. It seems that he must find that thing first. After finishing up, Yao Liangji went directly to the grain and oil shop owned by the boss in a yellow shirt. He clearly remembered that this boss once boasted to his friends while drinking that he had a crossbow and had used it to hunt wild boars, claiming that he didn't keep it at home because he was afraid the children would find it. Upon re-entering this small shop of less than 20 square meters, the scattered rice and flour inside seemed to have been visited by mice, leaving a foul smell of feces and urine. Yao Liangji first went to the counter and searched all around, even knocking on the tiles on the walls and floor, yet he still found nothing. This shouldn't be the case. Before the disaster, there should have been enough time to stake out for a few days. If the boss didn't keep it at home, it must be stored in the shop where he spends the most time. It shouldn't be impossible to find it. Yao Liangji continuously observed the arrangement of items in the store, thanks to the powerful effect brought by the willow heart. Every detail of the grocery store was captured in his gaze. Suddenly, Yao Liangji noticed an unusual drag mark, located under the bottom layer of the left shelf, beneath a dusty cardboard box. Yao Liangji walked over and looked inside the cardboard box, which contained some broken rice grains. The owner seemed to be worried about insects and had thoughtfully placed 2 small bags of lime inside. Suspecting something, Yao Liangji moved the box aside and peered inside, but found nothing. He knocked on the floor, which still produced a dull, solid sound. Confused, he straightened up. It was impossible for him to dismantle the store to look for something that might exist. Lowering his head casually, he suddenly seemed to discover something and looked up. How could the thickness of the crossbar be different? He felt a surge of joy in his heart and slightly pushed the lower shelf back and forth. The bottom board slid to the right, and with a thud, a heavy object fell. Picking it up, he found it was wrapped in a piece of cowhide oil paper. Upon seeing its shape, Yao Liangji's breath quickened, and he tore it open. Before him appeared a completely black alloy crossbow, with a rough cowhide wrap around the bow body in the middle. He gently held the cowhide and weighed it in his hand. This crossbow must weigh around 8 or 9 pounds. Continuing to feel around inside the compartment, he found no arrows, and Yao Liangji was startled. Thinking the owner had hidden the crossbow and arrows separately, he quickly continued searching under the other crossboards, and upon feeling another sliding motion from the bottom board, he felt relieved. He picked up a package of cowhide paper that had fallen on the ground, opened it, and there lay 5 cold, gleaming arrows. He took one in his hand and felt its weight. The arrow itself weighed nearly a pound. He then removed his gloves and gently wiped the arrowhead. A sharp pain shot through him as a drop of blood oozed from his thumb, instinctively tightening his grip. How sharp! A wave of joy surged in Yao Liangji's eyes. This was exactly what he wanted. He then felt around the remaining bottom boards and found 2 bowstrings and a bow bag. He smelled the bow and arrows, and a scent of brown oil wafted up. Yao Liangji searched around the store, then picked up a nearly empty bottle of mineral water, drank it all, and then poured in a bottle of brown oil. He grabbed a crossbow and arrows and found a place to start practicing. Yao Liangji had never learned how to use a crossbow, but he still knew the basics of drawing the string and releasing the arrow. However, he was a bit worried about damaging the arrowhead, so he found a few wooden posts to aim at and pulled the trigger. With a bang, the pure alloy arrow penetrated the wooden post by nearly 20 centimeters, and he instinctively swallowed. Yao Yangji murmured. No wonder this boss wants to hide so tightly. With this kind of power, it seems that this boss won't just be in for a few days. He might have to go in and work on a sewing machine. Excited, he stepped forward and pulled hard, but it didn't budge at all, forced to shake the arrow back and forth. Yao Yangji spent a full 4 or 5 minutes before finally getting it out. Chapter 20. Black Crystal. Seeing the black crystal again for the next hour or so, Yao Yangji practiced his archery skills. Thanks to his strong physical condition and enhanced perception, after more than an hour, he could at least hit the target from 50 steps, if not 100. Instead of looking for Zhou Ting or Zhang Qingjie to regroup, Yao Yangji slung the quiver over his back and cautiously began to search the unexplored areas. With a bang, a zombie fell in response, not even startling another zombie nearby. After shooting another arrow and taking care of 2 zombies, Yao Yangji didn't linger. He retrieved his arrows and searched their brains before quickly running away. In just 2 hours since he finished practicing archery, he had stealthily killed over 30 zombies, but unfortunately, he still hadn't encountered any black-eyed zombies. He looked at the 8 white crystals in his hand. Yao Yangji did not hesitate, took off his gloves, and directly absorbed everything. The effect of absorbing all 8 at once was much better than stimulating them one by one. Stimulated by the electric shock sensation, Yao Yangji, who felt a bit of involuntary urination, quickly tightened his bladder to avoid embarrassing himself. It would be better to absorb them one by one in the future. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened, he wouldn't have time to react. Yao Yangji was not worried about Zhou Ting and Zhang Qingjie, as they were all clearing the area behind him, so it was unlikely for them to encounter the black-eyed zombies. Glancing at the time, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Yao Yangji found a relatively concealed and safe spot to take a short rest and recharge. The sweep continued until 4 in the afternoon, which was the 4th area Yao Yangji had cleared. Apart from the black-eyed zombie he encountered in the morning, he had not run into a second one. The hard soles of his cloth-wrapped shoes made a dull thudding sound as they struck the concrete floor. And Yao Yangji's figure darted between the buildings along the narrow paths, when suddenly a roar echoed overhead. Yao Yangji looked up and saw a zombie with completely black eyes staring at him from the balcony of the 3rd floor across the street. Can such a small child be transformed into a black-eyed zombie? The black-eyed zombie was only about 2 to 1, 3 meters tall, and its originally white fluffy dress was now dirty and torn. A pink butterfly hairpin hung from its dry hair, seemingly about to fall off at any moment. Silently raising his crossbow, with a whoosh, a sharp arrow shot through its eye and embedded itself into a wooden, colorful gnome behind it. Drip, drip. The blood mixed with brain fluid fell from the little girl zombie's eyes onto the awning of the store on the 1st floor, slowly accumulating and dripping onto the 2 white-eyed zombies lingering at the entrance. The white-eyed zombies, with no focus, tilted their heads up silently, locking eyes with the already dead little girl zombie. In this tender yet sorrowful moment, Yao Yangji had no time to appreciate it. He charged forward, swinging the shovel in his right hand in a chopping motion, while thrusting the arrow in his left hand fiercely, causing both zombies to fall to the ground. Well, consider it a family reunion for you. I hope you know how to thank me in the afterlife. After saying this, Yao Yangji skillfully opened the zombie's head, reaching inside. And to his surprise, it was as if his prayer had been answered. There were indeed 2 white corpse crystals inside. Licking his lips, Yao Yangji couldn't help but look up at those black eyes on the upper floor with anticipation. After retrieving a set of keys from the zombie, Yao Yangji hurried upstairs. The grain and oil market mostly consisted of self-built houses. Although it had been planned, it still adhered to a family business model of living and operating a store. Upon seeing the shop sign and the words printed on the aprons of the 2 zombies, Yao Yangji realized that before the disaster, this must have been a happy family of 3. Worried that there might be other zombies inside the house, Yao Yangji cautiously ascended the stairs. And when he reached the 3rd floor, he barely had to test the keys. Just a gentle twist, and the door opened. Stepping inside, the room was decorated in a light yellow hue, and children's toys were scattered everywhere. Even the corners of the table and coffee table were carefully padded with bumpers. Glancing at the large refrigerator, Yao Yangji, knowing himself well, did not attempt to open it. He gently stroked the cute face of the zombie, with only one eye left. but seeing it still unable to close its eyes, he set aside any feelings of mercy, picked up a cleaver, and began to chop at its head. After becoming a zombie, its head was not any weaker due to its age when alive. It was still just as stiff as the other black-eyed zombies. When the familiar hardness and coldness came, Yao Liangji looked at his right hand covered in slime, with a black crystal pinch between his thumb and index finger. A look of intoxicated joy on his face as he murmured to the corpse on the ground. To thank your family, rest assured. Once I finish cleaning the grain and oil market, I will ensure that you three can rest in peace. Adhering to the principle that meat is only counted when it's in the mouth, Yao Liangji didn't even bother to wipe the slime off his hands on the zombie-esque clothes, but instead stood up and rubbed it on the genuine leather sofa, then removed his gloves and immediately began to absorb the black crystal. Under Yao Liangji's focus gaze, the black crystal quickly turned into a puddle of liquid and directly merged into his body. Then he slipped into the kitchen, found a clean fruit knife, rolled up his sleeves, and without a word, made a cut on his left forearm. After a slight indentation, he flicked it, and Yao Liangji's left forearm remained intact, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He then applied more force, and it was still the same. After testing the sharpness of the fruit knife, Yao Liangji gritted his teeth, picked up an unused arrow, burned it with a lighter for 2 minutes, and then carefully controlled the force to stab it into his left forearm. He felt no pain at all, and as he gradually increased the pressure, he only felt the skin break after reaching half strength. Stopping, he looked at the small red dot on his left forearm, and Yao Liangji was very satisfied with this enhancement. Now, as long as he wasn't bitten by a normal white-eyed zombie, he wouldn't be easily scratched by those zombies that didn't know how to store power, which meant that even if he was surrounded by zombies in the future, his survival ability would be greatly improved. After going downstairs, Yao Liangji thoughtfully moved the 2 corpses outside to the eaves and then quickly headed toward the neighborhood while there was still some daylight left. Chapter 21. The contribution of the fatty when he reached the small road connecting the grain and oil market to the neighborhood. Zhou Ting and Zhang Qingjie were already waiting at the intersection with tired faces. Zhou Ting thought Yao Liangji wanted to collect corpse crystals more quickly, but Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou, who knew a bit more, didn't think so. They had cleared over 40 zombies that day, but hadn't encountered a single black-eyed zombie. They weren't naive enough to think they had been lucky. The only possibility was that Yao Liangji had cleared them out beforehand. The iron gate was locked again. Yao Liangji didn't ask about their findings because he knew that after they studied it for a night, they would naturally come to him. He was a leader, not an oppressor. He allowed his subordinates to try things out. When Zhang Qingjie and the others saw the crossbow strapped to Yao Liangji's back, they were smart enough not to ask where he had gotten such a rare item. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingjie and the other 7, holding the white crystals they had obtained, began to study them. None of them were fools. No one thought about eating what was inside the zombies' heads. But after trying all methods, people like the fatty, who had active thoughts, couldn't help but think in the least likely direction. After a good sleep, the next morning, when the sky was still dimly lit, Yao Liangji and the others divided into 2 teams, while Yao Liangji continued to move alone through unexplored areas. With 2 whooshes, he cleared 2 zombies in the faint light of dawn, then quickly raised his shovel and rushed forward. It was a small group of 4 zombies, and to minimize the noise, Yao Liangji had to use his crossbow to take out 2 first. With a jump and slash, the zombie's hard skull seemed to offer no resistance as Yao Liangji cleaved it open. Skillfully pulling back, the shovel regained its freedom, and Yao Liangji slightly twisted his body to gather strength for a horizontal slash, taking down another zombie that charged at him. After searching 2 areas, Yao Liangji still hadn't found a single black-eyed zombie. Now that the zombie's weak phase had passed, there was naturally no need for him to rush to clear those small groups of zombies anymore. With a pop, it sounded like his hand had gone through tofu. After some groping, Yao Liangji pinched a white crystal. This morning's haul was not bad. He had harvested 3 crystals from over 30 zombies. He wiped the slime off his hands on the already dirty and torn clothes of the zombie, then felt around in a house, absorbing the few remaining crystals from yesterday. After finishing, Yao Liangji frowned in slight dissatisfaction. The effects of the white corpse crystals had begun to wane, The enhancements to strength and skin toughness had decreased somewhat. Of course, there were still effects, but to make significant progress, he would likely need hundreds of white corpse crystals. After drinking a bit of water and eating something, Yao Yangji knew he had to speed up. The matter of the corpse crystals couldn't be hidden for long. There were too many capable people in this world. Even among just their small group, there were a few talents, and if the scope was widened to the entire country, or even the world, how many strong individuals would emerge? Black corpse crystals. Yao Yangji made up his mind. He had to act quickly and stay ahead of the majority. Right now, there was only one method: to obtain as many black corpse crystals as possible and strengthen himself to the limit he could handle. Without caring for Zhang Qingjie and Zhou Ting behind him, Yao Yangji quickly began to explore the uncharted areas. However, heaven did not favor him. After exploring 2 more areas, he still did not see any trace of the black-eyed zombies. By this time, Yao Yangji was already feeling very anxious. The grain and oil market was his resource for venturing into the outside world. Weapons, supplies, and training for his team all had to come from the grain and oil market. With his current abilities, it was difficult for him to traverse 30 or 40 kilometers outside, let alone take a group of ordinary people with him. After Yao Yangji turned to leave, the figures of 2 black-eyed zombies flashed by not far from him. Zhang Qingjie's team, with their 4 members, had developed a seamless cooperation. Along the way, they had not encountered any small groups of zombies with more than 3 members. By the time noon came, they had already cleared a large part of the area. The Titan, the 2 white corpse crystals in his pocket. He had tried every method yesterday: soaking, burning, grinding, smashing, none of which had made a dent. In this situation, it seemed there was only one possibility left. If this team were under his command, he would unhesitatingly pull someone out to experiment with any method he could think of. However, with Yao Yangji present, he dared not overstep. Gritting his teeth, he looked at a vintage building with white bricks and red tiles. And considering Yao Yangji's performance in recent days, he decided to take a gamble. As soon as Yao Yangji approached, the eyes jumped. He had become stronger again, but not as exaggerated as yesterday's progress. Boss Yao, I remember you said that if we provide 100 corpse crystals or something of equal value, you would reveal the secret of the corpse crystals to us? He confirmed. Narrowing his eyes, Yao Yangji realized that this could no longer hold back. He had keenly sensed that there was an unusual bloody smell about this, which indicated that before the disaster, this had seen blood. The fact that someone like him had not been detected by the strict public security system after seeing blood was enough to show that this was not simple. Yao Yangji currently has nothing but personal bravery and a bit of knowledge about zombies gained from life-and-death situations. On the road ahead, his own insights will hardly allow him to make significant progress, so he needs an experienced person to help him quickly complete the initial accumulation. And this person is naturally the Fat Man. Whoever meets the conditions, I will tell, not you. The Fat Man's concession made Yao Yangji smile, which is the only thing worth being happy about today. All right, Boss Yao, come with me, I have something to show you. Chapter 22. Pricing. Yao Yangji glanced at Lu Shou without leaving a trace, saw that he was also confused, and then said, "Let's go together." The Fat Man led everyone back to the white brick red tile building, which was a store specializing in camellia oil. Upon entering, there was no musty smell of spoiled rice. Instead, a faint aroma of tea oil constantly wafted into everyone's nostrils. Once inside the store, the Fat Man skillfully walked to the back room, picked up a wooden clamp, and then approached the 3rd oil vat at the entrance. He stepped on a small stool, moved aside the covering wooden board, and untied the plastic wrap. The fragrance of tea oil in the store immediately became more intense. The Fat Man scooped inside the oil vat with a wooden clamp and pulled out a large bag of items. He then pried open the square wooden board beneath the oil vat, and the side panel fell down, revealing an oil paper package inside. The Fat Man said nothing and directly opened the oil paper package, revealing a black handgun in front of everyone, along with 2 loaded magazines lying beside it. Zhang Qingjie and the others instinctively took 2 steps back, while the Fat Man became stiff the moment his hand touched the gun, and instinctively felt that he had to comply. He must comply, even though the gun's safety was still on, and even though he could take control of the situation with just a turn. He didn't dare to make any excessive movements. Instead, he pointed the gun at himself, lifted it with both hands, and said, "Boss Yao, this is what I contributed." At the moment Yao Liangji saw the pistol, he instinctively reacted. After all, it had only been a few days since the apocalypse began, and he didn't want to test the power of a handgun, even though he had made significant progress. He reached out to pick up the pistol, and his body relaxed slightly. The fat man's cold and stiff body slowly began to sense warmth, becoming more supple. This was Yao Liangji's first time handling a gun in his life. The weight of just over a kilogram in his hand inexplicably gave him courage and peace of mind. Upon closer inspection, he felt that the mechanical beauty of the gun would never go out of style in a man's eyes. Seeing Yao Liangji handling the gun without even checking the safety and pointing the muzzle at himself, the fat man couldn't help but swallow hard. Expressing his earlier fear, "Boss Yao, please don't point the gun at me. The safety is off, and I'm a bit scared." "Safety?" Yao Liangji asked. The fat man wasn't surprised. After all, very few ordinary people in the country had access to guns. So it wasn't unusual for Yao Liangji to be unfamiliar with gun mechanics. He pointed to the sliding ring next to the chamber at the back of the gun. "This thing?" Yao Liangji pressed it down and slid it upward, blocking the action. "Yes, that's it." The fat man sighed in relief. He knew Yao Liangji didn't want to kill him, but he was still afraid of an accidental discharge. Given the current medical conditions, even if a bullet didn't hit a vital area, he would basically just be waiting to die. "Where are those?" Yao Liangji asked, pointing to a large bag that had been fished out of the oil drum. The fat man remained silent, squatting down to open the large package. Inside, there was a full set of protective gear, a military helmet, and several triangular military daggers. As soon as these items appeared, everyone except Yao Liangji looked at the fat man with increased unease. These things were not something to be trifled with before the disaster. If discovered, the minimum consequence would be 10 to 15 days of detention. Yao Liangji found the handgun novel, but he was genuinely delighted by the sight of these items. If hot weapons couldn't be used on a large scale, they were just a liability against zombies. The sound of gunfire was enough to attract a small horde of zombies. And if they couldn't kill them with one shot, using a handgun would just be like gilding the lily. He picked up one of the triangular military daggers and tested it in his hand. The glove was cut open, and he even felt a slight heat and sting in his fingers. A flash of red blood appeared and was quickly sealed by his body's instinct. "Very good," Yao Liangji exclaimed in delight. "Boss Yao, try the others," the fat man said, picking up the helmet and protective suit. After trying everything, Yao Liangji was quite satisfied. "Not bad, very good." After complimenting them, he turned to the fat man. "I want the pistol, the protective suit, and the helmet, plus 2 triangular military daggers. I, Yao Liangji, am fair in my dealings. I'll offer you 50 corpse crystals for these items." 50? The fat man's expression darkened, thinking Yao Liangji was trying to lowball him. Noticing the fat man's expression, Yao Liangji wasn't angry at all and smiled. "You should be aware of the probability of these items appearing in the last couple of days. Also, fat man, do you think you've been able to clear zombies safely because of what?" After saying this, Yao Liangji patted the fat man's shoulder. "Once you know the effect of these corpse crystals, you'll be grateful. Because if you wait any longer to reveal these items, they won't be worth this price." The fat man looked seriously at Yao Liangji's expression and, believing he could read people well, grinned. "Boss Yao, you're being serious. The value of these items is indeed worth that, and I trust your character. If you say it's 50, then it's 50. After saying this, he handed the bag to Yao Liangji. However, Yao Liangji didn't take it. Instead, he took out another triangular military dagger and handed it to Zhang Qingjie. "This is for you. Use it well." Then he turned to the fat man and said, "The 50 corpse crystals I mentioned are for these items. As for the rest, whether you keep them for yourself or trade with others in your team, it's up to you." I won't interfere. Hearing that Yao Liangji wouldn't take everything, the fat man was momentarily stunned. These items were crucial for winning people's hearts and increasing his own combat power. Given Yao Liangji's status, he was still willing to give some back to him, which he truly didn't understand. But he quickly accepted, saying, "Thank you, Boss Yao." Zhang Qingjie, holding the triangular military dagger, couldn't help but feel a bit excited and repeatedly expressed his loyalty. "Thank you, Boss Yao. I will definitely use it well." Lu Shou showed a hint of envy, but said nothing. Returning to the community, Yao Liangji closed the iron gate again, lit a bonfire in the open space, and moved down the remaining drinks. He wanted to take this opportunity to have an honest transaction with the fat man. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive gunshots rang out, and finally, the last shot hit the beer can that had been thrown far away. After finishing the last of his beer, Yao Liangji casually tossed it aside. The bang of the gunshot was followed by a short clanging sound. Everyone looked, and a bullet hole appeared in the beer can. Just a moment ago, he had missed 3 shots, but now he could hit a moving beer can with 1 shot, and it was at night with poor visibility. Zhang Qingjie and the others might not have felt much, but the fat man, someone who had handled guns, understood how difficult that was. Today, when Yao Liangji first touched the pistol, the fat man knew he had no experience with guns. But now in just 4 shots, no, it should be 3 shots. Yao Liangji achieved this shooting accuracy. How could this not astonish the fat man and make him even more eager to know the effects of the corpse crystals? Here, take it, Zhugan. Yao Liangji casually disengaged the safety and threw the gun along with 2 magazines to Lu Shou. Lu Shou was hit by the pistol and, ignoring the slight pain, looked at Yao Liangji in surprise, questioning him. What do you mean, huh? Qingjie got a triangular dagger, so I have to give you something too. But this is a gun. Lu Shou still couldn't wrap his head around it. In his eyes, a gun was a deadly weapon. Having it was the foundation for survival in the apocalypse. Yet now this thing was casually tossed to him by Yao Liangji. Chapter 23. Conditions continuing. Yao Liangji opened another can of beer, tilted his head back, and took a couple of gulps, looking at Lu Shou with satisfaction. Did the gunshots just now sound loud? Yao Liangji lay directly on the ground, listening to the distant roars, and his thoughts wandered inexplicably. Yes, it's very loud. Loud enough that unless one truly wants to die or is in a desperate situation, one would never resort to firing a gun in a pile of zombies. A bamboo stick, this gun isn't as good as you think. Unless it's a small army with sufficient ammunition supply, otherwise with just this pistol and a mere dozen bullets. If your aim is slightly off, you might not even be able to kill a single zombie, let alone its powerful ability to attract zombies. Giving it to you is merely providing a last layer of insurance. Lu Shou knew this was Yao Liangji's warning to him. Right now, we are just at the beginning of the apocalypse. Social resources are still abundant, and we are far from competing with others. The main enemy now is the zombies. And when facing zombies, one either uses cold weapons or, as Yao Liangji said, directly engages the army. Using firearms for minor skirmishes is like inviting zombies to dinner. I remember Boss Yao. For the rest of the time, no one spoke again. Instead, they quietly drank and ate, occasionally looking up at the clear sky. A clarity that had never existed before the disaster. Boss Yao, can I owe you for now? After much contemplation, the finally spoke up. If it weren't for today's equipment, he might have continued to endure the vast difference. But now, seeing Yao Liangji's generosity and cheerful demeanor, he still held a glimmer of hope and asked. Here it comes. Yao Liangji's performance tonight was precisely to wait for to say this. He had already realized that relying solely on himself would absolutely not be enough to gather enough strength in the early days of this apocalypse. He needed the help of companions, even if it was just temporary. Oh, you? Yao Liangji revealed a smile that was neither fully a smile nor fully not. Once he had started speaking, the fat man could only force himself to continue. Boss Yao, I've already handed over more than half of the corpse crystals. The remaining half is just a matter of time. Don't worry, even though I say I owe it, I will definitely pay it back. Your intuition should be quite sharp, right? Yao Liangji said something unrelated. He had long noticed the trepidation in the fat man's demeanor when facing him. It wasn't fear of others, but rather fear of power. The fat man's eyes narrowed. He had never mentioned this matter to anyone. In the past, his intuition wasn't as sharp, and he could only vaguely sense a threat without being able to distinguish its source. After waking up again from the rain, he realized that his talent had been directly enhanced, which is why such a cautious person would run out to help Yao Liangji clear the zombies in the community. Before clearing the grain and oil market, just gather 20 corpse crystals for me, and I will tell you the secret of the corpse crystals. Similarly, in exchange, I want you to wholeheartedly stay by my side for 3 months to assist me. After 3 months, I won't care about your whereabouts. You can do as you wish. 3 months. The fat man fell silent for a long time, weighing the pros and cons. Given his current progress, it would take at least a month to gather 50 corpse crystals, as he had only collected 3 in 2 days. He couldn't predict what would happen in that month, nor did he want to imagine it. Additionally, being by Yao Liangji's side now was the safest opportunity for him to obtain corpse crystals. The smooth sailing of the past 2 days was due to Yao Liangji's care, but after separating from him, would he still have such a safe environment? Gritting his teeth, the fat man said in a deep voice, "No problem, but one thing, Boss Yao, you can't let me go to my death." Straightening up, Yao Liangji patted the dust off his pants. His purpose had been accomplished. "I treasure your life even more than you do." Watching Yao Liangji's retreating figure, the fat man felt a bit enlightened. It seemed that his talent was considered a very useful ability in Yao Liangji's eyes. The next day, he still got up early. Looking at the 3-sided military dagger in Zhou Ting's hand, Yao Liangji said nothing. How they traded was their own business, and he didn't want to interfere. "Let's go. We need to clear all 8 areas up there today." Passing through a path filled with rotting zombie corpses, the 8 of them continued to split into 2 small teams and 1 lone wolf. Yao Liangji had considered the personnel configuration of these 2 teams. This arrangement was sufficient for each member to gain experience and have opportunities to obtain corpse crystals. Regardless of how those 3 newcomers were before, at least in the end, they had mustered the courage, and Yao Liangji naturally wouldn't mind giving them a chance. After all, people aren't born talented. Today, Yao Liangji didn't seem so bulky. While running, he occasionally revealed the protective suit he wore underneath a set of ordinary clothes. In just 10 minutes, he was already covered in filthy blood and chunks of flesh, and the outer layer of his armor, stained by zombie blood, had darkened and was no longer recognizable in color. With a squelch, the bloodletting effect of the 3-sided military dagger proved to be true. Watching the zombie, he had pierced through the head with the dagger. Blood and brain matter flowed out like water from the wound. He kicked it disdainfully and then vigorously shook the dagger, which instantly became smooth and new again. Continuing to jog a few dozen meters forward, suddenly Yao Liangji felt his body heating up rapidly and immediately stopped. This was another ability he had gained after the disaster. His body would uncontrollably heat up in response to imminent dangers that could affect him. Cautiously scanning his surroundings, Yao Liangji felt uneasy. He calmed himself, but didn't hear any sounds, yet the heat his body generated couldn't deceive him. A whoosh of wind sounded, and instinctively, Yao Liangji ducked and turned, swinging his handheld shovel horizontally. All his attacks were meant for defense. He had never encountered a zombie so close to him. Using his peripheral vision, when he saw the zombie attacking him, a look of surprise clearly flashed in Yao Liangji's eyes. There were actually 2 black-eyed zombies. The shovel struck the belly of the large zombie in front of him, but it only made it slightly shake its body. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the position of the other zombie prevented Yao Liangji from continuing his attack, so he had to quickly distance himself from both black-eyed zombies using the shovel-less recoil. They didn't immediately chase after him. Yao Liangji looked at the 2 black-eyed zombies in front of him with a changing expression. It shouldn't be like this. Given his current abilities, facing just 2 black-eyed zombies shouldn't make him feel such a strong sense of crisis. Suddenly, the power of his mental strength allowed him to see the seemingly pregnant female zombie swallow, then let out a loud roar. Without any hesitation, Yao Liangji turned and ran away. He didn't have the ability to deal with these obviously abnormal black-eyed zombies in a situation where he could call for help. Seeing Yao Liangji flee, the big-bellied zombie showed a hint of urgency in its dull black eyes. Without bothering to call for others, it quickly followed suit with the male zombie beside it. Chapter 24. Struggle skillfully avoiding several white-eyed zombies that were drawn by the noise. Yao Liangji ran even faster as he noticed the 2 black-eyed zombies quickly pursuing him from behind. Something was off. Everything was off. The power that could evade my perception, that could match my strength, second only to my speed, and even capable of calling for help. This couldn't possibly be a black-eyed zombie. Absolutely impossible. Yao Liangji couldn't even muster a trace of hesitation. He was now deep in enemy territory. If he got entangled with the big-bellied zombie's ability to attract others, he feared he wouldn't even have bones left. Thus, he fled alone, pursued by a horde of zombies. After 10 minutes of winding escape, Yao Yangji glanced back and saw the two black-eyed zombies still relentlessly chasing him, leading 3 smaller ones. He couldn't run any further, otherwise Zhang Qingjie and the others would definitely encounter these 2 black-eyed zombies. With their abilities, they wouldn't stand a chance if they came face to face. Seeing Yao Liangji slow down, the big-bellied zombie let out an excited howl and sped up. Finally, Yao Liangji decided to counterattack. However, the arrows that had previously hit their targets now missed as the big-bellied zombie skillfully dodged. Without hesitation, Yao Liangji shot a second arrow, and this time, it accurately struck the head of another black-eyed zombie, burying 2 centimeters into it. But the black-eyed zombie did not fall. There was no time to shoot a third arrow. He tossed the crossbow aside and drew the triangular military dagger from his teeth, engaging the big-bellied zombie directly. Another roar erupted as Yao Liangji saw a nearby white-eyed zombie lunging at him, while the big-bellied zombie quickly closed in. Gritting his teeth, Yao Liangji knew he could not afford to get caught. If the other black-eyed zombie caught up, he wouldn't be able to escape easily. 5 zombies were just a challenge worth taking on. Pushing off with force, he accelerated further, planning to completely ignore the white-eyed zombie's attack and let come at him. Swish! The sharp claws scraped across his helmet and then clawed at the vine armor he was wearing. Yao Liangji finally reached the other black-eyed zombie and struck the exposed arrow with his single-handed shovel, causing the lucky black-eyed zombie to fall straight down. However, because of this attack, the big-bellied zombie had caught up completely. Sensing the foul wind behind him, Yao Liangji twisted his left foot upon landing, tossed aside the triangular dagger, and charged into the big-bellied zombie with a punch. The big-bellied zombie did not expect prey to charge at it, so it was caught off guard. Bang! Ultimately, Yao Liangji's fist was a moment too slow, and he was violently knocked back by the big-bellied zombie. He forced his slightly dislocated body to step back a few paces to dissipate some of the impact, then ran again. With a crossbow, a triangular dagger, and having taken a hit, he had exchanged it for the death of a black-eyed zombie. Yao Liangji did not know if it was worth it. In the midst of his desperate flight, Yao Liangji had to make a decision. Zombies would not tire, but he would. Gritting his teeth, he decided to lead the big-bellied zombie into his own territory. As for Zhang Qingjie and the others, they would have to fend for themselves. Seeing Yao Liangji in such a predicament for the first time shocked Zhou Ting, who quickly dropped the already weakened zombie with the other 2 and hid to the side. She had seen a zombie following Yao Liangji that she had never encountered before, with black eyes. Just one glance made Zhou Ting feel a chill throughout her body, as if she couldn't control herself, forgetting even to breathe as she watched Yao Liangji and the black-eyed zombie run past her. Smash! The rotting, swollen flesh of the zombies splattered beneath Yao Liangji's feet. Given his current state, he needed to find a quiet environment to fight the big-bellied zombie. Otherwise, the noise of the struggle would attract more zombies, which could be the last straw for him. Roar! The big-bellied zombie, frustrated by not capturing its prey for so long, showed no signs of slowing down. Seeing this, Yao Liangji slightly bent his knees and lowered his body to minimize the area exposed to attacks. With a sudden charge, the shovel clashed with the big-bellied zombie's sharp claws, producing a piercing screech. Yao Liangji clearly lacked the strength for a decisive blow. The shovel was pushed back towards him, forcing him to awkwardly sidestep and deliver a powerful kick that made the big-bellied zombie stumble back a couple of steps. Realizing that his hand-to-hand combat wouldn't harm the zombie, Yao Liangji cautiously pulled an arrow from his back. Without warning, it seemed that both he and the zombie understood each other's intentions and charged at each other again. Just before the collision, Yao Liangji crouched down, thrusting the arrow into the big-bellied zombie's kneecap, but the cost of receiving a harsh blow to his face from the zombie's other knee. The wooden mask that Yao Liangji made shattered instantly, and the sound of his nasal bones cracking clearly reached his ears. Then he flew straight backwards, tumbling on the ground for 2 rolls before finally coming to a stop. Yao Liangji's recent trade of injury for injury turned out to be quite effective. At least the big-bellied zombie's mobility was immediately restricted, as its right foot could no longer support quick movement. Blood gushed from its nostrils, and now Yao Liangji could barely feel the soreness, only a numb sensation in his nose, as if it didn't exist at all. The fresh blood stimulated the big-bellied zombie, making it even more frenzied as it dragged its injured leg towards Yao Yangji. Both man and zombie were not in good shape. Yao Yangji tried to utilize his agility, continuously attacking the big-bellied zombie while adjusting his breathing to recover his stamina. Seeing that it had not attacked him for a while, the big-bellied zombie suddenly opened its mouth wide and let out a loud scream. Not good. Such a loud noise was comparable to a truck horn. Yao Yangji dared not gamble on how many zombies would hear this cry, but he knew that if he didn't deal with this big-bellied zombie, his team would have to face the Grim Reaper. Chapter 25. Victory, taking advantage of its unguarded moment. Yao Yangji quickly took out an arrow and shot it directly into the zombie's shoulder blade. This was knowledge he gained from dissecting zombies. Although zombies do not feel pain, damaging their bone connections could still impair their mobility. Meanwhile, Zhang, Qingjie, and the other 7, as if fleeing for their lives, swallowed hard, watching the 3 to 4 dozen zombies rushing towards them. The fat man nervously asked, "Lu Shou, did you lock the iron gate?" Having spent so many days with Yao Liangji, they had killed at least 200 to 300 zombies. But that was due to their numbers overpowering the few zombies they encountered. Having just secured their basic needs, they had never seen so many fully capable zombies during a day. Zhou Ting quickly recalled the pitch-black eyes, her body trembling involuntarily, but she still kept her mouth shut, saying, "I'm just following Boss Yao's orders. As for the rest, you can ask him later." Zhang, Qingjie, hearing the sounds from inside the community, wanted to rush in to help, but Zhou Ting immediately stopped him, saying, "No, let us not disturb Boss Yao. We just need to hold this iron gate and prevent these zombies from interfering with him." Zhou Ting was quite self-aware from that brief glimpse. The pressure from the black-eyed zombie was still fresh in her mind. If they went in now, they would only add to the chaos. Moreover, the iron gate they were guarding was swaying precariously. If they didn't react soon, they would really be in trouble. Zhang Qingjie was clearly not a hesitant person. He knew what his group needed to do. So he ordered, "Quickly clear the zombies. Zhugan, don't save your bullets. Shoot at them." Having succeeded again, Yao Yangji didn't feel too relaxed because he could hear the growling noise getting closer. After dodging to the side, Yao Yangji took out the last arrow. His success today hinged on this arrow. He had already tried many times, and the big-bellied zombie-esque defenses were beyond his imagination. Just using a shovel to break through its defenses could take half an hour without any opportunity. Bang! The gunfire rang out, leaving no room for Yao Liangji to be conservative. He silently switched the arrow and shovel in his hands, then charged at the big-bellied zombie again. Clang! 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 The sound of clashing continued as the big-bellied zombie-esque clothes were shredded in their struggle, leaving only a pair of dark red underwear. Having dissected 2 black-eyed zombies and being familiar with them, Yao Yangji looked at the big-bellied zombie's pale belly, which was covered in blue stripes extending from its stomach to the rest of its body. The suspicions he had previously suppressed surged up again. Is this a black-eyed zombie on the verge of evolving? Damn! Yao Yangji couldn't help but curse. Since the disaster, he had only roamed an area of just over a kilometer, and what luck it was to encounter a zombie about to enter the 3rd level. Due to his nose, Yao Yangji felt a wave of nausea in his throat, followed by a lot of saliva production, which was yet another physical burden for him. He didn't have enough moisture to care for his body's reactions. Looking at the big-bellied zombie, which had lost several fingers due to his attacks, Yao Yangji knew it was time. He tightened his grip on the arrow and charged forward again. The naive, big-eyed zombie thought it was just another ordinary collision. But when its hands were brushed aside by the prey's weapon, it saw the thing it despised being thrown down by its prey, then charging straight at it. If one didn't look at the expressions of the man and the zombie, the scene could be likened to a pair of infatuated lovers, seemingly wanting to embrace and release their pent-up heat. Puffed. The sultry scene didn't occur. Yao Yangji grabbed the big-bellied zombie-esque hair with his left hand and pulled down, while his right hand thrust the arrow fiercely into its open mouth. The sound of wood hitting the ground echoed, signaling the end of the vine armor that had accompanied Yao Liangji for over a month. Because he thrust with too much force, the arrow pierced straight through the big-bellied zombie's head. and the remaining momentum caused both man and zombie to crash to the ground with a dull thud. The cold and stiff contact sent goosebumps all over Yao Liangji's body, and he rolled away, freeing himself from the big-bellied zombie's grasp, not caring about anything else. Yao Liangji checked the area where the zombie had clawed him after seeing that the zombie was completely motionless. He reached under the torn clothing and, upon feeling the distinctive texture of the protective suit, finally relaxed. Shortly after Yao Liangji dealt with the big-bellied zombie, Zhang Qingjie and the others rushed over. They quickly cleared over 20 zombies before running over when they saw the Iron Gate was no longer in danger. Then they saw Yao Liangji covered in blood, his signature vine armor scattered on the ground, and his outer clothing torn, revealing the protective suit underneath. Everyone's gaze shifted, and they saw the almost naked, big-bellied zombie lying on the ground, with 3 arrows embedded in its feet, hands, and mouth. "Boss Yao, are you okay?" Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou asked with concern. Zhou Ting, standing a bit behind, saw the black-eyed zombie that had terrified her lying dead at Yao Liangji's hands, and she couldn't help but feel more reverence for him. The fat man also breathed a sigh of relief. He had placed heavy bets on Yao Liangji. If Yao Liangji had died just like that, who would he turn to for the secret of the zombie crystal? So, he jokingly said, "Boss Yao, the battle was intense." However, when the fat man stepped forward and saw the lifeless black eyes, his heart sank. How can it have black eyes? After saying that, he quickly glanced at Yao Liangji and Zhang Qingjie. When he noticed only he and the 3 newcomers displayed a hint of surprise, he felt a wave of panic rise within him. If he encountered such a zombie, would he still be able to survive? "Qingjie, you explain to them about the black-eyed zombies." At this moment, Yao Liangji didn't even want to speak. He took out food and water from his small backpack and started drinking. Meanwhile, his body, under Yao Liangji's inaction, temporarily accepted the reality of his injured nose, and the secretion of bodily fluids gradually decreased. Zhang Qingjie spoke with a hint of reluctance as he recounted how Yao Liangji had once talked to him and Lu Shou. After everyone finished listening, a sense of despair rose in their hearts. If there are black-eyed zombies, could there be other types of eyes? However, everyone was smart enough not to voice their questions. After all, the black-eyed ones already had vision and could even fight Yao Liangji to a standstill. Such abilities were hard not to instill fear. Chapter 26. Zombie Baby. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Yao Liangji felt that his strength had recovered somewhat. He picked up his individual shovel and approached the big-bellied zombie. Without hesitation, he swung down at its head with great force. Then, stepping on the zombie's shoulder, he shook the shovel back and forth to widen the opening before reaching in to feel around. Not feeling anything, Yao Liangji's expression darkened. Did he risk his life for nothing? Finding it hard to accept, Yao Liangji straightened up and continued to chop down with the shovel. After creating a large hole in the zombie's head, he meticulously crushed the black, viscous brain matter, yet still found nothing. "Damn it," he cursed, wiping the remnants of the brain matter off his hands on the smooth body of the zombie. Then he turned to the 7 people who looked obviously disheartened. Upon hearing Yao Liangji's words, Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou's perspective shifted. After all, the last black-eyed zombie had been dealt with directly by Yao Liangji for dissection teaching. Now, the one in front of them could fight Yao Liangji to a draw, which raised doubts about the combat power of zombies in their minds. The who had been following closely had been actively trying to engage Yao Liangji in conversation since the previous day when Yao Liangji had relaxed a bit. He didn't want their relationship over the next 3 months to be merely one of simple interests. So he awkwardly brought up, "Boss Yao, do you think that when a pregnant woman turns into a zombie, the baby inside becomes a zombie too? Or does it remain alive?" "What did you say?" Yao Liangji abruptly stopped, as if recalling something. Startled by Yao Liangji's shout, the stammered, "Be Boss Yao, I didn't know you didn't like jokes. Don't mind me." The thought Yao Liangji disliked such low-level jokes, so he hurriedly apologized. "Apologize for what? What you said is indeed very possible." Yao Liangji turned to look at the big-bellied zombie lying quietly on the ground, observing the greenish stripes spreading from its belly. "Qingjie, give me your 3-edged military stabber." Yao Liangji extended his hand. Seeing everyone coming over, Yao Liangji frowned and said, You all stay a bit farther back from a circle around this zombie. Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou exchanged glances, having guessed what Yao Liangji was about to do, and then looked at the other 5 with a sense of shared fortune. Yao Liangji crouched down, and before he could make a move, he saw the zombie's stomach suddenly split open, and a baby zombie, about the size of an adult's palm, quickly burst out. As he leaned back, Yao Liangji could clearly see the wet, sticky fluid still flowing from the baby zombie's body, and the obvious hatred reflected in its bluish eyes. He couldn't let it escape. Yao Liangji didn't want to be targeted by such a zombie, which clearly had basic cognitive abilities, even if it was just a baby less than a month old. He pushed off the ground with his hands and thrust his head forward, making a loud bang as he collided. Then he twisted his body, turning his lower half 1.5 times before stabilizing into a half-kneeling position. He then charged directly at the baby zombie he had just sent flying, and the triangular military dagger in his hand ruthlessly sliced through its tender skin. The slightly green blood flowed from the baby zombie's tiny arms, but at a critical moment. For some unknown reason, Yao Liangji's dagger deviated by 2 centimeters, failing to deliver a fatal blow. The baby zombie, having narrowly escaped death, looked significantly weakened, and its originally clear dark blue eyes became dim. Seeing Yao Liangji continue to attack, it immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. This human-like side shocked Yao Liangji, but the triangular military dagger in his hand showed no signs of stopping as it continued to stab toward the baby zombie. He wouldn't be naive enough to spare this thing's life. The story of raising a wolf among sheep only happens in fairy tales, and those beautiful tales had long been washed away with that heavy rain. Seeing that Yao Liangji was completely unmoved, the hatred in the baby zombie's eyes seemed ready to overflow. Once again, there was an inexplicable deviation, but Yao Liangji, already mentally prepared, swung his dagger horizontally. The head, no bigger than 3 fingers, fell steadily to the ground and rolled 4 to 5 meters to the side, finally stopping at Zhou Ting's feet. Even so, the baby zombie still did not die. Its small mouth continued to open and close as if it hadn't fully developed its vocal cords, producing no sound at all. Though the entire process felt long, it only took a little over 10 seconds. Zhang Qingjie and the others had just assumed defensive positions when Yao Liangji had already finished the battle. Watching Yao Liangji's superb series of actions and flawless combat response made the well-experienced fat man even more wary, and the last remaining bit of caution in his heart completely dissipated. He now just wanted to safely fulfill the conditions set by Yao Liangji. It was at the moment he saw the baby zombie that Yao Liangji realized where the day's absurdities came from. First, he had only discovered the zombies were close to him after they had gotten too close, and second, the unreasonable strength of the big-bellied zombie and the emotions it displayed were all due to the existence of this baby zombie. Emptying his supplied backpack, Yao Liangji stuffed the baby zombie's body and head inside, then held it about 40 to 50 centimeters away from his body, addressing Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shoudao. Qingjie, Zhugang, you guys take that big-bellied zombie inside the house. I need to study it. Study? The fat man's eyes flashed with curiosity. Recalling their efforts by the Iron Gate moments ago, Yao Liangji glanced at everyone and said, "Anyone willing to observe can follow me." Seeing the others' excited expressions, Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. You guys enjoy yourselves. If you can still eat something today, consider it a result of your training over the past few days. In just about 10 minutes, the 3 newcomers who had joined last ran out, vomiting. Inside the room, the fat man and Zhou Ting also looked quite pale. At that moment, they finally understood where Yao Liangji's knowledge of zombies came from. It wasn't learned, but rather discovered through his own experiences, one cut at a time. The fat man had traveled extensively and had encountered various illegal dealings, even organ trafficking, but he had never seen anyone as excited as Yao Liangji dismembering zombies into flesh and bone, categorizing their internal organs. Seeing the others' reactions, Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou's previously pained expressions eased considerably, and after the 3 outside had vomited enough, they stubbornly ran back in, only to run out again to vomit. It took nearly 3 hours to thoroughly study the 2 zombie bodies, one large and one small. The mother zombie was nothing special compared to ordinary zombies. It was just that there was a baby inside its belly with no other differences. However, the baby zombie, although its body was still cold, was not rigid and dried out like ordinary zombies. Instead, it had a slight softness and fullness. It still had sharp teeth and claws, but their hardness did not match the level that its eye color should have exhibited. Yao Yangji furrowed his brows, uncertain whether the current state was due to its transformation into a zombie inside the womb or its inherent uniqueness. Carefully, he picked up the baby's head from the side, noticing the evident fear within it. Yao Yangji knew that the black-eyed zombies and the higher-level zombies should already possess the ability to think and feel emotions. Steeling himself, he opened the head of the baby zombie and took out his phone to film the internal structure of its brain, which was still not dead. As the slightly pinkish brain matter pulsated, Yao Yangji sensed as if an invisible force was touching him, as if there was some new discovery. He squinted his eyes and extended his mental power. "Please, spare me. I am willing to respect you as my master." Although there was no verbal communication, Yao Yangji clearly understood the meaning of the baby zombie. "Sorry, I don't believe it." With a sound of a puff, the communication between Yao Yangji and the baby zombie came to an end. Chapter 27. Leap forward with a slight movement of his fingers. A dark green corpse crystal appeared between Yao Yangji's fingers. He smiled with satisfaction. Finally, it wasn't in vain. Glancing at the pale faces of the 7 people, Yao Yangji kindly said, "Let's wait until evening to collect the loot. For now, everyone should rest well. You've all worked hard." As for the recent mental communication with the baby zombie, he did not mention it. After returning to his room, Yao Yangji first checked his nose. He saw that his once prominent nose bridge had now collapsed by nearly half, and his face was covered with dried bloodstains. Among the 8 members of the team, along with 2 who had fled and were left to fend for themselves, there wasn't a single person who had even a little medical knowledge. Taking a slight breath caused a sharp pain to shoot through his nose. He knew he absolutely couldn't leave his nose like this. Otherwise, even if it could recover, it would be deformed, and not only would it look bad, but it would also severely affect the function of his nose. Yao Yangji didn't know how to treat his nose, but he knew that as long as he let the nasal bone return to its original state and then slightly fixed it to allow it to grow on its own, that would be enough. He quickly put on the nose frame he had prepared to check the size, and, after feeling the comfort, Yao Yangji hurriedly punched a small hole on both sides, then threaded 2 lines through and tied it tight, not behind his head, to finish dealing with his injury. After finishing these tasks, Yao Yangji cooked some white rice with cured meat and dehydrated vegetables. After drinking 2 cans of beer, he fell into a deep sleep. After a continuous battle this morning, he managed to hold on and dissect zombies for nearly 3 hours, which was already a sign of his strength. When he woke up after a good sleep, it was nearly 5 in the afternoon. After sitting quietly for a while to wake up, Yao Yangji picked up his biggest gain of the day to take a look. Without hesitation, Yao Yangji directly used his mental power to touch it. The dark green corpse crystal melted much more slowly this time, and after more than 10 seconds, it finally turned into a puddle of liquid, which then automatically merged into the palm of Yao Yangji's hand. This time, the sensation was much stronger than when he used the corpse crystal before. After the dark green liquid merged into his body, Yao Yangji's eyes widened suddenly, and the intense pain made his jaws instinctively clench, bending over and curling up. He felt as if a steel brush was scrubbing against his internal organs, causing him to roll off the sofa and onto the floor. The pain made Yao Yangji's saliva secrete quickly, and it dripped from the gaps between his teeth in a long stream. His nose, which had stopped hurting, started to ache again, accompanied by heat and itching. Feeling the enveloping sensation throughout his body, Yao Yangji scraped off the layer of gray dirt on his hand with his nails, rubbed it in front of his nose, and a foul smell mixed with a fishy odor and rancid grease rushed into his nostrils. He didn't feel like vomiting at the smell of a pile of rotting zombies. But now, smelling himself, he felt like he was going to throw up. After a few scrubs, Yao Yangji finally cleaned himself up, and fortunately, his physical condition had improved. Otherwise, after a few scrubs, the dirt would have probably come off with his flesh. After washing up, Yao Liangji realized that the nose that had been aching was now completely numb. He cautiously removed the nose frame, gently touched it with his hand, and then pinched it. Good, it's fine. Yao Liangji never expected that this corpse crystal would have such an effect. Back in the living room, wanting to test the results of his body enhancement, Yao Liangji stabbed his left forearm with a small knife. Even with 2 points of force, his arm was still unharmed. It's worth noting that after the body was enhanced again, 2 points of force might be equivalent to 3 points of force before. Yao Liangji felt delighted and increased the force until he used 3 points of strength, at which point the small knife finally broke open a wound on his left forearm, and bright red blood flowed out. After just 2 seconds, the wound automatically closed, and Yao Liangji knew that the risk he took today was not in vain. By 6:30, Yao Liangji once again brought Zhang Qingjie and the 7 others to the Iron Gate, where more than 20 fresh zombie bodies lay quietly in front of it. You guys clean up, but don't separate this time. I'll go on a patrol first. Yao Liangji was also worried about encountering another dangerous big-bellied zombie, so for safety's sake, he asked Zhang Qingjie and the others to stay together first. Okay, Leader Yao. The tone of the crowd had become much more willing now. Following his memory, Yao Liangji cautiously and quickly arrived at the place where he had previously killed another black-eyed zombie and found that his crossbow and triangular military dagger were still there. Using the last bit of remaining daylight, Yao Liangji quickly surveyed several surrounding areas and, seeing that there was no danger, turned towards the residential area. Over the next 4 days, Yao Liangji only encountered one black-eyed zombie, and on this day, he had completely explored all the grain and oil market areas, leaving nothing behind. Yao Liangji directly swept through the last area towards Zhang Qingjie and the others, and in just 7 days, they had cleared the entire grain and oil market. Chapter 28 Discussion and Confirmation. That night, everyone could feel Yao Liangji's intention to leave. After learning about the existence of the corpse crystals, they knew that Yao Liangji's goal was likely zombies, and perhaps he would do a few other things along the way. But he definitely wouldn't stay. Sitting in front of the campfire, everyone was roasting some not-so-delicious food. Yao Liangji took a big gulp of white liquor and, seeing the anxious expression on Fatty's face, said in a good mood, "Fatty, are you ready with the 20 white corpse crystals?" Okay. Fatty quickly took out 20 white corpse crystals and handed them to Yao Liangji. Yao Liangji casually fiddled with it, separating a large portion and then taking it into his hands. Last time you all performed quite well, so each of you will be rewarded with 5 white corpse crystals. However, I don't have any extra right now, so I can only promise you a big picture and deduct it from that 100 corpse crystals. Hearing that there was still a reward, even though it was 4 days late, the group of fat people was very pleasantly surprised. 5 white corpse crystals would take them 4 or 5 days to obtain, so they all smiled and thanked him. Follow me. Yao Liangji glanced at the chubby man, tightly gripping the white corpse crystal in his hand, and understood his anticipation, so he didn't keep him in suspense. The chubby man rubbed his hands together and stood up, following Yao Liangji amidst the envious gazes of Zhang Qingjie and the others. By the light of the fire, Yao Liangji looked at the ancient tree before him. After the disaster, it seemed to have grown even more lush, compared to the difficult struggle for survival faced by humans. This tree appeared to Yao Liangji to embody a tranquil passage of time. Glancing at the dark patches of grass scattered across the ground, he knew those were bloodstains that time had yet to erase, some from humans and some from zombies. Looking into the distant darkness, Yao Liangji spoke to the chubby man behind him. "You should know my goal by now. I'll give you one last chance. Will you obediently wait a little longer to gather 30 corpse crystals and then leave gracefully? Or will you stay by my side for 3 months? The chubby man fell silent for a moment and replied, "Boss Yao, is it really that urgent?" Yao Liangji sighed. "Fatty, if you want to take your life into your own hands in this world, can you afford to be complacent? Let one always be on our side." Fatty hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and asked, "Boss Yao, I want to know your plans going forward." Fatty finally asked the most important question for this small team. At this point, Yao Liangji paused, then looked at Fatty and continued, "As for me, I'll be traveling around and fulfilling a promise." Fatty knew it was impossible, but still asked, "Can I stay here and help Boss Yao manage the base?" With a half smile, Yao Liangji glanced at Fatty, making it clear that he shouldn't indulge in daydreams. If he kept Fatty at the base, then this base wouldn't belong to Yao Liangji anymore. Fatty smiled awkwardly. He understood Yao Liangji's meaning. He couldn't stay in this grain and oil market. As for Yao Liangji's suggestion to consider it, it was merely about being taken along for a month or 3. Thinking about what Yao Liangji had faced, he couldn't believe that Yao Liangji was just going to wander around, since the outcome of being taken out couldn't be changed. What was the difference between a month and 3 months? On the contrary, only by quickly obtaining the secret of the corpse crystal could he possibly survive the first month. Ignoring Fatty's expression, Yao Liangji, lacking confidence in his own safety, would not care about an outsider who was full of tricks and seemed disconnected. All right, now take out the corpse crystal, hold it in your palm, then clear your mind. Use your mental strength or focus to touch and gaze at it. Huh? Fatty was taken aback for a moment, but still obediently followed the instructions. After 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, Fatty looked at Yao Liangji with a puzzled expression. Yao Liangji appeared calm on the surface, but inside he felt a bit awkward. He had confidently guaranteed that he could teach others, but could he really? So he took out a white corpse crystal and demonstrated it right in front of the fat man. In just 3 or 4 seconds, the white corpse crystal melted from a solid into a puddle of white liquid, which then naturally seeped into Yao Liangji's body. He frowned slightly. Now Yao Liangji's reaction to absorbing the white corpse crystal was nearly negligible. After demonstrating, he looked at the fat man with an air of nonchalance. The fat man, feeling a bit embarrassed under Yao Liangji's gaze, pushed aside his doubts and continued to absorb the white corpse crystal as instructed. This time, after more than 40 seconds, the white corpse crystal finally melted into a puddle of white liquid. The fat man was overjoyed for just 3 seconds before a muffled sound emerged from him. His whole body shaking involuntarily, his face turning red as he clenched his teeth to suppress any sounds. The commotion attracted the attention of Zhang Qingjie and others, who had been watching the two. Seeing the fat man's reaction, everyone felt a chill, thinking that Yao Liangji had done something to him. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that the fat man stood up, drenched in sweat, with his left hand open and his right hand clenched into a fist, giving it a forceful tap. Then he secretly twisted himself and exclaimed with surprise in his eyes, "Yao, boss Yao, is this the effect of the corpse crystal?" Yao Liangji patted the still somewhat sensitive on the shoulder. "At least I only discovered this effect. Also, I give you a piece of advice. Unless you're sure it's safe, it's best not to recklessly absorb this thing. Furthermore, if you have the chance to get high-quality corpse crystals, think carefully about yourself before discussing absorption, or the corpse crystals can take your life just the same." The shivered at Yao Liangji's touch, almost urinating himself, and firmly remembered Yao Liangji's words, saying, "Don't worry. Boss Yao, I will be careful." After all, he had a deep understanding of that 10 minutes of uncontrollable behavior. Time was tight. Since he had already discussed the subsequent arrangements with, Yao Liangji seized the opportunity and looked at Zhang Qingjie and the others, saying, "Now that the grain and oil market has been cleaned up, let's talk about the next arrangements. Seu Ting, you, and should take some time to adjust over the next few days. Then we will set off to explore the surroundings. Qingjie, you and Zhugan will keep watch over the grain and oil market. Manage it well. We cannot give up the supplies here. At the same time, discuss whether bringing new people. With this grain and oil market, I believe the survivors around won't forget it." Zhou Ting, who was called by name, was obviously taken aback. She couldn't understand why Yao Liangji was taking her out. However, based on the authority Yao Liangji had built up over the past few days, she did not question him. On the other hand, Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou were much less restrained. They still wanted to know the secrets of the corpse crystals. If they couldn't follow Yao Liangji, who knew when they'd gather enough 95 pieces of corpse crystals. So they all stood up eagerly and said, "Boss Yao, we want to go out with you." Chapter 29. Departure. Yao Liangji merely glanced up, and Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou involuntarily closed their mouths and sat down. Although Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou had relatively higher moral standards, they could not resist the influence of their physical instincts. Moreover, although Zhou Ting was not particularly stunning, Her devilish figure always subtly tugged at the heartstrings of men. Without Yao Liangji's presence to maintain order, it was only a matter of time before trouble would arise. After finishing the remaining half bottle of white wine, Yao Liangji said to Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou, "You both come over here." Noticing the slightly nervous expressions on their faces, Yao Liangji spoke up. "Originally, I shouldn't be discussing the matter of the corpse crystal with you two right now. But since I've decided to let you stay and manage the grain and oil market, I naturally need to leave you with something." Hearing the implication in Yao Liangji's words, the disappointment of being left behind instantly turned into anticipation as they looked at him expectantly. "As long as you help me guard the grain and oil market, I won't charge you a dime for the secret of the corpse crystal. Do you two have the confidence to keep it safe?" Yao Liangji asked seriously. He then taught them the method and precautions for absorbing the corpse crystal again. However, Yao Liangji was quite surprised that Lu Shou melted the corpse crystal in just over 30 seconds, while Zhang Qingjie, like the fatty, took more than 40 seconds. Their performance was no different from that of the fatty. The only difference was that the fatty could endure it, while the two of them called out. 10 minutes later, both of them, looking delighted, experimented a bit and then bowed to Yao Liangji, saying, "Thank you, Boss Yao. Zhugan, tomorrow you will give everyone a lesson. They don't need to reach your level. Just let them know how to unlock ordinary cars and door locks on the market." "Can you teach that in one day?" Lu Shou frowned slightly. "I can teach this stuff and I will point out the key points, but I can't guarantee that they will learn it in one day. After all, this isn't just about effort. It also requires talent." "No problem. Teach the basics in one day. The rest can be practiced on their own. Whether it's for transportation or gathering supplies, the skill of lock picking is essential," Yao Liangji replied. The next day, under Lu Shou's astonished gaze, Yao Liangji learned all his lock-picking skills in one go, even mastering some of the more difficult ones through sheer force of will. After finishing the first one, Yao Liangji changed into his gear and arrived at the grain and oil market, first putting the 3 zombies from the family he had received as a gift into a burlap sack. Then he found a flower bed, where the single soldier's shovel finally served its intended purpose for the first time. As he dug, Yao Liangji couldn't help but complain, "You've all turned into zombies. So all familial bonds should have dissipated, and consciousness no longer exists. Living as a zombie, you will eventually be killed by others. They won't be as kind-hearted as I am, digging a grave for you to reunite your family. If you have any awareness down there, please bless me to stay safe. Kill more zombies, and produce more corpse crystals." It must be said that after his physical abilities were greatly enhanced, Yao Liangji's speed in digging graves was quite astonishing. Looking at the more than 1 meter deep pit before him, Yao Liangji measured with his height and felt it should be enough, so he gently jumped out of the shabby grave. Instinctively, he lifted his foot to kick, but quickly realized and stopped, ignoring the stench from the completely decayed corpse. He picked up the burlap sack and carefully placed everything into the pit, his expression carrying a hint of compassion as he said, "May you rest in peace." After covering the soil and packing it tightly, Yao Liangji lit 3 cigarettes, poured half a pot of high-concentration alcohol, and murmured, "This is your final resting place. Please don't mind the simplicity of my offering. After all, I certainly don't have incense or candles. As for the alcohol, high-concentration alcohol isn't any lesser. Now I fulfill my promise. I hope Guanyin Bodhisattva and King Yin will bless you to be a family in your next life." After comparing the drop rates of black-eyed zombies, it was clear that they were significantly higher than those of ordinary white-eyed zombies. The only downside was their scarcity, and aside from their eyes, they bore no difference from regular zombies, which greatly increased Yao Liangji's difficulty in finding black-eyed zombies. The night before leaving, perhaps due to Yao Liangji being human, a man and a woman who had previously fled and hidden themselves boldly approached him. Over the past few days, they had secretly observed and saw that none of Yao Liangji's team were missing. Their initially timid thoughts became active. They wanted to take advantage of the fewer members in Yao Liangji's team to grab a share. "Yao, Boss Yao, can you give us another chance?" Yao Liangji couldn't help but step back a few paces, feeling disgusted by the obvious stench of rot and bodily fluids emanating from the two of them. He had no sympathy for such people. If they chose to escape in a pleasure, they should bear the consequences themselves instead of shamelessly coming over to expect handouts. I've already said it before. We won't take all the supplies from down there. What's left will be yours. However, you cannot go to the grain and oil market, and you cannot touch it. If you do, you too will die." After saying this, Yao Yangji glanced at Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou. "Qingjie, Zhu Gang, you must remember my words. I will not allow cowards in my team, and I will not permit us to fight hard in the front while someone enjoys themselves in the back." Yao Yangji's words stunned everyone. They had no good feelings towards the two fugitives either. Now that Yao Yangji had made a definitive conclusion, they were naturally very willing to carry it out. "Don't worry, Boss Yao." Yao Yangji's words instantly triggered the two people's fluctuating emotions, and they pointed directly at Yao Yangji's nose, cursing him. In that moment, their courage even made Yao Yangji feel a sense of admiration. So he thoughtfully picked up a single soldier's shovel and swung it horizontally, then kicked the remaining woman hard. Two screams rang out, and then they all lay on the ground, one clutching her neck tightly, the other spitting blood from her mouth, clearly only moments away from death. This was Yao Yangji's first time killing someone. It wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. He glanced at the two people on the ground and instructed, "You two, smash their brains in, then bury them under a tree." That's it for today. After emptying the fuel tanks of more than a dozen vehicles, the last SUV slowly drove out from the grain and oil market. This was Yao Yangji's first time on the main road. Chapter 30. Encounter. Coming out of the grain and oil market, they entered a spacious 4-lane road. However, after driving just over 2 kilometers, when they arrived at the most famous commercial center nearby, Yao Yangji, the fat man, and Zhou Ting were all stunned by the sight before them. It seemed that there were quite a few survivors before, as nearly half of the vehicles on the wide 6-lane road were burning and only their frames remained, blocking the way. Inside them all, they could occasionally see wandering zombies, some of which were clearly transformed into zombies after being partially eaten by others. The hollow-bellied zombies, with barely 2 complete parts on their bodies, were no longer shocking to the fat man and Zhou Ting, but they had never seen so many before. A casual glance revealed at least 40 to 50 of them. They couldn't even imagine how many normal zombies were inside them all, let alone how many black-eyed zombies there might be, or even whether higher-level zombies would appear. "Let's take a detour," said the fat man. Yao Yangji didn't want to touch this hornet's nest at all, even knowing that there would definitely be plenty of black-eyed zombies inside. The fat man readily complied and immediately turned the car around to take a detour. Just a few minutes out, the expressions of the three shifted from excitement to unease. They had overestimated themselves and underestimated the zombies. The reason they found it so easy in the community and the grain and oil market was that both were semi-enclosed, with iron fences blocking all entrances, making it difficult for outside zombies to enter. Additionally, those places were somewhat remote, surrounded by old neighborhoods with very few residents, most of whom were single, resulting in a low population density and, consequently, fewer zombies. Now, however, Yao Yangji and the others were heading into the city, an area so densely populated that a single residential building could have hundreds of inhabitants. The terrifying number of zombies in such a tight environment meant that even a small noise could attract dozens or hundreds of zombies to come and greet them. After hesitating for a moment, the fat man still spoke up. "Boss Yao, are we really heading into the city?" Yao Yangji didn't want to dive headfirst into the city right now, but the matter concerning Gu Fangzhou had been weighing on his mind. It wasn't because he had deep feelings for Gu Fangzhou, but rather due to a promise and self-affirmation. With his current abilities, if he continued to run away when faced with challenges, how would he confront those green-eyed zombies or even higher-level ones in the future? After pondering for a while, Yao Yangji made up his mind. In a zombie gathering place like this, it was best to avoid it if possible. The journey was just over 30 kilometers, and if we are careful with our current abilities, we shouldn't have any problems. Don't touch the supplies in your backpacks, and don't remove your combat gear until we are certain it's safe. After saying this, Yao Yangji turned to the frightened Zhou Ting beside him. "I can tell you the secret of the corpse crystal now, but my requirement is that you sell it to me for the rest of your life. You can choose for yourself right now." Hearing Yao Yangji's words, Zhou Ting looked into his clear eyes. He was the only man in these days who hadn't shown any desire towards her, but it was precisely for this reason that she hesitated. She understood Yao Yangji's meaning. If she agreed now, she would basically have to risk her life alongside him in the future. Remembering the scene of the sea of zombies just now, Zhou Ting gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, but you can't let me go to my death." "No problem." Yao Yangji readily agreed, and then taught her the methods and precautions for absorbing the corpse crystal. It was clear that her control wasn't strong either, as enticing humming sounds occasionally escaped her lips. Yao Yangji's originally calm breathing became rapid with Zhou Ting's soft gasps. He forcefully shook off those enticing thoughts. Zhou Ting did not meet his preferences. After calming down, he glanced at the chubby man who kept looking at the rearview mirror, feeling the tremors of the car. Yao Yangji directly focused his mental energy with a hint of coldness towards the chubby man's head. A chill ran through him, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body, and his tent-like pants immediately flattened. The chubby man forced a smile, swearing that he would never entertain such thoughts in front of Yao Liangji again. After a couple more times, he feared he would become impotent. 10 minutes later, Zhou Ting, drenched in sweat, finally returned to normal. At this moment, her eyes were still somewhat dazed, her cheeks rosy like dawn, and the strands of hair on her forehead were matted with sweat. Although she still had the same features, there was a different kind of beauty about her. After a while, Zhou Ting slowly began to test the effects of the corpse crystal. It was only after the experiment that she decided to wholeheartedly follow Yao Yangji, as this was her only way to grasp her own fate. Taking a detour was not easy. The road was mostly blocked by stalled cars. Fortunately, they were still in the outskirts of the city, and many of the zombies had transformed at home. The few remaining zombies were quickly cleared away by Yao Liangji before they even had a chance to react. The three of them took turns driving, moving cars when necessary, and killing zombies when encountered. By the time it was almost dark, they realized they had only made a little progress in avoiding them all. To completely bypass it, they would need at least 3 more days. Before it got completely dark, Yao Yangji and the others cautiously took their personal belongings from the car and carefully made their way into a villa area. Compared to ordinary residential communities, the villa area had more space, a wider variety of supplies, and most importantly, fewer zombies. Even if they did encounter some unexpected situations and got blocked by zombies, they had the confidence to escape. Although the villa area that Yao Liangji and the other two encountered only had over 40 independent villas, it covered an area of more than 100 acres. He kicked away the zombie that had lunged out from the bushes, then stepped forward to firmly stomp on its head and twisted it hard. A faint cracking sound of bones echoed, and, after finding the right position, he thrust the triangular military dagger into the crack. Feeling a hard substance blocking him, Yao Liangji smiled slightly. This villa area was not bad, delivering a good start right away. With a gentle flick, a white corpse crystal flew up, and Yao Liangji quickly caught it in his left hand, holding it tightly in his palm. "This will do." Yao Yangji pointed to the red and white villa behind the bushes. Even though it had not been maintained for more than a month, the villas still showcased remnants of luxury. The chubby guy was clearly more familiar with this kind of place than Yao Yangji and Zhou Ting, the 2 country bumpkins. He led them directly to the back door, effortlessly walking in without even needing to unlock it. Then, he took the 2 of them into the basement and said, "A villa like this must have a diesel generator and a water tank, so we can comfortably clean ourselves up today." A faint rumble sounded, which was the noise of the engine, followed by the bright light of the electric lamps. "It's great to be rich." At this moment, Yao Yangji finally saw the appearance of the basement. The more than 60 square meters of space was divided into 2 parts. One was where Yao Liangji and the others were standing, piled with some miscellaneous items. The other side had 2 wooden racks, on which were some old books and some dust-covered gift boxes. Yao Liangji casually picked one up and opened it. Inside were luxury items typical for ordinary people. He tossed these impractical things aside and began rummaging through the bookshelf. Most of the books were about economics and management, along with a few popular magazines from Mingzhu Island. Flipping through them, Yao Yangji felt delighted. He had already lost interest in the stock on his phone, and these magazines were just the right supplement. After looking at the full bookshelf, a thought arose in Yao Liangji's mind. There was a medical university not far from here. Remembering his experience with violent healing, he decided to take a good look at the school when he passed by. Chapter 31. The call for help. Turn on the lights. Yao Yangji glanced at the fat guy and saw that he was not showing any signs of nervousness, so he felt relieved. Huh. Zhou Ting was momentarily stunned, then quickly said, "Won't turning on the lights attract zombies?" With a smile, Yao Yangji confidently replied, "No, there are no black-eyed zombies in this room. And white-eyed zombies do not react to light. Moreover, artificial light won't restore their combat ability. This is another little piece of knowledge I'm sharing with you since we came out." The fat guy was already used to this. He didn't know how many things were still hidden in Yao Yangji's mind. But it was the occasional emergence of new knowledge that made him willingly stay by Yao Yangji's side after learning the secret of the corpse crystals. Otherwise, with his personality, even if he was truly afraid of Yao Yangji and didn't dare to oppose him, he would definitely be plotting something. In the deep night, a villa lit up, illuminating the interior as if it were day. In this bright night, the three of them even forgot when they last felt such brightness. In the dark, with their hearts prepared, none of the three would be afraid of a few weak zombies. In just over 10 minutes, after rummaging through a zombie's brain, they found nothing. Pick a room to rest, wiping the filthy blood and slime off on the expensive ice silk quilt. Yao Liangji casually glanced at the items in the room, which were all clothes and jewelry that seemed useless to him, and said with a bit of disinterest, "Don't be in a hurry. Boss Yao, I'll take you to a good place." The fat guy grinned mischievously. When they had just come to clear the zombies, he had already noticed a special room downstairs. According to the nature of wealthy people, if they didn't see anything in the living room and the room where these three zombies were, it was very likely that there was a special storage room to keep them. Out of a man's tacit understanding, Yao Yangji understood the fat guy's meaning and was filled with excitement. "Is there wine?" "Of course." Looking at the three large wine cabinets in front of him and then at the few boxes of cigarettes on the floor, Yao Yangji almost felt an impulse to settle down in this villa area. A family that was already so wealthy had more than 40 buildings. Now that Yao Yangji and the others were not lacking in food, they were very tempted by such high-end cigarettes and wine. In this world, the things that can relieve stress are really just a few: cigarettes, alcohol, women, and drugs. He couldn't bring himself to touch women, and drugs were out of the question. So the simplest and most accessible options were naturally the cigarettes and wine in front of him. In moderation, don't drink too much. Then let us have a comfortable bath and rest. For some reason, Zhou Ting chose to stay in the room next to Yao Yangji. As soon as she entered the room, Yao Yangji moved the wardrobe to block the door, then took 2 bottles of wine and those magazines directly into the bathroom. Today, he planned to release himself twice. At midnight, Zhou Ting wore an expensive and sexy ice silk nightgown she found in the villa. Even though the lights were off, the faint starlight outside still illuminated her devilishly attractive figure beneath the form-fitting nightgown, especially the 3 dark shadows, which highlighted her most beautiful places. With her cheeks flushed, Zhou Ting was filled with the scent of alcohol. She was a normal woman, especially after seeing the magazines Yao Liangji brought. After downing a bottle of wine, the suppressed desire that had built up for a long time surged forth. Now, all she needed was a gentle touch from Yao Liangji to ignite a fierce passion that could consume her. Filled with anticipation and anxiety, she twisted the doorknob of Yao Liangji's room. She was very confident in her figure and didn't believe that her proactive approach wouldn't entice Yao Liangji, who had been holding back for at least 2 months. But sometimes it's like this: when you finally take the initiative, the other party doesn't even give you a chance. At this moment, Yao Liangji in the room had drunk too much and, after releasing himself 3 times in a row, had completely fallen into a deep sleep. Unless there was some dangerous stimulus, he was unlikely to wake up. Outside the door, Zhou Ting's heart gradually shifted from anticipation and anxiety to coldness. She didn't believe that with Yao Liangji's abilities, he wouldn't sense her turning the doorknob. 5 full minutes passed, and Yao Liangji still hadn't opened the door. Finally, feeling a bit desolate, she gave up, leaving behind only the cold sensation from her earlier fantasies, now dampened. The next day, both Yao Liangji and the fat guy looked refreshed. Cigarettes and alcohol were the spiritual nourishment for men, especially after letting loose a few times in the void. The restlessness in both of them had noticeably diminished. After having breakfast in the house, Yao Liangji looked at Zhou Ting, puzzled. He thought to himself, Is this woman experiencing an early menopause? She was fine yesterday, so why does she have such a sour face today? Not wanting to bother with Zhou Ting's mental state, she wasn't worth his heartfelt words of comfort right now. After finishing breakfast, the sky outside was already brightening. Wiping his mouth, Yao Liangji, who was already dressed, said to the two, "Let us go. While we have this time, let us clear the surrounding zombies. You two stick together, and I'll move freely. Just call me if there is anything." Yao Liangji did not intend to clear the zombies with the fatty and Zhou Ting. His demand for corpse crystals was much greater than theirs. If they teamed up, he would have to take care of the two and sacrifice his own interests, which he would not agree to. However, if he didn't sacrifice anything, the benefits for Fatty and Zhou Ting would be hard to guarantee. So, in situations with little danger, it was better for them to act separately. The two also understood Yao Liangji's intention, so they replied in unison, "Okay." Whoosh, following the arrows, they charged out, and almost at the same time, two wandering zombies on the left and right were instantly killed. Yao Liangji pulled out his triangular military dagger, then turned and punched the zombie that was about to open its mouth to scream, making a cracking sound as he felt the hardness of the bones in his fingers break. Before the zombie's body even fell, he changed his fist into a palm and directly covered the zombie's face, using the momentum to slam its head against the wall. With a splat, the zombie's blood and brain matter exploded out, splattering onto Yao Liangji's clothes, ignoring the foul odor wafting into his nostrils. Yao Liangji quickly dug into the heads of the three zombies and surprisingly found 2 corpse crystals. Yao Liangji ran away without a moment's hesitation. Although there weren't many zombies in this villa area, he had only searched 4 villas so far and had not encountered any black-eyed zombies, which couldn't be said to be non-existent. Based on probability, at least 3 black-eyed zombies should be present among these more than 40 villas, along with over 100 white-eyed zombies. He wasn't arrogant enough to think he could escape from the encirclement of these zombies. As he ran, Yao Liangji couldn't help but curse inwardly. So damn stupid, after living this long, still not understanding the habits of zombies. Once the woman's voice spoke up, she realized she had made a mistake, so she quickly shut her mouth and looked at the fleeing Yao Liangji with anxious eyes. There was a black-eyed zombie. With a sudden movement, Yao Liangji climbed a large tree, then notched an arrow into his bow, keeping a close eye on the black-eyed zombie. The number of zombies attracted by that woman would determine whether Yao Liangji would hide or move. Chapter 32. Unexpected Joy. 17:18. Yao Liangji silently counted in his heart, noting the number of zombies attracted by the woman's cries for help. He squinted his eyes and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger of the hanging knife, causing a black blood flower to bloom on the black-eyed zombie's head. Having learned from the previous experience of being surrounded by 2 zombies, Yao Liangji naturally would not choose to shoot at the hard part of the zombie's skull again. Seeing the black-eyed zombie fall straight down, face first, he let out a slight sigh of relief. However, the sound of the whistling arrow also drew a few nearby zombies toward Yao Liangji. Yao Liangji did not choose to take action, but continued to stay in the tree. After killing the black-eyed zombie, he had no intention of getting entangled with ordinary zombies. He came here just to take a break and replenish some corpse crystals, not to clear zombies for the survivors inside. After 5 or 6 minutes, losing the guidance of the black-eyed zombie, the other ordinary zombies gradually returned to a wandering state without hearing any other sounds. Slowly sliding down from the tree, Yao Liangji quickly ran towards the place where the black-eyed zombie had fallen, as that was his target. Behind the window sill of the villa, the woman watched Yao Liangji, who had never glanced in her direction, gritting her teeth. She knew she had to take a chance. Yao Liangji was the most hopeful person she had seen who could bring her a way out. She picked up the things she had already packed, opened the door, and looked at the 2 zombies wandering in the living room. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. These were her husband and the aunt who had taken care of her for 7 years. Ignoring the noise she had made, the woman quickly ran toward the front door. The moment she opened it, she felt her backpack being tugged. Panic surged in her heart, and survival instinct made her struggle free. Watching the man at the door, cleaning the stains on his hands with the clothes of her zombie husband, she bit her lip tightly and did not cry out for help. What a hassle, just finished cleaning up, and now 2 more have come. This was the most reassuring thing the woman heard. feeling the unique zombie stench emanating from the man in front of her. Before she could think too much, she felt a cold splash of liquid on her neck, then was pushed by Yao Liangji, causing her to stagger. Then she heard the second sentence. "Get away. Don't be a hindrance." When the woman regained her balance and turned around, she saw Yao Liangji forcefully smashing her zombie husband's face against the metal threshold. It was the first time she saw a head burst open, but surprisingly, she felt no discomfort. Instead, she felt a sense of peace. However, this sense of peace did not last for a few seconds, as she saw the man pry open her husband's head and reach inside to rummage around. Though she could not see the man's expression, she knew he was very happy. The woman's retching sounds continued until Yao Liangji broke open her aunt's head. She finally reacted, leaning against the doorpost and retching continuously. And the reason for her dry heaving was that she had nothing to vomit. After putting away a white zombie crystal in her hand, she carefully looked at the woman in front of her. The desire that had been barely suppressed the night before surged back quickly. The woman was wearing a smooth white silk dress, with half of her small, fair foot exposed. Looking up, there was the beautiful curve of her rear, tightly hugged by the silk dress, and then a delicate waist that was suddenly cinched in. Even without seeing her face, one could tell she was stunning. Suppressing the heat in his heart, Yao Liangji coldly said, "Now I ask you, answer." Feeling the chill in Yao Liangji's tone, the woman quickly turned around. Upon seeing her, Yao Liangji's heart skipped a beat. On her oval face was a small cherry mouth, barely 4 centimeters wide, now slightly open due to retching, revealing her pink tongue inside. Above it was a small, delicate nose, with tiny beads of sweat appearing due to tension and running. Her large, weak, charming eyes were now nervously and fearfully looking at Yao Liangji. A savage urge rose in Yao Liangji's eyes. He wanted to ruthlessly ravage this woman, who was full of deadly allure. Her figure might not be as good as Zhou Ting's, but the combination of her plumpness and her pitiful expression almost made Yao Liangji lose his reason. It seemed the woman noticed the brutality reflected in Yao Liangji's eyes and nervously stepped back. At this moment, she regretted it a bit. How could such a man, who killed zombies as easily as chopping vegetables, be a good person? Just when Yao Liangji was about to lose control, a faint fragrance masked the stench of decay in the air, entering his nostrils and causing his breath to hitch. The uncontrolled thoughts were restrained. Instinctively, he glanced at her a couple of times and then closed his eyes, dismissing any idea of forcing himself on a woman. How did you survive? What can you do? Are you brave enough to kill zombies? I have a lot of food and water at home. The water in the tank hasn't run out. After my husband turned into a zombie, I discovered that zombies are only sensitive to sound, so I've been hiding at home, surviving until now," the woman said, glancing at Yao Liangji. Seeing he had no reaction, she continued, "I can cook, make clothes, and I can also do some simulated portraits." "Simulated portraits?" Yao Liangji asked. After seeing that Yao Liangji was still looking at her, the woman glanced at the 3 zombies lying on the ground, swallowed hard, and then timidly said, I dare, but I'm afraid I won't have the ability." Seeing the woman's timid appearance, Yao Liangji smiled. "There shouldn't be any zombies in the house, right? You go in and prepare the things you just mentioned. If you lie, you should be able to bear the consequences, right?" Hopefully, Yao Liangji turned around, just about to leave when he felt the woman anxiously reaching out to him. Though he could have dodged it, Yao Liangji felt a warmth in his heart and allowed her to grab him. Even through the thick layers of clothing, he could still distinctly feel her soft hand and the warmth of a human. "Please, don't leave me behind," the woman said urgently. Chapter 33. The side effects of zombie crystals. Breathing slightly faster, Yao Liangji finally realized something was wrong. His desire was too strong. He was not a teenager, having lived for over 20 years, and had dated during his youth and done things that men love to do. So he had a clear understanding of his own desires. In such a perilous environment, he should not and could not have such lewd thoughts. Yet now he found himself having them, even affecting his body's reactions, allowing a strange woman to touch him. Yao Liangji, feeling a bit irritable, pushed the woman's hand away and said, "You go inside and hide. Only after passing the test will you qualify to follow me, not by showing this pitiful appearance and begging for my mercy." As he got closer, He once again caught the stench of the zombie on Yao Lianji, causing the woman to feel a chill all over her body. With a slightly dazed expression, she said, I'll listen to you. I will definitely pass the test. This is how women are. They are extremely cautious and disgusted by those who covet them, yet feel an inexplicable urge to get closer to those who reject them. Ignoring the woman again, Yao Lianji quickly walked towards the nearest sound of roaring. Open the door. It's me, Yao Lianji said in a flat tone. Inside, the woman heard the footsteps outside, and her initial tension and fear turned into a sense of security after Yao Lianji spoke. She didn't know why she felt safe with such a brutal man, but she believed that as long as she had value, she could survive. With a creak, the door opened, and the woman immediately saw Yao Lianji at the door. Before her joy could fully rise, she noticed the wriggling zombie he was holding. She instinctively took a step back in terror, covering her mouth tightly, afraid to make a sound. With a thud, Yao Lianji threw the zombie to the ground, and it began to thrash wildly with its limp limbs, making the woman even more frightened as she ran around to hide behind Yao Lianji. Is this what you call daring to kill a zombie? Yao Lianji said coldly. I. The woman truly didn't expect that Yao Lianji would really bring her a zombie. Yao Lianji glanced at the watch on his wrist, which had been smuggled from that villa, a standard gold and gem model. It was already 6:30 in the morning, and I didn't have much time to waste with you here. 10 minutes. If you can't kill this zombie within 10 minutes, then you might as well continue hiding in this villa to survive. Yao Lianji finished speaking and threw the triangular bayonet in his hand in front of the woman, then began to inspect the villa. Seeing Yao Lianji leave, the woman instinctively wanted to follow him, but when she kicked the triangular bayonet in front of her, the clanging sound made her calm down. She finally understood that her beauty seemed to hold no value in the eyes of this man. Yao Lianji quickly inspected the entire villa. Here, he saw many photos of that woman, as well as some trophies. The woman in the photos was confident and beautiful, with a happy smile on her face. Glancing at the man beside her, Yao Lianji felt a surge of anger and jealousy. He was envious that this man, even in death, had once possessed such a beauty. Putting down the photo in his hand and looking at the trophies, he softly muttered her name, Su Shuchu. At this moment, Yao Lianji fully believed the first half of what the woman had said. She really could paint and make clothes because these trophies were all her past honors. As he left the room, a sudden murderous intent rose within him. He could not betray his principles by allowing someone who wouldn't even dare to kill a zombie into his team. However, this woman was so enchanting that he wouldn't allow another man to have her. Therefore, if she failed, she would have to die, becoming a sacrifice to sever his ever-churning desires. With just 2 minutes left, the murderous intent in Yao Lianji's eyes slowly accumulated, even as his instincts fought against it desperately. He kept telling himself in his mind, don't kill, be killed. Even if you don't betray your principles, you could enjoy yourself first and then kill her. How many women like this will you encounter in your life? You might die tomorrow and not even have the chance to enjoy yourself. You coward. Finally, in the last few seconds, Su Shuchu raised the triangular military dagger in her hand and stabbed it fiercely into the face of the zombie writhing on the ground, hitting right in its eye. The black blood of the zombie splattered onto her white silk dress, creating what looked like a landscape painting. What a pity. This thought inexplicably surged within Yao Lianji, causing him to tremble. He suddenly realized that both of his previous thoughts seemed problematic, and even the murderous intent felt somewhat inexplicable, far more concealed and resolute than his desires. With a snap, Yao Lianji threw down a homemade mask, drew out the triangular military dagger, and then with a wave of his right hand, he used a combat shovel to chop open the zombie's head. Crouching down, he said, "This is the 2 points of knowledge I taught you. First, the zombie's fatal point is only in its head. Second, a certain thing called corpse crystal can occasionally appear in the zombie's brain. Unfortunately, this zombie did not have one. Yao Lianji could only wipe his hands on the zombie's body, take out a corpse crystal from his pocket, and give it to her as a reward for her final kill of the zombie, saving his own soul. Handing her the corpse crystal, he said, "This is a corpse crystal. Once you meet certain conditions, I will tell you its uses." With a hint of relief, Yao Lianji looked at the now tearful woman before him and said, "Pack your things, change your clothes, put on this mask, and then leave with me. A quarter of an hour later, Yao Liangji brought the well-dressed Su Shuchu to the front of the villa where they had stayed the previous day. Zhou Ting and the fatty, who had been waiting for a long time, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yao Liangji's figure, then looked curiously at the person beside him. "Introduce yourself." Su Shuchu nervously spoke. I am Su Shuchu, and this big brother saved me." It was only then that Su Shuchu remembered she didn't know the name of the man beside her. Big brother? Zhou Ting and the fatty exchanged strange glances. Although they didn't know the woman's age, her mature charm was unmistakable and definitely not younger than Yao Liangji. "You could just call me Fatty." The fatty chuckled, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable regret. Although the woman was fully covered, with his experience, how could he not see that she was an extraordinary beauty? Zhou Ting seemed very happy. Being the only woman in the team had been uncomfortable, but now with another woman, she felt much more at ease, no matter what they did. Chapter 34. Su Shuchu's talent. The fatty and Zhou Ting did not hide their faces, so Su Shuchu, with her profound painting skills, could naturally estimate their ages. Seeing this newcomer so close to Yao Liangji, while Yao Liangji showed no instinctive wariness, the fatty couldn't help but be surprised. After spending so many days together, he could clearly see how guarded Yao Liangji was, not to mention him and Zhou Ting. Even Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou would not be able to get so close to Yao Liangji without being met with his wariness. Quickly suppressing any inappropriate thoughts, the fatty's gaze became clear again. Once he sensed that lingering desire had faded away, Su Shuchu realized she was almost pressed against Yao Liangji and blushed slightly, quickly pulling back. Yao Liangji. You can call me boss or captain, but no need to call me big brother." Yao Liangji took off his mask and turned to look at Su Shuchu. It was at this moment that Su Shuchu finally saw Yao Liangji's appearance. Looking at his youthful face in his early 20s, she blushed and asked impulsively, "Brother, how old is the captain?" 29. The three of them were shocked. Yao Liangji did not look like someone approaching 30 at all, and only then did Su Shuchu understand why Zhou Ting and the fatty had looked at her strangely. She was actually 5 years older than Yao Liangji. "All right, since we all know each other, let us pack our things and hit the road." As for Su Shuchu, she has already passed the assessment, so if I'm not around later, you two will be responsible for teaching her some basics. Hearing that Su Shuchu had passed the assessment, the smiles on the fatty and Zhou Ting's faces became more genuine as they said, "No problem." After moving out the items collected from the villa yesterday, it was clear that with 4 people and so many supplies, 1 vehicle would not be enough. So, Yao Liangji went to the garage to take a look. Goodness, it was a nearly new top-notch off-road vehicle. Without hesitation, he requisitioned it directly, loaded a large amount of cigarettes, alcohol, medical kits, water, and food, and drained the fuel tanks of the other 2 vehicles. After finishing, he said to the fatty, "You drive this vehicle, and Su Shuchu, you help Zhou Ting drive." Standing by, Zhou Ting recalled last night's events when she saw Yao Liangji putting those magazines into the car, and her previously relieved expression darkened again. Glancing at Su Shuchu, who still had empty hands, Yao Liangji threw a shovel that was leaning against the garage door directly at her. "You don't expect to follow us to kill zombies empty-handed, do you?" The fatty walked over to Yao Liangji with a troubled expression. He really didn't want to be alone in the same space as Yao Liangji unless necessary. The instinctive warning made him feel like he was sitting on needles, but he had no right to refuse, so he had to take the driver's seat. The fatty drove ahead, constantly maneuvering around the vehicles parked on the road, while Su Shuchu's driving skills were surprisingly good, even having extra attention to engage Zhou Ting in conversation. After seeing the outside world and learning about Yao Liangji from Zhou Ting, she became even more certain of her decision to follow Yao Liangji. Everyone feared the tyranny of the strong, but when that person was their teammate, their relief outweighed their fear. Su Shuchu seemed to possess a kind of magic that drew people close to her. Within an hour, Zhou Ting's gloomy face had returned to a smile. She didn't know whether Yao Liangji had truly felt nothing or intentionally didn't let her in yesterday, but she decided to bury the matter deep in her heart. Zhou Ting also enjoyed chatting with girls. The previous 2 in the team were too submissive, unlike the current Su Shuchu, who could connect with her on every level. Su Shuchu could respond to everything she said, so even when Su Shuchu asked about Yao Liangji, she didn't mind sharing everything she could. Soon, the four of them drove to the front of a medical school. "Stop here." Yao Liangji hesitated for a long time, but ultimately decided to go in and take a look. The team was really lacking medical personnel. Even though there were quite a few common medicines in the car, without a professional to manage the distribution and ensure the right treatments, it's possible that a little poison could turn into a lot. Since they happened to pass by, and it was still the early stage of the disaster, it made sense to check out the medical university and look for medical talent. Su Shuchu drove the car up beside Yao Liangji, rolled down the window, and asked in confusion, "Why are we stopping? There's not a single person in our team who knows medicine. I wouldn't dare to go into a hospital to find someone. But since the disaster has started, all universities have begun their summer vacations, so there shouldn't be too many zombies left with people still in the schools. That's why I want to go in and see if I can bring someone out." Yao Liangji's words were not only meant to explain to Su Shuchu, but also to Fatty and Zhou Ting. After he finished speaking, Fatty and Zhou Ting quickly said, "Then let's hurry in and take a look." The two naturally had their own risk assessments and knew that Yao Liangji was right. Moreover, compared to Yao Liangji, they needed the presence of a doctor even more. After all, Yao Liangji could fight and run. As long as he didn't push himself, escaping was not a problem. However, if they were entangled by more than 3 ordinary zombies, it would be difficult for them to escape unscathed. Even if they were lucky enough not to be grabbed or bitten by the zombies, some bumps and scrapes were inevitable. As for Fatty, he thought even further about the injuries caused by other humans. "No need. I'm just going in to check the situation. If I can't bring anyone out by myself, I'll come back and call you in." Yao Liangji refused, saying that the goal of 4 people entering was too big, and it was much more convenient for him to come alone. Just as Yao Liangji was about to get out of the car with his bag, Su Shuchu quickly spoke up to stop him. "Wait a moment, Captain. Let me draw you a distribution map of the school. If you search blindly like this, you won't know how long it will take." Yao Liangji was a bit surprised. "You know the layout of this school?" Su Shuchu puffed out her chest, her tone clearly amused. "I used to come to this school with my husband before, so I have some impression of its structure." Yao Liangji originally intended to take some risks and enter from the front to check out the layout of the medical university. But now that Su Shuchu said she could draw it, he naturally preferred to avoid the risk. Soon, within 5 or 6 minutes, Su Shuchu drew the layout of the medical university and then pointed to a small side door. This might lead to a small hillside behind the school, which was an undeveloped area with very few people. Entering from there could directly take them to the 4th cafeteria. It had been nearly 2 months since the disaster, and if anyone was still alive, they were most likely to be in the cafeteria. Su Shuchu didn't mention the dormitories because the high density of people and cramped spaces in university dorms made them a low-cost place. Given that the disaster had lasted almost 2 months, the chances of finding living people in the dorms were naturally slim. Chapter 35. Survivors in just 7 or 8 minutes. The 4 of them drove to the small hillside that Su Shuchu mentioned. Yao Liangji looked around and indeed found it to be quite remote. The nearest residential building was a couple of kilometers away, and only a few large trucks were quietly parked nearby. There were also some traces of yellow soil washed down from the hillside by rain. "You 3 wait here. I'll go in and check the situation first." After confirming there was no problem, Yao Liangji didn't want to delay, turned around to pack his things, and walked towards the small hillside. It was September, and there were several orange trees on the hillside, their branches laden with bright yellow fruit. As he got closer, he could smell the strong scent of oranges. Swallowing slightly, Yao Liangji slowed his pace. He hadn't eaten fresh fruit in nearly 2 months. Enjoying the aroma that filled his nostrils, he reached out and picked 2 oranges, peeled one, and saw that the plump fruit segments were covered with a bit of white filaments. He lifted his mask and put half of the fruit into his mouth. As he closed his jaws, the slightly sour juice burst in his mouth, evoking pleasant feelings. Looking at the orange trees, Yao Liangji didn't expect to have already scored before he even started. Fresh fruit like this was hard to find in the city. He put the remaining half in his mouth and stored the other orange in his backpack, then briefly enjoyed the taste before heading towards the small side door of the medical university. Looking at the lock on the iron gate, Yao Yangji chose not to use force. After all, learning Lu Shou's skills was meant to be convenient. He pulled out two thin iron wires from his waist, straightened them a bit, and started to fiddle with the lock. In just 4 or 5 seconds, the rusty padlock opened with a click. Without hesitation, he hung the padlock on the iron gate, pulled it open a little, and slipped inside, heading straight for the nearest destination. After passing through a narrow path about 70 to 80 meters long, Yao Yangji saw many zombies wandering outside. Although the density wasn't too high, for safety reasons, he took out his homemade binoculars and kept observing the zombies roaming around the fourth cafeteria. From what Yao Yangji could see, there were over 40 zombies, but fortunately, there were no black-eyed zombies present. He took out 2 towels from his bag and tied them to the soles of his shoes to minimize noise while running. Waiting for the right moment, Yao Yangji sprinted towards the fourth cafeteria, trying to make as little noise as possible. However, sometimes things don't go as planned. There were 5 zombies wandering at the entrance, and no matter how quietly Yao Yangji moved, it was impossible to enter without making a sound at such a close distance. Standing in a corner, he took out the prepared phone and the finger preserved with lime, unlocked it, set an alarm, wrapped it in a rag, and threw it into the flower bed at the entrance of the cafeteria. After about 30 seconds, the phone rang, and all the zombies within a certain range seemed to change their nature, instinctively excited, running towards the sound while continuously growling. Watching the gathering zombies, Yao Yangji could only keep praying that no black-eyed zombies would appear and that if they did, they wouldn't see him. Once all the zombies inside the cafeteria exited, Yao Yangji wasted no time and quickly slipped inside. Just 4 or 5 seconds after he left, a black-eyed zombie approached the cafeteria entrance and began to look around. The structure of the cafeteria was relatively simple, and Yao Yangji didn't expend much effort. He quickly saw students who had turned into zombies after being eaten and cafeteria staff in tattered work clothes on the second floor. Sighing, Yao Yangji looked at the open storeroom of the cafeteria and realized there was no need to waste more time in this cafeteria. With his strong physical abilities and mental resilience, Yao Yangji eliminated 2 key zombies and also got a rough estimate of the number of zombies in the school. Although the disaster had started during the summer vacation, from his brief observation, there were at least 1,000 zombies in the school. According to his calculations regarding the high-level zombie appearance ratio, there were at least 20 black-eyed zombies in this school. If it weren't for the school being relatively large and most of those zombies being inside various buildings, Yao Yangji wouldn't dare to stroll around in broad daylight right under their noses. With a couple quick sounds, he dealt with 2 critical zombies. Yao Yangji now only looks for the storeroom in the cafeteria. As for other places where the possibility of living people is low, he doesn't have the energy or the kindness to search. Holding on to hope, he gazes at the 3rd cafeteria he searched today. When he didn't see any zombies that had been gnawed on, a glimmer of light flashed in Yao Yangji's eyes. Therefore, Yao Yangji had no choice but to tear off a small piece of cloth, cut it into smaller pieces, and then wrap the scraps around the arrowheads. Each time a zombie approached the wall, Yao Yangji would shoot the modified arrows. After firing 5 arrows, when only 1 zombie remained, Yao Yangji rushed forward and thrust his triangular military dagger straight in. With a splat, the zombie's eye fluid mixed with blood splattered onto Yao Yangji's mask. Supporting the zombie's body with his left hand, Yao Yangji didn't even search for the crystal, but began to observe the storeroom. The storeroom outside had a traditional iron chain lock, which was currently in the open position, hanging on the doorknob. Seeing this, Yao Yangji finally believed that there were still people inside this storeroom. I am a survivor, and I'm currently searching for others who are still alive. If you don't wait to die in there, then within 5 minutes of me finishing my words, remove the obstacles behind the door. I will only wait for 5 minutes. After saying this once, Yao Yangji repeated it and then quietly leaned against the wall opposite the door. In less than a minute, there was a rustling sound from behind the door. Although it was very faint, it completely proved that there were still living people inside. At this moment, 2 young men, reeking and filled with surprise, were moving the rice they had used to block the door. After nearly 2 months of isolation and anxiety, they were on the verge of collapse. So when they heard Yao Yangji's voice, they hesitated not at all. They knew that the person who could reach the front of this storeroom would be the only one to bring them freedom and hope. They could not hold on much longer. Creak, the door carefully opened a little, and when they saw Yao Liangji fully armed outside, the pair of eyes peeking through the crack quickly brightened. Yao Liangji was just about to say something when he heard footsteps approaching. He quickly made a gesture for silence, pushed the door open, and slipped inside. The surprise on the faces of the two people inside had not yet fully blossomed when they saw Yao Liangji nervously closing the door, then repeating their actions by blocking the door with a sack of rice. At that moment, they were in despair, as it was obvious that the zombies outside were still there. Chapter 36. Two groups of people. After finishing their work, Yao Liangji glanced at the storage room and frowned, saying, "Is it just the two of you?" Yao Liangji looked at the two disheveled young students in front of him and felt a bit disappointed. He hoped to find a teacher from the medical university, as these ordinary students might not even have better dissection skills than him. So naturally, there was not much more to say about their medical proficiency. The two of them returned to their state of apathy, somewhat resigned to their fate. "It's just the two of us here, but there must be others alive in the library, because we only ended up hiding here after we couldn't make it into the library in time." Yao Liangji let out a light laugh, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with their words. "It has been nearly 2 months since the disaster struck. The reason you haven't died is because of the full warehouse of food and drinks. Were those people in the library eating and drinking?" Yao Liangji glanced at the various snack wrappers and beverage bottles scattered all over the ground. There were more than a dozen large vending machines around. It's not to say they were living well, but they should still be functioning. After all, the library has its own independent water tower. Oh, Yao Liangji instantly became interested. He knew the location of the library, about 500 or 600 meters northwest of the second cafeteria. If there were indeed people still alive inside, and if they could be of use, he didn't mind putting in some effort. Moreover, the medical university's library should have some professional books. Even if they were just students, he wouldn't feel it was a loss. "Do you know if there are any people still alive in the library?" The two of them couldn't help but laugh when they saw that Yao Liangji was really planning to save someone. Perhaps it was because the two desperate people hadn't communicated for too long. Their conversation felt a bit more meaningful. "Jiang Wenba, I remember you said your girlfriend was hiding in the library, right?" Jiang Wenba was the skinny boy, and upon hearing this, he didn't hide it, his voice full of concern. "Yes, she was in the library sorting materials with her teacher." After saying this, he finally ignited a glimmer of hope and looked at Yao Liangji with expectation. "Besides my girlfriend and her mentor, there should be 8 other people still alive in the library because I was just 1 step away from hiding in, so I clearly remember the other 8 people eagerly closing the door." Hearing that a teacher was alive, Yao Liangji had already made up his mind. Even if it was a gynecology teacher, he had to rescue them. So he felt much better and said, "You two stay hidden. I'll clear out the outside a bit. I have a few companions. I will go over first to attract some zombies away, and then I will come back to take you to the library." Yao Liangji was not arrogant enough to think he could lead these two inexperienced ordinary people through a horde of zombies and escape through that back door. He needed to grab something from the car and then have the fat guy and the others help him to draw the zombies away a bit, at least to minimize the risk of being surrounded. Upon hearing that Yao Liangji had companions, Jiang Wenba and the other person's spirits lifted significantly, and they quickly said, "No problem." 3 minutes later, Jiang Wenba and the other person bravely poked their heads out the door and saw 8 corpses lying haphazardly on the ground. At that moment, Yao Liangji was smashing the heads of the zombies one by one. 8 zombies yielded 1 crystal each, which was not a bad deal. After finishing, Yao Liangji turned around and smiled lightly at the two, saying, "Don't be afraid. You'll get used to it in the future. Now, continue to block the door, as you just did. Consider this a small meeting gift for you two." With that, Yao Liangji took out a ripe orange from his bag and tossed it over. Upon seeing the fresh fruit, the two's eyes suddenly sparkled with greed, and they swallowed repeatedly, forgetting the bloody scene they had just witnessed. After receiving the orange, they smiled widely and said, "Okay, great." Yao Liangji couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. It was no wonder that medical students had a high tolerance for such. Ordinary people might even scream. There were still people alive, so he distributed tasks. "Fatty, take a firecracker roll and wait at the school gate. You and I will coordinate the timing. When the time comes, you light the firecracker and throw it inside the school. Zhou Ting and Su Shu Chu, you two follow me when we rescue people. I need you to help me take care of them." After saying this, he glanced at Fatty, who seemed a bit hesitant, and added, "There's a teacher among these people." Upon hearing this, Fatty immediately perked up. If it were just students, he wouldn't be very interested. After years of honing his skills and treating injuries, he was confident he could handle them better than those students. However, a teacher from medical university was different. They typically started as associate chief physicians in well-known hospitals, having seen more patients than he ever had, making their value incomparable to that of ordinary students. "No problem. I'll handle the front," Fatty said, checking the time with Yao Liangji. Fatty wasn't just agreeing mindlessly. He had just come from that area and was aware of the situation around him. Even if he was briefly surrounded while driving, he could crash his way out, so being the bait wasn't too dangerous. Then it settled. After speaking, Yao Liangji took out 3 fresh oranges from his bag, tossed one to each person, and said, "It's a little treat for now. After we finish, this will fill you up." Seeing the oranges, the 3 quickly responded, "Thank you, Boss Yao Captain." After Fatty drove away, Yao Liangji supplemented a few phones from the car, then took out 2 rolls of firecrackers and handed them to Zhou Ting and Su Shuchu, saying, "Wrap a towel or a thin piece of clothing around your feet, then come with me." "Got it." Upon entering the school, Yao Liangji handed the school layout drawn by Su Shuchu to Zhou Ting and said, "You wait here. Once you hear the firecracker sound and the zombies are distracted, rush to the second cafeteria. I will meet you there." Yao Liangji was already familiar with the campus layout from Su Shuchu's drawing. So after marking the points in his mind, he took the roll of firecrackers from Su Shuchu's hand and dashed outside. In just 3 minutes, the cheerful sound of firecrackers echoed through the silent campus, where only the moans of zombies could be heard. At that moment, Yao Liangji, who had ignited the firecrackers, had already run far and hidden away. Listening to the pleasant sound of firecrackers, he lit a cigarette and casually muttered to himself, "A cigarette, a roll of firecrackers, and I'll have you following me in the dust." Chapter 37. The Evil of Human Nature Hiding in the Lush Trees. Yao Liangji smoked as he watched the surging horde of zombies below. A casual glance revealed several black-eyed zombies, causing his heart to skip a beat. Afraid that his joy might attract the attention of the black-eyed zombies, he was relieved that he was well hidden and the zombies weren't looking around. 3 minutes later, Yao Liangji quickly climbed down the tree and ran to the second designated point, placing the remaining roll of firecrackers down. He lit a cigarette, leaned it against the fuse, and used a stone to weigh down the filter to prevent the smoke from being blown away by the wind. Once done, he immediately took a detour towards the second cafeteria. In less than 2 minutes, the sound of firecrackers rang out again in the campus. As he approached the storage room, he found Zhou Ting and Su Shuchu waiting at the door with 2 students. Without wasting words, Yao Liangji made a gesture for silence. Then he tilted his head to look outside. 600 or 700 zombies were rushing towards the still crackling firecracker, sound like bandits robbing a house. 1, 2, 13, 14. Counting softly, he noted a total of 14 black-eyed zombies, and while he breathed a sigh of relief, he also felt a twinge of envy. Knowing he could only watch, in such a massive horde, any appearance would lead to being overwhelmed by zombies. Checking the time, Yao Liangji turned and said, "Let us go. Head to the library immediately." While running, he explained some basic strategies for dealing with zombies to Jiang Wenbo and the others, including precautions regarding black-eyed zombies. When Yao Liangji mentioned black-eyed zombies, Su Shuchu subtly glanced at Zhou Ting, as this was something Zhou Ting hadn't told her. Soon, the 5 of them arrived at the library's lower floor, but the library's main door was tightly shut and clearly locked from the inside. The lock-picking skills learned earlier came into play again. In less than a minute, the library door was opened, but as soon as the door opened, Yao Liangji caught a faint smell of decay, the stench of rotting flesh. Yao Liangji was startled. He didn't want all his efforts to result in just a pile of corpses. "Get in!" Yao Liangji let out a low shout and then locked the door again. After entering, Zhou Ting and the others felt somewhat relieved, especially Jiang Wenbo and the other boy, listening to the dense zombie howls not far away. If it weren't for Yao Liangji leading the way and Zhou Ting and the other girls watching, they might not have been able to muster the courage of youth and would have collapsed. "Where are the girls?" Yao Liangji asked. When Jiang Wenbo saw them, he felt a jolt in his heart. He didn't have time to think and instinctively ran over to push the girl's hair aside. When he saw it wasn't his girlfriend, he felt a slight relief, but then immediately realized, looking at the already swollen and decayed face and the unclosed eyes, that before he could scream, Yao Liangji covered his mouth. Without discussing anything else, just the instinctive action of Jiang Wenbo, pushing the hair aside, made Yao Liangji appreciate his courage and character. So he said gently, "Don't be afraid, stay calm. I will slowly release my hand, and then you can adjust your breathing." As for the other boy, he stood at the staircase, not daring to approach at all. Then he took off his shirt, exposing his bare upper body to cover the female corpse. This entire action greatly increased Zhou Ting and Su Shuchu's favorability towards him. And Yao Liangji also took out a spare shirt from his backpack and handed it to Jiang Wenbo, saying, "The size might be a bit big, but make do with it for now." Zhou Ting looked towards the dim corridor and directly asked, "Boss, do we still need to save this group of people?" Yao Liangji did not stop to explain, because soon the firecrackers from the fat man would go off. On the body that had been violently killed, there were only 4 different fingerprints, and given the current temperature and the level of decay, it was clear that the time of death would not exceed 3 days. So it was obvious that there were still people alive here. These people should be divided into 2 factions, and the faction of our future companions had, of course, been saved. This time, Yao Liangji's search actions were much more violent. He kicked open 6 reading rooms in a row, and then in the 7th room. He suddenly felt that the door was only slightly ajar, revealing tables and chairs used to block the door behind it. Just then, the last firecracker sound rang out. Knowing that time was running out, Yao Liangji didn't bother with any gentle words and directly swung the single soldier shovel in his hand, severing the connection at the door leaf. Then he pulled the doorknob back and saw a pile of tables blocking the entrance. Peering through the gap, he saw 5 terrified faces staring at him. He saw 4 girls and 1 boy, and although their mental state was poor, at least their clothing was relatively intact, causing the coldness in his eyes to soften a bit. "Gumeng!" A surprised exclamation came from Jiang Wenbo's mouth. An acute girl with a round face inside trembled upon hearing this voice, then spoke with a hint of tears, "Wenbo, Wenbo, help us." While this little couple exchanged affectionate glances, Yao Liangji's expression darkened. He turned to look at the reading room behind him, and his gaze filled with murderous intent, frightened the ghostly figure behind the door, causing it to jump back in terror. Yao Liangji had no time to deal with such people. Right now, time was of the essence. He only needed to rescue the 5 people in front of him, and the others behind would naturally be helped by the zombies. "Hurry up and move the stuff. Let's go, there's not much time left." All right. At this moment, the 5 people across finally reacted and quickly began to move things aside. Yao Liangji kept a part of his attention on the back, but he didn't know if the people in the reading room were too scared to even approach. In just over a minute, a passage was cleared. Yao Liangji looked at the haggard beauty in front of him, took a piece of chocolate from his pocket, and said in the gentlest tone he could muster after the disaster, "You must be a teacher at this school, right?" When Yao Liangji grabbed her, the woman visibly shivered, but she still tightly held onto the chocolate. As soon as Yao Liangji let go, she immediately opened it and broke it into small pieces to share with the 4 people standing behind her. Seeing this, Yao Liangji did not feel joy. Instead, his expression turned somewhat cold. He could tell that the mental states of these 5 people were markedly different. The woman was clearly at her wit's end, looking like she was about to collapse from hunger, while the 3 women and 1 man behind her, although also haggard, were in a much better condition than her. Chapter 38. Bloodbait, if you dare eat this chocolate, I will kill you. After being somewhat irritated by the female corpse earlier and feeling the urgency of time, Yao Liangji's brutality re-emerged in his eyes. Gulp, the sound of swallowing could be heard. Even though they were strangers at this moment, none of the 4 young students holding the chocolate doubted the truth of his words. You gave me the chocolate, but you won't let me share it. Then why give it to me at all? Shu shonon. The woman's voice grew softer as she also saw the barely suppressed brutality in Yao Liangji's eyes. Yao Liangji turned his head sharply to look at Su Shuchu, who was standing beside him, breathless. Without saying a word, he pulled her to his side and buried his head in her neck, deeply inhaling her faint fragrance to calm the surging, killing intent within him. Su Shuchu was first taken aback, Then her body went rigid, and finally, she slowly relaxed. After more than 20 seconds, Yao Liangji suppressed the rolling, killing intent and turned to Chu Xiaonan, saying, "You may consider being a moral model as your own business. But you need to understand that your current state is the reason I am willing to go to great lengths to save you. If your nobility causes my efforts to be in vain, then why should I keep those ungrateful wolves behind you?" Yao Liangji didn't mind using the term white-eyed wolf to describe those 4 students. In their early 20s, they should have the most basic moral values. Moreover, they were studying medicine. He didn't want them to be unaware of Chu Xiaonan's condition. If they had just shared a little, Chu Xiaonan wouldn't be in such a state now. Then he spoke up, "If you dare to spit it out, I will kill all your students." Yao Liangji dared not gamble. He was genuinely afraid that this woman would spit things out, and then he wouldn't be able to bring himself to kill her. Would he just let slide? Hearing Yao Liangji's words, Chu Xiaonan complexly melted the chocolate in his mouth with his tongue and then swallowed it. The 4 young students, referred to as white-eyed wolves by Yao Liangji, wanted to defend themselves, but every time they saw Yao Liangji's figure, they fearfully shut their mouths. In the end, after finishing the chocolate, Chu Xiaonan spoke up to explain, "It's me, I forced them to eat a little more." Yao Liangji was too lazy to argue with the woman. Looking at Zhou Ting, who had a strange expression, he said expressionlessly, "You take them ahead, I'll cover the back." When the group of 10 walked out of the door, the 4 people opposite could no longer hold back and threatened Yao Liangji with a few iron rods, saying, "Take us out, or none of you will be able to leave." Initially, Yao Liangji didn't want to pay attention to these people, but his inner rage seemed to have found an outlet, and with a hint of charm, he turned and smiled. "Oh, you're threatening me?" Bang! In a series of 4 sounds, before they could even react, the 4 fell to the ground like dead dogs. Chu Xiaonan's expression of anger hadn't faded away when it turned to shock. "Zhou Ting, Su Shu, you 2 take them away quickly. I'll play with these 4 little brothers." Zhou Ting trembled, involuntarily recalling the scene of Yao Liangji dissecting a zombie, and quickly responded, "Okay, boss." Zhou Ting didn't want to know what Yao Liangji was going to do, but he knew these 4 rapists would die a terrible death. Looking at the naked female corpse at the stairway, Chu Xiaonan was heartbroken, saying, "Lan Ting, I'm sorry. It's the teacher's fault for not protecting you." Although Zhou Ting also felt sorrow for the murdered student, he knew it wasn't the time to be sentimental. So he pulled Chu Xiaonan, this precious little thing, and said, "Hurry up, stop being sad." If those 4 scum had kept pretending to be turtles, Boss Yao wouldn't have done anything. But now they've gotten bold enough to jump out. They might as well want to die. After Zhou Ting and his group had walked for 2 minutes, hearing the roar approaching, Yao Liangji directly broke the hands and feet of 3 of them. Then, with a swift motion of his left hand, triangular military dagger, blood immediately gushed out. Ignoring their wails, Yao Liangji bound the remaining person's hands and feet, covered his mouth, and quickly picked him up to run outside. He placed the remaining firecrackers at the library entrance, lit a cigarette to set a timer. Determined that he wouldn't leave empty-handed, he had to make a profit from so many black-eyed zombies. He randomly found a relatively large tree not far from the library, hung the remaining person in a conspicuous place, and then hid in another tree, quietly waiting for the moment the firecracker went off. With a pop, the firecrackers went off again, and soon Yao Liangji saw the horde of corpses rushing towards the library entrance. Because of the position Yao Liangji chose, about 1/3 of the zombies on the path he was ambushing came running over. Among them, the black-eyed zombies naturally saw the food dangling from the tree. Without Yao Liangji needing to do anything further, those black-eyed zombies walked out of the horde, gazing hungrily at the bait swaying above. Whoosh! A black-eyed zombie fell in response. And seeing its kind fall, the remaining 5 black-eyed zombies only looked around in confusion, then lifted their heads to stare at the food in midair, letting out a breath. Yao Liangji felt slightly more at ease and glanced over at the library. At this point, the amount of blood lost by the 3 had completely stirred up the zombies at the entrance, causing them to go mad. Zombies kept falling over each other, trampled to death until their heads were crushed. Knowing he needed to hurry, Yao Liangji quickly loaded arrows into the quiver and kept aiming and shooting. When there were only 2 zombies left, they finally noticed another person's presence and turned to roar as they ran towards Yao Liangji. Whoosh! He shot the last arrow, jumped down from the tree, and charged directly at the last black-eyed zombie. Hearing its somewhat urgent roar, he swung the single-man shovel in his hand, but it dodged to the side, only slicing off one of its ears and cutting into its shoulder, while its claws were reaching straight for Yao Liangji's face. With his left hand, he pressed down the bow, pushing the zombie's hand away. Yao Liangji knew this black-eyed zombie had already developed the most basic combat instincts. At the very least, it knew to dodge deadly attacks. After neutralizing the danger, Yao Liangji forcefully twisted his right hand, briefly gathering strength for an explosive strike aimed at the black-eyed zombie's neck. But whether it was instinct or coincidence, the black-eyed zombie took the opportunity to open its mouth and bite at Yao Liangji as the resistance faded. How could Yao Liangji make such a mistake? With a kick, he sent the zombie's neck onto his personal shovel. Puffed, black blood splattered, and then a pair of black hard-soled shoes ruthlessly stomped on the zombie's head, instantly cracking the skull, which also signified the death of the last black-eyed zombie. Ignoring the buzzing sound above his head, Yao Liangji cut the rope tied to the tree. Chapter 39. The reactions of the fat guy and Zhou Ting. The return took only 3 to 4 minutes for Yao Liangji, as there were no zombies, so he didn't need to take a detour. He quickly reached the side gate, closed the iron door, and then looked at Su Shuchu and the others waiting outside, saying with a relaxed tone, "Let's go grab a box and pick some oranges." Upon seeing Yao Liangji, Su Shuchu and the others finally relaxed their tense bodies. Just a moment ago, without Yao Liangji present, the fat guy's gaze towards them was like that of a starving ghost. If it weren't for Su Shuchu's casual mentions of Yao Liangji, the fat guy might have made a move. "Fat guy, I won't block you on this forever. As long as you don't force it, you can pursue whoever you want. However, if I find out you resorted to violence, then I hope you can accept becoming the first father-in-law of the apocalypse." Yao Liangji said with a dangerous look in his eyes, but he also left him a way out. In this precarious environment, coupled with the influence of absorbing zombie crystals, even Yao Liangji found it hard to control his desires, let alone the already indulgent Fatty. Hearing that Yao Liangji had not made a definitive decision, Fatty's eyes brightened. He was confident that after these women saw his strength, they would definitely approach him on their own. It's worth noting that besides Yao Liangji, he and Zhou Ting were the only ones capable of fighting zombies head-on. Understanding that women could only be attracted but not pursued, Fatty was now somewhat looking forward to encountering some zombies. "No problem, Boss Yao. If I mess up, feel free to deal with me." Yao Liangji nodded expressionlessly, then pointed at the 2 cars he and Zhou Ting had brought and said to Chu Xiaonan, "Out of the 7 of you, find 2 people to drive. We need to set off soon." Okay. Chu Xiaonan knew that he had to listen to this young man in front of him, as he was the soul of the team that could keep them alive. "Zhou Ting, Fatty, you 2 come with me for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." Yao Liangji felt a bit heavy-hearted when he saw Su Shuchu in the morning. The intertwining of desire and the urge to kill almost made him go against his own nature. Just earlier at school, a slight emotional fluctuation had stirred his killing intent, and with such an unstable mental state, he could only look for reasons in the corpse crystal. As for the calming effect of Su Shuchu's body fragrance, he had no intention of mentioning it to anyone. Following Yao Liangji to the roadside, Zhou Ting curiously asked, "Boss Yao, any new discoveries?" He couldn't think of anything other than the zombie-related matters that needed to be avoided regarding those 8 people. Yao Liangji glanced at the 2 of them. He was willing to talk about the aftereffects of the corpse crystal, partly to use Zhou Ting and the fat guy situations as a reference, and partly because they performed well today, so he was happy to share some information. After a moment of silence, Yao Liangji organized his words and asked, "After absorbing the corpse crystal, did you have any reactions? Any abnormal reactions?" Yao Liangji frowned slightly, and then specified, in terms of sexual desire and killing intent. "You guys aren't abnormal, right?" After being reminded by Yao Liangji, the 2 seemed to truly realize that something was off, especially Zhou Ting, who unconsciously recalled last night and immediately felt a rush of heat, stammering, It seems there's a bit of a problem in terms of desire." The chubby guy was much more natural. After Yao Liangji's reminder, he had been comparing his situation before and after absorbing the corpse crystals. Being someone who pays attention to small details, he felt a jolt in his heart. He then relaxed and said, "There's indeed a bit of an issue. I've absorbed more corpse crystals and for a longer time than Zhou Ting, so my manifestations in this regard are slightly more serious. Compared to when I was in the community, my desires have increased a lot. As for killing intent, I don't feel much, but my temper seems to have become a bit irritable." For the chubby guy, this little problem wasn't a problem at all. If he could become as powerful as Yao Liangji, what did a little desire and killing intent matter? In just 2 days, he had gained 5 women and faced an endless supply of zombies, with resources available everywhere to exploit. There was nothing to worry about. He glanced at the 2 of them. One seemed to recall something with misty eyes, while the other wore a nonchalant expression. So he dropped the idea of discussing a solution with them. "Let's go. We need to cover some ground today. Then we'll find a place to replenish supplies and spend the night." Yao Liangji directly got into Chu Xiaonan's car and then said to Zhou Ting, "You take another car and explain the rules to the newcomers, including what they need to do to join us." Zhou Ting glanced pityingly at the several young students who looked as though they had just survived a disaster and secretly thought to herself, "Coming out doesn't necessarily mean it's safer than hiding inside." On the way, Yao Liangji leaned back in the leather seat, closed his eyes to rest, and regained his strength. He then spoke about the need to clear zombies, mentioning the huge attraction blood has for them, which caused the 3 girls in the car to gasp in surprise. At that moment, in the cramped space, Yao Liangji smelled a faint hint of blood and casually pulled out 2 sanitary pads from the front pocket of his clothes, tossing one to Chu Xiaonan and another to the girl sitting behind him, saying, "Don't worry, menstrual blood doesn't attract zombies. I've tested it." Zhu Zhaonang, with one hand on the steering wheel and the other holding the sanitary pad, realized that Yao Liangji knew about her period and blushed, saying, "Thank you." Yao Liangji ignored this remark and continued, "I will give you 2 days. Except for Chu Xiaonan, each of you must personally kill a zombie. If you can't complete it, we can part ways amicably." Huh? Yao Liangji's words shocked Chu Xiaonan and the others. Just thinking about those terrifying zombies, along with what Yao Liangji said about them, made them doubt their ability to pass this test. Chu Xiaonan gritted her teeth and said, "See, can I help my students kill zombies?" Yao Liangji glanced at the moral model in front of him, and the murderous intent in his heart began to surge again. If it weren't for the fact that she was truly morally upright, if it weren't for her generosity towards others, if it weren't for the fact that she was a doctor, Yao Liangji really wanted to throw her out of the car right now. Taking a few deep breaths, Yao Liangji's voice was full of coldness as he said, "Don't keep challenging my bottom line. I am willing to respect you because you're a teacher at a medical university and because you're a highly skilled doctor, but your students are not. If they want to prove their worth, they must first prove their courage. In this place filled with zombies, if they are afraid to kill zombies, then in my eyes, they are worthless, and my team will not keep worthless people." Chapter 40. What is professionalism? I initially thought that killing zombies would be a difficult task for these people in the ivory tower. However, Yao Liangji did not expect that they would be so adept at it, especially Jiang Wenba and his girlfriend, who even began to dissect on the spot. From their initial nervousness and fear to later excitement and astonishment, they, along with Chu Xiaonan, started a live dissection lesson and analysis with the 7 of them. The fact that these 7 people managed to stay alive until Yao Liangji and the others showed up already indicated that they had a strong psychological quality. Those with weaker psychological resilience probably ended up like the few who committed suicide by jumping off the building in Yao Liangji's neighborhood, having ended their lives early. These 7 people, surrounded by zombies and still able to retain some humanity despite not seeing any hope, already demonstrated their mental strength. Zhou Ting walked up to Yao Liangji, looking at his cold face with surprise, and teasingly said, "Boss, this time we really hit the jackpot." After saying that, Zhou Ting glanced at Su Shuchu, who was eagerly watching the live dissection, observing her continuously sketching the zombie's body structure in her notebook. Yao Liangji felt as if he had punched cotton, and then looked at the slightly retreating, changing the subject. "Now you know I'm doing this for your own good, right?" Had seen blood before and could even be said to be tougher than anyone else present, even Yao Liangji himself. But his toughness was directed at people, not a group of perverts. Watching Chu Xiaonan pull out the shrunken heart of a zombie and take a deep breath in front of his nose, couldn't help but feel a bit nauseous. His previous lustful thoughts about the beautiful mature woman completely vanished. He understood that he couldn't control such a woman and didn't want to. After all, what he wanted was the whole forest. Swallowed hard, turned his head away, and awkwardly said, "Well, it seems like you, Boss Yao, have a keen eye. These are all rare talents." At this point, Yao Yangji's gaze had already shifted to Su Shuchu. He hadn't expected that the person who had struggled to kill a single zombie would now be eagerly asking others to help cut open those internal organs so she could draw internal structure diagrams. In the end, all 6 zombies were dissected, and all their parts were laid out for comparison. Naturally, the white crystals that appeared in their minds became a hot topic of discussion. Listening to their animated discussions, Yao Yangji also wanted to know some professional opinions. So he spoke up and explained, "This white crystal is what I call a corpse crystal." After hesitating for a moment, Yao Yangji took a black corpse crystal out of his pocket and said, "In addition to the white corpse crystal, there is also this type that I know of. The black corpse crystal." Corpse crystal? At that moment, Chu Xiaonan was completely in a teacher's authoritative state, and her tone and expression inadvertently made Yao Yangji feel a bit nervous, as if he were being questioned by a teacher. Speaking a bit too quickly, he said, "Their occurrence probability is relatively low. For the white corpse crystal, approximately 1 appears for every 10 white-eyed zombies, and 1 black corpse crystal appears for every 5 black-eyed zombies." "No, that's not right," Chu Xiaonan immediately retorted, and then picked up a zombie brain, holding it up in front of Yao Yangji's eyes, saying, "Take a closer look at the connection between its left and right brain." Yao Yangji focused carefully and looked closely. He did not understand these human structures, so he could only point out a small issue he observed. There was a small hole in the middle, and inside the hole, there was some white fluffy substance. Chu Xiaonan knew that it was not easy for Yao Yangji to say this, so he took over the conversation and explained, "In the brain structure of a normal human, there is no such hole, and the white fluffy substance you mentioned is not anything else. It should be the precursor to the corpse crystal you referred to. Therefore, the probability you mentioned is incorrect. The emergence of corpse crystals is not random, but depends on the maturity." Chu Xiaonan found it difficult to use any other term to describe this phenomenon, so he had to use maturity as a substitute. Yao Yangji found it a bit brain-teasing and said with some uncertainty, "Do you mean that the appearance of corpse crystals in these zombies' heads is not random, but that zombies will develop this feature after reaching a certain stage?" Before Yao Yangji could say anything else, Chu Xiaonan handed over the analysis report. "What you all discussed today is too rough. Through this experiment, I made some detailed analysis reports. Take a look." Having someone directly say that his experimental conclusions were problematic made Yao Yangji feel a bit embarrassed. He shot a glare at the onlookers, the chubby guy and Zhou Ting. Then he took the analysis report and began to read. Just a glance, and he realized that Chu Xiaonan was right. 5 or 6 minutes later, Yao Yangji's face was filled with surprise as he exclaimed, "Destroying the zombie's spine can also lead to death?" One was pierced directly through the spine with a 3-edged bayonet, and the other was smashed with a hammer to break the vertebrae. After quietly waiting for 3 or 4 minutes, Yao Yangji noticed that the movements of these 2 zombies gradually weakened until they died. This discovery was much more useful to Yao Yangji than things like the auditory range of zombies. Previously, he could only attack the zombies' heads to kill them, but the head was a small target with a hard skull, so he often had to take risks to create killing opportunities. Now, with the addition of a fatal weakness in the spine, it would be much simpler for Yao Yangji to kill zombies in the future. "Yes, very good, huh?" Yao Yangji threw the analysis report to Zhou Ting and then pulled out several white corpse crystals, tossing them to Chu Xiaonan and the others, saying, "Do you think I'm strong?" Yao Yangji was quite pleased with Jiang Wenba's supporting role and pointed to the white corpse crystals in their hands, saying, "I could be this strong because of this thing in your hands. I'll give you a choice, 100 white corpse crystals or follow me for the rest of your life. Choose one, and once the condition is met, I will reveal the secret of the corpse crystals to you." Just as Jiang Wenba was about to speak, he was pulled down by his girlfriend. After hesitating, he chose to remain silent. At this moment, Su Shuchu finally completed her drawing and, as if presenting a treasure, handed the zombie body structure diagram to Yao Yangji. Looking at this stunning woman he had only known for a day, Yao Liangji instinctively took her artwork and sincerely asked, "What about you? Are you willing to follow me?" Chapter 41. Arriving at the destination, the side effects of the corpse crystals were already quite obvious. For whatever reason, Su Shuchu's body fragrance could temporarily suppress Yao Liangji's killing intent, and as long as the issue of the corpse crystal side effects wasn't resolved, Yao Liangji would never let Su Shuchu leave his side. At that moment, due to the distance, Su Shuchu caught a whiff of the blood scent on Yao Liangji, but instead of feeling disgusted or scared, she felt at ease. She was a bit flustered because this was not how a widow who had just lost her husband should feel. She lowered her head in a fluster and awkwardly said, "I'm willing to follow the captain and work." Yao Liangji didn't care about Su Shuchu's shy reaction. Hearing that she was willing, he happily said, "Come with me. I'll teach you how to use the corpse crystal." After more than 20 minutes, Su Shuchu opened her misty eyes full of spring feelings and carefully glanced at Yao Liangji sitting across from her. Seeing him completely focused on the zombie body structure diagram she had just drawn, she couldn't help but feel delighted. No one would be unhappy to have their talents appreciated by others. To her surprise, she became captivated as soon as she looked. And Su Shuchu truly deserved the award she had received in her house. Every muscle and bone structure of the zombies was drawn clearly. Raising her head and glancing at Su Shuchu, who had already removed her mask, Yao Liangji didn't know why he felt so close to this stranger. He slightly shifted his gaze and gently asked, "How do you feel?" Thinking about the electric shock-like sensation, Su Shuchu's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, Very good. I can clearly feel that I have more strength." Dropping 2 white corpse crystals, Yao Liangji didn't dare to stay any longer and left her with a remark that if she wanted corpse crystals in the future, she'd have to rely on herself. These 2 crystals were a reward for what she had done today. He quickly walked out, even conducted some tests on them. Zhou Ting had already sold her later life to Yao Liangji, so when Yao Liangji decided to recruit Chu Xiaonan and others, she cooperated very well. As for the fat man, valuing his life, he naturally held nothing back. After completing the simple tests, the fat man nonchalantly said, "Don't think we are much stronger than ordinary people now, but when facing Boss Yao, even 10 of us might not be able to hurt him." After spending most of the day, Chu Xiaonan roughly understood that the relationship between this fat man and Yao Liangji wasn't very close. It was more of a transactional relationship rather than partners. Furthermore, it was a transaction limited by force, so after the experiment, she didn't doubt the truth of what the fat man said. She also understood that with so many women, especially beautiful ones, in this collapsing social order without protection, they would surely face the same fate as those students who had been raped and killed. However, there was still a question in her heart. So as soon as she saw Yao Liangji come out, she immediately asked, Boss Yao, I want to ask you something." Yao Liangji's hot breath hit Chu Xiaonan's face, suppressing the tumultuous feelings inside as she asked, "What's the matter? I want to ask how the other 4 guys in the library are doing." After saying this, Yao Liangji smacked her lips, unable to help but picture the scene in her mind. Does that mean they're dead? Although she felt extreme hatred inside. Upon hearing that the others had been eaten by zombies, Chu Xiaonan couldn't help but feel a bit soft-hearted. Seeing Chu Xiaonan move closer to him, Yao Liangji grew somewhat impatient and said coldly, "How would I know? I just broke their limbs and let out some blood. Who knows if they're dead or not?" Damn, Yao Liangji's expression of having shown mercy left everyone stunned. In a school environment filled with nearly 1,000 zombies, breaking someone's limbs and letting them bleed out was like sending a fat sheep into a pack of wolves. Chu Xiaonan could already envision that scene, so she no longer hesitated and said, "We choose to follow you, as long as you respect us. That's all we need? Respect?" Yao Liangji glanced around and then spoke. "I don't know what you mean by respect, but if you want to have a good life here, you need to demonstrate your value. If you have no value, you don't deserve to negotiate with me. And I don't know what respect means. If you want respect, then you should go kill a few more zombies. If you are stronger than me, why would I not respect you?" Chu Xiaonan didn't expect that Yao Liangji wouldn't even bother to flatter them, but hearing his words, Chu Xiaonan's anxious heart instead calmed down, and he said firmly, "No problem. Now tell us how to use the zombie crystals." Yao Liangji glanced at the 4 women in front of him, instinctively swallowed, and then instructed Zhou Ting and the chubby guy. "Zhou Ting, You go teach Chu Xiaonan and the other 4 girls. Chubby. You go teach Zhang Wenba and the other 3 boys. He didn't want to suffer that kind of torment again. If it made his heart itch, it was better not to look. At this moment, the chubby guy was much more proactive, stating with righteousness, I'll teach them. Let Zhou Ting take a good rest. Half an hour later, Chu Xiaonan and the other 4 returned to normal, their faces flushed, feeling even more wary of the chubby guy. While curiosity about Yao Liangji bringing Su Shuchu into the room arose in their hearts. They hadn't forgotten that Su Shuchu hadn't come out of the room yet. After taking a few detours, and with the time spent on new recruit training, what should have been only a few dozen kilometers took until the 4th day before Yao Liangji and his group finally arrived near their destination. Looking at the zombie den, even Yao Liangji didn't dare to act recklessly, because just a quick glance revealed over 100 zombies wandering around. Chapter 42. Luring and Infiltration Boss Yao. What should we do about this situation? The chubby guy asked with a serious expression. He was genuinely afraid that Yao Liangji would choose to confront them head-on. The terrain here was completely unsuitable for the tactics they had used at the grain and oil market. In such a confined space, there were too many zombies gathered, and there was only a small door to get in. Trying to lure the zombies out with firecrackers or something similar was unrealistic, as the small door would surely get blocked, and furthermore, the surrounding buildings were densely packed, so if the noise grew too loud, it was possible that zombies from other areas would come rushing over. However, at this moment, what Yao Liangji was most worried about was not this, because just from his rough observation, he had already seen 3 black-eyed zombies. The chubby guy and Zhou Ting had never fought black-eyed zombies, so they weren't clear on their combat capabilities among the zombie horde. To explain it in one sentence, white-eyed zombies were like brave soldiers, while black-eyed zombies were like generals behind them. Once entangled by white-eyed zombies, the black-eyed zombies lurking behind could inflict significant damage. Watching the black-eyed zombies constantly looking around, Yao Liangji recalled how he had lured and killed black-eyed zombies 2 days ago, and then immediately began to look for a suitable spot. Soon, Yao Liangji found a good location. With a slight smile, he said to the chubby guy, Chubby, do you want to learn something new? About black-eyed zombies? Hearing Yao Liangji's words filled with amusement, the chubby guy felt a tightening in his heart, just as he was about to refuse. He remembered the changes in Yao Liangji from the day before and gritted his teeth, saying, as long as it doesn't involve me dying, I'm willing to try. The chubby guy had thought that after learning the secret of the zombie crystals, the gap between him and Yao Liangji would shrink. But these past few days had made him realize what it meant to be one step ahead. To change the situation, he naturally had to focus on black-eyed zombies. So as long as it wasn't a death wish, he was willing to give it a try. Don't worry, not only will you not die, but you'll be safer than anyone. Stop. Boss Yao, put me down. The chubby guy, with his hands tied, looked like a frog hanging in mid-air, flailing his legs wildly. He wasn't afraid of being hung up, but was scared because he was too high up and seeing too much. In just a moment, he had made eye contact with 3 black-eyed zombies, and that instinctual fear was now making him acutely aware of the deadly danger. Yao Liangji knew that the fat man understood this very well. Even though his voice trembled uncontrollably, he was trying his best to control the volume of his voice. Yao Liangji glanced at the comical looking and said, put in some effort. If you attract more than 5 black-eyed zombies, I'll let you choose one to open a blind box. Yao Liangji's words immediately silenced the fat man, who even started to sway his body in the air. The fat man knew that as long as Yao Liangji didn't run away, he was safer than anyone else hanging in midair. Seeing the fat man cooperating, Yao Liangji turned to Zhou Ting and the others and said, you all clean up those white-eyed zombies that come over and group yourselves as trained before. Okay. After everything was arranged, Yao Liangji squatted on a small high ground halfway, staring intently at the horde of zombies emerging from the upscale apartment complex, listening to their roars and constantly calculating the distance between them. With a whoosh, a black-eyed zombie fell down, and the fat man in midair couldn't help but exclaim, Yao Liangji is really accurate. Then came 3 more whooshes. 2 were shot in the head and died on the spot, while 1 was pierced in the spine by an arrow. Although it was still alive, its movements were obviously slowed down, and its roar disappeared. Yao, boss Yao, another black-eyed zombie is coming. The fat man exclaimed in midair, simultaneously signaling the white-eyed zombies that were standing still. After the second wave of zombies completely emerged, Yao Yangji made a gesture to Zhou Ting behind him, indicating to let the fat man down first. After a few dozen seconds, sounds of fighting came from behind Yao Yangji, and he didn't delay either. After shooting the last arrow, he grabbed a triangular military dagger in one hand and a single soldier shovel in the other, charging out. The second wave of zombies could not be released now. Otherwise, Zhou Ting and the others would not be able to bear the pressure. Upon seeing Yao Liangji charging in, the remaining black-eyed zombie let out an excited roar and charged forward with 5 white-eyed zombies. A half piece of skull flew up, exposing the jelly-like brain inside the zombie's head. First, a leg was disabled, then its spine was pierced, even with the black-eyed zombie's body strength. It was nearly impossible to stand up at this point. Watching the remaining 3 white-eyed zombies charging at him while roaring, Yao Liangji stomped heavily, deliberately making some noise to draw them away from the black-eyed zombie. After easily taking care of the 3 white-eyed zombies, Yao Liangji approached the severed zombie head, ground it under his foot, and heard a cracking sound from the hard skull. He casually rummaged through it and then kicked it away. Yao Yangji's patience for zombies that contributed nothing was indeed lacking. Meanwhile, behind him, the fat man and others looked at Yao Liangji, who was taking on 7 zombies alone, with shock in their eyes. They knew he was strong, but they didn't realize he could be this strong. In just 2 or 3 minutes, 7 zombies lay on the ground without any resistance. After finishing up, Yao Liangji walked over and lifted the fat man again, but this time, no zombies came out no matter how much he bounced around up there. After putting him down, Yao Liangji said, "Follow me." Looking at the 6 black-eyed zombies on the ground, everyone felt a bit envious. After experiencing the effects of zombie crystals, no one would be indifferent to them. Pick one. Yao Liangji walked to the zombie pointed out by the fat man, hooked his foot, and sent it flying in front of the fat man. As for the remaining 5, except for the black-eyed zombie shot in the spine, Yao Liangji opened the heads of all the others, and unexpectedly, 2 black crystals appeared among the 4 black-eyed zombies. Then on the fat man's side, he trembled as he pried open the zombie's head, ignoring the blackened brain matter splattering on himself. Nervously, he reached in to feel around, and then his face immediately lit up with surprise. Another black crystal emerged. Such a high probability made Yao Liangji slightly uneasy, but at this moment, there was no time to think too much. So he said to the others, "We'll dissect the remaining black-eyed zombie in a safe place tonight. You all handle the other white-eyed zombies yourselves and decide how to distribute them. The fat man will no longer participate in the distribution of white zombie crystals." "No problem." The fat man agreed without a second thought. Yao Liangji nodded and then continued, "You guys clean up first. I will sneak in to check the situation. Let's set a time. If I haven't come out in 2 hours, you should drive and set off firecrackers to attract the zombies' attention." Chapter 43. Meeting and strangers. Su Shuchu had not asked Yao Liangji who he was looking for this time. She wanted to speak up now, but didn't know if she had the right to ask that question. So in the end, what she said was, "You have to be careful. We will wait for you outside." Yao Liangji looked at Su Shuchu with gentle eyes and said softly, "I will." Women's feelings are very sensitive, especially for Zhou Ting and Chu Xiaonan, both of whom have relatively rich life experiences. They can clearly sense that Yao Liangji treats Su Shuchu completely differently from how he treats them. This difference is not reflected in any material distribution, but in his attitude and feelings. Due to their nature as women, they felt a bit of jealousy in their hearts. But it was quickly dissolved by the affability exuded by Su Shuchu. Yao Liangji wrapped his feet in a towel and circled around the high-end apartment complex before finally choosing a spot to climb over the wall. Pressing against the iron railing, he held his breath and quietly watched as a zombie in a tight dress walked past him. The dress, having been worn for nearly 2 months, had gradually shifted to the waist, exposing the black lace underwear underneath. A feeling of disgust rose within Yao Liangji as he noticed a wire protruding from its private area. With years of theoretical teaching experience, he naturally knew what it was. After the zombie left, he found himself unconsciously glancing at the other beautiful zombies in the upscale community, trying to shake off the inappropriate thoughts. Crouching down, Yao Liangji located the stairway. He and T climbed 2 flights when, around a corner, he saw 2 zombies with their intestines hollowed out, apparently victims of being partially devoured by other zombies. Realizing he couldn't T-bypass them, Yao Yangji thrust the triangular military dagger forward, with a squelching sound, as the other zombie turned its head towards the source of the noise. He raised the combat shovel and brought it down forcefully, the unexpected dull thud echoing in the narrow, enclosed stairwell. Yao Yangji's heart tightened. He didn't have time for anything else and hurriedly rushed up. After reaching the resting platform on the 2nd floor, he pressed tightly against the corner, tilting his head to anxiously listen to the footsteps coming from the stairs. Soon, he saw 7 zombies coming down from above, following the dull sound they had just heard. All of them were zombies transformed after being partially devoured. This survival rate shocked Yao Yangji to know that in his community of over 150 people, fewer than 20 had managed to avoid natural zombie transformation. Now, in this community, he had only been there for a short time and had already seen 9 survivors who had been partially devoured. The unique stench of the zombies entered his nostrils, and due to the narrowness of the corridor, the 7 zombies' bodies continuously brushed against Yao Yangji's. Their sharp claws unintentionally slid across his back, producing a faint scraping sound. Yao Yangji's outer garment was torn open, yet he still dared not make any moves. If a fierce fight broke out in this space and the noise got out, it would only lead to his demise. Fortunately, the zombies had good hearing and sensed that the sound did not come from this area. So they did not linger, but quickly moved to the spot where the 2 zombies had died, constantly swiping their claws at the surroundings. After waiting for a while without any zombies coming down, Yao Yingji turned and rushed upstairs. Gu Fangzhou was living on the 17th floor, and if this happened a couple more times, Yao Yingji couldn't be sure he'd be so lucky again and avoid the black-eyed zombies. After rushing up to the 7th floor in one go, Yao Yingji's breath became slightly hurried, and he began to slow down, killing and dodging along the way, resolutely not using the single soldier's shovel again, but instead replacing it with arrows. By the time he reached the 17th floor, 20 minutes had already passed. With a creak, the door opened, and Yao Yingji now truly hated these automatic retractable doors that made no sound, as if trying to prove their existence. He quickly darted out of the stairwell, unlocking the door with the fastest speed of his life. 3 seconds. He entered a room, isolating the 5 zombies that had come in response to the sound outside, while keeping a vigilant eye on the interior. Seeing that there were no signs of zombie activity, Yao Yingji first felt a relief, but then the strong stench of decay filled his nostrils, causing him to gag. He stepped inside, only to find a rotting corpse covered in maggots, lying on the over 2-meter-wide bed, swarming with flies. There was no time to lament. Yao Yingji hurried to the window, opened it, and breathed in the fresh air outside with great effort. But he didn't dare to stick his head out, fearing a black-eyed zombie might spot him. After the odor in the room improved slightly, Yao Yingji began to survey the luxurious apartment. It had an internal area of just over 50 square meters, but was divided into 2 levels, making the space feel quite ample. The upper room and lower hall, if not for the stench of corpses, would lead anyone to believe this was a place for the wealthy, with various luxury items visible and a wall made of well-known sports shoes, all telling tales of the former owner's affluence. Looking at the various travel photos on the wall, Yao Yingji couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. The person in the photos looked sunny and confident. If the disaster hadn't occurred, she should be enjoying life to the fullest now, rather than having taken her own life in this desperate prison. After waiting a few minutes, Yao Yingji peered through the peephole and saw that only 2 zombies were spinning in the corridor, while the rest had been lured into the stairwell by the sound of the door. He randomly picked a long dress from the luxurious cloakroom, twisted it into a thick rope, and, after the 2 zombies at the door moved a bit further away, he quickly opened the door, locked the stairwell door, and rushed in to eliminate the 2 zombies that were facing away from him. This high-end apartment had a hollow, square architectural style, so there was no need to worry about the awkward situation in the stairwell on the corridor. He could freely use various weapons, with 2 gunshots echoing. Yao Yingji couldn't help but exclaim, "Why were there so many female zombies?" Casually rummaging through, he surprisingly found 2 white corpse crystals. This exceedingly high probability made Yao Yingji increasingly uneasy, suppressing the fearful speculation He arrived in front of room 1709, feeling a bit anxious as he knocked on the door. 3 short knocks, 3 long knocks, and then 3 short knocks again, signaling to the occupant inside that there was a living human outside. His keen senses made Yao Lianji feel that there was movement inside the room, and he felt a surge of joy, immediately pressing against the door, whispering urgently, Gu Fangzhou, it's me, Yao Lianji, I couldn't find you. Yao Lianji didn't know how to describe his feelings at this moment. It seemed there was no excitement as he had anticipated, only a sense of relief, as if something that had been pressing on his heart had been moved away and the pressure had suddenly vanished. At this moment, in Gu Fangzhou's room, she was already disheveled, her eyes filled with tension as she stared at the door that she had blocked with things. It wasn't until Yao Liangji called her name 3 times that she finally heard the name Yao Liangji. A wave of ecstasy surged in her heart, and scenes of comforting each other in the days leading up to the disaster flooded her mind. She frantically moved the tables and chairs blocking the door, and before she could even confirm anything, she directly opened the door. Looking at the fully armed person in front of her, who was covered in the smell of blood, was a stark contrast to the little chubby guy she remembered. Gu Fangzhou felt a bit desperate and wanted to close the door immediately, but was stopped by Yao Liangji, who held it open with one hand. After pushing it open and stepping inside, Yao Liangji frowned and said, Gu Fangzhou, what are you doing? Why are you closing the door? Chapter 44. The robber, however, at this moment, Gu Fangzhou did not speak, but crossed her arms, slightly bent over, and looked at Yao Liangji with a face full of vigilance. She had already decided that if this man dared to use force against her, she would scream loudly to attract all the zombies. Seeing the vigilance in Gu Fangzhou's eyes, Yao Liangji helplessly took off his mask and then smiled, saying, Gu Fangzhou, look, you recognize me now, right? Yao Liangji. To his surprise, after Yao Liangji took off the mask, Gu Fangzhou became even more vigilant, her voice even carrying a hint of a cry. Don't lie to me. Do you think I don't recognize that little chubby guy Yao Liangji? Little chubby guy? Yao Liangji may not know that he has received such an evaluation from Gu Fangzhou, but after feeling his own body, he indeed realizes that he has changed a lot. After all, he has only met Gu Fangzhou a few times, and it's strange that his features have become more defined after losing weight. So, he starts to talk about the company where they both work, mentioning his experience of hitting someone and how she helped him speak about it. Finally, he recalls their comforting words to each other under that strange rain. After Yao Liangji finishes speaking, Gu Fangzhou compares Yao Liangji's current features with her impression of him, and after confirming, she feels a wave of suppressed joy wash over her. She then moves to hug Yao Liangji. Her body tenses instinctively, but she forces herself to relax. After offering a few words of comfort, Yao Liangji, feeling a bit uncomfortable, gently pushes Gu Fangzhou away and takes an orange from his bag, saying, You should eat something first. Huh? Fresh oranges. Gu Fangzhou feels a surge of joy in her heart, takes the orange, peels it, and splits it in half to give to Yao Liangji. Then she pulls him into the room. Looking at the pile of supplies on the floor, Yao Liangji raises an eyebrow and asks, How much have you stocked up? It's been 2 months already, and with the supplies in Gu Fangzhou's room, they can last at least another 2 months if used sparingly. I've pretty much emptied half of the convenience store downstairs. When you told me to stock up on supplies, I just kept bringing things home, Gu Fangzhou says proudly. After realizing that something bad was going to happen, she took advantage of the brief window to raid the convenience store. If Yao Liangji had come 2 months ago, he would have seen what it was like to have the room filled with food and drinks. Peeking out the window, she sees the dense crowd of zombies below, then struggles a bit before looking at Yao Liangji with a feigned smile, saying, I'm really grateful that you came to find me, but you really shouldn't have come. Now that you've fulfilled your promise, you can find an opportunity to leave. Yao Liangji looked at Gu Fangzhou, whose disheveled appearance was far from attractive. Due to long-term survival pressure and having eaten junk food for so long, her mental state seemed quite poor, completely lacking the ice goddess demeanor she had in the company. Knowing Gu Fangzhou's worries, Yao Liangji comforted her gently. Don't worry, I'm not Zhao Zilong in this world. I know I can't take you to freedom alone, but I have my companions outside, and zombies aren't as terrifying as you think. They have weaknesses too. Companions? Weaknesses? Gu Fangzhou's hope reignited. Glancing at the time, she realized 40 minutes had already passed, So she summarized the important precautions for facing zombies. Just then, there was a knocking sound from outside, and a man's low voice said, "Beautiful lady, I know you're still alive, and there's food inside. Don't worry, I won't do anything bad to you. We've all struggled to survive until now, and I hope you won't be so vigilant. Here, we need to stick together and find a way to survive." Is there still someone alive? Yao Yangji is truly surprised now. This luxury apartment building is not like those commercial residential buildings where families live. It's normal for a family to have a bit more supplies. However, for a single apartment, having enough supplies for a week is considered quite good. Gu Fangzhou is aware of this because of his own reminders, but what about the outsiders? Yao Yangji suppressed his discomfort and did not push Gu Fangzhou's hand away, softly asking, "Do you know?" Perhaps it was because Yao Yangji was nearby. Gu Fangzhou quickly calmed down, carrying a hint of fear. I've been living here for almost a year now, so I occasionally interacted with the neighbors who live close by. The residents here are either popular internet influencers or well-off young heirs. Usually, everyone keeps to themselves. Previously, due to that strange, heavy rain, many people didn't go out and stayed at home. It wasn't until a few days later, when we tried to order takeout and found no one was accepting orders, that we realized something was wrong. At this point, Gu Fangzhou swallowed hard, as if recalling a terrifying image. Unconsciously, her hand shifted from gripping her sleeve to holding onto Yao Liangji's arm, trembling slightly as she said, "When those zombies appeared, many people were bitten by them. No, they should have been eaten." Finally, after Gu Fangzhou finished speaking, Yao Liangji discreetly pushed her hand away and smiled, saying, "Don't worry. There's no need to be afraid with me here. I have weapons on me. I'll go check the situation first." Looking at Yao Liangji's exaggerated gear, Gu Fangzhou forced herself to close her mouth and then grabbed a frying pan to follow behind Yao Liangji. Peering through the peephole, Yao Liangji locked eyes with a crazed figure outside, whose eyes were filled with sickly delight and greed. However, Yao Liangji did not even blink, and his originally gentle demeanor instantly turned cold as he projected his killing intent into the other person's mind. A terrified scream immediately erupted from outside. Just as the scream escaped, someone covered the mouth of the screamer, and Yao Liangji heard someone curse, "Wang Jiamao, why are you screaming? Do you want to get us killed?" Yao Liangji slightly shifted his gaze, and then the full scene at the door appeared before his eyes. There were 4 people at the entrance, 3 of them holding kitchen knives and 1 holding a rope. Although it had been 2 months since the disaster, these 4 looked not only well-fed, but somewhat weak, the kind of weakness that comes from kidney deficiency. Just by looking at their stance, Yao Yangji knew without guessing how they had survived until now. "No, I'm not hallucinating, Boss Lin. There is someone inside this house. There is a man." At that moment, the man with a hoarse face, slumped on the ground, pointed at Gu Fangzhou's front door in terror. Slap! A ruthless sound of a slap rang out, and Yao Yangji saw one of the muscular men among the 4 glaring fiercely. "This woman has been living here for over a year. Where would a man come from? Have you lost your mind with too many women around?" After saying that, he ignored his terrified companion and stood at the door threateningly. "Woman, I know you're still alive. The zombies on this floor have disappeared, so the 4 of us don't need to hide anymore like before. If you're smart, let us have some fun together and then go to the underworld. If you're not smart, do you think this door can withstand the attack of 4 men?" Hearing that there were no zombies on the floor, Yao Yangji didn't hesitate at all. He directly opened the door. In the muscular man's horror, he delivered a knee strike that left him speechless. Then, taking a step forward, he extended his right hand and pushed the face of the man on his right with some force against the wall, causing him to slump down. With a lateral kick from his left foot, the man who had been blocking the peephole also fell down. As for the last one, Yao Yangji unleashed a killing intent with his mental power, and he immediately became like a chicken with its neck caught, unable to make sound. Ignoring Gu Fangzhou, who was holding a frying pan and looked shocked, Yao Liangji took a quick glance around, saw there were no other figures, and then swiftly kicked and dragged all 4 men into the room. Yao Yangji controlled his strength very well. There wasn't a trace of blood in the corridor. Chapter 45, Eating People. Yao Yangji, what are you planning to do?" Gu Fangzhou was first startled by Yao Liangji's act of opening the door, and before he could feel fear, he saw that in just a few seconds, 4 big men were knocked down without any resistance. Yao Liangji frowned. Perhaps it was because the two had once shared moments of closeness over the phone that Gu Fangzhou didn't mind the coldness emanating from him and was willing to draw near. But he was no longer the person he used to be. 2 months of struggle and fighting had made him instinctively repulsed by anyone getting too close. Except for Su Shuchu. The physical condition and expressions of the four men were off. And the fact that they had come to knock on his door with weapons in hand indicated that they had likely done this kind of thing many times over the past 2 months. He needed to gather some information from them. The first to recover was the thin man holding a rope, who, before Yao Liangji could speak, directly knelt down and kept begging for mercy. The muscular man, who had been doubting life after Yao Liangji's knee strike, also raised his head in pain to look at the terrifying man before him. He was certain that there was no character like this in his building or neighborhood, and an unbelievable guess floated in his mind. The muscular man stammered, "B brother, I'm the son of the police chief of East City. I know where to get a gun." It must be said that children from wealthy and powerful families usually know how to be pragmatic and are aware of their advantages. He could tell with just a glance what Yao Liangji was missing and understood the need to submit and seek favor. Sure enough, after the muscular man spoke, the killing intent in Yao Liangji's eyes faded a bit. He didn't think the actions of these four men were particularly problematic. He couldn't impose his moral standards on everyone. However, Yao Liangji was not one to believe everything others said. So he asked, "What is the name of the police chief of East City? What is his wife's name? How many people are in their family?" After confirming the situation, Yao Liangji crouched down and caught a faint scent of blood and meat from the muscular man before him. However, upon closer inspection, he did not sense the hidden brutality that would indicate they had killed someone. Frowning slightly, Yao Liangji asked, "How did you survive for 2 months?" The muscular man began. "At first, the four of us started collecting supplies from people's homes. Later, when supplies ran low, we hid from the zombies and tricked others into opening the door, then went in to rob their supplies." At this point, it was unnecessary to elaborate on why the four of them had gathered at Gu Fangzhou's door. Indeed, Gu Fangzhou's face turned red with anger, and he swung the frying pan in his hand. With a loud bang, the muscular man immediately saw stars, and the nausea he had finally suppressed surged up again, causing him to vomit. Yao Liangji first dodged, then looked at the vomit on the ground, his eyes widening and then narrowing, before coldly asking, You ate meat?" In a situation where the water and electricity had been cut off for over a month, where did the meat come from for them to eat? The muscular man forced himself to stay calm. He could hear the coldness in the voice of the man in black before him, and replied, We found some dried meat in the food we collected." Bang! What greeted him was Yao Liangji's hard shoe sole, which brutally pressed the muscular man's face into the pile of vomit. At that moment, the muscular man's lie confirmed his deepest suspicion, and murderous intent surged within him. "Is your dried meat fresh meat?" Yao Liangji's words completely shattered the muscle man's sense of luck. At that moment, he smelled the sour and foul odor invading his nostrils and cried out, We were too hungry. We cut some meat from our dead companion to eat. We didn't kill anyone." With no way out, the muscle man realized he had no ability to resist in front of this man in black. Thinking about his current situation, he couldn't help but hate Gu Fangzhou even more. If it weren't for that frying pan, he wouldn't have been unable to control himself and vomit everything out. Seeing the man in black pretentiously change I into we, Yao Liangji understood that the muscle man was adopting a mentality of the law does not punish the many. However, he no longer believed the words coming out of his mouth. With a cold, determined gaze, he looked at the frail man beside him, whose legs had turned to jelly, and asked, "Which is tastier, fresh meat or dead meat?" "Huh?" The frail man was stunned by Yao Liangji's question, still thinking that he was going to ask if the muscle man was right. No need to ask anymore. Yao Liangji already knew the answer. This group of people had eaten both living and dead flesh. Feeling a surge of strength, he looked at Gu Fangzhou, who was vomiting beside the frying pan, and said, "Let's go check their room." Just hearing that the muscle man had vomited human flesh made Gu Fangzhou unable to hold back her nausea. After hearing Yao Liangji's words, she immediately hid behind him, trembling all over and too frightened to look at anyone. She knew that if it weren't for her cowardice, and if these people had tricked her into opening the door, what she would face would definitely not be as simple as just being robbed of supplies. Noticing Gu Fangzhou's fear, Yao Liangji couldn't leave her alone here, so he casually tore a piece of clothing from the muscle man and turned it into 4 balls, stuffing them one by one into their mouths. Finally, he kicked each of the 4 men hard on their feet, and muffled groans of pain, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, filled the air. Yao Liangji needed to ensure that these 4 people would pose no threat to him. After finishing, Yao Liangji took a deep breath, looking at the previously icy goddess, now showing a face full of terror, and gently said, "Come with me to check these guys' homes." Yao Liangji first opened the door, then looked at the key he had found on the muscular man, room 1715, which was separated from Gu Fangzhou's home by 3 rooms. Approaching the door, Yao Liangji carefully sniffed. There was no smell of blood. Slightly shifting to the side, he signaled Gu Fangzhou to step back a bit. Yao Liangji inserted the key and slowly opened the door. In an instant, a strong smell of blood mixed with the scent of meat rushed into Yao Liangji's nostrils. Pulling Gu Fangzhou into the room and closing the door, Yao Liangji then saw that all the cracks in the door had been stuffed with towels, secured with tape, preventing any smell from escaping the room. Gu Fangzhou felt nauseous again, and Yao Liangji's expression darkened, but he still couldn't understand why there were no signs of murder on the 4 people. As they moved closer, Yao Liangji finally understood the reason. In the living room on the 1st floor, 3 naked women with mutilated bodies were tied up. They either had lost arms or legs, or had their breasts and buttocks cut off, but because of the pile of drugs on the floor, they were barely clinging to life. Chapter 46. Divergent. Seeing this scene, Yao Liangji could no longer suppress his murderous intent. This group, these scum, actually treated people like livestock but couldn't finish a meal, so they chose to cut them alive. These 3 women had long since completely collapsed mentally. When they saw someone enter, they trembled all over, not daring to look up, only lowering their heads and continuously whimpering. Seeing this, Gu Fangzhou seemed to forget about vomiting and quickly went to the 3 girls, constantly offering comfort. However, these 3 had been tortured to the point of losing their self-awareness, so no matter how Gu Fangzhou called out or comforted them, they could only respond with fear and a desire to please their tormentors. "Step aside, they can't go on living. No, they still have a chance." Gu Fangzhou was unwilling to accept reality, and turning with red eyes, he suddenly saw Yao Liangji's eyes filled with brutality. Under that gaze, Gu Fangzhou instinctively took 2 steps back, panicking. Yao Liangji, what's wrong with you? Previously, during the 2 surges of murderous intent, Su Shuchu had been there to help suppress it, but now that Su Shuchu was gone, Yao Liangji didn't want to hold back any longer, his expression cold and brutal. "Send them off, and then feed those 4 scum to the zombies." "Why? Why do you want to kill them? Why?" Gu Fangzhou rushed at Yao Liangji, hitting him a few times before his voice immediately stopped, as Yao Liangji had already lost control and was choking Gu Fangzhou by the throat. Yao Liangji trembled as he tried hard to control his killing intent, and said with difficulty, Don't touch me. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself." Gu Fangzhou looked at Yao Liangji in disbelief. She didn't understand why the savior she had been waiting for was someone who had killed 3 people without a hint of hesitation and even wanted to kill her. Cough, cough. After being put down, Gu Fangzhou coughed violently. Even though Yao Liangji had already withdrawn most of his strength, the remaining bit was still beyond what she could bear. Seeing the blue fingerprints on Gu Fangzhou's neck, Yao Liangji was about to apologize when he heard commotion coming from the 2nd floor. Both of them instantly became alert. Yao Liangji pressed his hand down, signaling Gu Fangzhou to follow him. When they reached the 2nd floor, Yao Liangji finally understood why the 4 muscular men were so weak. Looking at the 4 women on the 2nd floor, dressed in various provocative lingerie and bound in artistic knots, Yao Liangji shivered slightly, shook off the last drop of blood from his 3-edged military dagger, and then cut the ropes binding them. Once the 4 women relaxed, they struggled to free themselves from the ropes and pulled out the dirty underwear stuffed in their mouths, crying out, Big brother, save us. They eat people. They eat people." Looking at the 4 extraordinarily beautiful women in front of him, even though they were wearing different, enticing lingerie, he had no lewd thoughts at all. At this moment, Gu Fangzhou, who had heard the voices, also came up and then saw the almost naked 4 women. For some reason, This time she didn't rush forward to comfort them, but tilted her head to glance at Yao Yangji. Seeing that he showed no sign of avoiding the situation, she couldn't help but bite her lip. At this point, Yao Yangji was running out of patience. Seeing that the four women had almost finished speaking, he asked, "Have you eaten human flesh? What is your relationship with those four people?" As he asked this, Yao Yangji had already used his mental power to intimidate the four. "No, we haven't eaten human flesh. We only ate some spoiled rice." Those four demons said that we, as meat sheep, are not worthy of eating meat. We were all captured after these four demons tricked us into opening the door, the four women explained in a flurry. After glancing at the half bag of blackened rice left by the wall and combining it with their expressions, Yao Yangji finally believed them and said, "Put on your clothes and come with us." Glancing at the various uniforms piled up, stained with bodily fluids, Yao Yangji frowned. These four scums were truly living in a drunken stupor. Okay. Originally, these four girls should have been celebrated, but now their minds were filled with obedience, and they showed no disdain for the stench of the uniforms that brought them humiliation, unabashedly putting on clothes in front of Yao Yangji. No need. Stimulated by the hellish scene in this room and captivated by Yao Yangji's brutal display, Gu Fangzhou only wanted to escape this cage. The bloodthirsty desire was almost uncontrollable. Yao Yangji looked at the five women who were ready and said, "You all follow me out first." Glancing at the time, it had already been 1 hour and 15 minutes since Yao Yangji entered. The five women quickly followed Yao Yangji to the stairwell, where he opened a door locked with clothes. After a while, they heard two faint sounds coming from the stairwell. When the five women went in to check, they saw two zombies lying on the landing, oozing brain matter. Ignoring the awe in the eyes of the five women, Yao Yangji led them to the 15th floor stairwell. He opened the door slightly to observe outside. After seeing the zombies wandering at a distance, he quickly jumped out and used a thin iron wire to unlock the nearest room's door. In less than 5 seconds, Yao Yangji pushed the door open and was immediately pounced on by a zombie. Ignoring the zombie's scratching, he opened his left hand to grab the zombie's face and slammed it hard against the wall, wiping his hands on the expensive pajamas of the zombie before walking back out and waving to Gu Fangzhou and the five women. Once everyone was inside, Yao Yangji told Gu Fangzhou, "You and the other four should go over some precautions about zombies, and after I go out, you all move things to block the door. No matter what you hear or what happens outside, as long as you don't hear my voice or a knock in the pattern of 3 short and 3 long, you cannot open the door. Understood?" Yao Yangji snorted lightly, then turned around. At this moment, his eyes were filled with bloodthirsty excitement. Chapter 47, Bloodletting to Lure Zombies. Once again arriving in front of Gu Fangzhou's room, Yao Yangji pushed hard, only to find that the door was blocked by something. He licked his lips and excitedly said, "Struggle? Struggling is interesting." Yao Yangji pried at the 3 door panels with a military shovel, and with a few creaks, he twisted the doorknob back and forth, then lifted the entire door into the hallway. Taking a bottle of white liquor from his bag, Yao Yangji first took a couple of swigs himself, then said with a look of enjoyment, "I've always believed that my moral standards are actually quite low. I have no sympathy. To survive, killing and stealing seem perfectly normal to me. When it comes to extreme hunger, eating human flesh doesn't seem unacceptable either. Moreover, if you kill them and then eat them, I will kill you, but I must say, you are really ruthless. But why do you have to do it while they're still alive?" The 4 of them were sobbing continuously. They had already seen the 3 mutton carcasses, all dead inside the room. If they could kill such pitiful women, what would they do to scum like them? Casually placing the liquor aside, Yao Yangji stood up and took the remaining half of the human meat soup, grabbing the nearest frail man. A minute later, he held his head back and shoved the remaining bottle of high-quality white liquor directly into his mouth. After a couple of gulps, Yao Yangji cut the ropes connecting the 4 of them and then untied a length of rope from the 3 female corpses. Sensing the strong smell of blood and a faint odor of decay on the rope, Yao Yangji bound the frail man to resemble the female corpses in life, then stuffed a rag back into his mouth to stop his incessant pleas for mercy and repentance. Perhaps for aesthetics, in this high-end apartment building, at each corner facing the courtyard on every floor, there was a stone dragon sculpture extending outward, Climbing over the railing, he threw the rope in his hand onto the dragon sculpture, tying a knot before dragging the man and tossing him outside, watching him shake and struggle in the air. Don't worry, your 3 partners will be coming to keep you company soon. He looked at the last muscular man and said, Young Master Pang, you are indeed from an official family. Not to mention anything else, your mindset is streets ahead of ordinary people. Yao Yangji still knew from the threats of the 3 people just now that the muscular man in front of him was Pang Biao, the only son of the head of the East City Public Security Bureau. All the pleas for mercy had already been made by his 3 little brothers. Even if Pang Biao was scared and resentful inside, he knew that his chances of surviving were extremely slim. After Yao Liangji pulled the rag out of his mouth, Pang Biao let out a cold laugh. You kept me until the end, probably wanted to know about the firearms, right? Yao Lianji indeed had this idea, but his main purpose was simply to make the muscular man feel more fear. So he said nonchalantly, it would be great if young Master Pang cooperates, but if not, then I can only express my regret. As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Yinji pressed his head into the soup pot, gripping Pang Biao's scalp tightly. He murmured, look, there are only a couple of bites left. You should obediently finish the soup and eat the meat, consider it a farewell, and let me feel a bit of pleasure. Okay. Ignoring the excruciating pain from the tearing of his scalp, Pang Biao clenched his teeth and refused to open his mouth. He was just enduring and stalling for time, betting that something might change with the zombies surrounding him, even if it meant he could be bitten to death by them. He's quite tough, isn't he? Yao Liangji chuckled lightly, then turned Pang Biao over, pinching his face with a little force. He then picked up the soup pot and poured it into Pang Biao's mouth. When there was only a little meat left, he repeatedly poked it inside with a stick, as if stuffing sausage, until everything was fully inside Pang Biao's belly. Yao Liangji asked with a smile, are you still going to say it? If you don't, you won't have a chance. At that moment, Pang Biao realized that Yao Liangji truly didn't care about the news of the firearms. However, he knew that it was his only chance for revenge. So he shouted, 407 Pingan Road, District 2. There's a warehouse with police equipment. If you have the guts, go take it. Yao Yangji would not be foolish enough to believe so easily. He stuffed a rag into his mouth and then whispered in Pang Biao's ear, the show is about to begin. After hanging up the 4 of them, Yao Yangji looked down with some regret. Below, there was a small flower bed, not entirely a stone-paved ground, with the vitality of zombies. Falling onto the dirt in the flower bed might not necessarily lead to their death. Yao Yangji glanced at the time. He had already been inside for an hour and 40 minutes. Without hesitation, he controlled his strength and quickly made a cut on the necks of the 4 people. This cut had affected their carotid arteries, but because it was too small, it would take a long time for them to bleed out and die from excessive blood loss. Watching the blood drip down from the 4 like water droplets, Yao Liangji didn't dare to delay. He rushed to the 15th floor and anxiously knocked on the door, saying, it's me, open the door quickly. Just as Yao Liangji entered, the sound attracted the zombies that had just arrived at the door. However, this time they did not linger. Instead, they quickly turned around and reached for the blood dripping from the railing outside. Naturally, they caught the scent of the delicious prey above them. In an instant, the entire apartment building was in an uproar. Hearing the rising and falling roars outside, the brutality in Yao Liangji's eyes was replaced by a hint of fear. He quickly moved tables, chairs, refrigerators, and washing machines to block the door. Then he finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Looking at the 5 people in the room who were also terrified, he gently said, don't worry, these zombies are not coming for us, and this is the safest way for us to escape this apartment building. However, he did not mention what this method was. Gu Fangzhou, seeing Yao Liangji's brutality dissipate, mustered up the courage to ask, Yao Liangji, why did you kill those 3 girls? They were already suffering so much. As soon as the 3 girls were mentioned, the joy that had been felt in the room, thinking they could escape, turned heavy again. After slightly releasing the brutality in his heart, Yao Liangji now had enough patience to discuss this issue with Gu Fangzhou. Yumi. Ultimately, Gu Fangzhou did not say that foolishly pretty sentence out loud. 3 strangers. This wasn't tea before the apocalypse. With her income, casually donating a little could have saved those 3 girls. But now this was the apocalypse. Not to mention food. Just the zombies everywhere were enough to make the three immobile become living targets. Although she knew this in her heart, Gu Fangzhou still found it hard to accept Yao Liangji's decisive actions devoid of any compassion when he killed. Chapter 48. Green Eyes? After the room fell silent again, Yao Liangji casually searched the room, then went up to the second floor, carrying half a bag of snacks and half a case of mineral water down. He placed them in the middle of the five and said, "If you're hungry or thirsty, take some for yourselves. We'll need to run fast later." At this moment, outside, all the zombies in the apartment building were in a frenzy, constantly rushing towards the 17th floor. However, since the four were suspended in midair, the zombies couldn't reach them and kept falling from the 17th floor. With continuous thuds, soon the stone pavement and garden below were piled up with fallen zombies, including a few black-eyed ones. At this point, the four of Peng Biao were still alive, but they actually wished they could just die like this, watching the zombies continuously pounce towards them only to fall and crash in a heap. They had now gotten used to the fear brought by the zombies. But the experience of feeling their own blood gushing from their necks, soaking their clothes and shoes, and finally dripping down from their bodies was what terrified them the most. Feeling their bodies slowly surrounded by a cold sensation. The four did not know if they experienced the same sense of despair as those three women who were treated as living cuts. Feeling that the roars of zombies outside had diminished significantly, the thuds of falling from above became sparse. Yao Liangji made a gesture to the five women, then quietly opened the door. He saw that there were no zombies in the corridor on the 15th floor. Looking slightly towards the opposite 17th floor, he noticed that there were still less than 50 zombies crowded in the corridor, reaching out towards the already dead Peng Biao and his three companions. After listening to the sounds by the stairwell door, Yao Liangji knew that the six of them had to run. Peng Biao's bodies wouldn't attract zombies for much longer. The five women hurriedly got up, grabbed their things, and followed Yao Liangji as they ran downstairs. Along the way, Yao Liangji encountered many immobile zombies being drawn upwards by the scent of blood. This time, he didn't care about making any noise and unleashed his full firepower, attacking the zombies fiercely. When they finally reached the first floor, they found the exit blocked by half-dead but still living zombies. Without hesitation, Yao Liangji took the five women to the second floor, quickly opened a room door, and the six of them slipped inside. He casually slammed a charging zombie against the wall, ignoring the brain matter splattering onto himself, and walked towards the balcony to look outside. At that moment, the open space in the community was surprisingly clean, with not a single zombie in sight. Yao Liangji opened the glass window without a moment's hesitation and then kicked the outer security window a few times. Fortunately, it was a hollow aluminum security window. If it had been solid, Yao Liangji might have risked jumping into the pile of zombies in the courtyard below. He was the first to jump down to the open area, then turned around and shouted to the five women above, "Hurry up, jump down." Luckily, none of the five women hesitated or expressed fear. They jumped down one by one, glancing back at the zombies that were drawn by the noise. Yao Liangji gritted his teeth, abandoning the idea of climbing over the wall to escape, and ran directly toward the front gate with Gu Fangzhou and the five girls. At that moment, the fat guy and others, who had been waiting near the gate, noticed the commotion inside the community and quickly drove closer. Bang! Yao Liangji instinctively turned, raising his combat shovel and triangular bayonet in front of him. He barely caught a glimpse before he felt as if he had been hit by a car, flying backward. In midair, Yao Liangji's mind seemed to short-circuit. That was a green-eyed zombie? After landing, he stumbled back 7 or 8 steps before dissipating the force on his body. Looking at the zombie before him, its eyes glowing green, Yao Liangji's heart sank completely. As he watched the green-eyed zombie charge at him after a brief moment of gathering strength, Yao Liangji gritted his teeth, leaned forward, and bent his right leg, then suddenly leaped, charging toward the green-eyed zombie. He knew that facing the attack of this green-eyed zombie, he could only take it head-on, otherwise. If he got hit 2 more times, he would fall apart. Bang! This collision was somewhat muffled, and Yao Liangji felt a numbness in his forearms. At that moment, he finally got a clear look at the zombie in front of him, when he noticed a black dot the size of a sesame seed in its eyes. Yao Liangji felt a surge of joy. This meant that the zombie was not a true green-eyed zombie. A rush of strength surged through him, pushing the quasi-green-eyed zombie back a few steps. He then capitalized on his weapon advantage, continuously attacking the quasi-green-eyed zombie, but all his strikes were blocked, causing only minimal damage. Seeing the zombie group surrounding him, Yao Liangji glanced outside and saw that Gu Fangzhou and the others had already been picked up by the fat guy at the gate. He signaled for them to evacuate first, then immediately turned and sprinted, jumping nearly 3 meters high over the wall. The quasi-green-eyed zombie, seeing Yao Liangji escape, let out a roar toward the sky and mimicked him, sprinting and leaping over the wall. Realizing the zombie was in pursuit, Yao Liangji felt a surge of excitement. From their brief encounter, he understood the quasi-green-eyed zombie's strength was comparable to his, but its body defense was significantly stronger. To injure it, he would have to exert all his effort, which was not a major issue. The biggest problem was that the quasi-green-eyed zombie was better at protecting its vital areas, making it difficult for Yao Liangji to find a decisive opportunity. In their chase and escape, they quickly arrived at the place where Yao Liangji had set up an ambush. Noticing no other zombies were following, he pivoted and used the zombie's lack of agility to quickly create distance between them. Then he swiftly took out an arrow and loaded it into his bow, waiting for the zombie to turn before shooting an arrow. Whoosh! Yao Liangji realized this would be difficult. Clearly, the zombie's combat instincts were strong. He could no longer treat it like a fool. He could understand why his bloodletting bait had failed to attract this zombie. Continuing to run, when Yao Liangji saw a series of small steps, his eyes lit up. He took a large leap, covering nearly 7 meters. In mid-air, he drew an arrow, and as he landed, he quickly attached it to his bow and turned to shoot at the zombie that was also leaping toward him. This time, Yao Liangji did not greedily aim for the zombie's head, but instead targeted its kneecap. The zombie in midair clearly saw Yao Liangji's move, raising its hands to block its head, but upon realizing the target was its foot, it quickly pulled its little foot back. Thud! The arrow hit directly, causing the zombie to slightly tilt its body as it landed, rolling over twice on the ground. Yao Liangji couldn't miss this opportunity. He charged forward with a single soldier's shovel in hand and swung it forcefully at the zombie. But at that moment, the zombie turned its head, and a bloodthirsty light flashed in its eyes. Its instincts told it that as long as it could consume this prey in front of it, it would be able to take the final step and complete the sublimation of its life. At this point, it was too late for Yao Liangji to dodge, as he saw that the alloy arrow that had originally struck the zombie's kneecap had somehow been pulled out by the zombie, which now held it in its hand and was directly stabbing it toward his chest. Chapter 49. Serious injury. Yao Liangji had not experimented with whether being infected by fresh zombie blood would lead to zombification, but the current situation left him no room for hesitation. He steeled his heart, completely abandoning defense, and increased the force in his hands. Seeing the fierce look in Yao Liangji's eyes, the quasi-green-eyed zombie showed a hint of obvious fear. This was different from the prey it had encountered before, in the past. When faced with such prey, they either panicked and screamed or appeared obedient, closing their eyes and waiting for death. This current prey not only injured it, but seemed to regard it as the prey instead. With a grunt of pain, Yao Liangji disregarded the arrow piercing through his left chest, gripping the quasi-green-eyed zombie's hand tightly with his left hand, while his knees pressed hard against the zombie's hips and chest at an obtuse angle. He had already taken on the risk of being infected and could not be satisfied with just severing one of the zombie's arms. He had loosened his grip on the spade and now drew the triangular military dagger from his waist, thrusting it straight toward the zombie's roaring mouth. Sensing the deadly danger, the quasi-green-eyed zombie attempted to break free from the restraint, but Yao Liangji held it down tightly. In the end, it could only turn its head to dodge, but the sharpness of the dagger still cut deeply into the corner of its mouth, embedding itself in the concrete floor with a clang. Seizing this opportunity, the quasi-green-eyed zombie twisted its body, flipping Yao Liangji, who had shifted his weight. With some intelligence, it only wanted to escape the suppression of this powerful prey. But Yao Liangji would not let it have its way. He could clearly feel his stamina rapidly depleting, and once the scent of his blood spread, he didn't know how many zombies it would attract. So at this moment, Yao Liangji could only fight desperately and aim for a quick resolution. After all, he He did not possess the same vigorous vitality as a zombie. Ignoring the intense pain from the arrow, Yao Liangji used his last bit of strength. Taking advantage of the zombie's flip, and with a swift upward slash of the triangular dagger along the zombie's severed left arm, he heard the sound of flesh tearing, followed by a head flying off. Injured internally, Yao Liangji suppressed the urge to spit out blood as he pried open the zombie's hand that gripped the arrow tightly, then kicked the zombie's head away, stabbing down fiercely at the severed neck. Thus, a quasi-green-eyed zombie died at Yao Liangji's hands. In his moment of unconsciousness, he finally saw Su Shuchu and the others appearing on the steps, letting go of the last bit of worry as darkness quickly enveloped Yao Liangji. While Chu Xiaonan and the others were busy tending to Yao Liangji, Su Shuchu picked up the crossbow and scattered arrows on the ground, pointing one of the arrows directly at the fatty and said, "Fatty, stay away from the captain." The fatty, whose expression was fluctuating, flashed a hint of fierceness in his eyes upon hearing this, and just as he was about to do something, the instinctive danger alert woke him up. Only then did he notice that because of Su Shuchu's words, Zhou Ting and the others were all looking at him with vigilance and determination. Why be so tense? I'm just concerned about Big Brother Yao. The fatty's face changed from dark to bright in an instant. Take out the black corpse crystal you got today. Otherwise, we'll die together here. Su Shuchu did not trust the fatty at all. If Yao Liangji were awake, she believed he would definitely make the fatty hand over that black corpse crystal. The fatty's expression turned cold again, and he said ominously, "This thing was promised to me by Big Brother Yao. Are you trying to steal it?" "I'm not stealing it, just choosing a way that benefits everyone for safety." Su Shuchu did not know what changes the black corpse crystal would bring, but she was clear that if given time, under the temptation of the rich legacy left by Yao Liangji, the fatty would definitely fight hard. In this temporary team, she was really unsure how many people would be willing to fight the fatty for Yao Liangji's sake. Seeing Su Shuchu's finger slightly move on the trigger, the fatty jumped in fright and quickly took out the black corpse crystal from his pocket, tossing it in front of Su Shuchu. It's not easy for us to come together as a team to survive. It's not impossible for me to sacrifice a bit to maintain the stability of the team. Jiang Wenba, help me pick it up and bring the head of that zombie next to the captain. We must go now. Okay. After Chu Xiaonan temporarily stopped Yao Liangji's bleeding, the group lifted Yao Liangji into the vehicle. At this moment, some wandering zombies had already surrounded them. The 5 girls who were rescued by Gufang Zhou had no idea what was happening. After being saved by Zhou Ting and the others, they had not even had a chance to breathe in the air of freedom before they saw the hero, Yao Liangji, lying on the ground covered in blood. Then, the contradictions within the team erupted. Although temporarily suppressed, they all knew this was only temporary. "Fatty, you take these newcomers, Zhou Ting, Xiaonan, and I will be in one car," Su Shuchu calmly directed. And because of the previous day's speculation, in this temporarily leaderless team, everyone tacitly followed Su Shuchu's orders. The 3 vehicles roared as they crashed through the surrounding zombies. At this time, Su Shuchu was both directing Zhou Ting to drive and constantly observing Yao Liangji's condition in the back seat, while tightly gripping the black corpse crystal from the fatty. "Xiaonan, how was the captain?" Su Shuchu did not know why, but when she saw Yao Liangji lying on the ground, she felt as if her entire being exploded, as if all her cells were calling for her to save Yao Liangji at all costs. Chu Xiaonan frowned and said, "I can't judge this. I don't know if Big Brother Yao's injury has affected his lung lobes, but from the surface wounds, there are obvious signs of secondary injuries. So my judgment is that the captain should not be able to hold on." Upon hearing this, Su Shuchu's expression soured, and tears quickly gathered in her eyes. They had only known each other for 3 days, but the instinctive closeness combined with Yao Liangji's seemingly ruthless yet gentle demeanor over these 3 days had made her heart flutter under the halo of a hero. Thus, in just 3 short days, Su Shuchu had unknowingly developed feelings for him. Before the tears could fall, Chu Xiaonan's words once again gave her hope. However, someone like Big Brother Yao, with his physical condition, as long as the arrow is removed in time and treated with medicine, he should be able to recover. "Really?" Su Shuchu asked, filled with hope. Although Chu Xiaonan had high moral standards, she was not a fool. She knew that in such an apocalyptic world, Yao Liangji, as a team leader, was among the best in terms of ability and morality. Though his personality was somewhat brutal, he would not harm his own people. He knew how to share benefits and stood in front of dangers. If Yao Liangji died, where could she and her students, who were like floating weeds, settle down? As a woman, Chu Xiao understood very well what Su Shuchu's behavior represented at this moment, so she took a deep breath and said, "I'm just judging from my professional standpoint." Okay. Su Shuchu's voice had a hint of a sob. Chapter 50. Resolution. At this moment, Zhou Ting, who was driving, was also lost in thought. Others might think that Su Shuchu's performance today was overly reactive, but having known the fatty for so long, she naturally knew that if it weren't for Su Shuchu's stand, the best outcome right now would be for Yao Liangji to die, and the fatty would take Yao Liangji's legacy and disappear for a while. Then, he would come back with a different face to claim their remaining inheritance. Half an hour later, following Su Shuchu's instructions, Zhou Ting drove to a villa area, crashed through the barrier, and directly charged at the few zombies that rushed over. She then arrived in front of a blue and white villa. At this moment, the fingerprint lock powered by a battery was still functioning. After Su Shuchu verified and opened the door, she took out her crossbow and watched 3 vehicles drive in. Casually, she inserted the triangular military dagger into the eye socket of a zombie, ignoring the eye fluid that splattered onto her face, then kicked the zombie out the door and closed it. Jiang Wenbao, Gumeng, and Fatty, you 3 help keep an eye outside. Fatty looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, who was ruining his good deed, and said with a double entendre, "Looking forward to calling you sister-in-law in the future." After saying that, he gave a meaningful glance at Gu Fangzhou, who was standing beside him. Su Shuchu knew that Fatty was trying to provoke her. Yao Liangji had to choose between the woman he almost sacrificed his life for and her. The woman who saved his life. Su Shuchu, who needed a name, didn't want to argue at all and said directly, "You can call me that now." Hee. Fatty chuckled lightly and then left the door under the pressure of Su Shuchu's crossbow. Inside the room, Su Shuchu and Zhou Ting stood guard outside. Zhou Ting tried to make conversation. "Shuchu, how come you are so familiar with this villa? This is where I used to live." Seeing Su Shuchu's nervous expression, Zhou Ting felt a bit jealous for some reason, envious of why Su Shuchu could care so much about Yao Liangji, even though she had been with him the longest. Yet, she felt no sorrow for his serious injury. Inside the room, with the help of several students, Chu Xiaonan painstakingly cut open Yao Liangji's skin. Fortunately, the various medical equipment and medicines they had gathered were sufficiently rich, allowing Chu Xiaonan to perform this surgery despite the risk of infection. Quickly extracting the arrow that had lodged in Yao Liangji's lung, obstructed by the ribs, Chu Xiaonan couldn't help but exclaim that Yao Liangji was lucky. If it had been off by even a little, or if the arrow had a bloodletting groove, he definitely wouldn't have survived. After the arrow was removed, Chu Xiaonan couldn't help but gently caress Yao Liangji's body. It was the first time she had seen such a strong and vibrant body. If this were before the catastrophe, she would have insisted on getting something to study, but now that she knew the reason, she was even more eager about the corpse crystal. A simple surgery lasted a full 2 hours before Chu Xiaonan, looking exhausted, walked out. Facing the anxious Su Shuchu, she said, "The arrow has been removed, but you know the surgical environment. I can only say that if Yao Liangji improves by tomorrow, then basically there won't be any problems." Looking at Chu Xiaonan, Su Shuchu hesitated for a long time and handed her the black corpse crystal, saying, "Xiaonan, do you want to absorb this black corpse crystal and see?" Su Shuchu knew that the team needed to cultivate a trustworthy and outstanding fighter, and if possible, she certainly wanted to do it herself. Me? Chu Xiaonan was taken aback. Although her desire for the corpse crystal had intensified, she also knew that she didn't seem qualified to absorb this black corpse crystal, even if it was given by this default sister-in-law. "I don't think it's appropriate." "No, you're the most suitable. Xiaonan, don't worry about Yao Liangji. I will handle everything he needs. Even if he wakes up later, he won't blame you." After saying this, Su Shuchu looked pleadingly and added, "Xiaonan, you should know that we need an outstanding fighter to support us. Although Liangji usually appears indifferent, you know that under his command, we at least have dignity. If we fall into the hands of someone like Fatty, will we be any better off?" Su Shuchu's words reminded Chu Xiaonan of Fatty's gaze when he first met her, and she couldn't help but shiver, saying, "Okay, I agree." Hearing Chu Xiaonan agree, Su Shuchu placed the black corpse crystal in her hand. "Xiaonan, you can absorb this black corpse crystal inside." After that, she turned to the few students of Chu Xiaonan and said, "You all work hard and help guard outside. I and Zhou Ting will go in to take care of the captain." Seeing Yao Liangji breathing normally on the solid wood desk, Su Shuchu felt slightly relieved. She then searched through his cut-open clothes and took out 2 black corpse crystals and 13 white corpse crystals without blinking, handing one of the black ones to Zhou Ting, saying after Xiaonan absorbs it, you should also try absorbing it. Zhou Ting seemed to have her little thoughts exposed and stammered, I'm not sure. I shouldn't tea, right? It's okay. The situation is different now. You've been with Liangji for quite a while, and if he pulls through this time, I believe with his fairness and justice, even Fatty will get a black corpse crystal, let alone you, his savior. Su Shuchu's words completely dispelled Zhou Ting's concerns, and she tightly held the black corpse crystal in her hand, saying, "Sister Shuchu, don't worry, I will definitely protect until Captain Yao wakes up." The difficulty of melting the black corpse crystal was exceptionally high. Chu Xiaonan focused for 4 or 5 minutes before the black corpse crystal finally turned into a pool of liquid and merged into her body. The reaction from absorbing the black corpse crystal was exponentially greater. Previously, when absorbing white corpse crystals, although the sensation was numbing, Chu Xiaonan could endure it. However, when absorbing the black corpse crystal, she had no resistance at all and collapsed with heat all over her body. The soft moans couldn't be suppressed. And soon her body turned completely red, especially after she noticed Su Shuchu and Zhou Ting staring at her. Her body became even redder. This situation lasted for over an hour, during which Su Shuchu even worried about her dehydrating and gave her 2 bottles of saline solution. "No, just wash up in the room here. You don't need to be shy. This is a normal reaction to absorbing corpse crystals." Su Shuchu hurriedly stopped her, not wanting Chu Xiaonan to hide out of embarrassment. She needed enough strength to protect Yao Liangji until he either woke up or passed away. Chapter 51. Awakening and Choice Being Persuaded to Stay. Chu Xiaonan didn't insist anymore. After all, it was in front of girls, and it felt a bit better, so she lightly hummed in agreement and walked directly into the bathroom. This villa owned by Su Shuchu also had its own small water tower and diesel generator. So at this time, the house was not lacking electricity or hot water. Glancing at the time, it was already 8 in the evening, and Su Shuchu felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. She walked over to Yao Liangji, gently touched his forehead, and whispered, "If you wake up, you can't be angry with me anymore." After saying this, she seemed to recall another kind of gaze Yao Liangji had directed at her, and her anticipation grew a little. In another room, Gu Fangzhou and 4 girls who had been rescued were quietly chatting. They weren't familiar with Su Shuchu and the others. And with Yao Liangji's fate uncertain, tensions began to rise within the group, making it impossible for them not to worry. "Sister Gu, do you think Brother Yao will wake up?" Gu Fangzhou felt a bit flustered. What was her relationship with Yao Liangji? Colleagues? But Yao Liangji had been fired before the catastrophe. Friends? They had only chatted over the phone for a few days, apart from Yao Liangji's name. She seemed to know nothing about him. As for lovers? It's hard to say, although she has feelings for Yao Liangji at this moment with Su Shuchu's appearance. It has turned into a regret that has ended before it even began. Looking at the round moon outside the window with a sense of loss, Gu Fangzhou murmured, "Hope. Let us hope." "Brother Jiang, Sister Gu, can you stop staring at me like that?" The chubby guy looked at the 2 who had been staring at him for over 3 hours and said helplessly, he really couldn't take it anymore. Although his thoughts were impure, there was no need for them to guard against him so strictly, right? Hearing this, the chubby guy couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, recalling what he had said to Chu Xiaonan a few days ago. Not wanting to continue this topic, he sighed, "Yao Laoda's injury is quite serious. Given our medical conditions, Winbaw, do you think Yao Laoda can pull through?" "Winbaw, you should know what kind of world we're in now. People need to leave themselves a way out. Thanks for your concern, Brother Fat. If it weren't for Yao Laoda, I and Guming probably wouldn't have been able to come together at all. So even if Yao Laoda dies, I will listen to Sister Su." "Me too," Guming echoed. A glint of fierce light flashed in the chubby guy's eyes, but then stiffly faded away as he slowly turned to look at Chu Xiaonan, who had appeared behind him. With a slight turn of his head, the chubby guy understood that Chu Xiaonan had absorbed the black corpse crystal, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. This woman, Su Shuchu, is indeed decisive and has real guts. The chubby guy wasn't worried about Su Shuchu absorbing the black corpse crystal because he knew that she wouldn't dare to let herself lose her ability to move. Everyone was aware of the effects of absorbing the white corpse crystal, so he knew without guessing that the impact of the black corpse crystal would at least mean losing the ability to move for over an hour. Given Su Shuchu's current situation, how could she dare to do that? But the chubby guy didn't expect Su Shuchu to choose Chu Xiaonan so decisively. Putting on a forced smile, the chubby guy said to Chu Xiaonan, "Teacher Chu, is the surgery done? How's Yao Laoda's condition?" Chu Xiaonan was very satisfied with the chubby guy's compliance and replied, "The surgery went very smoothly. If there are no accidents, Yao Laoda should wake up the day after tomorrow." Hearing this, a hint of regret flashed in the chubby guy's eyes, but he said, That's good. That's good. I feel unsettled with Yao Laoda in a coma. Because of Su Shuchu's decisiveness, the last bit of the chubby guy's small thoughts dissipated completely, and he stayed quietly outside, appearing to be loyal. We still can't let our guard down. Let us wait until the captain wakes up before we relax. After saying this, she looked at Zhou Ting, who was struggling and gasping for breath nearby, and thought to herself, two people who have absorbed the black corpse crystal, even if something unexpected happens, should be enough to maintain the situation. Throughout the night, Su Shuchu didn't close her eyes, staying by Yao Liangji's side. However, things were always so unsatisfactory. In the early hours of the morning, Yao Liangji's body began to heat up, and even with Chu Xiaonan continuously adjusting the medications. By the time dawn broke, Yao Liangji's temperature had already reached 40 degrees. Looking at Su Shuchu's distressed appearance, Chu Xiaonan could only offer words of comfort. "Shuchu, there's nothing we can do about this. The conditions for the surgery were too rudimentary. We've done our best." I. Upon hearing this, Su Shuchu's heart ached immediately. She knew her emotions were always intense, but she didn't realize she had fallen so deep. Knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door, and Zhou Ting silently asked Su Shuchu with her eyes. Taking a deep breath, Su Shuchu hid her pain and even put on a hint of concealed smile. Walking to the door and opening it, when she saw that it was Gu Fangzhou at the door, Su Shuchu's expression froze, and she stiffly asked, "Is there something you need?" Gu Fangzhou naturally saw the displeasure on Su Shuchu's face. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I want to see how Yao Liangji is doing." A flash of anger crossed her face. If it weren't for this woman before her, how could Yao Liangji possibly be in such a near-death state? Looking at Su Shuchu, who had already tidied herself up and revealed a pretty face that was not inferior to her own, Su Shuchu sneered. "There's no need to look. Yao is not in a position to see people right now. You should just rest easy." After saying that, Su Shuchu directly closed the door, fearing that she might do something to this woman in front of her. Zhou Ting and the others standing behind Su Shuchu naturally heard the conversation between the two. Such matters were beyond their control. The only one qualified to intervene was currently lying on the bed with a high fever. By noon, Chu Xiaonan looked at the thermometer in disbelief. It had already reached 42 degrees, and Yao Liangji's originally pale face finally showed some expression. But it was a distortion caused by pain. At this moment, Yao Liangji slowly regained some consciousness from the darkness. He felt as if he was in a blazing fire, burning him to the brink of desiccation. Water, water. Driven by a powerful survival instinct, Yao Liangji finally woke up, but at this moment, Chu Xiaonan was instead filled with despair. Her years of medical experience told her that at Yao Liangji's current temperature, waking up was merely a result of a strong will to survive, but this also meant that his life was nearing its end. Chapter 52. Communication and Survival. Su Shuchu, however, was very happy. Ignoring Yao Liangji's burning body, she fed him the saline solution she had prepared long ago. 2 minutes later, Yao Liangji finally saw the person before him. Seeing the sincere and unadulterated concern, all his defenses based on power dissipated. At this moment, He seemed to transform back into the Yao Liangji before the catastrophe. Shifting his gaze, he endured the pain and looked at the other two people in the room, feeling their powerful auras, resting his head on Su Shuchu's soft thigh. He was still alive, and the auras of Chu Xiaonan and Zhou Ting had become so much stronger. Yao Liangji could roughly guess what had happened, and thus weakly said, "Thank you for your hard work." Just with a glance from Yao Liangji, Chu Xiaonan and Zhou Ting's bodies stiffened slightly. The pride from absorbing the black corpse crystal immediately dissipated. Even though this man before them looked like he was on the verge of collapse, their bodies instinctively feared him. After sensing his own body, Yao Liangji's heart sank. His lungs had already begun to rot and inflame, and the internal stitches were showing signs of tearing. Yao Liangji felt a bit relieved upon hearing this, then continued, "Xiaonan, Zhou Ting, help me get that corpse crystal." After being intimidated by Yao Liangji, the two were quite obedient and without any hesitation, said in unison, "Okay, Boss Yao, just wait a moment." Once the two went out, Yao Liangji could no longer hold back, picked up a thin blanket beside him, and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Yao Liangji was much more cautious than Su Shuchu, even with Chu Xiaonan and Zhou Ting. He did not dare to let them see him spitting blood. A gasp escaped Su Shuchu's lips as she tightly covered her mouth. Her smile instantly faded, replaced by panic as she gently patted Yao Liangji's back. Liangji, are you okay?" Su Shuchu's voice was tinged with a hint of crying. Suddenly being treated so warmly by Su Shuchu made Yao Liangji feel a bit unaccustomed. Although he had taken advantage of her quite a bit, he had never expressed his feelings due to the unequal relationship between them. However, discussing those things was not appropriate this time. He didn't even know if he could survive. So after spitting out a mouthful of blood to ease his condition, Yao Liangji lay back on Su Shuchu's lap and said sternly, "You need to remember what I'm about to say. First, not only people change in this world, but also animals and plants. If you encounter any mutated plants in the future, you must slice them for examination. They may have something similar to corpse crystals, and their effects are far greater than that of corpse crystals. Second, absorbing corpse crystals carries hidden dangers. The more you absorb, the more it will affect your mental state. However, the fragrance on you can suppress the effects of the corpse crystals. You must keep this secret. Third, once zombies reach the green-eyed level, they will undergo significant changes. Their combat instincts will soar, and they may even develop intelligence. So when you encounter such zombies, don't think too much. Just run as far away as you can." On the side of Chu Xiaonan, the group stared in shock at the green corpse crystal that had appeared. Trembling, Zhou Ting swallowed and said in a daze, "So, the one who fought with Boss Yao to this extent is a green-eyed zombie?" The fat man stood outside, feeling as if his heart were being sliced. He kept shouting in his mind, "Green, it's actually green? How could I forget this?" With Yao Liangji's strength, how could a black-eyed zombie fight him to a draw? After experiencing the benefits of black corpse crystals, even Chu Xiaon and couldn't help but feel a twinge of greed for the green corpse crystal. But when she looked up, she immediately dismissed that thought. This thing was for Yao Liangji to use, and anyone else who coveted it would have to hold back, because Yao Liangji had the prestige and strength to claim it. If she dared to be greedy for this, Zhou Ting and the fat man would definitely fight her for it. She currently had strength, but she couldn't match the combat skills of the fat man and Zhou Ting. "Zhou Ting, let us take this to Boss Yao together." After saying that, she glanced back at the fat man and the others, saying, "You all wait at the door. Boss Yao might have something to say to you." Listening to Yao Liangji's words, Su Shuchu finally couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She knew that Yao Liangji was giving his last words. "Knock, knock." There was a knock at the door, and Su Shuchu quickly wiped her tears, then lowered her head, not wanting her swollen eyes to be seen by outsiders. "Gumin." Yao Liangji didn't force himself to sound strong. His voice was very weak. Gu Fangshou followed Zhou Ting and Chu Xiaonan into the room, while the others stood outside, staring at Yao Liangji. After saying that, Yao Liangji told Chu Xiaonan and Zhou Ting, "You all go out, just leave Shuchu here with me." Zhou Ting raised her head slightly, feeling a bit unwilling. She thought Yao Liangji wanted the green quartz crystal for Su Shuchu, but as soon as she raised her head, she saw Yao Liangji's cold gaze, and all her reluctance turned into, "Okay, boss Yao." Once everyone left, Yao Liangji looked at the quasi-green corpse crystal in front of him, because he saw a small black dot in the most central area. "Shuchu, stay a little farther away from me. Whether I live or die depends on this." So Suchu, who had been keeping her head down, lifted it up and sat on a nearby chair, her eyes fixed on Yao Liangji without daring to move. Almost 2 minutes passed before the quasi-green corpse crystal in Yao Liangji's hand turned into a puddle of liquid and merged into his body. This was Yao Liangji's only option. He could only hope that the healing effect of the corpse crystal could help him get through this. The heat in his body quickly cooled down after absorbing the corpse crystal, prompting Yao Liangji to let out a comfortable groan. However, this feeling didn't last long. His muscles began to twitch, then were squeezed together by an unknown external force, as if they were being compressed into a biscuit. Wanting his muscles to become tighter and more solid, he bit down on the blanket with the last bit of strength. Otherwise, Yao Liangji was truly afraid he would break his teeth. Half an hour later, after barely surviving the first wave without a moment's breath, his bones began to creak again. It felt as if his bones and flesh were being torn apart, constantly adjusting positions. With each tearing, some black blood flowed from Yao Liangji's 7 orifices. After half an hour like this, his internal organs also reacted, but this was no longer related to Yao Liangji, as he had long passed out from the pain. Su Shuchu was so scared that she didn't dare to move her fingers away from Yao Liangji's pulse, fearing she wouldn't feel his breath. After an unknown amount of time, Yao Liangji was awakened by a faint fragrance. He slightly opened his eyes and saw Su Shuchu looking at him with a tired yet surprised expression, holding a towel that was radiating a bit of warmth. "Captain Liang, you finally woke up." Chapter 53. Stabilizing people's hearts. Yao Liangji's gaze slid away from Su Shuchu's face. Perhaps it was because he was helping Yao Liangji clean his body. Su Shuchu had taken off her outer garment and was now wearing a thin gauze dress, the patterns of her underwear clearly visible, especially since the gauze dress was sticking tightly to Su Shuchu's body, whether due to sweat or water. Seeing Yao Liangji in a daze, Su Shuchu couldn't help but lean closer, filled with concern, and said, "Captain, what's wrong with you?" Finally, as Yao Liangji's gaze flickered between her red lips, the string of rationality finally snapped. He pressed his left hand against Su Shuchu's head, wrapped his right arm around her waist, and then, with his upper body suspended, he directly leaned in and kissed her. After an unknown amount of time, Su Shuchu suddenly woke up, pushing her tongue out and then pressing down on the hand that was sliding inside her clothes, weakly saying, No, you're still not well." Yao Liangji, having slightly released the pressure, did not pursue further but straightened up and gently lifted her onto his hospital bed. "You've worked hard these past 2 days, and also, just call me by my name in the future. I don't want us to be so distant," Yao Liangji said softly. As Su Shuchu wriggled free from Yao Liangji, she smiled and looked at him, noticing how he pretended to be generous on the surface while his eyes were full of anxiety. Yao Liangji got out of bed and held her hand, saying, "Have you ever seen anyone who can approach me or touch me at will? Have you ever seen me let my guard down with anyone other than you?" After struggling a bit like a child throwing a tantrum, she saw that Yao Liangji was holding too tightly, so she had to express her feelings a bit, saying, "Even the person you risked your life to save would be treated this way?" Upon hearing Su Shuchu's words, Yao Liangji finally understood her concern. So he detailed every interaction he had with Gu Fangzhou, even including what happened in that apartment building. Under Yao Liangji's candidness, Su Shuchu's jealousy quickly dissipated, replaced by deep loathing for the 4 men, as she angrily exclaimed, "Those 4 beasts." After venting, a wave of worry surged in her heart, and after hesitating for a moment, she said to Yao Liangji, "Liangji, do you think those 4 girls might be pregnant?" Pregnant? Thinking about this matter, Yao Liangji immediately reacted. It was indeed very possible. After being tormented by those 4 scumbags for so many days, they could now be carrying the children of those 4 scoundrels. Yao Liangji would absolutely not allow these 4 scumbags to leave anything behind in this world besides their bodies. So he sneered and said, "Wait a moment. I'll have Chu Zhao and help check on them. If they're pregnant, we'll get rid of them all." Su Shuchu agreed wholeheartedly. The two continued chatting for a while, and after Su Shuchu got dressed, Yao Liangji called out to the door, "Everyone can come in now." This time, his voice sounded very strong. Outside the door, the last glimmer of hope for the fat guy was extinguished. All he could think about was how to save his own life. Finally, gritting his teeth, the fat guy knew he could only spend money to avert disaster. Everyone rushed in, and when they saw Yao Liangji looking as usual, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, except for Chu Xiaonan and Zhou Ting, who looked surprised. They had seen Yao Liangji's previous state very clearly, but neither of them spoke. They only looked enviously at Su Shuchu, whose face was still slightly flushed. They knew that starting today, Su Shuchu would be the uncrowned queen of the team. It was over. As the fat guy got closer, he felt that the danger signals emanating from Yao Liangji were even stronger than before. Before Yao Liangji could speak, the fat guy, with a face full of relief, said, "Boss Yao, it's so good that you're okay. I just happen to have some good news to tell you." With his eyes slightly narrowed, Yao Liangji remained silent, watching the fat guy, who kept his head down. He hesitated a bit. This fat guy must have had some ill intentions during his injury, but after all, he hadn't taken action. Moreover, the fat guy's rich social experience and outstanding perceptive abilities were exactly what he needed now. The fat guy's sweat had already soaked a large part of the redwood floorboard. He knew he had to make a price, so he organized his words. Before the disaster, I knew there was a small batch of military supplies, which included more than a dozen guns and over 1,000 bullets. The most crucial part is that there are also some bombs. Yao Liangji's killing intent slightly diminished, but he still retained a trace of it directed at the who felt as if his heart was bleeding, knowing that he didn't have enough leverage. This was the foundation for his future success. So he spoke again. "There's one more place. I know of a few sets of protective suits and banned drugs. If we get them, the safety guarantee for our team will definitely be greatly enhanced." Sensing the killing intent dissipate, the breathed a sigh of relief, while Yao Liangji asked, "How long until you can get those things?" "One day," they replied. "Your news comes at just the right time." After saying that, Yao Liangji looked at Su Shuchu beside him and said, "Shuchu, take out that black quartz crystal." Su Shuchu pouted but obediently took it out. Yao Liangji pinched the black quartz crystal and flicked it slightly, causing a pained groan to escape from the fat man's mouth. "This is the black quartz crystal that Shuchu borrowed from you. I'm returning it now, fat man. Now we're even, right?" Feeling the intense pain in his abdomen, the fat man didn't dare to show any emotion and even felt a bit relieved that he had passed this hurdle. So he forced a smile and said, "Boss Yao is still so fair. Thank you all for your efforts these past 2 days and a couple of days. I'll prepare a big gift for everyone as a token of my appreciation." On Gu Fangzhou's side, looking at the composed Yao Liangji, her eyes momentarily glazed over before she quickly regained her composure. She didn't know how to face Yao Liangji anymore. "Gu Fangzhou," Yao Liangji called out. After Shu Chu expressed her feelings, his emotions towards Gu Fangzhou also became complicated. The fondness that had developed over the phone ultimately ended before it even began. Gu Fangzhou was taken aback and then nervously looked at Yao Liangji. "Don't be so nervous. There are just some questions I need to discuss with you and the other 4 girls first." Taking a deep breath, Gu Fangzhou met Yao Liangji's gaze, waiting for him to continue. "Do any of you 5 have any special skills? Skills that could be useful in the apocalypse?" I used to race cars. I can fix them," said a girl with a heart-shaped face and big eyes. Yao Liangji's expression brightened at her words. Finally, another urgently needed talent had come along. He smiled and asked, "What is your name?" Hearing that her skills were useful, the girl felt a surge of joy. After enduring the torment in the apartment building, she was now afraid of becoming useless, just like the 3 girls who had been cut alive. "My name is Qiao Fei." In the following moments, including Gu Fangzhou, the 4 girls shared various skills, but unfortunately, none of them were applicable in this apocalypse. After finishing, they all realized that their skills indeed seemed useless, and their expressions dimmed slightly. Yao Liangji himself couldn't break the rules he had set, so he spoke up. "Join my team. If you don't have a recognized special skill, then you'll need to kill a zombie to prove your courage." So, aside from Qiao Fei, do you 4 have that courage? Because he was in a good mood. Yao Liangji didn't have the same domineering attitude as before, but instead spoke in a negotiating tone. "Kill a zombie?" The four of them, Gu Fangzhou included, felt a bit taken aback. Being adults, they naturally understood the principle that it's easier said than done. This wasn't just a regular fight where one could hold back and not go too hard. But now the opponent was a zombie, one that could turn you into one of them with just one bite. How could they, who had never even killed a chicken before, dare to take action? I also want to kill one and see. Xiao Fei timidly spoke from the side. Yao Liangji turned to look at her, his expression slightly serious. Are you sure? You brought this up yourself. If you can't accomplish it, even if you have special skills, you will have to leave my team. I'm sure. Xiao Fei gritted her teeth, ignoring the people beside her tugging at her clothes. The chubby guy, now completely loyal to Yao Liangji, immediately patted his chest and said, no problem. Everyone else, except for the newcomers and Chu Xiaonan, can leave first. Yao Liangji discreetly used his mental power to scan the bellies of Xiao Fei and the other three. And the results, he discovered, made his expression darken. Once the others had left, Yao Liangji said to Chu Xiaonan, Teacher Chu, please check if Xiao Fei and the others are pregnant. Yao Liangji was using his spiritual power for this purpose for the first time, so to be safe, he decided to let Chu Xiaonan check it. Pregnant? Yao Liangji's words made Xiao Fei and the others turn pale with fear, immediately reminding them of the terror and torment brought by Pang Biao and his group. All right. Chu Xiaonan's expression was serious. After experiencing the incident with her students, she naturally understood the implication of Yao Liangji's words, so her gaze towards Xiao Fei and the others became filled with pity. 10 minutes later, Chu Xiaonan's expression was grim as she said, They are all pregnant. Chu Xiaonan's words were like a bolt from the blue, causing Xiao Fei and the others to collapse on the ground, realizing that the seeds of the demon had actually sprouted in their bellies. It's done. Yao Liangji's voice was cold. For some reason, a retort escaped her lips. Yao Liangji, do you value human life so lightly? Yao Liangji frowned and directly looked at Gu Fangzhou. Seeing her expression, he knew that she still hadn't gotten over the 3 pitiful women he had killed. He didn't want to argue with her, so he turned to Xiao Fei and the others and said, You could talk to Teacher Chu and Shu Chu about what happened in the apartment building. Gu Fangzhou, come with me first. He thought it was better for women to discuss these matters among themselves, and he didn't want to leave Xiao Fei and the others with any emotional scars. Moreover, the conflict in views between Gu Fangzhou and him needed to be resolved quickly. If Su Shu Chu hadn't confirmed their relationship, he could tolerate Gu Fangzhou's willfulness and naivety to some extent. However, after waking up, Yao Liangji had thought about a lot. He needed to cultivate someone in the group whom he could absolutely trust, and this person's authority should be second only to his own. Therefore, at this time, Gu Fangzhou's willfulness and naivety could not exist. Outside the door, Yao Liangji looked at the iceberg beauty in front of him, who seemed more real than before the disaster. The previous fantasies seemed within reach, but he no longer had a reason to reach out. Gu Fangzhou, I know you're still brooding over the matter of me killing those 3 girls, but as you've seen these past 2 days, even I could die at any moment. How could I have the ability to save those 3? Hearing the distance in Yao Liangji's words, Gu Fangzhou took a deep breath, a hint of desolation in her voice. Let me ask you one thing. When you killed those 3, was your first thought to free them? Or was it because you didn't want to carry a burden? Silence. I see. This is the reason I'm brooding over it. The person I've been waiting for is someone who is so indifferent to human life. So why did you come to save me at such great risk? Gu Fangzhou was trying to find some justification to accept Yao Liangji. Still silence. When he saw those 3 girls, his first thought was that they had lost their usefulness and had become a burden, and only then did he feel pity and help them find release. As for the reason for coming to save Gu Fangzhou, it was even simpler, a small goal on the path of a strong person. Even if it was mixed with some emotions, how much of it could there be? Could it reach the 10 points that Gu Fangzhou hoped for? If he had known about the existence of the green-eyed zombies, perhaps he wouldn't have come at all. After quietly contemplating for a while, Yao Liangji explored his physical condition. After fully sensing everything, he finally relaxed. The zombie blood that had entered his body hadn't turned him into a zombie. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, the door finally opened. Su Shu Chu looked at Yao Liangji, who was alone at the door. With a hint of a smile in her eyes, dispelling the horror of the recent events, and said affectionately, Liangji, come in, we've managed to sort out the work. Chu Zhaonan looked at Yao Liangji with a gloomy expression, as if a storm were brewing, and said in a low voice, "Are we going to perform surgery on Xiao Fei and the others now?" In the end, with the support of the fat man, 5 zombies with broken limbs appeared in the villa's living room. A tragic experience should bring something to people like courage. Well, it turns out that Yao Liangji is indeed a gentleman. The next day at dawn, the group set off again, but this time there were 2 more vehicles. The number of people in the team had not decreased, and with supplies and people, it was naturally better to have more vehicles. Besides, the things the fat man mentioned had to have a place to be stored, right? Chapter 55. Great harvest. The fat man said proudly, and also felt fortunate that he had hidden them in a remote place. If he had hidden them in the city center, he would just be anxiously watching. Looking at the mountain of garbage, Yao Liangji exclaimed, "It's indeed safe." He thought it would be hidden very deep, but the fat man directly took Yao Liangji and the others to a few old water tanks, smashed them, and then kicked aside some dirt on the ground. A piece of plastic film immediately appeared in front of everyone. After lifting it, a small wooden door was revealed underneath. After a bit of work, the fat man carried out 3 boxes wrapped in waterproof oil paper. Like a treasure, he opened all of them, and Yao Liangji's eyes immediately lit up. Inside the 3 boxes were 4 assault rifles, 9 handguns, and nearly 30 boxes of ammunition, along with some homemade explosives and grenades. With a grin, Yao Liangji patted the fat man on the shoulder. "Not bad, really not bad. Fat man, this good news is very satisfying." The fat man, stiffly accepting Yao Liangji's praise, squeezed out a smile and said, "As long as Boss Yao is satisfied." Because this place was open and deserted, only a few zombies heard the noise and came towards Yao Liangji and the others. He casually picked up a handgun, loaded it with bullets, and then turned off the safety. Aiming at a zombie 200 meters away, he fired 5 shots, 2 to the legs, 2 to the arms, and then the head, almost simultaneously exploding in a spray of blood, causing it to fall straight down. Handing the gun to Su Chu, who was eager to try, Yao Liangji asked, "Can you use it?" "No," she replied. Walking behind Su Chu, Yao Liangji half embraced her and held her hand, explaining some shooting techniques he had learned. Then he pulled the trigger on another zombie. The movements of the white-eyed zombie were still easy to predict. After becoming somewhat familiar, Su Chu quickly grasped the shooting skills, though her accuracy was average. After loading another magazine, she barely managed to knock down that zombie. Ignoring the gazes of others, Yao Liangji distributed all the firearms and said, "You've seen the effectiveness of these guns, and you're not unfamiliar with zombies. Unless you're in a dire situation or in an open area, none of you should fire recklessly. Understood?" "Understood." Looking at Gu Fangzhou beside her, Yao Liangji furrowed his brow slightly, but finally leaned in to whisper something in Su Chu's ear. Su Chu had understood the relationship between her captain and Gu Fangzhou since yesterday, and since Yao Liangji had her step forward, it naturally placed her status above Gu Fangzhou's. So she just mumbled a reply and then handed the last handgun to Gu Fangzhou, saying, "You can keep this last handgun as a greeting gift from me." Su Chu's action made everyone's eyes narrow because her words meant she officially became the second person in the team, directly participating in the distribution of benefits within the group. Gu Fangzhou did not take it immediately, but looked at Yao Liangji beside her. "You should take it. You need something for self-defense now." Gu Fangzhou's expression was somewhat stiff as she looked at Yao Liangji, her mouth thanking Su Chu. "Thank you, Sister Su." After Gu Fangzhou accepted the handgun, it meant that this distribution was basically over. Yao Liangji kept 2 grenades for himself and handed the rest to Su Chu for safekeeping. In the following time, under the guidance of the experienced fat man, all the novices became familiar with the use and daily maintenance of the firearms. Afterward, the fat man led everyone to the second destination for the day. There, Yao Liangji wanted to see what kind of contraband drugs the fat man had mentioned. The second place was an adult shop at the entrance of a city village. Yao Liangji discreetly filled a small bag with items that might be useful, and then in the compartment of the vending machine, he found the protective clothing and some contraband drugs that the fat man had mentioned. When Yao Liangji saw the controlled substances mentioned by the fat guy, he tensed up all over. This was a reflex formed under years of national propaganda. However, when he heard the zombie howls coming from outside, Yao Lianji relaxed again. Morphine, fentanyl, naloxone. 5 kinds in total. It seems he used to have quite a big business. They frowned at this and said with a painful expression, Yao boss, you misunderstood me. These things really aren't mine. I had a conflict with a group of drug dealers before, and then I took out a few of them, following the clues to East City. My original intention was to use these things to extort some money from those people, but I hadn't had the chance to do anything before this disaster started. Yao Yangji did not have the intention to distinguish between truth and falsehood with the fatty. In this environment, could he still act on behalf of heaven? Although these things are poison, they're also life-saving items. Teacher Chu, I leave these things to you. Please help me mix them into suitable doses. And when the time comes, these will be included as essential supplies in everyone's resource pack. No problem. Chu Xiaonan was not unfamiliar with these items. The total amount of medicine she had dispensed was likely not less than this pile, so she calmly accepted them. Looking at the remaining 3 sets of protective clothing, Yao Yangji directly handed them to Su Shuchu, Zhou Ting, and Chu Xiaonan without discussion. On this day, they encountered no danger and directly increased the team's strength several levels. Yao Yangji truly had no complaints about the fatty now, and even thought about whether to put on another show to squeeze some blood out of him. He took Su Shuchu and patrolled the villa area alone. He was no longer interested in ordinary white-eyed zombies. He needed to get a black crystal for Su Shuchu. He swung the triangular military dagger in a semicircle and forcefully threw it down. The black-eyed zombie under Yao Yangji's foot immediately stopped struggling. After absorbing the quasi-green crystal, as long as it wasn't surrounded, Yao Yangji felt no pressure dealing with this kind of black-eyed zombie. He bent down, gripped the triangular military dagger, and pulled it back. Feeling it hit something hard, Yao Yangji was slightly pleased. Luckily, this black-eyed zombie produced a crystal. Otherwise, he would have almost cleared out this villa area. He pried open the zombie's head a bit, then reached in with 2 fingers to extract the crystal, wiped it clean on the zombie's clothes, and handed it to Su Shuchu, who was watching. You absorb it today, and tomorrow I'll take you to pick up money. Chapter 56. Return and pick up money in the villa room. Yao Yangji looked at Su Shuchu, who was trembling and gasping, saliva dripping from her mouth like a faucet. Sweat quickly soaked her thin shirt, revealing her blue underwear. Yao Yangji felt like he was about to explode, bending over with his toes gripping the ground tightly. The solid red pear wood handrail creaked under his twisting, a sound of desire erupting. However, Yao Yangji clearly knew that this time was different from the first time he met Su Shuchu, because he was aware that this came from his heart. Su Shuchu was in a state of wanting to suppress, but unable to, so she kept her eyes closed, not daring to look at Yao Yangji, unaware that her shyness made her even more alluring. After finally waiting for Su Shuchu to absorb the black crystal, Yao Yangji pounced on her like a hungry tiger, pinning her beneath him. The righteous gentleman from last night had finally transformed into a flower thief today, and this time, Su Shuchu, feeling the afterglow, did not resist, but naturally cooperated with Yao Yangji. 10 minutes after the act, Yao Yangji raised his head from under Su Shuchu with a face full of indignation. I don't care. I want you to help me in a different way. Seeing the red stain on the sheets, Su Shuchu was helpless. She had forgotten to count the days, so she blushed and said, Then let me do it myself. And don't move around. Yao Yangji held Su Shuchu's hands, his face full of intoxication as he softly said, MMHM. The next day, as the sky began to brighten outside, Yao Yangji brought Su Shuchu, whose hands couldn't straighten, in front of Zhou Ting and the others, with a face full of contentment as he said, Let's go, to pick up the big gift I mentioned. Looking at the familiar neighborhood in front of them, Zhou Ting and the others couldn't help but feel a bit frightened because a green-eyed zombie had appeared here before. The tragic situation of Yao Yangji is still fresh in their minds, and they lack the confidence to believe they can survive better than her. Zhou Ting said with some fear, Boss, why are we here? What are green-eyed zombies inside? Green-eyed? No, the last one was a black-eyed zombie. It was still a step away from being a green-eyed one. There won't be any green-eyed ones inside, Yao Yangji explained. The number of zombies in this apartment building is not enough to support the existence of 2 zombies of that level. As for why we're here, it's obviously to collect corpse crystals. You should have realized by now that the probability of finding corpse crystals here is much higher than outside. Hearing that the zombie wasn't even a green-eyed one made everyone's heart stop for a moment. They only relaxed a bit after hearing Yao Liangji say that there was no possibility of such zombies existing inside. When it came to the rate of corpse crystal drops, they couldn't help but feel eager. The drop rate here was indeed more than double that of the outside. But what about the zombies inside? Chu Xiaonan expressed some concern. Haven't you noticed that there are far fewer wandering zombies? And many more crawling zombies on the ground? Yao Liangji pointed to the inside of the apartment complex. Let's go. Follow me. How much you can collect today depends on your speed, Yao Liangji said excitedly, kicking away the zombie that crawled to his feet. Yao Liangji led everyone to an open space at the atrium of the apartment building. Even Yao Liangji was taken aback by the scene before him. There was a pile of corpses more than a meter high, stacked layer upon layer over an area the size of 2 fields. They stared wide-eyed and murmured, This must have 2,000 or 3,000 zombies. Be careful. You can dig through this pile of zombies yourselves, and whatever you dig out is yours. Yao Liangji's words stirred everyone's emotions, even the 5 newcomers, Gu Fangzhou included. Yao Liangji didn't hide the secret of the corpse crystals from them. However, he didn't tell Gu Fangzhou and the others how to absorb the corpse crystals. This didn't stop the 5 from valuing the corpse crystals and being excited about the buffet in front of them. It turned out that even picking up money could be tiring if done excessively. At this moment, Yao Liangji had already taken a break. The group of big men gathered together, smoking. In this moment, everyone was wholeheartedly devoted to Yao Liangji, including the fat guy. The fat guy kicked away a zombie that had been knocked down to half its height and, with admiration, said to Yao Liangji, Boss Yao, how did you manage this? 2,000 to 3,000 zombies at once. Even if we worked from morning till night, it would take us 3 or 4 days, right? After taking a deep drag and exhaling the smoke, Yao Liangji extended an olive branch to the fat guy. So, how about it, fat guy? Are you interested in following me all the time? Yao Liangji was ultimately still concerned about the little profit from the fat man. So even if his thoughts were not pure, he was willing to pull him in. The fat man was silent for a moment, looked at the pile of zombies at his feet, and finally shook his head and said, Thank you, Boss Yao, for your kindness, but I still have my own ideas. Just then, something dripped onto his head. When the atmosphere cooled a bit, the fat man's voice broke the silence. Knowing that the fat man wanted to change the topic, Yao Liangji went along with him. After all, a force fruit is not sweet, especially a rotten one. He looked up and smiled slightly. You should smell what just fell on your head, and then you'll know how I killed so many zombies. The fat man was taken aback, reached up to touch his head, and felt a sticky sensation between his fingers. He squished it a bit and brought it to his nose. A smell, completely different from the stench of the zombies, rushed into his nostrils. The fat man immediately understood. It was the smell of a rotting human corpse. Looking up, he saw 4 black dots suspended about 40 meters above, and his eyes narrowed. He swallowed twice and said, Boss Yao, those 4 up there, they aren't people, are they? They are people. The fat man's voice was not suppressed, so everyone around who was resting heard it. Gu Fangzhou was especially sensitive. When she heard the word 4, she felt something was off. She looked up and, trembling a bit, asked, Yao Liangji, are those 4 people? Yes. Gu Fangzhou's expression showed a hint of pity, but she gritted her teeth and didn't say anything more. The 4 girls beside her, however, were overjoyed and in tears because they had not seen it with their own eyes and couldn't help but wonder. Were those 4 demons dead? What if they appeared in front of them again? Even if they were dead, did that mean they got off easy? Now that the outcome was clear before them, the restraints in their hearts were completely lifted at this moment, and they all cried as they expressed their gratitude to Yao Liangji. Chapter 57. Sweep and conflict. For the next 3 days, the group stayed in the apartment building, resting in any clean room whenever they were tired or sleepy. After 3 days, they finally managed to clear out the pile of zombies. Once everyone gathered together, they took stock of their gains: 26 black corpse crystals and 514 white corpse crystals. Everyone was a bit hesitant to take them because it was just too much. Even Gu Fangzhou and her 4 friends, who had never absorbed corpse crystals before, each took more than 10 crystals over these 3 days. With Gu Fangzhou even lucky enough to obtain a black corpse crystal, Here, you can have it, Gu Fangzhou said, raising the corpse crystal in her hand and handing it to Yao Liangji. Yao Liangji didn't even take a look and directly waved his hand, saying that if it was self-taken, then it was self-taken. You could just hold on to this yourself. In the future, I may not necessarily be able to protect you. So it's more practical to become stronger yourself. Gu Fangzhou bit her lip, instinctively wanting to say that she hoped to receive Yao Liangji's protection more. But when she saw Su Shuchu standing beside Yao Liangji, those words were swallowed back down. Yao Liangji looked at the 50-story apartment building, where the sounds of banging and the moans of zombies occasionally echoed from inside. Following the principle of taking advantage until it's all gone, Yao Liangji said to the fatty, "Come with me to clear the building and lure all the zombies down." No problem. He was now completely overjoyed. With 2 black corpse crystals and 32 white corpse crystals, he had never felt so wealthy, so he readily agreed to follow Yao Liangji to collect the benefits. From top to bottom, they opened all the locked doors, and the proportion of zombies appearing was less than half. Most were people who had committed suicide or died of hunger and thirst in their rooms. In the end, they cleared out more than 300 zombies from the apartment building, and this was already the 5th day since Yao Liangji and his group had been there. The drop rate for these more than 300 zombies was much more normal. Yao Liangji lowered his head, pondering the differences between these 2 batches of zombies. One batch had naturally transformed zombies who had stayed in their rooms, while the other was mostly zombies that had turned after being bitten. At this moment, Yao Liangji seemed to realize that he had never considered why zombies were so obsessed with human flesh and blood. Zombies can survive without eating or drinking for 1 or 2 months, so saying they act out a survival instinct doesn't seem a hold-up. Considering the situation in this apartment building, Yao Liangji formed a hypothesis. Like their own purpose, zombies prey on humans for evolution. However, he didn't intend to voice this guess. He had already thought of how to deal with scum when he encountered them next time, after resting in the apartment building for another night. When the sun began to rise the next day, just as Yao Liangji and the others gathered, they heard a noisy commotion outside. "The commander is right here. We escaped from here. There are thousands of zombies piled up in a heap. It's surprising that someone is still alive." And they managed to escape after Yao Liangji and the others left. Yao Liangji showed some concern. Then he gave a few instructions to the fat man and Su Shuchu before slightly shifting his feet and disappearing into the shadows. Su Shuchu and the others raised their guns, nervously looking outward, when dozens of soldiers in military uniforms marched in with their weapons drawn. When the 2 sides met, the atmosphere was a bit tense, with both sides wearing stiff expressions. Finally, a burly, dark-faced man broke the stalemate with a rough voice. "So we have some friends who arrived first. Soldiers are soldiers. We still have an army, so everyone lower your guns. If you don't want to die, don't lower them," the fat man shouted sternly. Having faced gunpoint confrontations even before the apocalypse, he would never trust his life to the opponent just because of their uniforms. He wasn't sure if this group knew the value of the corpse crystals, but he heard the excitement in their voices when they talked about the corpses here. "What are you doing, fat man? They're soldiers," Chu Zhaonan urged. "Damn it, have you lost your mind? Have you ever seen such undisciplined soldiers? Have you ever seen soldiers with dyed yellow hair?" The fat man cursed directly. The dark-faced man opposite couldn't help but twitch his mouth upon hearing the fat man's words. However, he knew the fat man was right. Out of the dozens in the group, only 2 were real soldiers, but in this situation, he had no choice. He needed manpower, and since he lacked it, he had to fill the ranks with all sorts of characters. "Friends in front, I am indeed a soldier, but after the disaster, the army suffered heavy losses. So the newly recruited members haven't had time to train." After saying this, the dark-faced man took out his military ID from his pocket. The fat man sensed the dark-faced man's restraint and wanted to speak more calmly. But at that moment, a frivolous, pale-faced man stepped forward, scanning Su Shuchu and the others with lustful eyes. "Hui Jingtong, what are you babbling with them for? This group clearly isn't good news. A bunch of ordinary people can pull out a dozen guns and even dare to point them at soldiers. If we don't shoot them dead, that just shows our kindness. Why are you hesitating? Hoang Xiao, shut your filthy mouth. Don't forget who's in charge of this team." Hui Jingtong immediately shouted as he noticed the vicious glint in the fat man's eyes. He knew that the fat man and his group were not simple. But guns are equalizers. While his group of over 40 could indeed shoot down the opponents, how many of his own men would be left in the end? At this moment, Ho Yingxiao also saw that the fat man had aimed his gun at him, realizing that this fat man really dared to shoot. So he didn't care about Hui Jingtong's disrespect and kept retreating, wishing he could slap himself for being foolish enough to step out in front of the gun. "What are you doing here?" The fat man ignored the pale-faced fool and asked Hui Jingtong instead. By now, the sky had brightened significantly. Hui Jingtong focused on the back and saw that the corpses of zombies had piled up into small mountains, and without exception, their heads were all smashed open. This group also knew about the contents inside the zombie heads. Hui Jingtong's heart sank. He realized that today's negotiations might not go well. He looked at the fat man, still holding onto a glimmer of hope, and asked, "Brother, did you take the things inside the zombie heads?" "Take. We killed these zombies ourselves. Isn't it normal to take some spoils?" The fat man chuckled, seeing a figure flash by behind. The fat man felt relieved and then took out a corpse crystal from his pocket, flicking it in his hand. "You must be talking about this, right? Corpse crystal?" Hui Jingtong found the term quite fitting, so he surveyed the group with a suspicious tone. "You guys killed 3,000 to 4,000 zombies with just a dozen people? Do you expect me to believe that? Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter, but we have already taken the things. Now you decide what to do next. Draw a line." Chapter 58. No wealth without risk. Hui Jingtong made a hand signal behind him, then calmly said, 300 white corpse crystals, 10 black corpse crystals. "Bullshit." The fat man's index finger had already pressed down on the trigger slightly, laughing angrily. A gunshot rang out, guided by instinct. The fat man anticipated and dodged to the side. Then, without a word, both sides opened fire and took cover. There were several sounds of impacts, followed by groans of pain. Luckily, the sky was still relatively dark at this time, and both sides were focused on the standoff. So no one thought about shooting each other, resulting in hasty shots that missed their mark. On Hui Jingtong's side, he took cover behind a barrier, gripping Ho Yingxiao's neck tightly, cursing with bloodshot eyes. "Ho Yingxiao, who the hell told you to shoot?" "Woo-woo." Ho Yingxiao was choked to the point where tears and mucus flowed, struggling to pry Hui Jingtong's hand away. "Squad leader, let it go. You can't add more penalties to yourself." A rather dull-looking man beside Hui Jingtong advised. Hui Jingtong glanced at the 3 convulsing bodies on the ground before finally throwing Ho Yingxiao away and raising his foot to kick him in the face. After a scream, Ho Yingxiao stood up, twisting his body with malice in his lowered eyes. He had thought that while Hui Jingtong distracted the fat man, he could successfully launch a sneak attack, but that fat man had dodged. In Ho Yingxiao's mind, as long as he took out the leader on the opposite side, with those 10 or so women and 2 greenhorns, they wouldn't have the courage to resist. At that point, whether it was the corpse crystals or people, wouldn't they be at his mercy? After the anger subsided, Hui Jingtong instinctively felt something was wrong. Usually, after his side lost people, that group of misfits would be trembling and begging for mercy, but today, that sound was greatly reduced. Squinting his eyes, he swept back and raised the gun he had gripped tightly, firing twice at a fleeting shadow. These 2 shots seemed to signal the other side to resume firing, but it was all in vain. Under the ghostly figure's swift movements, his side's people visibly collapsed. Hui Jingtong, who understood the secret of the corpse crystals, knew that he absolutely couldn't handle this ghostly figure, so he dropped his gun and shouted anxiously, "Everyone drop your guns and raise your hands." Sure enough, after Hui Jingtong spoke, that ghostly figure stopped. Once everyone gave up resistance, Hui Jingtong felt a gust of wind sweep past him. Then he saw a straight back kick Ho Yingxiao, causing a gun to fall from Ho Yingxiao's body midair. Seeing this, Hui Jingtong only regretted one thing. Why hadn't he killed him? "Fat man, come out." When the figure in front turned around, Hui Jingtong's eyes narrowed, thinking, so young. At that moment, Yao Liangji was not wearing a mask, so his appearance was clearly visible to Hui Jingtong. However, after Hui Jingtong's moment of emotion, a sense of fear surged up. It wasn't his intention, but rather his body's instinctive reaction, honed through years of sensing danger. Damn it, these bastards are really tigers. They dare to shoot in this situation. They really want to bring about mutual destruction. The fat man's cursing voice came through. Seeing Su Shu and the others emerge, Yao Yangji finally felt a little relieved. He had been on edge when he heard the gunfire. He also didn't expect that there would be such brainless people in this world. In a standoff with guns drawn, they actually drew their guns and shot at each other over a disagreement. Bang! The fat man kicked Hu Jingtong away without holding back. Having already suffered losses at Yao Yangji's hands, he naturally had to vent his anger on the captain in front of him. Hu Jingtong, who was kicked away, couldn't even care about the pain. He weighed a full 180 pounds, and this fat man had casually kicked him away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Hu Jingtong looked at the group of people in disbelief. Sensing the strong smell of blood in the air, Yao Yangji knew they couldn't stay for long. So he spoke up. Tie them up, and let's hurry up and leave. The smell of blood here is too strong. It might attract a lot of zombies. Yao Yangji didn't hold back just now. The bloodletting effect of the triangular bayonet was just as rumored. And now the blood from those dozen or so people had pooled into small puddles on the ground. Chu Xiaonan's expression was a bit bleak. She didn't expect things to evolve into this state. The fat man and others, well aware of zombie behavior, didn't hesitate and quickly got to work. They then pointed their guns at Hu Jingtong and the others, forcing them into the vehicle and drove straight towards the grain and oil market. There are also dozens of guns, so it could be said that this brief outing yielded significant gains. Along the way, Yao Yangji did not interrogate Hu Jingtong and the others. After driving over 40 miles, he found a place to temporarily rest, and by this time, it was already noon. Boss Yao, it should be fine here, the fat man exhaled lightly. They specifically took a route that formed an angle with the direction of the grain and oil market. So even if Hu Jingtong's people came looking, it wouldn't affect them. Okay, clear out those 9 military vehicles. I don't want anyone knocking on our door later. After driving Hu Jingtong and the others into a circle, Yao Yangji, as if guided by a GPS, quickly dismantled 6 positioning devices from one of the military vehicles. The fat man casually picked up a few of them and exclaimed, "Goodness, they're all satellite trackers in various sizes and styles." When Yao Yangji began to find the 5th tracker, Hu Jingtong felt despair. This group had clearly lost their moral compass since the apocalypse. Especially with such power at their disposal, they were becoming increasingly reckless. But when Yao Yangji found the 6th tracker, Hu Jingtong's expression became complex, and then he let out a wretched laugh, as if resigning to his fate, collapsing onto the ground. It took nearly 2 hours to completely dismantle the positioning devices from the 9 military vehicles, and they casually packed them into a bag. After controlling a zombie to help carry it, Yao Yangji finally approached Hu Jingtong and the others. Yao Yangji has always disliked tackling tough problems. So the person next to him, Ho Ingxiao, who had half a shoe print on his face, naturally became Yao Yangji's breakthrough point. He was quite curious about how many people this group of guys in military uniforms had gathered, as they were able to easily send out around 40 fully armed individuals. Chapter 59 Gathering Place, he directly grabbed the soft white man's hair in front of him and dragged him out, smiling as he asked, "Can you tell me some information about you guys?" Although blood had already dried into clumps on Yao Yangji's body, the murderous intent showed no signs of weakening over time. Ho Ingxiao swallowed hard. At this moment, he didn't resent having fired his gun, nor did he dare to hate Yao Yangji in front of him. He attributed his predicament to Hu Jingtong, the only person he could manipulate. Big brother, we want to know. I will tell you everything. First, I want to know everything that has happened in the past 2 months since the disaster. Don't be afraid of being verbose. We have plenty of time now. Yao Yangji, hearing the man's cooperation, kindly helped him light a cigarette and then sat quietly on the ground to listen to him speak. Ho Ingxiao and the others could indeed be considered soldiers, and the place they had come to was a temporary safe haven formed by the military and political forces from the previous society, located within a mountain structure in District 5. Currently, it could be said that it gathered the majority of survivors from City E, with over 30,000 people, most of whom escaped just a few days before the disaster began and were then gathered by the original military and political personnel. With so many people, resource consumption increased. But in a world now filled with zombies, obtaining resources naturally required a certain level of armed force. Thus, out of necessity, the military and political side significantly expanded their armed forces, initially focusing on clearing out the surrounding suburbs of zombies and then scavenging for supplies. Some direct affiliates, such as Ho Ingxiao and the nearby Hoi Jingtong, were among the first to be privy to this secret. However, because they had invested too much energy in collecting supplies early on, their approach to dealing with zombies was primarily to lure and evade. Additionally, there were too few brave individuals willing to engage in close combat with zombies to maintain the normal operation of the gathering place. And with the normal drop rate of corpse crystals, they, as direct affiliates, could only obtain a few crystals. Therefore, when they heard that there were 3,000 to 4,000 zombie bodies available for collection, they rushed over in a hurry. Yao Yangji never arrogantly thought of himself as being very smart. He knew that the secret of the corpse crystal would eventually be discovered by others. What he was most worried about now was how powerful the strongest person in this gathering place had become. Ho Ingxiao, have you ever encountered zombies with green eyes? Green eyes? Ho Ingxiao was taken aback for a moment, then asked, are there really green-eyed zombies? When Yao Yangji asked this question, he was also observing the expression of Hoi Jingtong beside him. After seeing the same look of astonishment on Hoi Jingtong's face, he felt somewhat relieved. As long as there was no existence that could rival the green-eyed zombie, with his current abilities, as long as he wasn't foolish enough to be surrounded by guns, he could come and go freely in this world. Throwing Ho Ingxiao to the eager fat guy beside him, Yao Liangji gestured with his hand, indicating, just remember not to injure or kill him. Then, after randomly selecting a few people to ask some questions, he gave them a car and a few fruit knives, saying, I won't ask for much, 10 white corpse crystals or 1 black corpse crystal for 5 people. As for the trading location and time, it's south still this place. 7 days later. I hope to see you bring the corpse crystals. These people didn't dare to say much, repeatedly agreeing before turning to drive away. After understanding the origins of this group, Yao Yangji's future plans became clearer. He realized that his elite troop plan was completely fine at the early stage. However, now that the secret of the corpse crystals had been discovered by certain powerful factions, he had to keep pace with them, expanding his team. The saying more people means more power applies everywhere. When night fell, Yao Yangji and the others found a mountainous park to rest. The residential areas surrounding such parks before the disaster were relatively far away, so there was no need to worry too much about zombies at night. Moreover, this mountainous park had active water sources, and after many days without fresh meat, Yao Yangji and the others couldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. They opened the wooden doors of some small pavilions and cleared away a few scattered zombies. Su Shuchu and the other women looked longingly at a water pool not far from the park's front gate. Although they had been happily collecting corpse crystals these days, they had mostly endured the smell after the initial bath. Therefore, the expressions of the captives vividly showed how they felt about the group's odor. Once the car windows were closed, they only needed to sit quietly for a few minutes. Whatever you asked them, they would answer without any need for threats. After taking off his clothes, revealing Yao Liangji's strong and powerful body, he held a 3-edged military dagger and leaped. The smell of rotten flesh quickly attracted some fish to come close. After carefully observing and seeing no oddly shaped fish, he felt a slight sense of relief. Although he hadn't encountered any animals like that deformed dog before the disaster for so many days, Yao Liangji still decided to check the area, just in case, to eliminate some dangers for Su Shuchu and the others. Reaching in, he grabbed a fish with his left hand, squeezed it tight, and forcefully threw it out of the water. A 5 or 6 pound fish was tossed onto the shore. After catching more than 10 fish, Yao Liangji surfaced for a deep breath and then dove to the bottom, knowing that since he had such a good opportunity, he should bring up everything from this water pool. After about 4 to 5 minutes, as everyone on the shore was getting anxious, Yao Liangji resurfaced, holding a pair of long pants tied at the ankles. He then slightly slid to the shore through the pants he was holding onto the ground, and with a bit of force, leaped out of the water, standing on the shore in a snug pair of shorts, while the shrimp and crabs inside the pants scattered everywhere. Turning to Su Shuchu and the others, he said, you can go down to bathe in batches. We'll take care of these things first, and once we're done, we'll need your help with cooking. Yao Yangji's words made a group of women who dared not look at him open their mouths in a half-embarrassed, half-pleased manner and respond in unison with a soft emma. Chapter 60. The Rat Tide. After walking away, the chubby guy, with a strong odor, approached Yao Yangji and, looking at his great physique, couldn't help but envy him. Boss Yao, your body is truly a weapon for women. Just now, Zhou Ting and the others were completely captivated. Feeling secretly proud, Yao Liangji, however, didn't show a hint of it on his face. Of course, he wanted to showcase such a good physique to others, especially Su Shuchu. Calculating the time, her period should have ended by now. Ahem, chubby, think about some serious matters. Stop letting your mind wander. Yao Liangji's righteous words ultimately provoked the fat man, who couldn't help but doubt himself. Yao Liangji had so many women at his disposal, yet in the end, only Su Shuchu caught his eye. However, even so, it seemed that the two of them had not shared a bed more than a few times. The fat man valued three things in his life: his own life, freedom, and women. Now he was thinking whether he should learn from Yao Liangji to put in more effort and use less of his instincts. He took out some clean containers from the car and casually collected some dry branches in the park, then prepared the gathered items a bit downstream of the small water pool's outlet. The smell of fish attracted two cats that crouched nearby. Yao Liangji looked at the cats, which were no different from before the disaster, and felt no sense of caution. He directly threw the cleaned fish entrails in front of the two cats, then tossed them fishtail as well. Watching the pile of fish entrails and a large piece of fishtail in front of them, the cat's innate fear of humans dissipated, and they began to feast happily. Half an hour later, Yao Liangji and the others finally cleaned everything up. When he picked up his things to leave, Yao Liangji passed by the two cats and petted their heads a few times, noticing their slightly stiff bodies. He said in surprise, "What breed are you? You look just like little piglets. Even your appetite is like that of a pig, able to eat so much." Sensing Yao Liangji's kindness, the two cats resumed their meal, no longer paying attention to his hands. Looking at the group dressed in casual clothing and flip-flops, Yao Liangji frowned and sternly said, "Hurry up and put on proper clothes and shoes for going out. We're outside now. Do you want to die?" The originally joking Su Shuchu and the others immediately fell silent and went to grab their clothes from behind the car. "Let's go, you all need to wash up. You smell terrible." As it turned out, dishes made from fresh ingredients indeed tasted top-notch. Although it was just simple frying and boiling, the freshness of the fish, shrimp, and crabs was perfectly released. Moreover, the slight muddy taste of the freshwater fish had completely disappeared, even adding a hint of sweetness. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Yao Liangji mixed the remaining bits with some fried rice and filled a small bowl for Hu Jingtong and the other captive. As for getting full, that was out of the question. The goal was just to keep them alive. Suddenly, a large gray rat appeared in front of Yao Liangji and the others, attracted by the smell. The fat man casually picked up a three-pronged military dagger and threw it, hitting the rat that was nibbling on fish bones on the ground. The rat was indeed bold. We were all sitting here, and it dared to come out and steal food. It seemed that after 2 months, these rats had gotten used to a life without humans hunting them. The fat man, feeling a bit disgusted, remarked that he saw a reflection of himself in the rat. Rats breed quickly, and now zombies seem to have no interest in these animals. So naturally, they had no fear of humans. Chu Zhaonan poured the boiled water into a teacup, enjoying a life of such comfort that he hadn't experienced in a long time. A few minutes later, Yao Liangji suddenly felt a rapid warmth in his body and keenly sensed that many chattering sounds were approaching him. Trusting his instincts, he immediately stood up and shouted, "Get inside by the car." The group was slightly taken aback, but quickly reacted, grabbing their weapons and moving toward the car. Before long, they understood Yao Liangji's words, as a wave of black surged from all directions, revealing that it was a swarm of palm-sized gray rats. Everyone's hearts tightened, and Yao Liangji immediately spoke in a low voice to Hu Jingtong and the others behind him. "If you want to survive, cooperate well. Fat man, Wenbo, you two go release Hu Jingtong and the others, then return their guns and equipment." "Okay." The black wave of rats stopped about 10 meters in front of Yao Liangji and the others, with thousands of pairs of glowing green eyes staring intently at them. Then, from the swarm, a rat over a meter tall emerged, initially showing a glimmer of fear upon seeing Yao Liangji and the others, which then morphed into a fierce glare. Waving its nearly 20-centimeter long, gleaming gray claws, it gestured toward the rat pinned down by the fat man, as if demanding an explanation from Yao Liangji and the others. Go! Move all the food from the car down. After the giant rat appeared, Yao Liangji's body uncontrollably began to tremble, and the dangerous warning continuously struck at his heartstrings. Therefore, when this obviously intelligent rat expressed a desire to negotiate, Yao Liangji certainly did not mind spending money to avert disaster. Looking at the various heavy oil foods placed before him, the rat swarm was clearly in chaos, but they immediately quieted down under the Rat King's screeching. However, Yao Liangji's submission did not satisfy the Rat King. The fierce light in its eyes intensified. It seemed that being a bully to the weak and fearing the strong was an animal's nature, and it had enjoyed enough submission over the past 2 months. The only reason it stopped before was that it sensed a strong smell of blood from Yao Liangji. Now that Yao Liangji had shown weakness, its wariness immediately dissipated, and it felt that this little bit of food as an explanation was not enough. After twitching its nose slightly, the Rat King pointed its sharp claws at the fat man, then hesitated for a moment before repeatedly pointing at Chu Xiaonan and Su Shuchu. When the Rat King pointed at him, the fat man felt his heart skip a beat, as he sensed a more severe sense of crisis from this giant rat than from Yao Liangji. However, when the Rat King pointed at Chu Xiaonan and Su Shuchu again, he relaxed slightly and then kept a vigilant eye on the Rat King, knowing that the imminent battle between humans and rats was unavoidable. Hua, Jingtong, you all go to the car and bring down all the gasoline. As soon as I say to act, you pour out all the gasoline. Seeing that Yao Liangji had not taken action for a long time, the Rat King impatiently emitted a series of squeaks. Yao Liangji took out 2 grenades from his pocket, pulled the safety pins, calculated the timing, and suddenly threw them at the Rat King. At the same time, Yao Liangji rushed forward quickly, accompanied by 2 loud explosions. The Rat King's figure was enveloped in fire and dust. Chapter 61. Cat Catches Mouse. Yao Liangji was not very confident about the power of the grenade, so he took the risk of being affected and charged directly forward. Indeed, through the dust, Yao Liangji saw that it was merely the skin of the Mouse King that was broken, so he accelerated again, rushing right in front of the Mouse King, and swung the individual engineer's shovel in his hand directly towards the Mouse King's head. With a clang, the individual engineer's shovel in Yao Liangji's hand almost flew out of his grip. Yao Liangji retreated while unloading the immense force of the countershock, simultaneously stepping on the mouse beneath his feet. At that moment, a flash of fire erupted, and the dense gunfire was directed at the Mouse King. With a few cries of pain, the Mouse King immediately curled its body, while the surrounding swarm of mice, like the most loyal knights, completely encircled the Mouse King's body. Yao Liangji looked incredulously at the 2 notches on his individual shovel, which were chipped away by the Rat King's teeth. It should be noted that in his team's confrontation with that precise green-eyed zombie, there had been no damage to this individual shovel at all. Run. Hurry up and get in the car and run. Yao Liangji understood that the Mouse King in front of him possessed wisdom close to that of humans. The key point was that with tens of thousands of rats at its disposal and its defensive power, as long as it remained steady enough, it could rely on the rat swarm to wear down its enemies to death. When the Mouse King saw the iron box from its memories activate, it quickly realized that the humans who had injured it were trying to escape. With a sharp squeak, it directed the tide of rats to surge towards the vehicle, completely obscuring it with a mass of rats, making it impossible to discern any direction. The Mouse King, seeing that the vehicle was now surrounded by its swarm, bravely approached the car, and with a swipe of its claw, the steel door was torn open with a sizzling sound as if it were made of paper. Inside, 5 people could only scream before being devoured by the rushing rats. Because they couldn't see the road, even if the vehicle started moving, everyone dared only to turn in place. Yao Liangji glanced at Xiao Shuchu and the others beside him, knowing that they could no longer hesitate. He pulled the pin from Grenade, opened the car door, and shouted urgently, "Everyone get out of the car. This Mouse King wants to bury us alive. If you don't want to die, get out and take a gamble." Boom! The sound of the grenade startled the Mouse King, causing it to shudder, followed by a shriek as the rat swarm quickly covered its body. With a swing of his individual combat shovel, Yao Liangji cleaved a dozen zombies in half, then turned to the anxious Su Shuchu and the others. He lowered his voice and said seriously, "You need to find the right moment to run out. Head towards those zombie-infested areas. This is your only chance to survive. Remember, don't hesitate." Su Shuchu wanted to argue, but seeing Yao Liangji's serious expression, she bit her lip hard enough to draw blood and said fiercely, If you die, I will go collect gasoline. I will burn this place for 3 days and 3 nights, and then—" Yao Liangji did not have time to hear Su Shuchu's follow-up words, because at that moment, the Rat King across from him reappeared. It did not choose to confront Yao Liangji head-on, but instead specifically targeted those unenhanced males. With just 2 swipes, 2 captives from the gathering were torn into pieces, unable to even let out a scream. Yao Liangji knew exactly what the Rat King was thinking. Without a second thought, he pulled out a grenade and calculated the timing to throw it at the Rat King. However, having suffered once, the Rat King was already on guard against such things. Upon seeing the grenade, it curled up its body, and the surrounding rat swarm immediately enveloped it. After a loud explosion, the Rat King stood up unscathed, and there was a clear hint of mockery in its small eyes. Yao Liangji never thought that this grenade would have much effect. He directly used his mental strength to lock onto the several small wounds on the Rat King's body that had been breached. Amid the explosion of the grenade, Yao Liangji had already completed the exchange of weapons in his hand. Ignoring the biting rats on his body, he quickly approached the Rat King, ducking to avoid the swinging claws, then twisted his body and forcefully stabbed the triangular military dagger into the wound on the Rat King's left leg. A painful howl erupted, and as Yao Liangji tried to turn and escape, the triangular military dagger got slightly stuck. Just that brief pause allowed the Rat King's claws to close in. With no time to think, Yao Liangji could only position the shovel of his individual combat shovel horizontally across his body. A sharp screeching sound erupted, and then Yao Liangji felt a sharp pain in his body as a burning sensation surged from his chest. Yao Liangji did not withdraw. Instead, he stopped his movements and moved closer to the Rat King with a 3-edged military dagger in hand. He stabbed the dagger into the tiny wound on the Rat King's right paw. This time, Yao Liangji did not hesitate and directly let go of his weapon, turning around and quickly running away. The Rat King's left paw just grazed Yao Liangji's backpack, causing it to tear open and its contents to scatter all over the ground. After creating some distance, Yao Liangji took a few deep breaths and retrieved the arrows that were secured with the quiver on his back. If he had been even a few milliseconds slower, he might have lost the crossbow as well. Holding 2 arrows in his hands, Yao Liangji chose not to use the crossbow. First, the Rat King was not foolish. It knew to hide its wounded areas, and a simple arrow shot, even if it hit, would not cause any real damage to the Rat King. Second, the Rat King's reactions were not slow. No matter how fast the arrows were, they still needed time to fly through the air. As long as it allowed the rat horde to cover it, the arrows would lose much of their power upon hitting it. Slightly adjusting his muscles to staunch the wound, Yao Liangji then looked at the individual shovel beside the Rat King, which had 3 gashes cut into its alloy steel plate. This sight made Yao Liangji swallow hard. It was sharp, too sharp. After being wounded twice, both times internally, the Rat King's eyes turned bloodshot. Whoosh! Yao Liangji's eyes widened instantly, and he immediately jumped to the side, exclaiming in his heart, "I injured its left leg, and it can still move so fast." The enraged Rat King completely ignored controlling the rat horde to attack others. It had only one thought now: to tear apart the human in front of it who had caused it pain and threat. Thus, the Rat King abandoned its defense and shifted entirely to offense, while Yao Liangji felt somewhat suffocated, his mental energy rapidly depleting as he tried to capture the Rat King's movements. "Let us go. We must leave immediately," Su Shuchu shouted in anger and despair, knowing that no matter how many of them there were against the Rat King, it would be futile. Only if they left could Yao Liangji have a chance to escape. Suddenly, without any warning, 2 gunshots rang out, one hitting the ground in front of Yao Liangji and kicking up a spray of dirt. However, it did not affect Yao Liangji at all. The other shot rang out behind him, and he saw Jiang Wenba's face turn pale, covered in splattered blood and brain matter, while a person named Ho Ingxiao lay in front of him. "Damn it, you guys fired a cold shot." The fat man was genuinely furious. raising his gun at Hu Jingtong and the others, thinking that if these idiots want to die, they shouldn't drag him into it. If Yao Liangji weren't holding the Rat King back, they would all be torn to pieces. Hu Jingtong's side also wished to tear Hu Yingxiao apart, but now, to survive, they could not afford to have internal strife. So Hu Jingtong suppressed his voice and said, "I will definitely give you an answer regarding this matter. You all go first. We will hold the rear." Hu Jingtong knew that because of this cold shot, they could no longer be trusted by Su Shuchu and the others. If they tried to leave first, internal conflict would break out immediately, and they would all die together. If he wanted to survive, he could only stay behind. Just then, two figures flashed by, followed by two meowing sounds, and the previously arrogant Rat King was sent flying. Chapter 62. Surround and hunt with a moment to catch his breath. Yao Liangji stopped. His head felt incredibly heavy. His body swayed slightly. Then he bent down, propping himself on his thigh and looking ahead. He saw two cats, nearly half the size of the Rat King, watching the Rat King, which had been knocked to the ground and had 4 bloody claw marks on its face. With alert and anxious eyes, upon seeing its natural enemies, the blood red in the Rat King's eyes quickly dissipated, and it realized that its physical condition was continuing to decline because of that human. Its timid nature took over once again, and with a shriek, it attempted to lead the rat horde to flee. However, the agitated rat horde scattered in fear after the two meows and dared not approach. It seemed that the Rat King's indifference towards the rat horde had caused them to no longer be so loyal. Before the Rat King could open its mouth again, the two cats leaped forward. The originally razor-sharp claws that could cut through steel as if slicing through tofu produced clanging sounds when they met the paws of these two cats, showing no sign of their previous sharpness. The once resilient fur of the Rat King was easily torn apart by the claws of these two cats. Yao Liangji couldn't help but take a sharp breath. These two fierce cats, he had actually been feeding them before, and he didn't realize how dangerous they were while tugging at their fur and playing with their bellies. If they had just swung their claws at him, could he still be standing here? The Rat King, aware that something was wrong, no longer cared about his rat swarm. If he were in his prime, he wouldn't fear these two cats. After all, they had faced off many times before. Aside from losing a few minions, he had suffered no injuries. But today, he felt it, the scent of death. So, after forcefully pushing the two cats away, he turned and ran toward the back mountain. The two cats wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by, so they immediately chased after him. At this moment, Yao Liangji had also somewhat calmed down. He was not someone who would let himself be at a disadvantage, so he took his crossbow from his back, loaded an arrow, and followed closely behind. The Rat King's escape route was destined to be tortuous. Even in his current weakened state, he was still not inferior to the two cats. However, the injury to his left leg, caused by Yao Liangji, was increasingly affecting his mobility, and the right paw that had been pierced by Yao Liangji's trident was losing strength with every swing. Even though he had some self-healing abilities, how could he recover peacefully in front of 3 opponents who were not much weaker than him? As the saying goes, a cornered rabbit will bite, and the Rat King, in a moment of desperation, threw himself forward, relying on his larger size and layer of fat, and ignored the 4 cat claws attacking him. Instead, he focused on one of the white-furred cats, lunging toward it while opening his large mouth to bite its neck. At a critical moment, Yao Liangji's crossbow let out a whoosh, but due to the angle being off, the arrow did not pierce the Rat King's head, but instead came out of its cheek. The Rat King, in pain, closed its mouth before it could bite the white cat's neck, but it had already pushed the white cat away, leaving 3 long gashes about 7 or 8 centimeters on its body. However, the Rat King was in a worse state, with exaggerated wounds on its chest and back, exposing the yellow fat layer beneath its skin, and a cold, sharp arrow was still lodged halfway in its mouth. The 3 of them, not caring about their own conditions, launched a joint attack on the Rat King, specifically targeting its wounds. After stabbing an arrow into the Rat King's left shoulder blade, Yao Liangji took out a small bottle of high-concentration alcohol from his waist pouch and poured it directly onto the Rat King's wound. A scream, even more intense and high-pitched than before, erupted from the Rat King's mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Liangji aimed the crossbow directly at the Rat King's mouth and fired. Silencing the scream, the Rat King's eyes showed a hint of pleading, but it was too late, it could only fall slowly to the ground in regret. At this moment, the two cats, seeing the Rat King they'd been fighting for nearly 2 months fall, let out a howl. Then, the white cat stumbled and collapsed onto the ground. Yao Yangji, not caring for himself, hurriedly took out some hemostatic medicine from his pouch, but it was of no use. The wounds on the white cat were far too deep, and after fighting the Rat King for so long, it was already a miracle that it was still alive. Chu Xiaonan, come here! Yao Liangji shouted loudly, and soon, Chu Xiaonan and the others came running over. Seeing so many people approach, the remaining black-haired cat bristled all over, staring intently at Chu Xiaonan and the others. Yao Liangji, disregarding the danger, directly reached out to stroke the black cat's head, continuously speaking and gesturing, signaling for Chu Xiaonan to come over and save the white cat. Out of concern for the white cat and trust in Yao Yangji, the black cat's bristling fur slowly settled down, though it still looked at Chu Xiaonan with a wary expression. Teacher Chu, come over by yourself. Everyone else step back, Yao Yangji said while constantly petting the black cat's fur. Chu Xiaonan also noticed the injury on the white cat lying on the ground. Although she wasn't a veterinarian, some things were universally understood. So, taking a deep breath and summoning her courage, she walked over with the medical kit. After cleaning her hands with alcohol, she put on a pair of plastic gloves and gently used tweezers to part the white cat's wound. A painful whimper escaped from the white cat's mouth, and the black cat's body immediately tensed up, but it was held in Yao Liangji's embrace. Seeing the depth of the wound, Chu Xiaonan couldn't help but gasp. It was so close, just a little bit more, and the white cat would have been eviscerated. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiaonan said to Yao Liangji, Boss Yao, I need to stitch up this white cat. Can you keep both of them calm? Yao Liangji gritted his teeth and said, You prepare first, and I'll communicate with them. Then Yao Liangji began to talk and gesture to the two cats. He never imagined that one day he would need to communicate surgical precautions to two cats. It was unclear whether the two cats sensed Yao Liangji's concern or truly understood his meaning, but they relaxed and looked at Chu Xiaonan with hopeful eyes. Thanks to the kindness humans showed them before the disaster, they trusted this woman in front of them, who exuded a medicinal scent. Chu Xiaonan carefully removed the fur around the white cat's wound and cleaned it with saline solution, which made the white cat show some teeth, but otherwise kept its body under control without major reactions. Due to the toughness of the white cat's skin, Chu Xiaonan had to abandon the tweezers and use her hands to stitch it up. Fortunately, she had specially made surgical needles. Otherwise, a regular embroidery needle might not have pierced its skin. After nearly an hour of work, the white cat's wound was finally treated. Chu Xiaonan then painstakingly located the white cat's vein and hung 2 4-bags on a nearby branch. Finally, she let out a slight sigh of relief and said, It should be fine now. Boss Yao, let me clean the wound for you. After the treatment, the white cat's breathing indeed became much steadier, and it lay down on the ground and fell asleep. The look in the cat's eyes towards Chu Xiaonan softened significantly. Its body was no longer stiff. It broke free from Yao Liangji's hand, walked over to Chu Xiaonan, and rubbed its head against her leg as a sign of affection. Chu Xiaonan had seen the black cat display its prowess before, and when it approached, she froze in place, looking at Yao Liangji for help. Then she turned her head to the people outside, such as Su Shuchu, and said, We're fine over here. You all go tidy up the camp and find a new place to set up. After speaking, Yao Liangji looked at Hu Jingtong and the others and shook his head. You really have a pig teammate. This isn't playing house like before the disaster. In the apocalypse, this kind of thing could get you all killed. Hearing Yao Liangji's words, Hu Jingtong and the others gritted their teeth but did not argue back. With a slight sigh, Yao Liangji looked at the remaining fewer than 20 captives and waved his hand. If it weren't for Hu Jingtong and the others, Yao Liangji's team would have lost at least half its members. Now, Yao Liangji was beginning to feel scared. If only the Rat King weren't so smart and timid, and hadn't started breaking down the weak, could he be so calm now? Yao Liangji took out 18 white corpse crystals from his pouch and handed them to Hu Jingtong and the others one by one. He then continued, You have all seen my performance. These corpse crystals are the key to your survival in the future. Hiss! Yao Liangji felt the stimulation of alcohol and couldn't help but bare his teeth. Hold on, your body is healing a bit too quickly. I need to open your wound and clean the inside. Chu Xiaonan understood that this kind of recovery ability should be exclusive to someone of Yao Liangji's level. However, the recent fight was too intense, and a lot of dust and other debris had mixed into Yao Liangji's wound. If these things were not cleaned out properly, it would affect his future recovery. The Black Cat continued to guard the bodies of the White Cat and the Rat King. With the remaining firelight, Su Shuchu and the others finished tidying up the old campsite. They then spontaneously formed two groups, each sitting on either side, and after sleeping for more than an hour, the White Cat finally woke up, though it looked a bit listless. After calling out to the Black Cat a couple of times, it looked gratefully at Yao Liangji and Chu Xiaonan. Seeing that the White Cat was fine, Chu Xiaonan stood up to leave, but was stopped by the Black Cat, which pointed at the Rat King's body. Its paw gently slid over, taking two pieces of meat from the Rat King. One it placed in front of Chu Xiaonan, and the other it fed to the White Cat. No, I don't want that. Chu Xiaonan repeatedly waved her hands. She had no interest in rat meat. After several unsuccessful attempts to communicate, the Black Cat also felt a bit discouraged, so it stopped bothering Chu Xiaonan and happily began to feast on the Rat King's body. Yao Liangji has no interest in meat, but he is quite covetous of the two claws and the fur of the Mouse King. Then, two cold flashes were seen as the Mouse King's claws were severed from the corpse. Good. Chu Xiaonan was just about to leave when he was stopped by Meow. With a face full of helplessness, he turned his head and saw the Black Cat pointing at the piece of Mouse King meat on the ground. This time, Chu Xiaonan finally understood the Black Cat's intentions, picked up the meat, and quickly walked towards Su Shuchu and the others. Thanks to the sharpness of the Mouse King's claws, more than half an hour later, a complete Mouse King skin was obtained. Although the skin had many holes, a professional tailor could likely make a few sets of protective clothing from it. The Black Cat was not interested in Yao Liangji's actions. It did not understand why this powerful human did not eat meat and instead went for something useless. A whiff of meat fragrance wafted through, and the Black Cat straightened up from its crouched position, looking ahead warily. Yao Liangji first tensed up, but relaxed when he saw the visitor. He was aware of the Black Cat's vigilance, so he didn't wait for Su Shuchu to come closer and got up to approach instead. This is a bit of meat soup we made. Give it a try to replenish your strength. Su Shuchu's mood had been fluctuating today, which was quite stimulating. So her face was full of fatigue at the moment, but she still forced herself to bring a bowl of meat soup over. Taking the bowl, Yao Liangji gently stroked Su Shuchu's weary face with the back of his hand, then disregarding the bloody smell on his hands, he directly picked up the steaming bowl of meat soup and started drinking. As soon as the soup entered his mouth, Yao Liangji felt warmth spreading throughout his body, and his strength quickly returned. After finishing in a few quick sips, Yao Liangji slightly closed his eyes to sense it. What kind of meat soup is this? Yao Liangji was slightly taken aback. The effect of this meat soup was surprisingly similar to that of the corpse crystal. Yao Liangji looked at the Black Cat behind him, but it ignored him and ran to the corpse of the Rat King, tearing off a large piece of flesh and bringing it in front of the White Cat, who was now able to stand up. Wait for me a moment. Yao Liangji said a word to Su Shuchu, then quickly ran to the corpse of the Rat King, tore off a piece of flesh, and put it in his mouth. Soon, a familiar feeling came over him. Yao Liangji's eyes brightened completely. It was indeed the reason for the Rat King's meat. That's why the Black Cat would give a piece of meat to He Chu Zhao as a reward for saving the White Cat. Chapter 64. The Effect of Rat King's Meat. Yao Liangji quickly got up and gave Su Shuchu a few instructions. Although he didn't mind eating some raw meat, it was naturally better to cook it under certain conditions. Besides, Su Shuchu might not be able to eat rat meat raw, even if it was really effective. When Su Shuchu saw Yao Liangji eating raw rat meat, she felt a bit nauseated, but after hearing about the effects of the Rat King meat, she couldn't care too much. According to Yao Liangji, this Rat King meat was like a meat-like corpse crystal. After a while, Su Shuchu saw everyone in the camp holding a bowl and drinking eagerly. Shuchu, this meat soup tastes so different. How did you make it? Zhou Ting asked while drinking. Su Shuchu's praise was clearly heard by Chu Xiaonan not far away. With the soup still on her lips, she froze immediately. A spasm in her stomach brought on a wave of nausea, and she quickly stood up and ran to a tree to lean against it and vomit. But this soupy substance was absorbed so quickly that after about a dry heaving, she only brought up some stomach acid. With no trace of the meat soup at all, Su Shuchu didn't delay, took a frying pan and some ingredients, exchanged a glance with Chu Xiaonan, shook her head slightly, and then walked towards Yao Yangji. Before Su Shuchu could get close, the black cat became alert again, staring intently with its eyes wide open. Yao Yangji felt a bit of a headache and quickly ran over to hug Su Shuchu, whose body was slightly stiff. Then he slowly approached the Mouse King's corpse. Seeing the situation, the two cats clearly frowned. They then walked over to Su Shuchu's side, gently sniffed her, and found that the scent of Yao Yangji on her was not very strong. Her body was slightly bristled as she let out a couple of calls, and then made some gestures. Yao Yangji had a face full of question marks, while Su Shuchu blushed and said in a low voice, "These two cats are asking you and me why I don't smell like you." Yao Yangji looked at the two people hugging each other, momentarily stunned, and said, "We're so close, don't you smell like me? And how do you understand what they mean?" I don't know. I just feel like that's what they mean." After saying this, Su Shuchu hesitated for a moment, blushing as she explained, "They mean that the scent of you on me isn't strong enough, that it doesn't feel like we're partners." Feeling the softness from Su Shuchu's waist, and with no one watching, except for two cats that were observing, Yao Yangji couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart. Then he placed his left hand on Su Shuchu's head and said, "Didn't you say that the scent of me on you isn't strong enough? Then let me give you a little boost on the spot." This kiss lasted almost 10 minutes, with sounds of swallowing constantly rising, and Su Shuchu's clothes becoming fluffy. In the end, Yao Yangji forcibly restrained himself. Being out in the wild wasn't suitable for the two of them to engage in deeper exchanges. Besides, his goal was to let Su Shuchu share the meat of the Mouse King with him, not to indulge in his own desires. Withdrawing his hand from Su Shuchu's front and back, Yao Yangji smacked his lips and then looked at the two cats beside him. To his surprise, he saw that the two cats had covered their eyes with their front paws, peeking through the gaps with curiosity as they looked at him and Su Shuchu. Slightly taken aback, Yao Yangji quickly leaned closer to Su Shuchu's ear, who was already on the edge of losing herself, and said, "Shuchu, today's not the right time. Wait until we settle down a bit, and then I'll give you a perfect experience at our base." Hearing Yao Yangji's words, Su Shuchu gritted her teeth and leaned closer to his ear. "But I want you right now." Boom! Yao Yangji's hand, still resting on Su Shuchu's hip, instinctively tightened, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. However, noticing the excited expression in the eyes of the two cats, Yao Yangji's body froze momentarily, and he forced himself to hold back his desire. There were still two little spectators around. Let's first deal with the meat of the Mouse King. Hearing Yao Yangji's words, Chu Xiaonan slightly turned her head to look at the two cats, then jumped away from Yao Yangji with a gasp. She probably would never reveal what she had just understood from the two cats. Their actions naturally acknowledged Su Shuchu's presence. Seeing Su Shuchu's strong reaction, Yao Yangji curiously asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, it's just that those two seem a bit too smart." The meat of the Mouse King, perhaps because of its mutation or some other reason, felt more delicious than any meat they had eaten before, especially for Su Shuchu, who was already wealthy and had tasted countless delicacies. She surprisingly indulged in the disgusting mouse meat. The meat of the Mouse King couldn't be eaten as much as one wanted. Even with Yao Yangji and the two cats' strength, they needed to take it slow to digest. Let alone Su Shuchu. Although she tried hard, she couldn't even eat 1/10 of what Yao Yangji did, and later she simply switched to cooking the Mouse King meat, as the two cats were reluctant to eat raw meat after having cooked meat. Thus, they ate nonstop throughout the night, and, in the end, there was still a little left uneaten. After this night, the white cat seemed to have fully recovered. When dawn was breaking, Hu Jingtong walked over to Yao Yangji with a complex expression to say goodbye. He didn't know how to face the person in front of him, because all the events had been instigated by them. Empathetically, he didn't feel that Yao Yangji's response had any problems. Yao Yangji is quite interested in the profession of military personnel like Hu Jingtong, but unfortunately, such individuals are hard to deal with. Boss Yao, Hoing Xiao's background is not simple. Now that he has died outside, you definitely can't keep this matter under wraps. I hope you can be prepared. I don't know how the base will treat you. Hu Jingtong reminded with a complex expression. The fact that someone like Ho Yingxiao has survived until now proves the complexity of his background, so Yao Yangji was not surprised. As long as there are no individuals above the green-eyed level in Hu Jingtong's gathering place, he has nothing to fear. Chapter 65. Brief rest. You don't have to worry about me. In this apocalypse, everyone can only be responsible for the area around them. If the people in your gathering place want to take action against me, they must first ask the zombies scattered everywhere if they agree. Given our cooperation in battle, I'll give you a piece of advice. If you encounter a gathering of more than 3,000 zombies, or if the conversion rate of zombies exceeds 30, run as far away as you can. Why? Hu Jingtong perked up. He knew this might be a secret unknown to the gathering place. After hesitating for a moment, Yao Liangji decided to tell Hu Jingtong. After all, zombies are the common enemy of all humanity, and he couldn't stand by and watch such a large group of survivors become fodder for zombie evolution. So he spoke up. When there are more than 3,000 zombies gathered, there's a possibility that higher-level zombies could emerge among them. And the larger the scale of zombies, the greater this possibility becomes. Another point is that the more people zombies consume, the higher their probability of evolution. You should have noticed that the zombies in City E actually have a very small activity range, usually separated into independent groups based on small units. However, this situation won't last indefinitely. My current guess is that the only factor that can change the status quo is the green-eyed zombies. Hu Jingtong frowned slightly. Boss Yao, I've been hearing you talk about green-eyed zombies. What kind of abilities do these green-eyed zombies have? Yao Liangji sighed. I haven't encountered a truly green-eyed zombie. But from the 2 quasi-green-eyed zombies I've come across, it seems that green-eyed zombies possess a certain level of cognitive ability and emotional expression. The most critical point is that they have the ability to command ordinary zombies. In other words, you should understand the danger of a human being able to dominate zombies, right? The fat man looked at the 4 military vehicles leaving and couldn't help but curl his lips. Boss Yao, why let them drive away in military vehicles? They left more than 10 corpses here and should be given some respect. After gesturing for a few minutes, the 2 cats looked at each other and then meowed a few times. Shu-Chu, what do they mean? Yao Yangji looked towards Su Shu-Chu, who was covering her mouth and laughing. They said they won't leave, but if you encounter something you can't fight in the future, you can come here, and they will protect you. Yao Liangji didn't try to persuade her anymore. It was the nature of animals to have their own territorial awareness. Although he had a good impression of Yao Liangji, their relationship was now one of equality. If he were to force the issue, he would truly be asking for trouble. So he waved his hand, cut off large chunks of meat from the Rat King's corpse, pulled out 2 rat tendons, and left in a car amidst the black cat's complaints. He took the same route he had arrived by and returned to the place where he had discovered Su Shu-Chu. He planned to stay here for a few days to clean up the Rat King's claws and skin. This luxurious villa area was like a treasure trove, with most materials available here. He returned to the same villa they had initially occupied, and no new guests had moved in since their departure. Holding Su Shu-Chu's small hand, Yao Liangji noticed that she had been sulking since they entered the community. Starting from this place, he hoped to fully understand Su Shu-Chu's past. Shu-Chu, I'll leave the Rat King's skin to you. Just tell me how you want me to cooperate. Gathering her spirits, Xiao Shu-Chu, as a fashion designer, was naturally well-versed in handling animal leather. There are no materials here. Can you accompany me over there? Yao Liangji knew where Su Shu-Chu was going, so he agreed without any hesitation. No problem. I actually had this idea when I came here. After saying that, Yao Liangji turned to Chu Xiaonan and said, prepare for the surgery and help Xiao Fei and the others handle things as soon as possible. We might need to stay here for a long time. After finishing, Yao Liangji sighed slightly at Gu Fangzhou, who had been silent along the way. Then he leaned closer to her and quietly told her how to absorb the corpse crystals. In this world, ordinary people's lives are too fragile. Since the secret of the corpse crystals is no longer exclusive to his team, he naturally didn't mind a little breach of the established rules. Watching Yao Liangji and Su Shu-Chu leave together, Gu Fangzhou sighed when Xiao Fei's voice rang in her ears. Sister Gu, although you might not be happy to hear this, I still have to advise you. The world has changed. A powerful man like Boss Yao is like a lion king, and it's impossible for him to have only one woman. I think Sister Su understands this too. which is why she allows Boss Yao to show you kindness. I told Gu Fangzhou how to absorb the corpse crystals. After coming out, Yao Yangji felt a bit hesitant to look at Su Shuchu. To his surprise, Su Shuchu was not surprised at all. Instead, she happily took Yao Yangji's hand. It's fine, as long as your body can handle it. I don't mind if you're a bit flirtatious. But if your body can't take it and you go around fooling around, I won't let you off easily. Stopping in his tracks, Yao Yangji turned slightly and brushed his face against hers. You don't have to accommodate me. I do have feelings for Gu Fangzhou, but that was before the disaster. Now all I have is you. After parting, both of their moods improved a lot, and they soon arrived at Su Shuchu's former home. The two zombie corpses at the door had already rotted beyond recognition, and a stench of decay wafted through the air. Yao Yangji put down what he was holding, casually picked up some tools, and dug 2 pits over 1 meter deep. He then placed the 2 corpses into the pits and buried them, muttering continuously. From now on, I will take care of Shu Chu Chu. Now you can rest in peace. I will fulfill my responsibility and ensure Shu Chu Chu's happiness. The sadness of Su Shu Chu had dissipated long ago during that month of struggle for survival. Helping Yao Liangji pick up things from the ground, Su Shu Chu generously said, Liangji, let me introduce you to my former home. Chapter 66. The King Rat's Claw and Skin. After entering the villa, Su Shu Chu took Yao Liangji on a tour inside. For every meaningful item, she provided a lot of introductions, extending to her childhood. And, of course, she did not shy away from mentioning her ex-husband. Su Shu Chu was born into an artistic family, but perhaps the artistic mindset was quite unconventional. Her parents conceived her accidentally when they were in their 40s. She was raised in a semi-free-range environment. Her father was a painter, and her mother was a fashion designer. It was not rare for her to follow in her parents' footsteps, and later, due to her talent and her parents' influence, she pursued both paths simultaneously, even surpassing them. As a beautiful artist with a good personality, she naturally attracted a large group of suitors, but only her ex-husband persistently pursued her for 10 years. Even after her parents' unexpected passing, her ex-husband took on all the responsibilities, and a year later, they got married. Since Su Shu Chu did not want children, her ex-husband respected her wishes and bore the pressure of family responsibilities. And they continued their life as a couple until the catastrophe struck. After finishing her story, Su Shu Chu blinked and revealed a secret she had kept for many years. Actually, it's not that I didn't want children, it was my ex-husband who, well, he was not very capable in that regard. I knew such things couldn't be forced, so I just said I didn't want to have kids. We were married for 3 years, and he secretly sought medical help, which ultimately ruined his health in that aspect. I didn't say anything because I knew he had taken on the pressure for me, so I felt I should help him bear some of it too. I just didn't expect our fate together would come to an end like this. So, would you be willing to help me have a child? Yao Yangji was drawn in by the spring emotions accumulating in Su Shu Chu's eyes and wrapped his left arm around her waist, saying, I would. First, let us go to the bathroom, Su Shu Chu said, suppressing her breath. Wait a minute, I don't want any accidents. Otherwise, I'm going to explode. The sound of rustling filled the air, followed by their frantic screams. The two seemed to have forgotten why they were there, not even taking a break. And they didn't tease separate even when they went to the bathroom to wash up. Until midnight, Su Shu Chu leaned down, mumbling for a while, before the room finally calmed down. Weak and limp, Su Shu Chu had no strength to push away Yao Liangji's mischievous hands, lingering in the afterglow. She said, why don't you take the initiative and also take down Gu Fangzhou? I didn't expect the strengthening effect of the corpse crystal to be so comprehensive. Feeling offended, Yao Liangji turned Su Shu Chu around and pressed her down fiercely, saying, what do you mean by strengthened? I've always been this strong. Okay. Then with a thrust, the temporarily quiet room began to liven up again. The next day, Yao Liangji woke up feeling refreshed, made some millet porridge, and saw Su Shu Chu walking out while leaning against the wall. He quickly put down the bowl and went over to support her, saying, you're not feeling well. You should rest a bit more. Su Shu Chu rolled her eyes and gritted her teeth in frustration. Who did this? Who made it like this? I said I didn't want it. Yet you still insisted on coming. Yao Liangji also knew he had gone a bit overboard last night, and with a hint of flattery said, next time, I will definitely listen to the command. Wherever the queen says to hit, that's where I'll hit. After having some food, Su Shuchu directed Yao Liangji to do the preliminary processing of the Mouse King's skin. The moisture and oil content of the Mouse King's skin were too high, making it easy to breed mold or even maggots over time. Therefore, it needed to be processed first and then soaked in a solution to soften it and increase its flexibility. Only after the preliminary work was completed could it be prepared for making leather armor. After giving instructions, Su Shuchu couldn't hold on any longer and went upstairs to sleep again. Compared to the Mouse King's skin, the processing of the Mouse King's claws was much simpler. After removing the flesh and blood, Yao Liangji carefully sniffed them. After more than a day, there was not a hint of odor. So he decided to keep them for lunch. He then soaked the Mouse King's claws in a solution to remove the attached bits of flesh, and after a busy night, the two claw-like modified Mouse King's claws took shape. By this time, Su Shuchu had already recovered, her face full of a fresh and happy glow, and the sparkle in her eyes had not faded even after a day of rest. Looking at Yao Liangji's oddly shaped weapon, she couldn't help but laugh. "Are you planning to use that to scratch zombies?" After carefully testing the welding sturdiness, Yao Liangji swung the nearly 80-centimeter-long claw lightly, and the marble tabletop shattered instantly. Feeling a bit smug, Yao Liangji watched as Su Shuchu licked her lips. "Have you ever seen such a powerful scratching tool? You can't judge by appearance. You haven't had enough suffering yet, have you?" Startled by Yao Liangji's gaze, Su Shuchu assumed a defensive posture. No. Let me rest for a few days. That last time lasted at least half a month. I really don't want to experience it again in a short time." Now that the two were alone outside, they still didn't know what others might think, and she had also looked in the mirror with her current appearance. Anyone could tell how satisfied she was. Feeling a bit regretful, but knowing that Yao Liangji wasn't the type to be insatiable, he couldn't help but feel a bit impatient as he sensed the security the Mouse King's claws gave him. You go ahead." Looking at the zombie that he had just torn apart with a claw, Yao Liangji felt the sensation in his hand. This wasn't much harder than cutting old tofu, right? With one claw down, he hardly felt any resistance. Thinking this, Yao Liangji rummaged around in the zombie's head. After confirming there were no gains, he took out a white quartz crystal from his waist pouch and struck it with the Mouse King's claw. As a result, only a small scratch appeared on the quartz crystal, and then he took out a black quartz crystal and tested it again, only to find there wasn't even a scratch. At this point, Yao Liangji finally understood the hardness of the quartz crystal. This time, the quartz crystal was not absorbed. Instead, it continued to exist in liquid form for a while. After 3 to 4 minutes, it turned into an irregular crystal. With a clang, just like before, it left a white mark on the resolidified quartz crystal. Thinking of this, Yao Liangji couldn't help but feel uncontrollable excitement and ran straight to Su Shuchu. He wanted to see if he could combine them to forge quartz crystal weapons. When the two met, they almost spoke simultaneously. "Shuchu Liangji, I have something to tell you." Yao Liangji smiled. "You go ahead." After organizing his language, Su Shuchu picked up the Rat King hide. Pointing at the various gaps and holes, he said, "This Rat King hide is too damaged. It can only be made into segmented armor. But for segmented armor, Liangji, do you plan to make a full suit or just an upper body armor?" "What does full suit mean?" Su Shuchu explained. "It means covering the upper body and limbs completely." "Then let's make a full suit." Yao Liangji did not hesitate at all. After all, this was mainly used to deal with zombies, and Yao Liangji naturally hoped to make it as perfect as possible. Otherwise, zombies would not show mercy and would attack the limbs. Chapter 67. The expensive quartz crystal dagger after finalizing the Rat King hide armor. Yao Liangji talked to Su Shuchu about the quartz crystals. Su Shuchu understood Yao Liangji's thoughts very well and directly said, "Let's try to see if different quartz crystals can merge." 3 to 4 minutes later, the two quartz crystals merged perfectly. However, when Yao Liangji tried to melt the third one, the liquid quartz crystal and solid quartz crystal were incompatible. But after Yao Liangji melted the solid quartz crystal, the three quartz crystals merged perfectly together again. Yao Liangji and Su Shuchu exchanged a glance. This quartz crystal can only be compatible in a liquid state. The two immediately took action, creating a helmet model based on Yao Liangji's head size, wanting to fill the last shortcoming. Once the model was completed, Yao Yangji took out all 300 white corpse crystals from his body and used his mental power to melt them. However, by the time he reached the 82nd crystal, Yao Yangji's head felt empty, and his mental power was nearly at its limit, while the filling of the model had only reached 1/3. Su Shuchu noticed Yao Liangji's fatigue and quickly approached to support him, asking with concern, "Liangji, are you okay?" "No, I'm fine. Just a bit exhausted from using my mental power too much." Yao Yangji furrowed his brows tightly. He didn't continue to maintain the liquefaction of the corpse crystal, but immediately closed his eyes and rested in Su Shuchu's embrace. This was the second time he had used his mental power to such an extent. The first time was when he attempted to move objects from a distance. Sleeping is normally the most effective way to restore mental power, and it didn't take long for Yao Yangji to fall asleep in Su Shuchu's arms. When he woke up again, it was already late at night. Upon opening his eyes, Yao Yangji instinctively tensed his body, then quickly relaxed. He rubbed his face against Su Shuchu's abdomen, looking satisfied as he said, "Shuchu, you've worked hard." Su Shuchu paused her sewing. She hadn't been idle during this time, and had already started stitching the Rat King's skin. Seeing Yao Liangji wake up, she gently rubbed his face with the back of her hand, her tone filled with affection as she said, "Why don't you sleep a little longer? I've already slept enough during the day, so it's fine if I don't sleep now." After saying this, Su Shuchu suddenly remembered that her daytime drowsiness was because of him, and her face turned slightly red. However, at this moment, Yao Yangji was not in the mood to pay attention to Su Shuchu's shyness. After pondering for a moment, he said in a tone that suggested negotiation, "Shuchu, what do you think about not making helmets, and instead making dagger-like corpse crystals?" Yao Yangji now knows the limit of his mental power. With his current level of mental strength, it is unlikely that he can produce a sufficient quantity of corpse crystal liquid all at once. Moreover, he does not intend to let others know about the use of this corpse crystal, as such a small trick pales in comparison to the fundamental function of the corpse crystal. If no one points it out, very few people would think of it, and no one would carry hundreds of corpse crystals without using them. A dagger? After glancing at the Rat King's claw beside him, Su Shuchu realized that Yao Liangji indeed lacks a close-range weapon, so she agreed, saying that a corpse crystal dagger is also quite good since he is currently in need of such a small close-range weapon. Without further ado, Yao Yangji imitated Su Shuchu and made a dagger mold, then injected the corpse crystal liquid into the mold, quietly waiting for it to solidify. After taking it out of the mold, Yao Yangji casually found a piece of iron and swung the dagger at it, successfully demonstrating the ancient saying of cutting iron like mud with the corpse crystal dagger. "Shuchu, give it a try and see if you're comfortable with this dagger," Yao Yangji said with a smile to Su Shuchu beside him. "Huh? For me?" Su Shuchu was slightly taken aback, then happily took the dagger and casually waved it around her hand. With a smile, she looked at Yao Yangji and said, "The handle is a bit thin. It should be fine once the handle is installed. Everything else is good. All right, I'll tidy it up." By the time the sky brightened outside, Yao Yangji had made 2 daggers. The outer dagger sheath was made from scraps of discarded Rat King skin, while the dagger handles were made from the golden sandalwood furniture from Su Shuchu's home. Looking at the white daggers before him, resembling pieces of art, Yao Yangji proudly said to Su Shuchu, "See, my artistic talent isn't bad either." Su Shuchu looked at the dismantled golden sandalwood chair with a bit of heartache. After all, it was a real antique. She didn't expect it to be taken apart by Yao Liangji, the spendthrift. However, upon seeing the aesthetically pleasing corpse crystal dagger, Su Shuchu lovingly stroked the dagger's body. Each dagger required more than 60 corpse crystals, and if it were outside, one would have to kill over 600 zombies to gather that many. Compared to the preciousness of the corpse crystals, everything else seemed insignificant. Yes, your artistic talent can't be concealed even in this apocalypse," Su Shuchu said, fastening the dagger into its sheath without any hesitation. Once she finished her tasks, Yao Yangji couldn't help but look at Su Shuchu with envy, swallowing hard. He couldn't forget the intoxicating pleasure from last night. No, I'm still a bit sore down there. Why don't you go find Gu Fangzhou? I don't mind." Su Shuchu was genuinely a bit afraid, so she told a small lie. Once things got started, Yao Liangji wouldn't stop until he exhausted her. Glancing at Su Shuchu with annoyance, Yao Liangji took a deep breath. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not a stallion who just wants any woman. Picking up the Rat King's claw and the corpse crystal dagger, Yao Liangji glanced out the window at the sky. I'm going out to patrol. Be careful at home. Someone needs to go find zombies to vent their frustrations. Su Shuchu mercilessly exposed Yao Liangji's thoughts. All right, just keep being stubborn. When you're rested, we'll see if you cry. Yao Liangji said fiercely, kissing Su Shuchu. Inside the villa, Yao Liangji did not patrol further but went directly outside to look for targets. He currently had no desire to engage normal zombies, generally avoiding them unless he could deal with one easily. Yao Liangji was now inside an old residential building. Such places, with their dense high-rises and high-density communities, would not have been allowed to be built here before the disaster. These old neighborhoods were established when the country was not yet developed. So the government took a laissez-faire attitude, waiting for these old buildings to naturally reach the standard of dangerous buildings. After clearing the zombies outside the residential building, Yao Liangji crouched and entered the building, repeatedly opening doors to kill zombies. By the 5th floor, Yao Liangji opened a door, and a putrid smell of human death wafted out. Outside, the sun had started to rise, but the room remained dark, with thick curtains blocking out the sunlight. A faint sound of swallowing could be heard. Following the sound and the faint light from the staircase, Yao Liangji shrank his body, holding the corpse crystal dagger, and approached the doorknob. Then, when the sound of swallowing occurred again, Yao Liangji directly opened the door and rushed inside. Once he saw the outline, he shifted his right hand and clawed with his left hand, grabbing the person's neck and lifting them up. At that moment, the sunlight flooded in from a gap that had been pried open, illuminating the dark room and allowing Yao Liangji to clearly see the person struggling before him. Chapter 68, Sacrifice. There are actually still people alive? Yao Liangji looked at the little girl in front of him, whose face was red from being choked, her feet kicking wildly, and her hands covered in grease as she kept clawing. He couldn't help but loosen his grip slightly, letting her fall to the ground. Then he began to survey the room. The first thing he noticed was a transparent glass bottle filled with yellow liquid on the windowsill. Next was a small cup wrapped in tape that extended into a shady area as he caught a whiff of the foul smell in the air. Yao Liangji knew that this was just a simple urine evaporation and condensation device. Amid the coughs of the little girl, Yao Liangji took another round in the room. It was evident that before the disaster, this house must have been warmly decorated, with shades of blue and pink intertwined and various dolls piled up. But now they had all lost their luster, covered in a layer of dust. And there were some small buckets on the floor along with some fried soybeans and packaged snacks. Ignoring the little girl's hand sneaking towards the fruit knife, Yao Liangji coldly said, "If you keep reaching, I will kill you." Yao Liangji now doesn't understand how this little girl has survived, nor does he want to know why there are so many food and drinks in her room. Yet she is as thin as a skeleton. Her figure pauses slightly, as if she hasn't spoken in a long time. The little girl's voice is a bit hoarse, completely devoid of the crispness that a girl her age should have. "You can take whatever food and drink you want from this room. Just please don't kill me." The little girl has no doubt about the words spoken by the blood-stained man in front of her. If it weren't for the gap she had left that allowed sunlight to shine in, revealing her to this man, she would have suffocated to death by now. Then, following the stench, she reached the door of her room, twisted the handle twice, but couldn't open it. She then clenched her fist and punched the door lock. Bang! The door was opened by Yao Liangji, and he saw 2 completely decayed corpses hanging in midair. Judging by the state of decay, they must have been dead for over a month. He stepped on the maggots, spreading under his feet, and crushed them. Yao Liangji observed the arrangement of the room and did not see any signs of struggle. Looking at the ground, covered with pieces of flesh and maggots, as well as the intestines and internal organs that had fallen out due to decay, he felt a bit reluctant to enter. Just as he was about to leave, Yao Liangji noticed something that looked like an envelope on the bed in the room. At that moment, the young girl from the room also came out. Looking at the situation inside, although she had anticipated it, she couldn't help but choke up and start crying. "You go in and take that envelope out." Yao Liangji said coldly that he didn't believe in the tears of integrity. Only the dead were truly trustworthy. The fact that this young girl had survived until now was enough to prove her extraordinary nature. In this weather with hardly any rain, being able to survive by evaporating and condensing urine, and even starving herself to look like this despite having ample food, represented a level of self-control that few at her age could achieve. The little girl showed no resistance at all, stepping directly into the blood and maggots to retrieve the letter with a dazed expression. Yao Liangji directly reached out to take it and opened it, his expression immediately becoming complicated. The main reason the little girl survived was the self-sacrifice of the two people in this room. They were a middle-aged couple who had saved up some money to buy an old, run-down apartment in East City. After the disaster struck and zombies appeared, they were well aware that the food at home wouldn't last long. After calculating and waiting for more than 10 days, they despairingly realized that no one would come to rescue them. With so many zombies outside, the couple, holding on to a glimmer of hope, gathered all the food and drinks they had and left everything for their daughter. Then, after a few days of not eating or drinking, the couple hanged themselves in this room. Look, I think you need to see this. Yao Yangji didn't know how to evaluate the little girl in front of him. She should understand, but she didn't refuse. She was also sad, yet after choking up for so long, not a single tear fell. Choking back her emotions, she took the envelope, her small hands gripping it so tightly that they turned a bit white, but her sobs became quieter. Then, with a stubborn look, she said to Yao Liangji, Big brother, can you let me live? Yao Liangji remained silent, and then the young girl directly started to take off her clothes, continuously murmuring, I heard my classmates say that you boys all like this kind of thing. I'm only 13 now, and as long as you can let me live, I can at least serve you for another 17 years. Please, you must save me. With a slap, even with restraint. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of the girl's mouth. Big brother, so you like to abuse? Don't worry, I can endure it too. Please, you must save me. She understood that the man in front of her, who could come in from that group of zombies, was her only hope for survival. The only hope to live on with her parents' expectations. Yao Yangji did not advise the young girl in front of him. Her strong will to survive made him feel afraid. He really wanted to kill her directly because her uncertainty made him worry about what she might do if he let her live. But in the end, his conscience prevented him from going through with it. Looking at the two bodies still hanging in midair and hearing the zombies howling upstairs, Yao Yangji let out a low sigh. Put on your clothes, eat, and drink enough. I'll give you 5 minutes, then you come out with me. Yao Yangji ultimately softened his heart. Perhaps it is people with such a mindset who can survive in this apocalyptic world, without a hint of concealment. She put her clothes back on in front of Yao Yangji, hoping to see desire in his eyes, even if it was just for her body that was just starting to develop. Unfortunately, the man in front of her only had pity and killing intent in his eyes. Following closely behind Yao Liangji, the little girl felt a long-lost sense of security. In the corridor, stepping over the corpses of zombies, the community was littered with the bodies of the undead, and at that moment, a hint of shock appeared in the girl's eyes. Looking at the man in the bizarre outfit with dual claws on his back, she finally understood how powerful someone could be. It felt as if she were strolling leisurely with her parents before the disaster, as she arrived at the villa complex she had always dreamed of. Then she saw a group of people in front of the villa yard, eating barbecued meat, drinking millet porridge, and even having fresh fruit, luxuries she had not dared to hope for in the past 2 months. Boss Yao. The little girl watched the smiling and respectful crowd greet the man who frightened her. And then she saw a remarkably mature and beautiful young woman coming over with a plate of roasted meat. Life is not bad. Yao Yangji immediately spotted the roe deer skin next to him. Handing the plate in his hand to Yao Liangji, Chu Xiaonan also expressed his satisfaction, saying, This is all thanks to the fat guy. He found a roe deer in the woods and hunted it down. Chapter 69. Rat King Leather Armor. Yao Yangji raised his eyes to the self-possessed fat man beside him and half-jokingly said, What will you do if you encounter a creature like the Rat King or like Xiaobai and Xiaohai? How could I be so careless? I've tested it and made sure there are no problems before deciding to act. Knowing the fat man's talent, Yao Liangji didn't ask further. Instead, he pushed the little girl beside him towards Chu Xiaonan and said, This is a survivor I just found outside. You can treat her the same way you treat the fat man. After saying that, Yao Liangji added a few pieces of meat to his bowl, then greeted Gu Fangzhou with a bowl of porridge and hurried towards Su Shuchu. TSK, Boss Yao's life is truly wonderful, the fat man said with a hint of envy. He had been holding back for almost 3 months. In the team, the women didn't even dare to move. Looking at the little girl who was quietly talking with Chu Xiaonan, the fat man couldn't help but have some thoughts. The nature of women is indeed interconnected, and Su Shuchu didn't grasp the main point of Yao Liangji's words at all. When she heard Yao Liangji say that the girl's parents committed suicide to seek a living for her, tears immediately welled up in her eyes, and she even wanted to put down what she was doing to take a look at the little girl. With a sudden pang in his heart, Yao Liangji realized he was wrong. He shouldn't have handed that girl over to Chu Xiaonan, but should have assigned her directly to the fat man. However, because of the girl's firm insistence on taking off her clothes, he couldn't help but avoid the fat man, who was an old pervert. He couldn't guarantee that, in the case of that little one throwing herself at him, that dead fat man would be able to hold himself back. At this moment, in Chu Xiaonan's villa, a group of girls were all looking at the contents of the letter with tears in their eyes. In front of the little girl were various foods and drinks, grilled meat, fruits, snacks, beverages, and several boxes of milk. Although she was drooling over the things in front of her, she only picked up a small bowl of porridge and timidly drank it. No matter how Chu Xiaonan and the others urged her, she wouldn't touch anything else. Seeing her like this, Chu Xiaonan felt even more heartbroken, holding her in her arms and gently stroking her head. Zhu, don't worry, and she will take good care of you and help you grow up healthy. At this moment, Chu Xiaonan completely forgot Yao Liangji's warning, while the fat man stood at a distance, watching Zhu Yi in the crowd, thinking to himself, another tough one. After that, Yao Liangji didn't pay attention to Chu Xiaonan and the others. During the day, he helped Su Shuchu in the villa, and in the morning and evening, he went out to sweep around for scattered zombies, continuing until the 3rd day when Su Shuchu finally completed the final waxing process for the Rat King's leather armor. Yao Liangji looked at himself in the mirror. The Rat King's leather armor fit him like a second skin, covering him completely. Yet, it did not hinder his movements at all, just like a second layer of skin. Shuchu, your skills are amazing. Su Shuchu's face showed signs of fatigue, but a hint of pride flashed across it at the compliment. All these years of fashion design weren't for nothing, but unfortunately, we didn't have enough time to refine it. Otherwise, if we had spent a bit more time, this leather armor could have been even better. A total of 3 sets of Rat King leather armor were made, but the best and most complete one was the one on Yao Liangji. Yao Liangji looked more and more satisfied. Knowing your professional abilities are strong, quickly try on that outfit of yours. We won't just have one set of this, and it's not impossible to get you a few leopard print ones in the future. Su Shuchu picked up a set of Mouse King leather armor next to her, wanting to go change in the room, but was stopped by Yao Liangji with ill intentions. Only after Yao Liangji repeatedly promised did Su Shuchu, blushing, change in front of him. This set that Su Shuchu wore was not a one-piece. The upper part resembled a high-necked halter top, while on both sides there were tight sleeves protecting 80 of her arms. The lower part looked more like a pair of 3/4 leather pants, revealing her fair and tender little feet, and when she moved, her slender waist occasionally flashed past. Yao Liangji swallowed hard, breathing rapidly as he said, Shuchu, let me try the feel of this leather armor. When it was time to mount the horse and draw the gun, Yao Liangji finally kept his promise and stopped. He knew his own capabilities. If he started, it wouldn't be something that could be finished in a short time, and Su Shuchu would probably need to rest for a day or two afterward. After taking a couple of deep breaths to vent his frustration, Yao Liangji straightened up to wipe the moisture from his mouth, looking righteous as he said, how about that? I keep my word. Su Shuchu took more than 10 seconds to come back to her senses, before anything had even started. She had already been taken to the peak by Yao Liangji. This made her too shy to look at anyone, and she weakly pulled down her rolled-up clothes, pulling up the pants that covered her little feet with a sound like a mosquito escaping. I'll go clean up first. Once they returned to normal, the two looked at the 3rd set of Mouse King leather armor, and Su Shuchu tentatively asked, is this set for Teacher Chu or Miss Gu? Yao Liangji slightly glared at Su Shuchu, knowing full well what she meant, and after pondering for a moment said, you hand it over to Chu Xiaonan. This This treasure cannot have any problems. Our lives will be half in her hands in the future. With her eyes squinting like crescent moons, Su Shuchu knew Yao Liangji's clear distinction between public and private matters and readily agreed without thinking. No problem. Due to his doubts about Chu Xiaonan's character, Yao Liangji finally reminded her again, check Chu Xiaonan's attire every day. If she dares to let anyone else wear the leather armor, I will kill that person. Yao Liangji put in so much effort. Not for Chu Xiaonan to become a saint. Su Shuchu also understood this and promised to supervise. When the two of them cleaned up and climbed over to join Chu Xiaonan and the others, they found two new faces in the group, a delicate and pretty but weak little girl, and a plump woman who was following a fat man and shaking constantly. At this moment, Yao Liangji was not wearing a mask, so the smile on her face had not yet faded when it suddenly became stiff. She realized that in just a few days of her absence, some people had habitually disregarded her words. The fat man seemed to think he had done something good and puffed out his chest. Boss Yao, I followed your example and cleared out some zombies, then found 4 survivors in a machine repair factory, 3 men and 1 woman. Those 3 men killed Bai Ling's husband and child, leaving her alone. When I found out, I rescued Bai Ling and also killed those 3 men, so I got rid of 3 scum. The fat man did not mention why Bai Ling was able to survive, but everyone present knew the reason. Lift your head and take off your outer clothes, Yao Liangji said coldly. Bai Ling trembled all over and slowly lifted her head. Indeed, a pitiful sight. With a pained expression, she took off her outer clothes, revealing that her tender arms were covered in bruises and burn marks from cigarette butts. As for other areas, one could easily guess what had happened. Gumeng, didn't you help her treat her wounds? Yao Liangji's expression softened slightly. We did help, but she has too many injuries, and there isn't enough time to treat them all right now, Gumeng said, feeling frightened, and then tightly grasped Jiang Wenba's hand beside her. She couldn't imagine the suffering Bai Ling had endured. Chapter 70. Back to the grain and oil market, huh? Boss Yao, I don't have any black quartz crystals left here. The fat man looked pained. After digesting over the past few days, the fat man had transformed all his quartz crystals into strength, so Yao Liangji wasn't sure if he still had any black quartz crystals left. However, this did not hinder his perception of the fat man's power. If you don't have any, then go outside and look for them. With zombies everywhere, you can't find a single black quartz crystal. The current Bai Ling was entirely focused on the fat man, and Yao Liangji wouldn't waste her resources to do the fat man a favor. I'll give. Chu Xiaonan immediately spoke up, but the fat man felt no joy at all. Instead, he felt a jolt and wanted to run far away, not wanting to get involved with Yao Liangji. This foolish woman, Chu Xiaonan, had no sense of the atmosphere. Yao Liangji was holding back her anger and was planning to deal with her later, but now she popped up looking for trouble. Yao Liangji's gaze suddenly became deep, sliding directly past Chu Xiaonan. If it weren't for her medical skills, Chu Xiaonan would have long been kicked out of his team. Slap! Yao Liangji seemed to not even move, directly reaching out to grab Zhu Yi's neck from 5 steps away, speaking coldly, I spared your life not to let you deceive foolish women. Yao Liangji, what are you doing? Chu Xiaonan exclaimed, then hurriedly stepped forward. Teacher, Chu wants to be a saint again? I remember I warned you, right? Yao Liangji had truly never been this patient with anyone before. Hearing Yao Liangji's words, she suddenly recalled what he had told her 3 days ago, feeling a bit breathless. Zhu Yi, she's just a child. How could she be like that black-hearted fat guy? The fat guy looked up at the sky, thinking it was best to be invisible at this moment. His style of doing things was completely different from Yao Liangji and the others. Being obedient now was merely because Yao Liangji was suppressing him, and once the 3-month period was over, he would be free as a bird. Zhu Yi was already rolling her eyes from being choked by Yao Liangji, yet she remained silent, able to control her body's instinctive reactions even on the brink of death. In the end, it was Su Shuchu who noticed Yao Liangji's attitude, stepping forward to gently pat his hand and slightly shaking his head. If Yao Liangji had truly decided to kill Zhu Yi, he wouldn't be dragging it out like this. Cough! Zhu Yi sat slumped on the ground, continuously coughing, with blue fingerprints appearing on her neck. Yao Liangji stepped forward, his left palm open and pressed against Chu Xiaonan's face. Don't mistake my patience for indulgence. If you lack common sense, You should ask more and observe more. The fat one is indeed ruthless, but even if I die, I can still believe that he is alive. Chu Xiaonan's cheek was pinched painfully by Yao Liangji, yet she dared not make a sound. Seeing the cruelty in Yao Liangji's eyes again, she couldn't understand why he was so wary of a little girl. Releasing his palm, Yao Liangji looked at the pale-faced Qiao Fei and the others. Qiao Fei, you four come in with me. After speaking, Yao Liangji shot a cold glance at the fat one, then pulled Su Shuchu inside. The fat one's expression immediately fell, lamenting inwardly. At this moment, the benefits of being the leader were evident. The fat one understood that Yao Liangji wanted him to give a lesson to these foolish ones. Glancing at Zhu, who was sitting on the ground and remained silent, he sighed and began to explain. After hearing the fat one's analysis, everyone looked in disbelief at the downcast Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi had never told a single lie. Everything had been imagined by them. They had always thought Zhu Yi was an innocent little flower in need of love. But now the fat one told them that Zhu Yi was a lurking young beast that only needed strength. How could someone who could endure her parents' suicide and survive alone, who could bear despair for over a month without breaking down, and who could live in the apocalypse as a child be simple? The fat one did not speculate on the unknown, but he knew there must be other matters between Yao Liangji and Zhu. Otherwise, Yao Liangji wouldn't look so conflicted, with intertwining feelings of murderous intent, wariness, and admiration. After hearing the fat one's analysis, Chu Xiaonan did not distance herself from Zhu Yi. Instead, her expression shifted from viewing her as a child to one of understanding. She leaned closer and gently embraced Zhu Yi's shoulders. Although Boss Yao looks fierce, he is actually very kind. This world cannot accommodate a benevolent leader. If you want to grow up healthy and survive, just listen to Boss Yao. He will give you hope. Inside the villa, Yao Liangji looked at Qiao Fei and the others. Although the surgery was not a major one, the sanitary conditions still caused some concern. After carefully sensing the situation, Yao Liangji finally felt relieved and smiled, saying, "Congratulations, you are starting a new life." After giving a few instructions, Yao Liangji let Su Shuchu teach Qiao Fei and the others how to absorb corpse crystals, while he chatted with Gu Fangzhou. He had not asked Gu Fangzhou about her future plans, overly assuming she could only stay by his side, including Chu Xiaonan and the others. Zhu Yi's situation made him realize that not everyone was like him. Having lost their parents, they still had family. He had not mentioned his relatives before because he had been struggling to survive himself. But now, with the enhancement of corpse crystals and experience in facing zombies, they would naturally have some thoughts. "Fangzhou, what are you planning to do next?" Yao Liangji asked, looking at the lush trees in the distance, his tone filled with concern. Gu Fangzhou's position in this group was the most awkward. Everyone knew her close relationship with Yao Liangji, but they also knew that Su Shuchu was the legitimate and respected one. Therefore, to avoid suspicion, everyone treated Gu Fangzhou with a mix of respect and distance. Plans? Gu Fangzhou looked confused for a long time before becoming resolute. "I want to find my mom and see if she is still alive." "Didn't you contact your aunt back then?" Yao Liangji asked. How could I reach out to my mom? After all, that man is a big shot. My calls couldn't get through," Gu Fangzhou replied with self-mockery, then added a touch of loneliness. Yao Liangji did not ask further, after all. Delving deeper would be Gu Fangzhou's personal matter, and he did not have the standing to inquire about her privacy. Next, Yao Liangji threw a zombie with its limbs broken in front of Zhu Yi, and then chatted with Chu Xiaonan and others. After following Yao Liangji for so many days, they had mostly become pragmatic. Naturally, they wanted to understand the situation of their loved ones. However, in this world, they knew they could only strengthen themselves first before having the possibility of crossing cities or provinces. When Yao Liangji and the others came out, Zhu Yi was already quietly standing aside. The zombie on the ground had died peacefully, with a single blow, and a rusty rebar was still stuck in its eye socket. "Chu Xiaonan, you're responsible for teaching Zhu Yi to absorb zombie crystals and telling her all knowledge about zombies." After saying this, Yao Liangji looked at Zhou Ting, who was surprised. "Zhou Ting, you are responsible for teaching Zhu Yi the skills of fighting zombies." The Rat King's claw gently swiped, and a white zombie crystal appeared. With a slight flick, the brain-splattered crystal hit Zhu Yi's white dress, blooming like a flower of blood. Chapter 71, The Rapidly Expanding Team. As soon as Yao Yangji's more than 10 vehicles stopped at the entrance of the grain and oil market, figures inside immediately began to move. Yao Yangji got out of the car alone and signaled for the others to stay in the vehicle. He noticed changes in the grain and oil market, so he took off his mask and shouted loudly into the market, "I am Yao Yangji. Call Lu Shou and Zhang Qingji out." He repeated this 3 times, then stood quietly outside the market without saying anything further. Soon, hurried footsteps approached, and Zhang Qingji and Lu Shou led a group of people running out. Upon seeing Yao Yangji, they were initially delighted, but then shocked by the 5 military vehicles. With a swish, all the vehicles behind Yao Yangji were opened, and everyone's gaze became fixed. The appearance of more than 10 handguns and assault rifles left ordinary people in a state of panic. Zhang Qingji smiled slightly at Zhou Ting and the chubby guy behind him, then turned to the people following him and said, "This is the Yao Yangji you mentioned. Boss Yao, let's all greet him." It must be said that guns are a good thing. The previously hostile and resistant expressions turned serious and anxious once those 10-plus guns were revealed. "Hello, Boss Yao." Yao Yangji smiled slightly, then said a couple of words to Su Shu Chu. Soon, several large boxes of oranges appeared in front of everyone. These were picked from the small hillside of the medical university on their way back, and it was considered that they had cleared all the trees. Boom! There was no shortage of food in the grain and oil market, but they hadn't seen fresh fruit for 2 months, so their expressions changed again, becoming a bit more friendly. "Thank you, Boss Yao." Ding! Zhang Qingji and Lu Shou looked at the black crystal in their hands with surprise, their hearts trembling violently, and they both stammered, "Thank you, boss." Yao Yangji specifically kept 2 black corpse crystals for Zhang Qingji and Lu Shou. It was only natural for the fat man and Zhou Ting to follow him around outside, making great progress while risking their lives. However, for Zhang Qingji and Lu Shou to gather nearly 100 people at the grain and oil market was no easy task, so their rewards naturally couldn't be less. A row of large vehicles entered the grain and oil market, and Yao Yangji felt a surge of joy seeing the familiar green in the flower bed. He turned to Zhang Qingji and Lu Shou and said, "Qingji, Zhugan, have you started planting vegetables?" Lu Shou chuckled. "A few days ago, when someone came to the grain and oil market, they brought some seeds. I picked some that were suitable for the season, cleared the weeds in the flower bed, and then planted them. Otherwise, if we just keep eating staples and cured meat, our bodies won't be able to take it." Looking at the leeks that had already grown to a finger's height and the unknown small vegetables with a few green leaves popping up, Yao Yangji was surprised that Lu Shou had such a skill. So he casually asked, "Are you using artificial fertilizer or?" Zhang Qingji and Lu Shou were momentarily speechless, exchanging glances before Lu Shou finally gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, it's the bodies of zombies. We buried the zombie corpses first, and after they rot and fertilize the soil, we'll plant the vegetables on top." Susuchu, who had been driving for a long time, found it a bit hard to bear. She had just been thinking about how to enjoy these vegetables once they were ready. Yao Yangji had no particular reaction, looking at a small mound. Beside it, the camphor tree was lush and green, casting a shadow over the mound with the afternoon glow. After a round of inspection, Yao Yangji had an idea in mind. The current grain and oil market had a geographical advantage. However, it couldn't withstand significant fluctuations, with too many entry and exit points, and the walls were too low and thin, with fewer people. If zombies began to move, this small stronghold wouldn't be a good choice. Therefore, the urgent task now was to renovate the grain and oil market. Stopping at the center of the grain and oil market, Yao Yangji casually pointed out, "You can each choose a building to live in. Set your things down within half an hour, and then come back here to get to know each other." Okay, a building had several floors, so the final division resulted in Gufang Zhou and Xiao Fei with 4 people, while the fat man took Bai Lian with him. Chu Zhaonan and the others laughed and chose a building, leaving Yao Yangji and Su Shuchu to move their things down, while Zhang Qingji and Lu Shou looked at each other. Half an hour later, downstairs in the spacious grain and oil store, Yao Yangji introduced Zhang Qingji and Lu Shou beside him. "These are my old team members, Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou. They are here at the grain and oil market to keep watch and gather survivors. So this is everyone's first meeting. Let us introduce ourselves. Then, Su Shuchu started, and everyone mentioned their names and abilities. The fat man and Zhou Ting, being old acquaintances, naturally had no need to introduce themselves, especially the fat man, who, after an unknown experience last night, had slept in the car until now and still felt weak in his steps. After getting to know each other, Yao Liangji asked, "Has everyone passed the test except for the children?" Zhang Qingjie pondered for a moment before replying. 17 people have not passed the test yet, and there are no lone zombies nearby, so we've been delayed. No problem. Zhang Qingjie found a hammer and directly struck a copper bell hanging on a nearby lamppost. After a few clangs, people gathered, and they immediately saw the dozen or so immobile zombies on the ground, roaring. Yao Liangji needs to quickly unite the people in the grain and oil market. He can see that there are still quite a few people hoping to live a stable life in the grain and oil market. Chapter 72, Reforming the Grain and Oil Market. The words of Yao Liangji made their hearts pause. They understood the meaning behind his words. If they had no special skills and were too afraid to kill zombies, they could only be eliminated from the grain and oil market. If it had been their first meeting, they might have had the courage to question him, but now, with 17 zombies lying on the ground, howling with severed limbs, they truly lacked the courage to refute him. A woman holding a young child looked conflicted. She set the child down and whispered a few words in his ear. When the child turned around, she immediately stepped forward, drew a long knife, and with a determined expression, began to chop fiercely at a zombie's head. However, due to her lack of strength, it was as if she were chopping through pig bones, with the blade constantly getting stuck, which she struggled to lift again. "Mom, are you done yet?" came the child's tender voice. Just a moment, Mommy will be done soon, but you mustn't peek." Nodding, Yao Liangji sighed inwardly and spoke a few words to Su Shuchu beside him. He now needed to help Su Shuchu cultivate some trustworthy individuals, and this one in front of him was very suitable. Currently, people like Zhang Qingjie and Chu Zhaonan respected him, but in the future, if anything happened, Su Shuchu could not necessarily convince them just by his title. With someone taking the lead, even if the others felt fear and discomfort, they would still muster the courage to step forward. However, there was one person who kept retreating in terror, and when there was only one zombie left on the scene, everyone looked at that person who was backing away. No, you executioners, you kill people. You take pleasure in killing. The coward was always looking for grand excuses for his own weakness, but it was clear that his words did not sway the others. If everyone walking on two legs were human, then he should not be fleeing, but rather stepping forward to kindly ask, "Have you eaten? Let's throw him into that little community we were in before. If he can survive, then so be it." Yao Liangji still remembers that there were 2 timid evaders living in the same community he rented in, but he didn't know if they were still alive. After the first collective meeting ended, Yao Liangji's absolute authority in the grain and oil market was established. He exchanged a few words with Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou, then handed over the notebook he had written to them, smiling at the other 5 from his community. He then signaled to Xiao Shuchu and immediately dressed neatly, taking the opportunity to patrol the area next to the grain and oil market as the sun was about to set. Yao Liangji divided the people in the grain and oil market into 2 teams. One team was responsible for strengthening the defensive construction inside the market, first raising and thickening the market walls, then digging a 4-meter-wide deep trench around the grain and oil market, leaving only 2 entrances, one in front and one in the back. The other team was led by Yao Liangji, going out to clear zombies to obtain corpse crystals, while continuously collecting supplies and rescuing survivors. Yao Liangji did not hide the secret of the corpse crystals. He directly set a reward that as long as the transformation of the grain and oil market was completed, everyone would know the method of absorbing corpse crystals, taking their future into their own hands. As time passed day by day, after 2 months, the number of people in the grain and oil market surpassed 300. It was proven that the lower the population density, the greater the chance of survivors existing. Moreover, because the time since the disaster was still short, as long as one had the courage, getting enough to eat was not a problem. Therefore, the people Yao Liangji later found had at most small conflicts, and under the collapse of the old social order, they lived with a bit of despair and indulgence. However, the scenes of humanity being extinguished that Yao Liangji had seen before no longer appeared. Perhaps they had occurred but were buried again by death. The sound of wheels crunching over iron sheets randomly placed at the market entrance seemed to signal another abundant harvest of supplies. With enough manpower, Yao Liangji and their speed increased significantly. They no longer needed to clear the battlefield, and only the black-eyed zombies could momentarily halt their steps. The increase in vegetables was also quite good. Ordinary people could eat them once every 3 days, while Yao Liangji and his combat personnel had enough vegetables and meat every day. After sorting and storing the supplies, Yao Liangji carried several large buckets of water to the rooftop of the building where he and Su Shuchu lived, pouring the water into the storage tank. At that moment, Su Shuchu had just finished washing her hair and was rubbing her damp hair with a dry towel. The Mouse King leather armor she wore clung tightly to her body, her fair skin flashing with every movement. "Liangji, you go wash first." Su Shuchu was looking down, unable to see someone's gaze. Swallowing hard, Yao Liangji stripped completely naked and directly picked up Su Shuchu. "The sun hasn't been out for long today, and our electricity reserves at home aren't enough. So let's save some power and wash together." "Ah," she exclaimed, wrapping her right arm around Yao Liangji's neck while her left hand came to her bottom, pressing it down to avoid it pushing against her. The sound rippled like waves. "Today, the sun hasn't been out for long," she said. After more than half an hour, the bathroom door finally opened, and Su Shuchu hung limply on Yao Liangji's body. She didn't want to move at all, and by the end, she didn't even know how she got clean, letting Yao Liangji carry her out. Then he helped her put on her undergarments, saying in a teasing tone, "Everyone says you should eat Gufang Zhou, but you insist on pretending to be a gentleman, and yet you keep pestering me." Yao Liangji picked up his Mouse King leather armor, and he no longer avoided discussing this topic with Su Shuchu. "Feelings come first. My infatuation with you doesn't mean I feel the same about other women." "Umph." A soft snort escaped from Su Shuchu's nose, but the sound was full of joy. Chapter 73. Unwelcome guess. The advantage of animal leather products is that they have inherent isolation properties. Even if you wear them outside and fight zombies all day, the Mouse King leather armor can be rinsed with hot water and then shaken off, allowing you to wear it again immediately. After cleaning both of their armors, Yao Liangji placed the leather armor on the sofa and then put on all his clothes in front of Su Shuchu. He then looked at Su Shuchu, who was dressed neatly, and said, "Let's go celebrate the completion of our new base." After so many days of resource collection, the entire grain and oil market was stocked with everything except fresh meat and fruit. There were plenty of canned meats and fruit to fill the belly. Each time, there were designated people who categorized and arranged them according to their expiration dates, especially for high-proof liquor, an essential resource that doesn't have shelf life, which was directly wrapped in tin foil and mud for preservation. During this celebration, Yao Liangji fulfilled his promise and shared the method of absorbing zombie crystals with everyone. It wasn't that Yao Liangji was selfless. He knew that the evolution of zombies wouldn't be slower than that of humans, and to defend a base or seize more resources, ordinary people would struggle to be of much help. After so many days of sweeping, aside from a few large zombie gathering points Yao Liangji hadn't touched, all the other soft targets had been dealt with, so he had to consider the future. The fatty approached by Lien with a somewhat awkward expression. After much deliberation, Fatty finally spoke. "Boss Yao, in 10 days I have to take Bai Lien away." Yao Liangji directly picked up the white liquor from the ground and took a swig. What used to be so spicy and now felt somewhat sweet to him. He knew he couldn't keep so he didn't persuade him much, only saying, "I'm planning to clean up that shopping mall. Are you going to participate or leave?" They knew what shopping mall Yao Liangji was talking about. His eyes lit up at the thought of it, the kind of place that made his entire body stiff just by getting close. Participate. If the shopping mall was left unattended, it would eventually become a big disaster. At this moment, Yao Liangji's thoughts had already drifted far away. The gun control in Huagua was too strict, and coupled with the batch they had scavenged from Huijingtong and the others, there were only a little over 30 guns in Yao Liangji's team. The most critical issue was that they didn't have enough bullets. So in order to clear them all with minimal losses, Yao Liangji and his team needed to acquire a batch of heavy weapons. It would be best to have more bombs. Thinking of this, Yao Yangji couldn't help but recall what Pang Biao had said. Under the influence of the corpse crystal, that night, many men and women who had mutual feelings in this apocalyptic world briefly comforted each other under the influence of alcohol. In the warmth of the bed, Yao Yangji pulled his foot out from Su Shuchu's smooth legs and then picked up and arranged the scattered clothes on the floor. After that, he walked into the kitchen wearing only a pair of shorts, turned on the gas canister, and started preparing breakfast. In just over 10 minutes, the aroma wafted through the air, and when Yao Yangji came out, Su Shuchu was leaning against the wall as she walked out. Yao Yangji quickly put down what he was holding and ran over to help her up to the dining table, muttering, "You could just eat in bed. Why get up?" Su Shuchu revealed her neat teeth and bit down on Yao Yangji's hand. Speaking in a half-angry, half-frightened mumble, they all said to let me rest a bit before doing anything, but you just wouldn't listen. Yao Yangji had even given her a dark green corpse crystal to absorb, strengthening her body to such an extent, yet she still endured Yao Yangji's demands. Fortunately, Yao Yangji was also concerned about her. Otherwise, she feared she would end up bettered every day. Unable to bite down any further, Su Shuchu rubbed her slightly sore teeth and then turned to tackle the breakfast in front of her. Yao Yangji poured some warm water into the glass, stirred the milk powder evenly, and then licked away the saliva from his hand. He kept an eye on Su Shuchu, whose face immediately flushed. She couldn't care less about swallowing what was in her mouth. She put down her chopsticks and clenched her fists to punch Yao Yangji. "You're going to die." Yao Yangji, however, remained unaffected, instead holding Su Shuchu in his arms, avoiding the matter that he had been criticized for countless times yet still couldn't correct. In a somewhat negotiating tone, he said, "In a couple of days, I plan to go out for a while. How about you stay at the grain and oil market to help me keep an eye on things?" Upon hearing this, Su Shuchu no longer struggled with restraint. She tilted her head slightly and frowned, genuinely enjoying the current peaceful life. But when she thought of the zombies lurking outside, all her comforting words were swallowed back, and she simply replied, "All right, I will take good care of this home." Now, Yao Yangji's team management system had also been clearly defined. Song Qingyi, Lu Shu, Xiao Ting, and Chu Zhaonan each managed a large team. Each team consisted of 50 people, with Zhang Qingjie and Zhou Ting's teams primarily responsible for external clearing and base defense tasks. Lu Shou's team mainly gathered the technical personnel within the group, responsible for the maintenance of all daily products, weapons, and vehicles at the base, while Chu Zhaonan was in charge of medical work at the base. The allocation of supplies at the base was solely under Su Shuchu's authority, who was fully responsible for the 100-member team. Yao Yangji had already clarified Su Shuchu's position, so there was no need to worry about anyone being dissatisfied. After Yao Yangji left, Su Shuchu became the decision-maker for the entire base. After the two indulged in their intimacy for a while, Yao Yangji gathered some personnel for a brief meeting, observing everyone sitting upright and serious. Yao Yangji waved his hand. "Everyone, don't be so serious. I'm not here to discuss cleaning up that mall today. I'm planning to go check out a place. I want to take some people out for a walk." Hearing Yao Yangji's words, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Su Ting asked, "Where are we heading now?" Everyone's eyes lit up, and the fat man quickly spoke up. "Firearms? Where can we find them?" Previously, they had refrained from using firearms for fear of being surrounded by zombies. But now that they were going to clean up that mall, the more firearms they had, the better. Having a few tanks would be great too. 407 Pingan Road, District 2. A piece of information from a scumbag, Yao Yangji said in a deep voice, before Yao Yangji and the others could discuss anything further. The urgent alarm in the market rang out, and everyone in the modified conference room immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed out with Yao Yangji. Chapter 74. Wandering Demons. Climbing onto the platform on the wall, the base's walls were built to resemble ancient city walls, with spacious areas on top that could serve as the first line of defense against zombie attacks. Now, when Yao Yangji looked outside, he saw a convoy of more than 30 modified vehicles lined up, heading towards the grain and oil market. On the side of the convoy, a group of fully armed people got out of the vehicles, staring blankly at the 4-meter-wide, 6 or 7-meter-deep trench. then looking up at the nearly 10-meter-high wall. Smack! A burly man with a tattoo spreading to the back of his ear slapped down a frail middle-aged man beside him, angrily saying, "Wang Laolu, is this the grain and oil market you said only had a few people?" Ignoring the blood spitting from his mouth. The man named Wang Laolu didn't even dare to stand up, directly crawling to the side of this tattooed man. In panic, he said, "Longo, really? I left here more than 2 months ago. At that time, our community only had a few reckless youths left. You can ask Yi Qing and the others." Hearing this, Longo gestured to a little brother beside him, and then, out of sight behind a cargo canopy truck, that little brother walked in, looking at the crowd inside, which even included some men and women in the act of copulation. The little brother's eyes turned fierce as he kicked aside one still moving figure. Stepping hard on a protruding object, he asked, "Yi Qing, how many people were in that market when you left the community?" After getting the answer, the little brother glanced around and saw more couples shamelessly engaging with each other, letting out a cold laugh. "Get moving," Longa said. "Whoever gets pregnant first can leave the canopy." Upon hearing this, the people inside the canopy immediately got busy again, as if that was their only hope of survival. After getting off the vehicle, the little brother couldn't help but mutter a couple of words. "Longo is really a pervert. He actually likes to eat babies." "Longo, no problem." After receiving confirmation, Longo kicked Wang Laolu in front of him. "You, go call the door and find out how many people are in this market. Men, women, old, young, and how many weapons there are. Make sure to find out everything." Before coming here, Longo only wanted to make a quick score and rest a bit, but now seeing the sturdy defensive fortifications and imagining the mountains of food inside, Longo had already decided to take over this grain and oil market as his new base. "Cousin, if we let this Wang Laolu in, won't he leak our information?" a man said, subtly touching a nearby voluptuous woman, looking worried. At this moment, Longo was completely focused on the grain and oil market and didn't notice the small movements of those around him. He chuckled. "Does this Wang Laolu have the guts? As long as I spread the word about him eating human flesh, will those people inside spare him?" Hearing the term human flesh, the men and women behind Longo showed a hint of discomfort on their faces. Then, the voluptuous woman pressed her chest against Long Ji's arm, rubbing against him, and said, "Hubby is right. This Wang Laolu wouldn't dare betray us, even if he had 10 times the courage." Wang Laolu was utterly terrified by Longo and had no heart to resist, not even considering whether he would be directly killed for getting close to the grain and oil market. "Longo, I swear I won't leak our information. That market, I'm very familiar with. I used to work inside it. Longo, you can rest assured, I will definitely bring back information about the market." Wang Laolu hurriedly expressed his loyalty. Longo patted Wang Laolu's head like a puppy. "Go ahead. If you do well, I'll reward you with a leg." After shouting 3 times in succession, Yao Yangji looked at the few people who had come out from his community and asked, "Does anyone know this Wang Laolu? I've heard of him. He's not a good person, greedy, lecherous, and addicted to gambling. He used to have a shop in this grain and oil market, but he lost everything. Later, I heard he even drugged his wife to make money. After the disaster, it seems he hasn't been seen again." Yao Yangji smiled slightly. We have seen him after the disaster. Don't you remember when we were down below killing zombies? A few people ran away in the opposite direction." "Oh, it's them," Zhang Qingjie and the others exclaimed, surprised that among these clever people, there were still some who managed to survive. Yao Yangji smiled and turned to say, "Everyone, hide your guns a bit. Let's welcome our old friend." The hanging door slowly descended, and then the tightly closed iron door opened a crack. Wang Laolu nodded to Longo and the others behind him, then walked in proudly into the grain and oil market. As soon as he entered, Wang Laolu's eyes widened. He saw dozens of excavators and cranes parked inside. He casually glanced at the crowd and saw they were still holding machetes, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, where would there be so many guns in this society? Longo is just too cautious. When Yao Yangji and his group came down, Wang Laolu's eyes lit up, and he could hardly suppress his drool. There were so many beauties here. Before he even approached, Wang Laolu seemed to smell the fragrance of women's bodies. Just as Wang Laolu was about to speak, he saw a young man with 2 scratchers on his back directly open his arms towards him. "Wang Laolu, tell Longo that in this apocalypse, we survivors should work together to survive. I welcome Long Gu into this grain and oil market to live together in harmony. Wang Laolu was a bit confused. His focus returned, and his body warmed up. He wanted to say something, but when he looked up and saw Su Shu Chu and the others, he forgot everything. With a slight turn of his head, Wang Laolu noticed a string of lush green in the market's open space, and he quickly said, "Boss Yao, I will definitely relay the message to Long Gu." He even forgot how he knew this young man in front of him. After Wang Laolu left, Chu Xiaonan could no longer suppress his anger and said furiously, "These scum demons actually raise people and eat them." Only the fatty kept pondering on the side. What did Boss Yao just do to make someone so talkative? Chapter 75. News from other districts, especially when talking about the women and vegetables inside. He expressed all the praises he could think of in his lifetime in one go. When Longo heard about the women, his reaction was flat, but when he heard about the vegetables being grown inside, his greed intensified. He had eaten so much meat for so many days that he was already fed up. Looking at the wide-open iron door, Longo could no longer contain himself and wave his hand. "Let us go into this paradise." The convoy entered in a line, with the cargo truck following at the end. Before Longo could show a friendly smile, he saw several excavators' buckets directly striking the vehicles behind. After a few loud clangs, those vehicles turned into a pile of scrap metal, and blood seeped from the iron heap, flowing all over the ground. Without thinking much, Longo jumped off the vehicle, and as soon as he straightened up, a big foot kicked him in the face. With a muffled grunt, Long Ji's last thought was, "Wang Laolu, I want to eat your brain raw." The others were also pointed at by dart gun muzzles. Anyone who moved without warning would get shot. Half an hour later, Yao Yangji frowned as he looked at the clearly defined two groups of people. One side had fully armed, strong young men and a dozen exceptionally dressed young women, while the other side consisted of naked, trembling, weak young men and women. "Teacher Chu, take Fatty to interrogate the others. I'll handle Long Ji's group," Yao Yangji said, worried that Chu Xiaonan would let his compassion get the better of him. So he arranged for Fatty to go with him. Chu Xiaonan had someone bring some clothes for the naked group to cover themselves a bit, and then took them to another place. Yao Yangji looked at the man and woman beside Long Gu and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. The world really is small. In front of this man and woman, he directly stepped on one of Long Ji's feet, and a pain groan escaped from Long Ji's unconscious mouth, causing both the man and woman to tremble. Yao Yangji smiled and asked someone to take them to a room, while he himself began rummaging through the clutter outside. Soon, a bunch of keys with a flower card appeared in his hand. Looking at the keys, Yao Yangji couldn't help but recall the most embarrassing day of his life, which was also the day the disaster began. He murmured, "It's been almost 3 months since the disaster, and I still run into this pair of cheating lovers. So, tell me, what's your situation?" Yao Yangji had a confident look on his face, but his eyes couldn't help but wander to the woman's backside. The waves created by that slapback then were truly unforgettable. When a woman noticed Yao Yangji's gaze, she felt a sense of relief. She slightly pushed out her ample hips and engaged in a conversation with the tattooed man, speaking intermittently for half an hour without Yao Yangji interrupting. With an ambiguous expression, he said, "Look at this, what do you think it is? Your on-site battle back then really inspired me. I could say you're my teachers." The moment they saw the key, their expressions changed. How could they not remember what happened on the first day of the disaster? Unsure of Yao Yangji's intentions, they could only stammer, Yao boss, what do you want us to do?" Yao Yangji's expression turned stern as he coldly said, "Do you think just telling the truth is enough? I want every detail. I want to know your route from Area 2 to here, and I want to know how you managed to get so many guns." The tattooed man became anxious. "Boss Yao, we've told you everything we know. The rest, Dragon Brother doesn't talk to us at all and avoids us. We really don't know." He continued, "If this key is delivered to Dragon Brother along with you too, I guess you should be able to remember some things, right?" Yao Yangji had no intention of torturing them to extract confessions, carefully squeezing out the truth from their words like toothpaste. As for the influence of mental power, it wasn't effective on everyone. It only worked on those like Wang Laolu, who had completely lost their sanity. As soon as Yao Yangji said this, the tattooed man and the big butt woman immediately clung to Yao Yangji's feet with terrified faces and even burst into tears. "Yao, Big Brother Yao will tell you everything. Please don't send us to Brother Long." They then began recounting their affair since the day of the disaster. They were quite lucky, as after finishing, they drove straight to Area 2, and the first rain didn't fall on them. When they finally came out after their business, they found that the outside world had completely changed. Brother Long was a ruthless man. Knowing the world had changed, he rushed into the police station without hesitation, pretending to seek help. He then took the opportunity to kill several surviving police officers and stole all the firearms. While escaping, he also absorbed the remaining survivors. To showcase his brutality and courage, he even forced everyone to eat human flesh alongside his underlings to escape the despair surrounded by zombies. With guns, cars, and people, along with a bit of luck, it took them nearly 3 months to finally escape danger and arrive in front of the grain and oil market. After listening to their story, Yao Yangji didn't say anything, but asked them to draw a route map from Area 2. He then turned and headed to Brother Long. Brother Long, whose real name was Li Long, at 38 years of age, had only enjoyed freedom until he was 16. For the following 22 years, he spent a full 15 years in prison. He had dabbled in petty theft, extortion, gambling, and smuggling. However, he became more resilient. In the 2 years before the disaster, he quickly accumulated wealth, leveraging connections from the prison to link both the underworld and the legitimate world, living a prosperous life. When Yao Yangji arrived at Li Long's place, he clearly noticed how seasoned Li Long was. Every word he said was a mix of truth and lies, filled with claims of being forced into his circumstances, even suggesting that Yao Yangji join him in building a new world. Yao Yangji couldn't help but find it a bit amusing that someone who didn't even know about the corpse crystal secret would dare to talk about establishing a new world. Holding a hand-drawn map, Yao Yangji said lightly, "So, tell me, what is the reason you came here so decisively from Area 2? According to the maps drawn by the tattooed man and the big-bottomed woman, Yao Yangji could clearly see that their escape route was quite clear. Although there were a few detours, the direction of progress remained consistent. So Yao Yangji naturally wouldn't believe that this Li Long had come here just for the grain and oil market. Although it was only a fleeting moment, Li Long also saw clearly what Yao Yangji was holding, and the flattery on his face instantly turned gloomy. He had spent so much effort training his subordinates to be brave, and now, after such a short time, they had spilled everything. Li Long said with his somewhat stiff smile, "I just escaped from Area 2, and then I ran into Wang Laolu and the others on the way. They said there are fewer zombies near the grain and oil market, and there's plenty to eat and drink, so I came over. Everyone is a smart person. You know that in this world, there are no legal constraints, so do you want to speak honestly, or should I make you talk after some persuasion?" Yao Yangji seemed to have forgotten his anger towards the dragon brother in front of him. Faced with such a brutal scum, he could still smile and talk to him so much. Chapter 76. Underground Modification Factory. Li Long would not become obedient just because of this threat, but he also didn't want to suffer. So he said, half-truthfully, "I mainly developed in Zone 5 before, but after my business grew, I shifted my focus to Zone 2. However, there are still many inconvenient things that I will arrange to do in Zone 5. So I came over this time to get some machines and materials to make modified cars. After all, in this world, a sufficiently safe car is really too important." Yao Yangji had been running outside for so long that he naturally knew that Li Long's words were not wrong. There were too few military vehicles, and ordinary cars were indeed a bit precious. They had to avoid zombies on the road, fearing that they might damage the vehicles. Now, Yao Yangji planned to go to Area 2, so he needed to prepare the transportation first. Lighting a cigarette, he placed a burning tip in front of Li Long's face and kindly asked, "Location?" "Building 3, Room 107, Jingwan Commercial City." Li Long wanted to lean back, but the cigarette tip followed closely. Li Long looked at his legs with a bitter smile. He had thought about seizing the opportunity to escape, but a person with a broken leg running outside would undoubtedly just be a meal for the zombies. "Brother, don't worry. I assure you everything I said is the truth," Li Long said happily. The next morning, Yao Yangji took 30 people and drove 2 large trucks to Jingwan Commercial City. The commercial city, as a distribution center for goods in City E, did not have a high population density, but there was quite a bit of foot traffic normally. After the disaster, the number of zombies naturally increased. Under Li Long's guidance, Yao Liangji arranged for people to set off firecrackers in another direction to attract the zombies, and then led his team into the warehouse. When Li Long saw the key in Yao Liangji's hand, he was startled and recalled what his wife had said. Rationally, he told himself it was a coincidence, but his intuition told him that his wife was definitely hiding something from him. Yao Liangji entered the warehouse, only to see some copper pipes piled up inside, along with bags of saltpeter and sulfur. His expression darkened slightly as he turned to look at Li Long, who was leaning on a cane. "Don't worry, Boss Yao. We in this business have to keep some things hidden," Li Long quickly explained, then limped down and lifted a corner of the carpet. With two clangs, two iron doors on the ground opened, revealing a dark hole inside. "Boss Yao, the stuff is right in there." Li Long stepped aside reluctantly. "Fatty, go take a look." Fatty walked to the entrance without hesitation, shone a flashlight inside to confirm it was safe, and then crouched down to go in. About 10 minutes later, the lights below turned on, followed by Fatty's excited voice. "Boss Yao, everything's fine down here," leaving a few people above. Yao Liangji and Li Long went down and saw that it was as bright as day inside, with high-powered bulbs illuminating every corner. Fatty patted Li Long on the shoulder. Although they weren't on the same side when they used to mix in the underworld, he couldn't help but admire Li Long's ingenuity upon seeing the layout underground. In such a large commodity distribution hub, the entry and exit of some items would hardly attract anyone's attention. More importantly, Li Long had connected solar panels and a diesel generator, so all the consumption inside wouldn't show up on the power grid, naturally avoiding the attention of relevant departments. Yao Liangji is not in this line of work, but just by looking around, he can feel how well-equipped this place is. With a tone full of joy, he waved his hand and said, "Take everything." The smaller items were moved directly, while the larger ones were disassembled, categorized, and then moved out in batches. Throughout this process, Yao Liangji kept patrolling around the warehouse, clearing out any approaching zombies. After nearly a whole day of hard work, everything was finally loaded onto the truck. Just as Yao Liangji was about to leave, he saw Li Long breathing a sigh of relief. Yao Liangji confirmed that there was indeed nothing in the basement. Considering Li Long's cunning, he couldn't help but shift his gaze to the warehouse. Upon seeing Yao Liangji's attention directed towards the warehouse, Li Long's heart skipped a beat. But he showed no signs of it on his face, not even a single question. However, the more he acted this way, the more Yao Liangji felt that he had overlooked something. His gaze slid over the copper pipes and the bags of sulfur and nitrate on the ground. And Yao Liangji directly asked, "What are these for?" Having been observing Li Long, Yao Liangji keenly sensed a subtle mental fluctuation from him, and thus he smiled slightly. Li Long tensed up, but soon met Yao Liangji's seemingly smiling eyes, and without caring about his own discomfort, he quickly lowered his head. When they went out, they were much more reckless, with two half-loaded trucks driving straight ahead. Yao Liangji and the fat man were making some extra money outside, while Li Long was frozen in place, watching this group of people who could easily crush a zombie skull with a casual move. Seeing that once feared black-eyed zombie being decapitated by Yao Liangji without any resistance like a child, he finally realized that the people before him were not normal. After safely leaving the commercial city, Li Long breathed in the foul stench emanating from Yao Liangji. Watching him take off his gloves and place the crystal he had extracted from the zombie's head in his hand, then seeing that crystal turn into liquid and merge into Yao Liangji's body, he felt a surge of immense surprise. He understood that the reason Yao Liangji and his group were extraordinary lay here. Without wasting any time, they immediately turned on the night lights and started reassembling the machines. Under the enthusiastic direction of Long Gu, a professional, they began to modify the military vehicles. Soon, 5 military vehicles covered in sharp spikes appeared before Yao Liangji. The bases of the spikes had retractable plates that could push out anything stuck on the spikes, ensuring that the modified vehicles wouldn't be filled with zombies. At this moment, Yao Liangji and his group had already fallen into a deep sleep, but the sense of urgency in Yao Liangji's heart made him unwilling to wait any longer. Chapter 77. Arrival at Area 2. The next day, as dawn broke, Yao Liangji planned to get up, but he was pinned down by Su Shuchu, her softness pressing against his chest. Although Su Shuchu's voice was full of laziness, she still said, "You can sleep a bit longer." I'll help you prepare things. Misunderstanding her intentions, Yao Liangji's hand, which had been beneath the blanket, immediately stopped and slid up to Su Shuchu's shoulder, teasingly saying, "Can you still move? Who are you looking down on?" Su Shuchu sat up straight. Although last night had been tough and embarrassing, at least her stamina had held up, and she was able to get out of bed. Yao Yangji knew that this was Su Shuchu's concern for his outing, so he gladly accepted it and said, "Then it will be hard on my night." Ugh. Su Shuchu shot Yao Liangji a glance, then put on her pajamas and went to the kitchen to get busy. This time, the goal was not primarily to clear out zombies, so Yao Liangji did not bring Chu Zhao in, who was his life assurance. Instead, he let her continue to teach others some medical knowledge and how to identify drug pharmacology in the grain and oil market. He had said everything that needed to be said, and Yao Liangji no longer spoke, completely handing over the grain and oil market to Su Shuchu. Then he looked around. Good. With the attraction of the zombie crystals, everyone was in high spirits. Yao Liangji glanced at Gu Fangzhou in the crowd again. Their eyes met in the air. But in the end, Yao Liangji did not say anything to her. Instead, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go." 10 vehicles drove over the bridge, heading towards the black skyscrapers of the city in the lingering darkness of dawn. Along the way, Yao Liangji and his group did not stop, but followed the route directed by Li Long, his wife, and his cousin. They ate, drank, and relieved themselves in the vehicles. The vast city was eerily silent, except for the screams of zombies, resembling a graveyard. Occasionally, they heard cries for help, but Yao Liangji and his group dared not stop. When zombies were spotted and began to chase them, Yao Liangji even had to lead people down to clear them out, fearing that a larger disturbance might attract the attention of certain zombies. Throughout the journey, Yao Liangji noticed that Li Long and their evacuation route mostly avoided dense residential areas and commercial streets, so although there were occasional accidents, they were all within control. On the third day, after taking a detour of nearly 300 kilometers, Yao Liangji and his group finally arrived at Area 2. Seeing that they reached their destination so quickly, the fatty patted Li Long's buzz cut. "You guys really struggled to figure out this route, finding such a safe path in a metropolis with millions of people." Yao Liangji's expression was very heavy. Along the way, he sensed too many dangers. He then said, "Fatty, don't be blindly optimistic. We need to find what we need and evacuate as soon as possible. The zombies will change again, and it won't take long. We can't get trapped in this isolated city." Fatty naturally understood what Yao Liangji meant by change again, and his heart tightened. He quickly took out the map to look at it. This was the latest and most detailed map of E-City that Yao Liangji and the others had scavenged from a bookstore around the grain market. Although it was 2 years old, it was still sufficient for the already solidified inner city. After selecting a route to their destination on the map, Fatty frowned and said, "Boss Yao, we can't completely avoid the residential areas and shopping malls. These places in District 2 are too dense. Try to avoid the shopping malls. We can take a bit of risk with the residential buildings." The information from the previous zombie sweep made Yao Liangji instinctively avoid densely populated areas like shopping malls. He wasn't ready to face such possibilities yet. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Fatty planned a route and pointed it out to Yao Liangji. This route only needs to pass through 2 residential areas, and the total distance is just over 10 kilometers. "Let's take this route." The convoy soon approached the first residential area, where the zombies had already wandered out of the community and were meandering on the road. Upon hearing the roar of the cars, they all ran towards Yao Liangji's convoy. Damn, with just one glance, Yao Liangji saw nearly 10 black-eyed zombies, and he shouted, "Accelerate." Crash right through. He then jumped out of the car, ready to guard against the possible appearance of green-eyed zombies. Bang, bang. The sound of continuous collisions rang out as the zombies' bodies were directly pierced and hung on the spikes of the modified car. The cars in the front continually changed lanes and slowed down to let the ones behind through, but it had no effect on the approaching zombies. Hundreds of zombies rushed forward, and Yao Liangji sprinted through the horde, skillfully dodging their attacks. Every time he encountered a black-eyed zombie, he would strike, but he didn't dare to stop to collect crystal cores. Soon, Yao Liangji's eyes lit up as he spotted a green-eyed zombie among the horde. He squatted down with his right leg, made a powerful dash, and charged towards the green-eyed zombie. His hands wielded the king rat claws, clearing a path. while his outer clothes were already torn by the zombies, revealing the yellow-brown king rat armor beneath, stained with the filthy blood of the zombies. A high-pitched roar echoed, causing the surrounding zombies to hesitate and move closer to Yao Yangji. Meanwhile, the green-eyed zombie, not far away, sensed the danger posed by Yao Liangji and surprisingly overcame its instincts to retreat. How could Yao Liangji let this thing escape? If he doesn't kill it now, while there's a power gap, once it evolves, who knows who will kill whom? With that, he leaped up, ignoring the grasping zombies below, and quickly jumped forward by stepping on their heads. Wow, has Boss Yao reached this level already? Hundreds of zombies surrounding him, yet he still dares to take to the air, Zhang Qingjie exclaimed in astonishment. However, he was keenly observant, although Yao Liangji was airborne. The landing points he chose were mostly on the white-eyed zombies. Once he couldn't avoid the black-eyed zombies, the Rat King claw in his hand would first cut through the black-eyed zombie's claws, ensuring his footing was safe. After more than 10 seconds, Yao Liangji and the near green-eyed zombie locked eyes, one above and one below. Yao Liangji waved the claw of the Mouse King in his hand, but it was dodged by the green-eyed zombie with a low body movement. Then, taking advantage of the moment when Yao Liangji had fewer points of force in midair, it stretched out its own claw and jumped straight towards Yao Liangji's abdomen. At the moment the green-eyed zombie died, the other zombies inexplicably paused. By this time, Yao Liangji's stamina had already been nearly exhausted. Seeing that the convoy had safely rushed out, he no longer lingered. Taking advantage of that brief gap, he decapitated the green-eyed zombie and then quickly rushed towards the convoy. Chapter 78. The struggling for survival. As soon as he got into the car, Yao Liangji let out a breath. The zombies behind stirred a bit, but, for some reason, did not chase after them. Looking back, Yao Liangji's scalp went numb. The residential area was still continuously pouring out zombies, and he even saw the presence of the green-eyed one again. The others' hearts couldn't help but race. In just a short time, nearly 2,000 zombies had gathered behind them. Moreover, the number was still increasing. If they had been just a bit slower, surrounded by the zombies, everyone in the convoy, except Yao Liangji, would probably not have survived. Picking up a bottle of water, Yao Liangji gulped it down. He hadn't tea-stopped for those few minutes, and now, as he paused slightly, he felt like his breathing was as loud as a bellows. Boss Yao, why aren't those zombies chasing after us? Zhang Qingjie asked. It was his first time running away with Yao Liangji. Previously, clearing out the zombies around the grain and oil market had been relatively simple, so he had never witnessed a situation where zombies just stood still and watched humans. Gradually recovering, Yao Liangji let out a breath. There's a high-level zombie controlling them. A high-level zombie should appear in that residential area soon, so they dare not chase after us to protect their king. Protect? Lu Shou asked, puzzled. Take a good look at the zombie manual I gave you earlier. The reason the zombies' activity range is small now is that low-level zombies completely follow their instincts. If they run around without any command, they could easily trip, fall into the water, or rush into the sea. So their limited activity range is just waiting for and protecting the appearance of a higher-level zombie, leading them to conduct hunting with a purpose. Yao Yangji's words made the bamboo pole and the others shiver. The smaller the range of zombie activity, the larger the space for human survival. Once zombies start moving on a large scale with such a massive number, unless a modern army is assembled to bombard them, who can withstand the flood of millions, tens of millions, or even billions of zombies? Seeing everyone looking as if they had lost their loved ones, Yao Yangji couldn't help but smile and ask, "Am I powerful?" Yao Yangji's words were like a shot of adrenaline, instantly brightening the eyes of everyone in the vehicle. Indeed, the zombies were evolving, but they were not standing still either. With Yao Liangji's strength, as long as they could help eliminate the interference from ordinary zombies, he alone had the capability to face high-level zombies. If the zombies have a commander, then just kill their commander and scatter them into disarray. Hee Boss Yao. Let's see if this zombie has any loot. The zombie's head had already been scratched by the Rat King, leaving several cracks, and its brain matter was seeping out through the gaps. Yao Yangji clenched his right fist and struck hard along the crack, causing the entire cheekbone to cave in. He then reached in with 2 fingers and found that zombies of this level seem to never come up empty. A dark green zombie crystal appeared before everyone. and the pale gray brain matter on it did not diminish Zhang Qingjie and the other's desire for it at all. Yao Liangji clapped his hands, and the corpse crystal flew directly to Zhang Qingjie. This level of corpse crystal is no longer very useful to me, so you absorb it first, and later it will be deducted from your contributions. Yao Liangji finished speaking and then looked at Lu Shou beside him. Zhugan, wait a moment. I'll let you use the corpse crystal of this level next time. Yao Liangji's current strength, even with the absorption of this level of corpse crystal, is merely an embellishment. However, no amount of embellishment can compete with the tactics of the Sea of Corpses. Zhang Qingjie initially showed joy on his face, but then hesitated for a moment and tightly clenched the corpse crystal in his hand. Boss Yao, feel free to take it. Zhang Qingjie truly found it hard to resist this temptation. Lu Shou's eyes flickered with a hint of envy, but he quickly expressed his stance as well. Thank you. Boss Yao, I can also take it easily. Yao Liangji smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't take away your things. Now that it's still relatively safe, Qingjie, hurry up and absorb this corpse crystal. I can't guarantee that one person will be able to protect the safety of the convoy in the next residential area. The reaction of Zhang Qingjie to absorbing the high-level corpse crystal was much greater than Yao Liangji's initial reaction, lasting longer as well. Even Lu Shou, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but swallow hard. Yao Liangji closely observed Zhang Qingjie's reactions throughout the entire process. When he was about to lose consciousness, Yao directly stimulated him with his mental power. After 2 hours of this, Zhang Qingjie slowly calmed down. When he opened his eyes, what flashed in his eyes was not joy, but fear. If it weren't for Yao Liangji watching him, he might have directly died during the corpse crystal enhancement. With a hint of fear in his voice, Zhang Qingjie said, Thank you, Boss Yao. Yao Liangji smiled with satisfaction. It seems that you have to experience it yourself to know how much of the information in the zombie manual can be trusted. The moment you see a high-level zombie crystal, you lose your mind. If your willpower is insufficient, someone must be watching. Otherwise, I can't be sure whether completion of the enhancement or death will come first. Yao Liangji's words made Zhang Qingjie and the other smile awkwardly, as they indeed were like that. When they were about to reach the second residential area, Yao Liangji took the lead, guiding Zhang Qingjie ahead to scout the way. The convoy was too large and too easy to attract the attention of zombies, and Yao Liangji would not allow high-level zombies the opportunity to command as he had before. He took down the crossbow from his back and continuously searched for his target among the greenery by the roadside. However, before he could thoroughly search for his target, some residents living on the upper floors of the building noticed the incoming convoy, and someone cleverly picked up a loudspeaker and shouted for help. Yao Liangji sighed, took out a pair of binoculars from his bag, and glanced in the direction of the sound. Even now, there were still people alive, but most of them had lost their humanity, disheveled with red, bulging eyes in a state of agitation. Yao Lauda, Zhang Qingjie, was waiting for Yao Liangji to make a decision. At this moment, the surrounding zombies had already swarmed towards the source of the sound. But most of those people continued to shout without care. Next time we find a candle shop, let's set it on fire as a way to thank them for their self-sacrifice. Yao Liangji did not look again. Calling out the first time was instinct. The second time was excitement. But now those who continued to shout were either foolish or malicious, so there was naturally no need to save them, which slightly eased Yao Liangji's guilt. Chapter 79. Trapped armed police. The convoy did not stop at all, but instead accelerated past the residential area. Dozens of scattered zombies tried to approach, only to be pierced by the spikes at the front of the vehicle, blood and intestines spilling out, then scattered by the speed of the car. Some longer sections of intestines even hung from the zombies' bodies, continuously slapping against the vehicle. With a push from the top, the zombies fell from the vehicle to the ground, only to be crushed by the speeding cars behind, becoming a bloodstain on the highway. Boss Yao, are there really still people alive in that community? Lu Shou exclaimed, having naturally heard the cries for help from inside the community. At this moment, the cries for help outside had turned into curses, and Yao Liangji smiled. Overpopulation does have its advantages. Other people's legacies are abundant. As long as one is bold enough, they can always survive. Besides, it's not like it's not raining now. A good rain can save many people. The sounds of cursing were gradually replaced by the excited roars of zombies, a frenzy triggered by the scent of human blood. The journey ahead was relatively calm, with occasional sounds of collisions not affecting the progress of the convoy. Arriving on Pingan Road, Yao Liangji furrowed his brows. He did not believe that Pang Biao would deceive him. Given his hatred for Yao Liangji, he could only be laying a trap for him to walk into, and it was impossible for him to fabricate such a story. At this point, there was no warehouse on Pingan Road apart from a large training ground. There were only a few scattered small shops. The fat man got out of the car and cautiously asked, "Boss Yao, is your source of information reliable?" Yao Liangji looked around. There was definitely danger, but it shouldn't be fake news. After all, that person was probably cursing me from the depths of hell. "So what's the exact address?" The fat guy asked again. "It's 407 Pingan Road, Area 2. Before coming here, Yao Liangji had only mentioned going to the area near Pingan Road, so the fat guy and the others didn't know the specific door number. The fat guy ran directly into a few stores, checked the door numbers above, and found everything from 401 to 406, but there was number 407. "Boss Yao, how about we go check out that training ground?" The fat guy keenly sensed that there was something different about that training ground. Yao Liangji was also observing around just now, and at the entrance of the training ground, there still hangs a sign that says Professional Training Ground, no entry without permission. Moreover, there are actually 3 security booths at the entrance, and the surrounding barbed wire is much thicker than that of ordinary sports fields, with anti-climb spikes installed on top, giving the impression that it is protecting a very important asset. "Go in." Yao Liangji waved his hand, signaling to drive the car straight in. Once inside, Yao Liangji was surprised to find that there wasn't a single zombie in sight. It is known that with the unpredictability of this disaster, there should definitely be signs of zombies in a place like this. Yao Liangji waved his hand again, signaling to keep a distance and search ahead. Soon, at the back of the training ground, Yao Liangji saw a low building with the words Warehouse 407 written on it. Yao Liangji felt a slight joy in his heart, but he did not let his guard down. Instead, he signaled Lu Shou to open the door. Just as Lu Shou unlocked the door, a smaller adjacent house was quickly opened, and a group of fully armed individuals rushed out, pointing their guns directly at Yao Liangji and his group, sternly shouting, "Raise your hands." Yao Liangji and the others were quick to react. They had just been focused on the warehouse and overlooked what was happening nearby. Now, both sides were standing off with guns drawn, and no one dared to move. Finally, a person from the opposing side, wearing 2 stars on his shoulder, spoke up. "We are the police. Please put down your guns and let us talk. Trust us." Puff, the fat man couldn't help but laugh. When he first saw the group dressed in armed police uniforms, he almost dropped his gun. His fear of the police had been ingrained in him since before the disaster. But after quickly regaining his composure, he instinctively laughed at this statement to mask his earlier fear. The fat man's chuckle instantly made the atmosphere tense. Yao Liangji turned his head and glared. Although he wasn't afraid, Zhang Qingjie and the others couldn't escape the dense gunfire. "What did you find out about this place?" The same voice came out again. Yao Liangji's expression grew colder. It seemed that these police officers had not fully transitioned from their professional roles, so their tone naturally carried an interrogative stance. "It appeared that there was something we wanted here," Yao Liangji retorted, while giving a hint to the few people beside him. "What do you want? What do you plan to do with it?" Of course we want weapons to kill zombies. We can't just be pointing fingers at each other like this, can we?" Now it was the police officers across from him who started to laugh. "Oomph. You people think you can shoot zombies with guns? Do you believe that if you step outside and fire a shot, hundreds of zombies will immediately surround you?" It seemed this group of police officers had suffered losses before, otherwise they wouldn't be so confident. "Let's have one person come out and chat. It's not a solution to keep holding guns like this." Yao Liangji didn't want to waste any time. He just wanted to get the weapons out. The changes in the city center were too many, and the zombies were too dense. He really didn't want to waste time here and take risks. The police on the opposite side noticed that Yao Liangji was indifferent to their words, clearly recognizing that he and his group were not inexperienced. After confirming this, the police officer with 2 stars on his shoulder spoke up. "Then let's talk over here." "No problem," Yao Liangji casually agreed, not caring at all about the potential danger he might face. Although the police felt that Yao Liangji's response was too straightforward, they couldn't figure out what the problem could be, so they made some space and said, "Please, come in." As soon as Yao Liangji entered, he looked around and was surprised to find that there were more than 30 people inside. The room was clearly divided into several areas for living, and the others looked at Yao Liangji with a glimmer of hope. It was the first time they had seen an outsider come here voluntarily. Seeing that there were no inhumane behaviors, Yao Liangji relaxed his body slightly. Not caring about the initiative anymore, he directly said, "I don't want to waste time. The zombies outside are about to change again, so I need to take my things and leave Area 2 immediately. Name your price." Chapter 80. Demonstrating Strength Change? The police on their side were not ignorant of everything. Upon hearing Yao Liangji's words, their expressions shifted instantly. Finally, the police officer with 2 stars on his shoulder took off his mask, revealing a face full of stubble, and asked, "Where exactly did you come from? If I say I came from Area 5, would you believe me?" Yao Liangji also took off his mask and replied teasingly. As soon as Yao Liangji's words came out, everyone had disbelief written all over their faces, and the man with the beard continued to speak. "So what do you want to talk to us about? I said it before, you set the price. If we can solve this through negotiation, I prefer not to use force. You probably won't need the goods in that warehouse anymore, so why not take a step back and aim for a win-win situation?" Yao Liangji didn't want to bring these people into his team. If it were in District 5, or even District 4, he would be willing to spend some time connecting with them. But it just so happened to be in District 2, a place where even he could kick the bucket at any moment. So how could he find the energy to persuade this group? "We don't need anything, and we won't let you take those weapons and equipment away, so you might as well give up on that thought," the bearded man said coldly. In a flash, before anyone could react, Yao Liangji moved in front of the bearded man and directly grabbed his neck, lifting him up. "What are you doing? Let go of our captain." The remaining people in the room immediately aimed their guns at Yao Liangji and shouted. Although they had guns in their hands, they were filled with fear. Lifting a nearly 200-pound man with one hand was not something a normal person should be able to do. Yao Liangji indeed did not pay attention to those who were pointing guns at him, but instead expressed a slight disappointment. "You guys are really just hiding here to survive," without even studying the zombies. As soon as he made a move, Yao Liangji felt that the physical capabilities of the police officer in front of him were no different from those of a normal person, with hands, weapons, and combat experience. They had surprisingly failed to uncover the secrets of the corpse crystals in over 4 months. As he relaxed his grip, the bearded man coughed in response, disregarding the fear of entrusting his life to others, and immediately asked, "What do you mean?" Yao Liangji lightly swung his right fist against the wall, and with a loud bang, a bowl-sized dent appeared before everyone. Yao Liangji shook his hand to throw off the gravel and smiled, saying, "Any one of my subordinates outside can take you all on in a one-on-one fight." "What do you think I mean?" The bearded man, with a hint of regret, replied, "Can people really evolve?" Yao Liangji responded, "Otherwise, how do you think we got here?" Both sides did not want a gunfight, so preliminary communication was necessary. "Then take us out of Area 2, and everything in the warehouse will be yours." After experiencing Yao Liangji's strength firsthand, the bearded man finally believed what Yao Liangji had said before. If it were someone else, Yao Liangji might have to think it over. But facing nearly half a dozen trained police officers, Yao Liangji did not feel they would hold him back. Yao Liangji extended his hand. "My name is Yao Liangji, and I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation this time." The man with the beard placed his hand on top. "I am Chao." After the two came out, the tense atmosphere outside also eased. Yao Liangji and Chao spoke in unison. "It's fine now, put down the guns." Chao walked to the front of the warehouse door, glanced at the already open lock, and pushed it open directly. The fat man, receiving a signal from Yao Liangji, was the first to rush in. He shouted to Yao Liangji outside, "Boss Yao, everything is fine. Qingjia, go call people to come in and move the stuff." Yao Liangji felt a sense of relief in his heart. He didn't want any danger. He was just afraid of having nothing. After all, if they lost these supplies, it would be difficult to handle the grain and oil market. Watching his people busily loading things onto the truck, Yao Liangji tentatively asked Captain Chao, "Have you finished packing your things?" Chao looked at the crowd, effortlessly carrying hundreds of pounds of supplies, and completely believed Yao Liangji's words. He replied with a hint of familiarity in his voice, "We've already organized our things, and there's really nothing left to take." "Does Captain Chao have any plans for the future?" Yao Yangji didn't hide his covetousness for Chao Yi and his group. After all, compared to ordinary people, their physical and psychological qualities were indeed much stronger. Chao Yi smiled, knowing that this person was ahead of him, but looking at his young face. He was unwilling to lower himself to work under a younger person. His current goal was to seek out any remaining government organizations after leaving and join one to continue his mission. Can Boss Yao tell me how you found out about this place? To be blunt, our cage was known to just anyone before the disaster. Chao Yi showed a hint of disdain. So it's Director Pang's troublesome son. He's still alive? Yao Liangji glanced at the time and directly joined the moving team. No, they died very tragically. In just over an hour, everything in a warehouse was loaded onto the truck. Yao Liangji looked at Chao Yi and the others, smiling as he said, "Make sure to pay attention to the zombie manual I just gave you. I hope you can follow the precautions listed in it on this journey." No problem. Following the same route back, the convoy, fully loaded, continued to move forward. Along the way, Chao Yi and the others could see the zombie corpses crushed and mangled on the ground. Occasionally, they spotted a few zombies with black eyes, which were easily dealt with by the people in Yao Yangji's team. "Attention, we're about to pass through a residential area." Yao Yangji's voice came through the car sound system, and then Chao Yi saw Yao Liangji and a person named Zhang Qingjie get out of the car and run forward. Due to the many obstacles on the road, the convoy's speed wasn't fast, but the speed of the two was surprising enough for Chao Yi. Once they reached the trees and hid, Yao Liangji saw survivors throwing things outside, making loud noises that continuously attracted the zombies from within the community. Yao Liangji wrapped a piece of clothing around the gun and then fired a shot at each of the three people upstairs who were throwing things down. One of them, having exposed too much of his upper body, fell directly from the balcony into the community after being shot, and the smell of blood quickly spread. "Accelerate," Yao Yangji said into the walkie-talkie. Chapter 81. Blood and flesh opened the way. Yao Yangji could not be affected by a few mentally unstable individuals when it comes to the safety of the convoy. Since they are causing destruction, it's better to send them away early. Compared to noise, the stimulation of blood has a much greater effect on zombies. In an instant, the zombies that were closer had already started to bite into the pile of flesh on the ground. Moreover, there were more and more zombies approaching from a distance. The other two who were shot weren't in a better situation either. Zombies were constantly squeezing into the residential building, and it wouldn't be long before they became the zombies' next meal. Zhang Qingjie, behind him, had already gotten used to it, but he was a bit worried as he looked at the occasionally flashing green eyes among the zombie crowd. "Boss Yao, we're too close. Once our convoy passes by, it will definitely attract the attention of high-level zombies." Ignoring the few zombies roaring under the tree, Yao Yangji took off the cloth wrapped around his gun and then pulled out several grenades he had taken from the warehouse. He specifically chose the more powerful grenades. Although they made a loud noise, their effectiveness was undeniable. "Don't worry, the route has been cleared. As long as we don't get entangled, we will be fine. Without the green-eyed zombies, they won't chase us too far. What we need to do now is to clear out as many of those quasi-green-eyed zombies as possible." The roar of the car engine sounded, and the zombies just a wall away excitedly looked towards the outside of the wall, then rushed out. Yao Liangji calculated the time well, aimed at the target, and threw it directly. First, there was a small explosion, followed by a huge shockwave. The surrounding zombies were blown to pieces. Even the green-eyed zombie was torn in half. The high temperature generated by the grenade ignited the nearby zombies, and because they were close together, the zombies behind kept pushing forward, causing the fire to spread rapidly, making a sizzling sound like roasting meat. "Boss Yao, what kind of grenade is this? The power is too great." Yao Yangji actually noticed that the green-eyed zombie made a dodging movement the moment he threw the grenade. However, it was too close to avoid it, leaving it no room to maneuver. Otherwise, the grenade would have only injured it at most. I followed the instructions in the warehouse and took a few that were marked with 3 red danger symbols, just in case. I didn't expect the power to be this great, and it even had self-igniting properties. The power was strong, and the sound was indeed loud. Zombies within a radius of 400 to 500 meters seemed to have been stimulated and rushed over, but fortunately, Yao Yangji's grenade acted as a barrier, allowing the convoy to pass through the residential building safely and avoiding the subsequent zombie tide. Unfortunately, He glanced at the zombies that had been burned to a crisp, knowing that there were residual green zombie crystals there. Yao Yangji jumped down from the tree with Zhang Qingjie, closely following the convoy. However, after running forward for more than 100 meters, a loud and piercing roar made Yao Liangji's heart tighten. The green-eyed one. Yao Yangji was sure it was a complete green-eyed creature, but for some reason, it seemed a bit weak, so it didn't pursue them. When they got into the car, Yao Yangji's heart was still pounding. It was a long-lost feeling of deadly danger after 2 months. Boss Yao, what's wrong with you? Zhang Qingjie asked with concern. Yao Yangji didn't want to hide anything from Zhang Qingjie and the others, so he said bitterly, "Their green-eyed zombies have appeared." Lu Shou's hand trembled, and the military dagger fell onto the car tray. Then, why did it let us go, aside from one human flesh having an effect on it? It seems the only clear thing is that the evolution difficulty of these green-eyed zombies is much higher than that of the black-eyed ones. Is there something that makes it wary, which is why it temporarily let us go? Temporarily? Zhang Qingjie took over the conversation. Yao Yangji let out that green-eyed zombie should remember me. Yao Yangji was very certain that the green-eyed zombie looked at him with a mixture of fear and desire. Just as he looked back at it, he needed to move a little faster, rushing through the next residential area before dark. Yao Yangji did not want to be wrapped up like a dumpling, so he shouted directly into the vehicle channel. In a house they had passed earlier, 5 or 6 humans lay on the ground, their insides eaten out. A pair of glowing green eyes lit up, and fresh red blood dripped from the corner of its mouth, resembling the sound of an old bellows being pulled. Humans. Chao Yi had been observing the situation of Yao Liangji's convoy, and they had naturally seen the recent zombie tide. Seeing that Yao Liangji could safely lead them through without injury, even confidently using a loud grenade. The zombies seemed to hesitate and did not dare to pursue under the roar from behind. Looking at the zombie manual Yao Liangji provided, the current page clearly stated, advanced zombies possess a certain level of thinking ability and can understand how to avoid some deadly dangers. The second residential area was not so easy to pass through. From a distance, they could see hundreds of zombies wandering at the entrance. And Yao Liangji did not want to engage with the zombies again. He felt as if the green-eyed zombie behind him was urging him on. So this time he took a bundle of rope and shouted into the vehicle channel. Stop the car, set the timer, and in 3 minutes, accelerate and rush through. As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Liangji approached the car, opened the door, and looking at the obsequious smile on Li Long's face. He smiled slightly. I need to trouble you with one last thing. Finding the nearest traffic light, Yao Yangji directly cut a gash on Li Long's neck to ensure he would not die immediately. Then he leaned in closer and slowly said in his ear, I have no interest in your last secret. There's a deadly guy behind us, so I can only sacrifice you. The smell of blood wafted in the wind and continuously dripped from Li Long's feet onto the ground. He never expected Yao Liangji to act so decisively. During the days he was controlled by Yao Liangji, he had shown great obedience, and his foot injury had mostly healed. But now everything was over. Feeling the loss of blood and watching the swarm of zombies surge toward him, Li Long truly felt fear. Chapter 82, facing it head-on soon. The zombies on the road cleared away, all gathering towards Li Long. The roar of the convoy followed suit, with the reduction of zombies. The mere 100 or so zombies could not stop the speeding convoy. After the spikes surrounding the car were filled, they continued to knock away the approaching zombies. Then, like driving on a gravel road, the convoy continued to crush through them one after another, and in no time, the road was covered with zombie blood and entrails. Yao Yangji had not gotten on the vehicle, only constantly paying attention to the presence of high-level zombies. During this time, he had seen 2 of them, but they clearly remembered Yao Liangji, so they restrained their instincts and did not rush forward, instead hiding among the corpses and quietly watching the convoy gradually move away. After completely leaving the residential area, the convoy stopped to rest and also to repair some vehicles. However, as soon as they stopped, Chao Yi aggressively approached Yao Liangji with a group of people, questioning him with a face full of shock and anger. Is this the reason you crossed East City? To use living people to attract zombies? Yao Liangji calmly looked at Chao Yi. I only promised to safely take you to District 5, but I didn't let you criticize my actions. Explaining Li Long's actions to Chao, Yi, and his group would only make them think they were looking for excuses. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, this group of so-called good youths would likely believe that what Yao Liangji said was nonsense. Besides, he was still surrounded by zombies. He just needed to obey and didn't have to explain to Chao, Yi, and his group. Once they reached the grain and oil market, they would naturally understand why Yao Liangji acted this way. Chao Yi's face flashed with anger. He didn't expect Yao Liangji to be so calm. But listening to the roars coming from all directions, his expression changed several times. He threw out a remark. People should have some sense of morality and compassion, especially for those like you who are leading the way. Watching Chao Yi turn and leave, Yao Liangji smiled. I also advise you to walk around more and see more. This world has no order. When questioning others in the future, make sure you understand the situation clearly before speaking. After a day of running around, Yao Liangji felt a bit tired, so he arranged for some people to keep watch at night and then close his eyes to restore his energy. In the middle of the night, Yao Liangji was suddenly awakened by a wave of heat. He touched his body and, without having time to think, he opened his mouth and shouted, "Everyone, move forward immediately. Fatty, bamboo pole, Qingjia, get out of the car with me." No one in Yao Liangji's team doubted his orders. However, there was someone on Chao Yi's side who hesitated for a moment, only to see a wave of corpses surging directly towards them. At this time, Yao Liangji had already thrown out flashbangs and grenades all at once. In the glow of the fire, Yao Liangji saw those familiar eyes, but this time, they were no longer weak. Instead, they were filled with covetousness as they looked at him. There were at least 2,000 zombies, and the proportion of black-eyed zombies and near-green-eyed zombies among them was exceedingly high. Yao Liangji had no intention of getting entangled after throwing down some bombs. He turned and fled with Yi and the others. The car driven by Chao, Yi, and the others slowed down and was quickly intercepted by the zombies. After a few wails, it fell completely silent. "Boss Yao, why are the zombies launching a large-scale attack on us at night?" The innate ability was frantically warning him of the approaching danger. "Green-eyed, a real green-eyed one has appeared. I thought I could escape, but I didn't expect this guy to chase us through the night." The current strength of the team was simply not enough to contend with this tide of zombies in East City. Even though the zombies' abilities were weakened at night, they couldn't withstand the fact that this was their stronghold. As long as they were delayed, Yao Liangji and his team would have to face an endless tide of zombies. So even though driving at night was dangerous, Yao Liangji had no choice but to lead his people to escape. Soon, Yao Liangji and the others arrived at a large bridge connecting the 3rd and 4th districts. The tide of zombies pursuing them had also decreased significantly. After all, there weren't many that could keep up with the speed of the convoy. The green-eyed zombie was summoning nearby zombies as it chased them. The sounds of water on the bridge mixed with the howling night wind, and the starlight reflected on the water surface, revealing only darkness. Gritting his teeth, he growled in the channel, "We'll set up a defense at the bridgehead. We can't run anymore. The road ahead is too narrow, and we won't be able to outrun the zombies behind us. Leave a barrel of essential gasoline in every car, and dump the rest on a bridge. There are still 3 hours until dawn. If we want to make a big score, it depends on this." Soon, the convoy lined up, and the barrels of gasoline were opened and tipped over on the bridge, with gasoline gushing out and a strong smell filling the air. When the zombies entered the gasoline area, Yao Liangji's eyes lit up, and he immediately shouted, "Open fire!" The flames ignited in an instant, but the zombies on the other side seemed completely unaffected and continued to charge forward. With the flames illuminating the scene, Yao Liangji couldn't help but gasp. There were indeed not many zombies, only 200 or 300, but they were all black-eyed, and there were more than 10 green-eyed zombies among them. It was proven that firearms were still the mainstream in large-scale battles. As flames and bullets poured out, the zombies quickly fell and rose, but the green-eyed zombies remained unaffected, quietly standing behind the flames. Behind them, a continuous wave of black was approaching. "Qingjia, take the high explosives with you, and let us blow up the bridge first." Yao Liangji handed a Mouse King's claw to Zhang Qingjia, and then took a corpse crystal dagger from his waist. He was determined to consume this group of zombies today. The fire gradually diminished, and Yao Liangji gestured with his hand, causing the gunfire to cease. He looked at Chao Yi, who was a bit nervous beside him. Yao Yangji put down his words. You should know how to use a sniper rifle, right? Later, you will provide us with support here. As long as we take down this wave of zombies, I will tell you the secret of the corpse crystal. As soon as he made contact, Yao Yangji felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed that the zombies were not immune to the effects of a night because of the presence of the green-eyed zombie. The green-eyed zombie had not looked at the fat man and Zhang Qingji at all. Instead, it fixed its gaze on Yao Yangji. Its previous covetousness now replaced with a hint of fear. It slowly spoke as if just learning to talk. Human, you are very powerful. You should taste very good. Chapter 83. The learning ability of the green-eyed zombie. Upon hearing the voice, Yao Yangji's pupils immediately contracted. The moment Yao Yangji exposed a flaw, the green-eyed zombie, along with the remaining 4 quasi-green-eyed zombies, charged forward, blocking all of Yao Yangji's escape routes. Bang! The sound of the sniper rifle echoed. Yao Yangji felt a chill on his left cheek, and then his body immediately tilted to the left. He swung the corpse crystal dagger, held in his left hand back to block the attacking zombie's claw. Gripping the Rat King's claw, he slid it upward to push the green-eyed zombie's hands aside. Then, with a slight force from his left foot, he charged out of the encirclement, using the still-standing zombie's body as a push. However, Yao Yangji did not immediately distance himself. Instead, he quickly adjusted his stance and took a step forward, directly rushing behind the green-eyed zombie. At this moment, the weapons in his hands had exchanged places, with his right hand gripping the corpse crystal dagger aimed directly at the back of the green-eyed zombie's neck. The sound of metal clashing rang out as the green-eyed zombie brought its left hand to protect its neck. The dagger collided with the claw but failed to cut through. Without time to think, Yao Yangji twisted his right hand and gathered strength, striking the green-eyed zombie's back with his elbow, sending it flying. At the same time, the sound of sniper rifle echoed again, but the green-eyed zombie made a bizarre twist in midair, causing the bullet to graze its scalp as it fell. Once on the ground, the green-eyed zombie let out a low growl. Several other zombies quickly jumped sideways toward the flames, and Yao Yangji wanted to intercept them. But he was closely watched by the green-eyed zombie, not daring to make a move. The black line in the distance was getting much closer, and Yao Yangji could no longer afford to waste time. So he took the initiative to attack again, engaging in close combat with the green-eyed zombie. The sound of metal clashing continued to ring out. However, Yao Yangji was unable to leave a single mark on the green-eyed zombie. As time passed, the green-eyed zombie's combat skills became increasingly proficient, and Yao Yangji now had to devote half of his energy to defending against its attacks. His arms felt slightly numb, and he breathed heavily as he separated from the green-eyed zombie, no longer able to care about what was behind him. Human, you are really strong. Stay and become my companion, the green-eyed zombie said with a rich expression. Yao Yangji took the opportunity to recover some lost stamina and couldn't help but let out a light laugh upon hearing this. Companions? The companions you've devoured? The green-eyed zombie straightened up, speaking with a hint of temptation. During these days of my evolution, I've heard too many things about you humans from others: disease, death, fear, and suffering. What is the meaning of such a life? Now, a divine miracle has allowed us zombies to emerge, just to replace you humans as the new rulers of this society. The more the green-eyed zombie spoke, the colder Yao Yangji's heart became. This green-eyed zombie already possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. It could even learn about human society from their mouths. Evolution? Is it really that easy for you zombies? I've traveled so many places, and how many zombies can speak like you? The other zombies are probably just tools you've pushed out for experimentation. Yao Yangji did not see any compassion for other zombies in the eyes of the green-eyed zombie. All he saw was curiosity towards fire, guns, and the weapon in Yao Yangji's hand. It was like a newborn, eagerly absorbing all the knowledge from the outside world. With a swift motion, the green-eyed zombie charged towards Yao Yangji, its agile limbs and mouth full of sharp teeth continuously pushing him back. Its speech became increasingly fluent. Beneath the self, the other members of its kind were merely soulless beings. If they did not become tools, what would they become? The harder we evolve, the more we can prove our strength. You are different from other weak humans. You were born strong. So even if you become one of us, you will quickly become an existence like me. Come on, Embrace our future. Yao Yangji was almost out of breath under the relentless pressure of the zombie in front of him. Hearing the green-eyed zombie say that, he seized the opportunity to retort, "Can you reproduce?" The green-eyed zombie paused for a moment, and Yao Yangji took advantage of this instant to shift from defense to offense, pushing the green-eyed zombie back. At the same time, he kept saying, "I almost thought that thing of yours could be used. But then again, how could it be useful down there for someone who feels no pain?" The green-eyed zombie naturally understood human reproduction. It had observed it before. So now it was puzzled as to why, despite having intelligence, it couldn't accomplish such a simple task. Yao Yangji gritted his teeth and, relying on his trust in the Rat King, ignored the claws that were swinging towards him. He closed indirectly, and in the surprised gaze of the green-eyed zombie, he plunged the corpse crystal dagger into the joint of its shoulder blade, severing the tendons inside. Then, with an elbow strike to its open jaw, he delivered a powerful knee thrust, producing a faint explosive sound, causing the green-eyed zombie to fly backward instantly. At that moment, several explosions sounded in the distance, causing the entire bridge to shake slightly, which made Yao Yangji's charge momentarily pause. The Rat King's claws only managed to leave 3 scratch marks on the green-eyed zombie. Seizing this opportunity, the green-eyed zombie rolled over and slightly pushed itself up with its remaining hand. It was somewhat confused. How was it that just moments ago, the two of them were evenly matched, and now it was almost killed by this human in front of it? Without any words, the human and the zombie clashed again. Due to its injured right hand, the green zombie's offensive capabilities had already been affected. Therefore, at this moment, Yao Yangji kept attacking this weak spot, and although there were no fatal injuries appearing on its body, the wounds were continuously increasing. Sensing movement behind it, the green-eyed zombie attempted to create distance from Yao Yangji, but was tightly entangled by him, so it had to turn its head slightly, allowing the two people behind to unleash their attacks on its back. Without any hesitation, the green-eyed zombie made the smartest decision of this battle. It ignored Yao Yangji's attacks and directly launched a fierce assault on the two people behind. The fat guy's heart trembled slightly, instinctively causing him to stop. Zhang Qingjie, having lost his assistant, could not withstand the pressure of the green-eyed zombie alone, so he could only cross the Rat King's claws in front of him to defend against the zombie's claw strike. Bang! Zhang Qingjie was sent flying. Meanwhile, the green-eyed zombie's left hand was torn off under Yao Yangji's attacks. At this moment, a sniper shot rang out from behind. The sound of the bullet embedding itself in flesh and bone echoed, and the green-eyed zombie fell into the river from a height of 20 to 30 meters, creating a barely noticeable splash. Zhang Qingjie had already gotten back up, looking at the fat guy with anger and shouting, "Fat guy, why did you just hide?" Yao Yangji panted heavily, turning to look at and said coldly, "Your earnings have been halved this time. Also, your talent is very useful, but if you rely on your talent in battle, you will never get ahead." He picked up the green-eyed zombie's arm, and after being severed, it no longer had the fierce appearance that could rival the Rat King. With a gentle swing, the long claw broke off with a sound. He casually threw it into the still-burning flames and glanced at the black tide of corpses blocked by the trench. Chapter 84. Return as they passed through the remaining embers. The few zombies that charged over had already been turned into minced meat, lying on the bridge surface. Yao Yangji looked at the crowd and, seeing that no one was injured, felt a bit relieved. He then said to Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou, "Take some people and clean up the zombies." He then turned to the complex-faced Chao Yi and said, "You call 2 people to come with me, and I'll teach you how to absorb the corpse crystals." Yao Yangji is really putting in the effort now, and with the help of those 3 shots, it directly reduced a lot of his pressure. Otherwise, that green-eyed zombie definitely wouldn't have fled in such a panic, and he wouldn't have only endured a single scratch so easily. Just now, when Yao Yangji ventured close, although he had the protection of the Mouse King's leather armor, the force transmitted through the armor still made him feel quite uncomfortable. Coupled with his physical exhaustion, he didn't seem very enthusiastic at the moment. After teaching Chao Yi and the others how to absorb the corpse crystals, Yao Yangji forced a smile. "How is it? Can you feel the difference?" Chao Yi initially showed a hint of surprise, but then he recalled something and calmed down. He had only absorbed the most basic white corpse crystal, and it felt so obvious. How far had this man, who could fight the green-eyed zombie evenly and even have the upper hand in a one-on-one situation, come? He clearly remembered his first shot aimed at the green-eyed zombie. At such close range, he still managed to dodge it. And the last shot, even with the green-eyed zombie half damaged, failed to hit its vital points. Just how resilient must life be at that level? Follow me, Yao Yangji said sincerely. Based on his strength, Chao Yi really wanted to agree to Yao Yangji. However, thinking of the person who was hung up, his heart trembled. Just as he was about to refuse, he was stopped by Yao Yangji. I brought 3 people here to guide you. The other 2 are still in the car. You can go talk to them and see if there's any problem with what I've done. After saying this, Yao Yangji paused for a moment, but he still continued. I didn't intend to explain, but your 3 shots just prove your value, so I'm willing to talk to you this much. Chao Yi slowed down his steps, then nodded, and immediately walked towards the car where the tattooed man and the others were. More than 10 minutes later, Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shudi came over with 2 bags of corpse crystals, their faces filled with joy. Boss Yao, this time we have a total of 14 quasi-green corpse crystals and 73 black corpse crystals. Yao Yang's new was indeed somewhat disappointed. The drop rate for black-eyed zombies was still low. However, producing these with just 200 or 300 zombies was not easy. Yao Yangji accepted it and then directly took out a quasi-green corpse crystal for Lu Shou. You can absorb it in the car later. Then he pulled out some more from inside and said to Zhang Qingjie, this time your earnings will directly offset the previous corpse crystal. Perhaps due to a change in mindset, the return trip was much faster. Even before dawn, Yao Yangji dared to drive with the headlights on through the darkness of E-City. Finally, by noon the next day, Yao Yangji's convoy appeared in front of the grain and oil market. The person in the control tower saw this and immediately rang the bell. After releasing Su Shuchu, Yao Yangji's gaze automatically searched the crowd and fell on Gu Fangzhou, whose eyes looked somewhat dim. He sighed softly and then put on a smile, shouting loudly, "Great harvest!" At this moment, Chao Yi and the others had completely relaxed. Yao Yangji casually pointed to the houses inside the grain and oil market. The houses without flags at the entrance are all empty. You can choose any one to live in. I will have the logistics take you to get the necessary supplies. It's cold outside, so go take a hot shower and rest well. I'll introduce you to some people tonight. Although Chao Yi still did not agree to stay, Yao Yangji was already very content. He was satisfied that Chao Yi was willing to actively participate in Yao Yangji's upcoming actions and even agreed to help train snipers. Chao Yi felt as if he had been reborn, looking at the already grown cabbage and radish in the market, the air filled with the scent of soil and vegetables. In the bathroom, Yao Yangji enjoyed Su Shuchu helping him wash his body while chatting about what he had seen and heard during the trip to District 2. The focus was naturally on the green-eyed zombie and the impressive performance of large-scale firearms in the face of the zombie tide. On the way back, Yao Yangji absorbed 7 quasi-green corpse crystals himself, and the remaining 6 were placed on a small bench beside him. Su Shuchu cleaned Yao Yangji very thoroughly, even scrubbing off 2 layers of dead skin. Although Yao Yangji didn't say anything, seeing the faint bruises still on his chest, she knew that this operation was not as easy as Yao Yangji claimed. Wearing only her underwear, Su Shuchu pressed closely against Yao Yangji's back, her hands sliding down slightly to wash his already excited member. Her rosy lips continuously glided over Yao Yangji's neck and shoulders as she softly said, "So, how do you plan for me to handle these quasi-green corpse crystals?" Yao Yangji, with his eyes closed in comfort, replied without hesitation, "You absorb 2. Then send 1 to Teacher Chu and Zhou Ting as a prepayment for the next operation. Use the last 2 to cultivate someone you can fully trust." Su Shuchu paused slightly but still asked, "Aren't you leaving 1 for Gu Fangzhou?" Letting the water wash away the foam on his body, Yao Yangji opened the hand Su Shuchu was holding, neither rejecting nor opposing. Instead, he bent down to bite off the strap of Su Shuchu's top, letting it fall and revealing her full breasts. He gently lifted Su Shuchu, mumbling, "You decide on this matter," and absorbing the quasi-green corpse crystals can be somewhat dangerous. So, someone needs to keep watch. Su Shuchu smiled slightly, her eyes dreamy as she embraced Yao Yangji's head. Chapter 85. Lilong's legacy, I don't want it anymore. I don't want to come back. Su Shuchu, sitting cross-legged on the bed, was naked and tears had already fallen. After the two had just finished their intimate moment, Yao Yangji helped Su Shuchu absorb the quasi-green corpse crystal. Although she kept crying out in pain, she persisted. Unlike Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou, who remained silent but almost lost consciousness several times. Seeing that Su Shuchu, who had been resting for quite a while, stubbornly refused to absorb the second crystal, Yao Yangji could only comfort her. Really, I'm not lying to you. It won't hurt as much the next time. What are you doing? Didn't we just do it? After a long while, Su Shuchu, with a flushed face, was carried out by Yao Yangji. This time she did not avoid him, feeling weak and limp on the bed, and then started to absorb the second quasi-green corpse crystal. See, I didn't lie to you. Eat something first to hold you over. I have to go to the warehouse for a bit. Now, several key areas in the entire grain and oil market had full-frequency walkie-talkies. Yao Yangji had just received a call from Lu Shou, asking him to come to the warehouse for something important. The series of battles and the mental exhaustion from absorbing the corpse crystals had made Su Shuchu's voice much more languid, pulling the quilt over her curvy body. She blocked Yao Yangji's fiery gaze and said playfully, "Aren't you going? Why are you still looking around?" A hint of regret flashed in Yao Yangji's eyes. "All right, I'll go over now. You rest for a bit." As soon as he arrived at the warehouse, Yao Yangji found Lu Shou standing nearby. "Zhaogun, what's going on in the warehouse?" Lu Shou pointed to the piled-up copper pipes and some sulfur beside him. "Someone from Chao Yi's side said these things are useful." "Oh." Yao Yangji immediately turned to Chao Yi, and at that moment, he noticed a man and a woman standing next to him. If Yao Yangji remembered correctly, they seemed to be the ones who were hiding in the house at that time. "Xiang Rui, hey, why don't you talk to Boss Yao?" "Boss Yao, before the disaster, we were national weapon researchers. Today, we came to the warehouse to collect supplies and saw that you had materials for making bullets. So we asked Supervisor Liu to discuss it with you. During the previous battle at the bridge, a lot of bullets were used up, and if we need to clear out that mall later, our ammunition supply might be insufficient." Xiang Rui's eyes showed a hint of excitement as he spoke. As a technical person, he always wanted to showcase his abilities. The other girl, he also followed up and said, "When I was wandering around the base today, I saw that there were operational lathes and some production equipment in the base. With the raw materials available, as long as we make slight modifications to those machines, we could produce firearms and ammunition." Surprise kept appearing on Yao Liangji's face. This time, go to the second district was dangerous enough. He couldn't guarantee there would be any more weapon warehouses for him to loot. He had always wanted to establish his own weapon production line in his lifetime, but he didn't expect to stumble upon it so easily. He then directly produced 3 black corpse crystals. "Chao Yi, take Xiang Rui and Zheng Yi with you and see what preparations are needed. Let's discuss it over dinner tonight. You can take anything you want from the market." After speaking, Yao Yangji looked at Lu Shou beside him. He also understood what a stable weapon production line meant, so he patted his chest repeatedly. "Boss, don't worry. I will cooperate fully." Chao Yi and the other 3 looked at the black corpse crystals in their hands, their expressions brightening, and they loudly assured that they would do their utmost. After giving some instructions, Yao Yangji went to the fat man's house. He kicked the door lightly, and soon saw the fat man grumbling as he came down, pulling up his pants. When he saw it was Yao Yangji, he paused, a bit evasive, and said, "Boss Yao, what do you need from me? Clear your mouth, then come walk with me." Yao Yangji looked at the chubby man whose lips were still glistening with grease, and he couldn't understand why the chubby man's cravings were so intense. The chubby man wiped his mouth and 2 bent strands of yarn appeared on his hand. However, he was not the least bit embarrassed. Instead, he advised Yao Yangji, "The side effects of corpse crystal are so severe. If you don't vent a little, who knows what you'll become?" In the entire base, apart from a few people like Gu Fangzhou and Chu Xiaonan, almost everyone had their own partners, 1 or more. Yao Yangji was non-committal and turned to walk towards the field in the community as he had something to say to Fatty. "Fatty, what are you thinking now? Are you leaving or staying?" Yao Yangji bent down and casually pulled a cabbage leaf to chew on. Fatty remained silent for a long time, but finally said firmly, "I still plan to go out and explore." With a whoosh, A dark green corpse crystal was bounced into Fatty's arms by Yao Liangji. Although Fatty had previously entertained inappropriate thoughts, he had also helped Yao Liangji quite a bit in the early stages. If Fatty planned to stay, Yao Liangji wouldn't give him this corpse crystal. Now that he was leaving, Yao Liangji naturally hoped that Fatty would have more chances to survive when clearing out the zombies in the mall. Fatty instinctively caught it, his mouth agape. Unable to speak for a long time, Yao Liangji continued to walk forward, his voice betraying no joy or anger. Things are not given to you for free. This is considered an advance payment for clearing the mall of zombies. Once it's done, regardless of the outcome, you cannot take any more zombie crystals. There might only be 3 to 5 green-eyed zombies, and giving him one directly now is already quite generous. He has no objections left. Chapter 86. The official attack begins. Tightly gripping the zombie crystal, the fat man's voice was a bit hoarse. Yao, Boss Yao, why are you treating me this way? You know, I used to have thoughts of killing you. Didn't you hold back? This world should be diverse. After going to Area 2 with me, you should understand what the future of zombies might look like. No matter how strong I am alone, I cannot rival the overwhelming number of zombies. You have ambition and intelligence, so I'll let you go out to gather more people, even if I don't agree with some of your values. As the one at the forefront, he could truly feel the strength of the zombies, especially with the emergence of the green-eyed zombies. As long as they're given more time to grow and learn some human things, what they could possess might far exceed that of humans. To put it diplomatically, he hopes for more possibilities for humanity, but on a darker note, he hopes someone can divert the zombies' attention. Although the fat man usually preferred to take everything for himself, for some reason this time, he took the initiative to speak, his voice quite firm. Boss Yao, I will definitely repay you in the future. This green zombie crystal was something Yao Liangji obtained during his return journey. Therefore, he hadn't mentioned its existence to anyone. It was a small investment from him to the fat man. I don't mind. In the future, if you meet Shu Chu and the others, just help them out. After all, who knows how long we can live? That night at the grain and oil base, a grand party was held again, and Xiao Yi and his group temporarily blended into this collective. The plans for the bullet and firearm production line were also brought up. As soon as the banquet ended, Yao Liangji took his people to modify the production line overnight under the guidance of Rui and Zheng Yi. After confirming that the trial production went smoothly, Yao Liangji thanked Xiao Yi and the others. Thank you. Seeing the harmonious atmosphere of Yao Liangji's team across from him, Xiao Yi was slightly moved. Then he sighed and revealed a hint of a smile. We didn't work in vain, did we? In the following 2 days, Xiao Yi acted as a temporary instructor, teaching the other personnel at Yao Liangji's base some techniques for using firearms and ammunition, as well as combat skills. The others threw themselves into production, absorbing all the zombie crystals in their hands during this time. On the night before the operation, Su Shuchu, with her damp hair cascading over Yao Liangji's chest, traced circles on him with her fingers. With a hint of hesitation, she asked, "Are we really going to mobilize everyone, not leaving anyone in the base?" Yao Liangji grabbed Su Shuchu's restless hand, as there were important matters to attend to tomorrow, and he didn't want to tire her out. Yao Liangji's tone always carries an inexplicable sense of worry. This might be the safest opportunity to face a horde of zombies head-on. Now these people are our foundation. I hope they can gain experience fighting against the zombies. The changes in the zombies have already begun, and no one knows how we will proceed from here. As his hand was grabbed, Su Shuchu placed her round and elastic thigh against Yao Liangji. Breathing heavily, she said, "I've already given out all the zombie crystals, and I've also used the method you taught me to help them get through the first absorption." Yao Liangji slightly glared at Su Shuchu, warning her not to move around, then gave a soft hum to indicate that he understood. After another 10 minutes, unable to bear it any longer, Yao Liangji directly flipped over and pinned Su Shuchu down, angrily saying, "Do you want to embarrass yourself tomorrow?" Su Shuchu, however, was not afraid at all. Instead, she provocatively licked her lips and said, "Go ahead and try." Yao Liangji ultimately restrained himself, adjusted his position slightly, and sat on Su Shuchu's lower abdomen, panting heavily. "Let's try something else first. You're not afraid of embarrassment, but I am." Su Shuchu rolled her eyes at Yao Liangji, knowing she was indeed no match for him. She obediently slightly opened her mouth, then squeeze her breasts on both sides, mumbling indistinctly, "Let me know when it's coming." After a long while, as they were tightly embracing each other, Su Shuchu suddenly gasped and whispered in Yao Liangji's ear, "Liangji, let's have a baby." Yao Liangji's movements froze for a moment. The speed at which he raised his hands slowed down instantly as he pulled away Su Shuchu's long legs that were tightly wrapped around his waist, giving her a light kiss. Then, with a hint of apology, he said, "I'm sorry, it's not the right time yet. When we really settle down and have the strength to face the zombies, I will definitely want to have a child." Su Shuchu's expression dimmed slightly, but she still smiled and said, "It's okay, I'll wait for that day to come." The next day, the sky was still gloomy, but the grain and oil market was brightly lit, with boxes of gasoline and firearms being loaded onto trucks. Everyone was fully armed, waiting for Yao Liangji's command. He subtly nodded at Gu Fangzhou, then put on his mask and shouted loudly, "Let's go." Yao Liangji even managed to get a few excavators and road rollers out, reinforcing the area around the cabins. With the personnel equipped, they ensured the output of the excavators, which could also serve as weapons for clearing zombies in the rugged terrain. By the time dawn broke, Yao Liangji and his team had arrived in front of the mall, pulling out a few individuals still alive from Li Long's convoy. They then made a small cut on their necks, hanging them from the excavator's boom. And soon a dark line surged from inside the mall. "Start moving," Yao Liangji whispered into the channel. Quickly, 3 large road rollers revved up in a row. The tiles in front of the mall cracked under the immense weight, followed by the sound of popping like a balloon being pierced, as the flesh and bodies of the zombies were crushed into the shattered tiles, filling the air with a strong, nauseating odor. However, this situation did not last long. After 2 rounds of crushing, a roar erupted from the horde. Soon, a pair of green-eyed zombies appeared, and although the regular zombies instinctively craved blood, they restrained themselves from rushing out. Excavators in, road rollers out. Yao Liangji continued to direct without surprise. The 3 excavators moved unsteadily, almost as if slipping. Meanwhile, the green-eyed zombies, which had been observing, moved at the right moment, attacking the construction vehicles with some black-eyed zombies, constantly dodging the excavators' attacks and pressing close to the tracks of the excavators and road rollers to strike upward. How could Yao Liangji give the zombies a chance? The moment the quasi-green-eyed zombie appeared, he instructed Zhang Qingjie to lead the team forward. Then he turned and said, "The arrangement from here on out will follow Su Shuchu's instructions. It's about time now. Fatty, Chow, you 2 come with me to check inside." "Got it, boss Yao." Chapter 87. Infiltration and Inspection. Yao Liangji entered the mall from another direction with Fatty and Chow. As the commercial center of District 5, the construction of this mall is quite good, with office buildings adjacent to it. Before the disaster, Yao Liangji had come here to look for a job, but he was scared away by a fraudulent company. As soon as he walked in, Yao Liangji was slightly shocked. The number of zombies here was indeed a bit abnormal. When he was outside, he roughly estimated there were about 4,000 to 5,000, but once he stepped inside, zombies were everywhere. If you add the ones inside the building, there were at least over 10,000. Fatty swallowed nervously beside him. "Boss Yao, should we still go in under these circumstances?" Yao Liangji's goal is to reach the level of a green-eyed being. Ordinary zombies pose little threat to his team now. With so many zombies as evidence, Yao Liangji is even more convinced that a green-eyed zombie exists in this mall. It may not have moved yet. Perhaps it is in the process of evolving like the zombie from Area 2. No, the lack of change in these zombies actually proves that the potential green-eyed zombie is still evolving, which is its period of weakness. If they don't take this opportunity to eliminate it, he can't imagine what a fully powered green-eyed zombie leading nearly 10,000 zombies would be like. As the zombies are attracted by the commotion outside, Yao Liangji observes the movement paths of the ordinary zombies and then looks towards the most conspicuous building, the place all the zombies unconsciously avoid. "Let's go." Staying close to the shadow under the eaves, Yao Liangji quickly leads the Fatty and Chow towards that building in the mall. He can't check every one of the dozens of surrounding buildings, so he can only choose to investigate the one most likely to have the green-eyed zombie. Once inside, Yao Liangji immediately senses something is off. The floor is covered with dried, blackened bloodstains and a nauseating stench of decay and blood fills the entire space. In a large mall with 5 floors, there isn't a single zombie wandering outside, yet the foul smell is more intense than any zombie den Yao Liangji has ever encountered. Chow, he furrows his brow and whispers, "Boss Yao, should we split up the search?" Yao Liangji's body was gradually heating up, and his breath carried a burning sensation. He turned his head and said sternly, "Chow, you and the fatty stay at the door. You are not allowed to check inside unless you see me." After pondering for a moment, Yao Liangji paused his steps and added, "Everything will be decided by the fatty." The fatty knew Yao Liangji's decision, and this was also why Yao Liangji had always held a dominant position in the team, earning everyone's respect. As long as it wasn't certain death, Yao Liangji would always be the first to charge ahead. "Don't worry, Boss Yao. I'll guard the place well with Chow, the fatty reassured. The towels wrapped around his feet made a muffled thudding sound in the quiet space as Yao Liangji first went to check the basement. However, aside from blood and flesh, there was nothing else to be found. No zombies and no living people. The heat on his body was becoming increasingly unbearable, and Yao Liangji didn't want this operation to end without results. He also didn't want to be caught off guard by a green-eyed zombie one day. So he had to search layer by layer slowly. Thus, after searching the 1st, 2nd, to the 5th floor, he still found nothing. Meanwhile, the sounds of gunfire and explosions had already erupted outside, making Yao Liangji feel increasingly anxious. While vigilantly observing his surroundings, he thought about whether he had overlooked anything. His feet unconsciously rubbed against the glazed floor, quickly creating a layer of bloodstains. Feeling the raised texture beneath his feet, a flash of inspiration struck Yao Liangji, and he quickly crouched down at the railing to observe the thickness of the bloodstains on the 5th floor. 3rd floor. Yao Liangji's eyes lit up as he took the crystal dagger with his empty hand and ran to the 3rd floor, arriving in front of a closed bookstore according to the thickness of the bloodstains. Outside the door, Yao Liangji quietly waited for more than a minute, and his enhanced body did not hear a single roar. He cautiously pushed the door open before Yao Liangji could react. A claw gleaming with a dark luster reached out from the gap towards him. Yao Liangji was startled, leaning back, using his right hand to support himself with the Mouse King's claw, kicking away that claw with his right foot, and slightly pushing off with his left foot against the door. The scene inside the bookstore immediately came into view. There were 6 green-eyed zombies. Among them was a mother zombie, with a green hue spreading in its eyes, just one step away from being a true green-eyed zombie. Yao Liangji lowered his left hand from his waist bag, feeling a mental force enveloping him. Having suffered from this before, he pretended to be momentarily stunned, his eyes losing focus. Then, as the zombie approached him, his eyes widened and his body lunged forward. The corpse crystal dagger in his left hand twisted and slashed into the gap between a zombie's cheekbone. With a thrust inward, half of its face instantly split open. He swung the Rat King claw from above with force, while the left hand's corpse crystal dagger simultaneously stabbed at the right tendon of the mother zombie. A piercing scream erupted from the mother zombie's mouth, causing a slight pain in Yao Liangji's head. In just a fraction of a second, the mother zombie narrowly escaped, leaving 3 large claw marks on its body, and one could even see the baby zombie writhing inside its belly. With the green eyes not appearing, Yao Liangji felt fearless, completely disregarding the other 4 zombies rushing towards him, taking a step forward to chase after the mother zombie, which was inexplicably oozing blood from its eyes. The mother zombie's eyes clearly showed a hint of resentment as it charged at Yao Liangji, but the baby zombie took the opportunity to flee. Having anticipated this move, Yao Liangji would not let such a high-threat zombie survive. Ignoring the claws of the zombie swinging towards him, he threw the corpse crystal dagger in his left hand, which pierced straight into the baby zombie's head, then took it flying several meters, firmly embedding it into the wall of the bookstore. At this moment, Yao Liangji was not in good shape. The green-eyed zombie on his left, although unable to tear through the Rat King's armor, had pushed his body back half a meter, directly placing him within the encirclement of zombies. From all sides, 8 claws reached for him, still relying on the toughness of the Rat King's armor. When he was pushed away, Yao Liangji had already charged his right foot. As he landed, he slightly lifted his right foot elevating his body by 3 to 4 decimeters. The 6 zombie claws that had originally attacked his head were swiped onto his chest. Meanwhile, the pair of hands in front of him had been pushed aside by Yao Liangji, using the momentum to send the green-eyed zombie ahead, flying 2 meters forward. Finally, the Rat King claw on his right hand slid down, directly pressing into the head of the zombie, thus killing the 3rd green-eyed zombie. Without even having time to pick up his weapon, Yao Liangji held his breath, quickly creating distance, then felt warmth in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. The attacks from the 3 green-eyed zombies were not easy to endure. Chapter 88, Zombie Infighting. Stimulated by the blood, the remaining 3 green-eyed zombies became even more agitated. Yet they restrained themselves, huddling closely together, greedily and warily staring at Yao Liangji. Yao Liangji took out a large-caliber handgun from his waist and disengaged the safety. This was the most powerful handgun he had found in the training grounds warehouse. The atmosphere in the bookstore increasingly made Yao Liangji tremble. Gritting his teeth, he no longer hesitated and sprinted towards the 3 green-eyed zombies. At this moment on the first floor, Chao Yi looked at the suddenly appeared woman before him with a struggling expression. She was covered in dirt. Her hair was a greasy mess, and the white floral dress that should have been suitable for summer was now filthy and clinging to her attractive figure. Trembling from the cold indoors, she pleaded with Chao Yi and the fat man to help her save her family. Please, my family is on the 2nd floor. They've been caught by zombies. And they're still alive. Caught by zombies and still alive? If this had been before they went to Area 2, the fat man would definitely not have believed it. However, after witnessing the intelligence of the green-eyed zombies, he had to hold a reserved attitude towards this possibility. Fat man, let us go take a look. Chao Yi eventually softened his heart. The fat man glanced at Chao Yi and then asked the girl, "You said that someone startled the zombies guarding you, and that is how you managed to escape. Did you see what that person looked like?" The girl still appeared very frightened, but her voice was more coherent than before. I didn't see his face clearly. I didn't dare to look closely. I just remember he had something like claws in both hands. Oh, he had something like claws in both hands? The fat man continued to question. Fat man. Chao Yi became anxious. The fat man waved his hand, signaling Chao Yi to calm down, and continued to ask, "What did the zombies guarding you look like? What color were their eyes? Why didn't they kill you?" There were 3 men and 3 women among the zombies guarding us, and one of them was pregnant. Their eyes started out black and then slowly turned green. I don't know why they didn't kill us, but for the past few days, there has been a voice asking us about the disaster and things that happened before the disaster. Fat man, it's fine now. Chao Yi became even more anxious. The fat man still ignored him and continued to ask, "How long have you been caught by the zombies?" "I don't know. It's a bit dark there. I didn't keep track of the days." Please, I know you must have the ability to save us." Tears streamed down the girl's face. Her eyes filled with moisture, looking at the fat man and Chao Yi with desperation and hope. Fat man. Chao Yi's voice had turned colder. "Last question. Are you afraid?" The fat man's eyes held a coldness, but his voice was very gentle. "Yes, I'm afraid." As soon as the girl's words came out, the fat man forcefully grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up. Chao Yi's expression changed instantly as he shouted, "Fat man, what are you doing?" The fat man coldly glanced at Chao Yi. No wonder Yao Liangji had to remind him to take charge in such a situation. The fat man said slowly, "You say you're afraid, but all I see in your eyes is panic and the desire to survive. You say you haven't kept track of the days, yet your mechanical watch is still ticking. You even know the gender of the zombies and that their eye color changes from black to green. You also said you saw someone with claws fighting with the zombies guarding you." After saying the last sentence, the fat man tightened his grip even more. Chao Yi looked at the girl, who was rolling her eyes, and without caring much, raised the knife in his hand and shouted, "Fat man, let her go." The fat man looked at Chao Yi with pity. When Yao Laoda went to search, he only took 1 Rat King claw, but held a dagger in his left hand. Moreover, this woman was so certain that Yao Laoda could take on 6 opponents, urging them to take the opportunity to save others. Considering her micro-pressions, Chao Yi. Even as a special police officer, you shouldn't be so naive, even pointing a knife at me. As soon as he finished speaking, the fat man felt the tremor of the girl's body due to fear in his hands. He swiftly moved, driving his knee into Chow Yi's stomach, disarming him with a knife. With a slight force on his wrist, disregarding the pleading in her eyes, he directly broke the girl's neck and then nervously looked towards the inside of the mall. Gu Ying, Gao Yi, who had briefly lost his ability to resist due to the knee strike, heard the cracking sound and his eyes reddened, words spilling from his clenched teeth. Fat man, you actually killed someone just based on a guess. Looking at Chow Yi, who had drool at the corner of his mouth, the fat man felt not a single ripple in his heart. After this, he intended to leave Yao Liangji, so his usual amiable demeanor vanished, replaced by a more autocratic attitude. After the disaster you've wasted these past few months, Chow Yi, remember what I did today? I'll make you pay me back later. Bang! Yao Liangji delivered an elbow strike, closing the zombie's mouth. He then shot the zombie's kneecap with his gun, shattering it. The Rat King claw slashed 3 large gashes across the zombie's neck, but its claws also managed to attack the lower part of Yao Liangji's neck. Yao Liangji's face turned red, but he held on and did not retreat. He raised his left hand with the pistol and pulled the trigger at the zombie that was lunging at him. With a bang, the 4th green-eyed zombie had its head blown open, falling straight back. Coughing, Yao Liangji felt his throat burning, and he spat out a mouthful of thick, bloody phlegm. Then, breathing heavily, he walked towards the last 2 zombies, whose eyes were now filled with fear. After taking a few steps inside, Yao Liangji discovered that the entire bookstore was covered in a mix of red and green flesh strands. A pungent, foul smell constantly emanated from these flesh strands, and, occasionally, slime slid down the strands to the ground. With a flick of the Mouse King's claw in Yao Liangji's hand, several meat threads in front were cut, and a pool of black-green liquid instantly gushed out. Yao Liangji stepped on the ground, and the blood he found was very similar to that of the green-eyed zombie he had chased out from Area 2 last time. Continuing to explore, Yao Liangji saw that a large hole had opened up on the floor of the bookstore, with a flesh cocoon hanging down in midair. Inside the translucent flesh cocoon, Yao Liangji was shocked to see his old friend, the green-eyed zombie that had been drained of life. Chapter 89, Stalemate. The eyes of one person and one corpse met directly. Yao Liangji grinned and, without a moment's hesitation, raised his gun and shot. Bang, bang. After the magazine was empty, the flesh cocoon showed no signs of damage at all. Yao Liangji didn't believe it at all. He took out the most powerful grenade from his bag, pulled the safety pin, and timed it before throwing it directly onto the meat cocoon. Boom, boom, 2 loud explosions. When the flames subsided, the meat cocoon was still intact. Yao Liangji jumped directly from the 2nd floor and then saw several people affected by the grenade, lying on the ground looking as if they were about to die. After casually glancing around and noticing the handguns and nail guns on the ground, Yao Liangji revealed a cold smile and walked directly to their side. After sending them off one by one, he turned to the gloomy green-eyed zombie and said, "You, who occupy the nest of the magpie and enslave humanity, don't you think your morals are a bit corrupted?" Morals? You talk about morals with me, a zombie. The last glimmer of hope was extinguished, and there was a hint of despair in the green-eyed zombie's eyes. Yao Liangji, undeterred, continued to attack the flesh cocoon with the Mouse King's claws. He realized that it wasn't that his attacks were ineffective, but rather that the flesh cocoon healed too quickly. Even minor wounds were immediately repaired. I thought that after gaining wisdom, even a zombie would pursue some grandiose, superficial work. On the 2nd floor, Yao Liangji looked at the books scattered all over the ground, various moral theories and philosophical texts of human society piled high. Following Yao Liangji's gaze, the green-eyed zombie sneered contemptuously. This was merely the self-righteousness of some fool. We are creations of the gods. Why should we learn the thoughts of inferior beings? Yao Liangji's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the mass wrapped in bloodstains inside the flesh cocoon, filled with apprehension. Are you talking about that thing inside? Sigh, I'm not just anything. A fair, slender hand broke free from the flesh mass, followed closely by another hand, tearing it apart to reveal a naked man covered in slime, yet with a gentle expression. Just like the one opposite, his eyes were still a pure green. Even though he had anticipated it, Yao Liangji's heart sank. 2 real green-eyed zombies. The disabled zombie's face changed in panic. and then a fierce expression spread across his face as he attacked with his remaining hand. How can you come out? Struggling to hold him back. The newly emerged green-eyed zombie turned to Yao Liangji and said, I can't hold on much longer. If it eats me, you'll have to face it at its peak. With it commanding nearly 10,000 zombies and having combat experience with you, can you injure it once again? Yao Liangji stopped waving his claw like a mouse king, allowed a cold laugh, and directly turned to leave. He didn't believe a word of the zombies' talk. He would only do things his own way. What do you think about humans cooperating with zombies? The disabled green-eyed zombie taunted. However, the newly born zombie showed a hint of pity in its eyes. Predecessor, I pity you for being gravely injured and on the brink of death, voluntarily opening the cocoon of evolution to heal you. Yet you deceived me into sending all my companions away, wanting to take this opportunity to devour me and replenish yourself. To put it in the words of that human, it truly lacks morality. I see you become foolish from reading human books. In this world, how many existences can be like you and me? Besides us, the rest are mere ants. Why buy my heart? As soon as these words came out, the disabled, green-eyed zombie's expression stiffened, and looking at the calm and elegant junior before it, a wave of terror engulfed it. What have you done to me? The newly born green-eyed zombie, with a hint of regret in its eyes, calmly replied, I'm also feeding on you. Glancing at Xiao Yi, whose eyes were blazing like fire looking at the fat man, it spoke coldly. The fat man did nothing wrong. If it weren't for him, I should be collecting your corpse right now. Xiao Yi, confused and incredulous, said, Boss Yao, do you also think she has a problem? There are 7 people above, armed and planning to ambush me. Do you think she wouldn't have a problem? Xiao Yi had contributed significantly to the base in recent days, so Yao Liangji was willing to waste a bit of time explaining. Xiao Yi's face completely stiffened, and Yao Liangji had no intention of waiting for him to calm down. Directly pinching his face, I don't have so much time to guide you. Follow me now. We need to clean up the zombies outside. I need to bring some things inside to deal with the problem. Outside, it had turned into complete chaos. Gunfire was dense. But not many zombies had fallen. Only 3 of the 6 engineering machines were still operational, but they were already surrounded by zombies, their tracks destroyed, and the control room was stained with fresh blood. The excavator's mechanical arm was still moving continuously, but as soon as it cleared a small pit, it would immediately be filled with dense zombies again. Xiao Yi, find a position for yourself and keep an eye on me. I will create opportunities for you. Fat man, go protect Xiao Yi, and remember, only the green-eyed zombies are not allowed to fire. Yao Lianji instructed Xiao Yi and the others, not allowing them to charge into the tide of corpses with him, as that would only lead to their deaths. No problem. Xiao Yi's professionalism was quite good. He quickly found a tall building to run into. Before long, a window on that building was smashed open, and Yao Lianji also ran towards a previously identified area. His physical condition was not at its peak after the previous encounter with the 6 quasi-green-eyed zombies. However, he did not want to let the 2 green-eyed zombies inside escape, nor could he allow them to complete their evolution peacefully, so it was worth taking some risks at this moment. Soon, some zombies noticed Yao Lianji's presence and crowded towards him. He only protected his head and paid attention to whether there were any high-level zombies nearby. He completely ignored the ordinary zombies, casually pulled the pins from the remaining 2 grenades, and tossed them towards the target. However, it was clear that the zombies had learned from this experience, as a howl rang out and all the surrounding zombies pounced on a small zombie. After 2 loud explosions, only a few surface zombies were cleared away, which effectively minimized the grenade's lethality. Seeing this situation, Yao Lianji felt a sinking sensation in his heart, but he did not stop his steps and continued to rush forward. As the pile of corpses dispersed, the zombie in the middle, whose eyes sparkled with green light, had just curled its lips into a mocking smile when its head was blown apart, followed by a sharp gunshot. Yao Lianji casually smashed the head of a black-eyed zombie, then leaped up forcefully, stepping on the zombie's head as he charged towards another target. Chapter 90. Strong pressure. The zombies clearly noticed the situation. They first stirred slightly in a small area. Then a small group of zombies started running towards the building where Xiao Yi and the others were sitting. Yao Lianji, who had been observing with his peripheral vision, felt a slight sigh of relief in his heart. as long as no green-eyed zombies went over. He believed that the fatty could ensure Chao Yi's safety. Yao Yangji's figure was naturally seen by Su Shuchu and the others. The mood, which had been somewhat low due to the zombie tide, immediately lifted, and gunfire became much more concentrated. The smell of gunpowder in the air had already neutralized the stench coming from the zombies. 5. Yao Yangji saw 5 focal points within the tide of zombies. And without thinking, it naturally represented the existence of 5 elite green-eyed zombies. Yao Yangji rushed towards a near center point, but the zombie did not sit idly by. It kept moving to maintain a certain distance from Yao Yangji, while directing other zombies to leap and obstruct his steps, exhausting his stamina. Breathing heavily, Yao Yangji smashed the head of a leaping zombie and looked at the green-eyed zombie that remained difficult to approach. He thought to himself, once these intelligent zombies gather together, unless he obtains a weapon of mass destruction level, it would be impossible to get close to them. After another unsuccessful attempt, Yao Yangji felt the fatigue and pain in his body, and without hesitation, he directly rushed towards Su Shuchu and the others. He could not delay any longer, otherwise, he would really be worn down by the zombie tide. Liangji, are you okay? At this moment, Yao Liangji's outer clothing was covered in scratches, and there were faint traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. As soon as he landed, he began to cough violently. Yao Liangji waved his hand, took out a dark green corpse crystal, and said to Su Shuchu, "Set it on fire. Let the supplies inside burn if they must. Give me half an hour. I need to recuperate." All right. Su Shuchu had wanted to set it on fire for a long time, but had delayed it due to Yao Liangji being inside. Buckets of gasoline were moved down from the truck and carried by several people into the tide of zombies. Luckily, they were all individuals who had absorbed corpse crystals. Otherwise, they would have had to operate machines to throw the gasoline barrels. In no time, dozens of barrels of gasoline were thrown into the zombie tide, and with the sound of gunfire, a series of massive explosions followed. Then, the scorching flames quickly spread, with the zombies igniting each other, pressing together and fueling the fire, causing it to grow even fiercer. Even though a few green-eyed zombies continuously howled and commanded to isolate the horde, nearly half of the zombies were ultimately consumed by the flames. Suddenly, alongside the zombies' roars, the flaming zombies charged towards Su Shuchu and the others. Upon seeing this, Su Shuchu's expression changed, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "Everyone, travel light and fall back." After retreating to a safe distance, half of the supplies in the convoy were also ignited by the burning zombies, resulting in another explosion. For a moment, the fiery zone separated the humans from the zombies, granting both a brief respite. Inside the shopping mall, hearing the roars of their kind, both the old and new green-eyed zombies became serious. The two zombies looked at each other in silence. One consumed the other's body, while the other eroded the other's soul. The two zombies, which were destined to separate life and death, suddenly halted their actions. The disabled zombie spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. "You win." The newly born zombie, expressionless, realized he was supposed to lose and did not mind losing. However, the appearance of Yao Liangji completely reversed the advantages and disadvantages between them. As long as he persisted for just one day, he would be devoured by this disabled green-eyed zombie and become the other's new sustenance. Yet, under the influence of the small part of his soul that had already merged with the other, he surprisingly felt pity for his kind's cries. At the same time, a strange spirit called sacrifice emerged. He clearly understood that if they continued to fight, once their equally ranked humans had their hands free, without the assistance of a zombie horde, they would not survive being surrounded by humans. "Predecessor, please go to your death." The devouring reversal began, and small flesh threads emerged from the newly born zombie, slowly wrapping around the disabled zombie. One human once asked me a question, and today I will ask you the same. Please, predecessor, go ahead. Can we zombies reproduce? This question momentarily stunned the newly born green-eyed zombie, and after a long silence, it hoarsely replied, "No, that's right, we can't. Our lifespan is limited. From the moment we gained wisdom, we knew we would die of old age, just like humans. On the path to death, the length of time does not matter. Only reproduction is the hope for our kind's continuation, yet we have lost the most important instinct. The newly born green-eyed zombie fell silent. After a long time, it spoke again. I once read in a human book, "Where there is a beginning, there must be an end. Where there is existence, there must be demise. Now I can transform it. Where there are people, there are corpses. As long as humans exist, our kind will not perish." As the flesh threads were about to close, the last voice emerged from the small flesh cocoon. I hope you are correct. This marked the transition between the old and new green-eyed zombies, with the old green-eyed zombie losing a fraction of luck. This meant that everything it had would become sustenance for the newly born zombie, directly helping it skip the weak phase and become a fully thriving new green-eyed zombie. Yao Yangji over there knows what happened, but at this moment he has no time to deal with it. He fully immerses himself in absorbing the corpse crystal to heal his injuries and advance further. After more than 20 minutes, Yao Yangji, without caring to catch his breath, directly gets out of the car and looks at the wall of fire in front of him. He turns and says, "Zhang Qingjie, Zhou Ting, Gufang Zhou. Each of you take a big truck and break through this wall of fire. I need to go in and kill those green-eyed zombies." Okay. The zombies that were already dead and injured have now become fuel for this wall of fire. Yao Yangji can no longer wait. Once the two green-eyed zombies inside determine the winner, they will command the remaining zombies, and in the end, it is still uncertain who will prevail. The roar of the big truck sounds, and Yao Yangji leads the way, directly crashing through the wall of fire, with Zhang Qingjie and the others closely following. Clearing a safe route. The smell of burning flesh fills the air, and the sizzling sound of grease gathers together, drowning out even the sound of the car engines. Glancing at the high-rise buildings behind the zombies, he notices that the gun barrel at the window is still there. Yao Yangji directly opened the car door and rushed towards the remaining zombies. As long as he cleared away the quasi-green-eyed zombies, he could safely hunt the two green-eyed zombies inside them all. Chapter 91. Rebirth. After experiencing the first wave of crushing by engineering machinery, the second round of gunfire, and a third wave of flames, there were now less than 2,000 zombies left. Upon seeing Yao Yangji's figure, the 5 quasi-green-eyed zombies immediately roared, urging the remaining zombies to surround him. Their eyes were filled with caution and fear as they looked at Yao Yangji. The sound of air bursting erupted, and Yao Yangji did not hold back at all as he charged directly at the few quasi-green-eyed zombies. Perhaps being together gave these 5 quasi-green-eyed zombies courage, as they did not retreat in the face of Yao Yangji's attack, and even actively closed in. Yao Yangji kicked with all his might, sending a black-eyed zombie flying. He knocked down a row of zombies behind him at an angle and continued to charge forward, stepping on the bodies of the zombies. The bodies of the zombies under Yao Yangji's feet continued to make cracking sounds, completely ignoring the attacks of ordinary zombies. Yao Yangji charged directly into the encirclement of 5 quasi-green-eyed zombies. Excitement and fear intertwined in the eyes of these 5 quasi-green-eyed zombies as they all attacked Yao Yangji simultaneously. The dark green claws glimmered with a chilling light, leaving no doubt about their sharpness. Yao Yangji, who had voluntarily entered the encirclement and lost his maneuvering space, showed no signs of panic on his face. With a swift motion of his right hand, he maneuvered the Rat King's claw, gripping the middle handle, and then flicked it upward to deflect the claws of the 2 zombies in front of him. Taking 2 steps forward, he pressed against the 2 zombies, feeling the claws of the ones following closely behind. Yao Yangji twisted the Rat King's claw in his right hand, using it to manipulate the 2 zombies in front of him. With a powerful thrust of his own body, he let the attacks from behind graze past him, while his left hand timely stabbed directly into the chin of a quasi-green-eyed zombie. With another twist, he pulled out the dagger and swiftly retreated. Yao Yangji's actions seem simple, but they are entirely based on his strength and courage. He also took advantage of the fear in the eyes of the 5 zombies. If it were Zhang Qingjie or any of the others, they would have been unable to control the timing of the attacks and would have been pierced by the zombies' claws. Only in the face of Yao Yangji do these 5 zombies hesitate slightly and hold back their strength. This also caused the 2 zombies closest to him to momentarily forget about biting him. Yao Yangji knew that he could only take this risk once. Now he was surrounded. and the zombies had become aggressive. If he continued like this, it would only lead to mutual destruction. There was hardly any time for the remaining 4 semi-green-eyed zombies to think before Zhang Qingjie drove his car, which was completely engulfed in flames at the front, straight into the horde. With a loud bang, a piercing sound followed, a splash of blood erupted, mixed with shattered skulls. And then the sound of a sniper rifle rang out. At this point, only 3 semi-green-eyed zombies remained. Following behind, Zhou Ting and Gu Fangzhou also drove into the fray, charging straight into the horde. Yao Yangji's presence gave them much more courage, unafraid of being surrounded by zombies. Roar! The remaining 3 semi-green-eyed zombies threw their heads back and howled. Meanwhile, the surrounding zombies became frenzied, attacking Yao Liangji and the others recklessly. In an instant, Yao Yangji felt a lot of pressure. No matter how many times he swung the Rat King Claw, the number of zombies around him showed no signs of decreasing. They pressed in on him relentlessly, while Zhou Ting and Gu Fangzhou dared not get out of the car, only able to control their large vehicle with a punctured tire as it spun wildly. Zhang Qingjie on the outskirts was also in despair, completely unable to understand what was happening. Yao Liangji gritted his teeth, watching the 3 green-eyed zombies that were still howling, their dark green blood flowing from their 7 orifices. This was a situation Yao Liangji had never encountered before. These 3 zombies were committing suicide in a unique way, enhancing the abilities of the surrounding zombies. But this couldn't last long. He had to hold on. Boom! The people who followed closely behind, including Su Shuchu, dare not fire blindly and could only throw grenades away from Yao Liangji and the others. Just as Yao Liangji was gritting his teeth and retreating, he suddenly felt a surge of heat in his body and instinctively dodged to the right. With a twist of his left hand, he flicked the zombie crystal dagger behind him, catching a glimpse of a green nail sliding past his neck. Then he felt a tremendous force coming from the left, which directly knocked him away and sent 3 or 4 zombies crashing to the ground. Yao Liangji didn't dare to waste even a moment to catch his breath and quickly rolled away, looking at the handsome face that was closely following him. Yao Yangji suddenly loosened his grip on the Rat King's claw with his right hand, firmly grasped one of the hands of the newly emerged green-eyed zombie, twisted it, and used the force to pull it to his chest, rolling over while keeping it close. His slightly numb left hand wielded the corpse crystal dagger and aimed it directly at the new green-eyed zombie's head, but it dodged, and the dagger instead plunged into its shoulder blade. The other claw of the new green-eyed zombie swept across Yao Liangji's back, but there was not a trace of blood. Realizing that Yao Liangji was twisting the corpse crystal dagger and preparing to attack again, the new green-eyed zombie had no choice but to kick Yao Liangji away. In this first confrontation, Yao Liangji was slightly at a disadvantage. After landing, Yao Liangji took off the other Rat King's claw from his back, then held the arrow with his left hand, and finally spat out a mouthful of blood. That zombie's knee strike was not easy to endure. So was he who came out, and so quickly. Yao Liangji was very confident in his judgment. He believed that the half-destroyed green-eyed zombie he had beaten was the one that had won the internal conflict. Of course, that was after he had cleared the zombies outside. But now, not only had the target changed, but the time had also advanced so much. As if feeling a sense of shame, the newly transformed green-eyed zombie tore a rather dirty piece of clothing from the other zombies nearby to cover its critical parts. Then, clumsily tying a knot, it didn't even pull out the dagger embedded in its shoulder blade. Thanks to you, otherwise I would have ceased to exist by tomorrow. After tidying up its inappropriate appearance, the new green-eyed zombie slightly frowned, took the corpse crystal dagger from its shoulder blade, and then held it in its hand. A clear roar echoed from the newly transformed green-eyed zombie's mouth, and the surrounding frenzied zombies immediately quieted down, all moving closer to it. However, the 3 near green-eyed zombies seemed to have lost all their strength, collapsing to the ground, their eyes filled with hope and submission as they looked at the new green-eyed zombie. Slowly closing their eyes, a clear sadness appeared in the eyes of the green-eyed zombie, which was soon replaced by a fierce glare directed at Yao Liangji and his group. At this moment, the crowd and the zombies stared at each other in silence. Chapter 92. Negotiation between humans and zombies slightly tilting its head. The green-eyed zombie looked faintly in the direction of Chao Yi's tall building, and then the sound of a sniper rifle shot rang out. Damn it! Chao Yi cursed inwardly in panic, unable to believe how the green-eyed zombie could dodge the sniper shot. This must be the special gun that the senior mentioned would make him die. I've seen it in books. It should be called a sniper rifle. The green-eyed zombie asked Yao Liangji with a calm expression. Yao Liangji is not surprised that the green-eyed zombie can dodge a sniper rifle, as the previous green-eyed zombie has already proven this. With an expressionless gaze, he casually replied, "It's a sniper rifle. Have you read a lot of human books?" As the product of a once brilliant civilization, we, as its descendants, naturally need to read and understand more. Yao Liangji smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be such a good student. I used to get a headache just looking at books." The green-eyed zombie stood in front of the horde, human-like, licking its lips and revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. "Then let me show you some books. Don't worry, I will be very patient. After all, you are the most interesting and strongest human I have ever seen." At this moment, neither of them dared to make the first move, as neither was confident they could survive. If it were one-on-one, Yao Liangji would have the courage to take a gamble, but there were others behind him. How many of them would be left if a fight broke out again? "I appreciate your kindness, but I still prefer to be with humans." Hearing this, the green-eyed zombie couldn't help but express regret. "We used to be humans too, but a single reign has made us so wary of each other. If we didn't keep an eye on each other, I think we wouldn't be so cautious. Don't you humans say that instinct is innocent? Our gaze at humans is instinctual, just like when you're hungry and look at rice or meat. But why do you look at me with such eyes? To eliminate evil and uphold justice." Interesting. Really interesting. This is what you humans call being thick-skinned, right? The more they communicated, the stronger Yao Liangji's desire to act recklessly became. This zombie had developed a sense of morality, but was not bound by it. If this zombie continued to evolve, with its understanding of human society, the potential harm it could cause was unknown to anyone. Sensing Yao Liangji's growing murderous intent, the newly formed green-eyed zombie also tensed up. "Liangji," Su Shuchu stepped forward, signaling Yao Liangji to look at the situation behind him. Yao Liangji glanced around. Apart from Su Shuchu, the high-end combatants were mostly injured. In this situation, attempting to forcefully kill the green-eyed zombie, surrounded by over 1,000 zombies, would come at a cost that Yao Liangji found hard to bear. Not to mention Su Shuchu and the others. Even he might not survive. However, Yao Liangji couldn't accept achieving such minimal results after expending so much effort. What are your thoughts? Yao Liangji knew that the green-eyed zombie shared a similar sentiment. The green-eyed zombie didn't mind its disadvantage. It only had some ordinary zombies left on its side, even if their numbers were 5 times that of the opposing side. It understood that with a human of the same level entangled with it, it couldn't command much. "Right now, I am slightly at a disadvantage. So you can make your offer. I want you to leave E City as far away as possible. I want the green crystal from your predecessor's mind. And I want you to leave all the remaining zombies behind." A hint of mockery flashed in the eyes of the green-eyed zombie. "Today we can pause. I can leave E City, but don't expect anything else." Yao Liangji's legs were tense. He could not afford to fall behind. In his view, if he did not obtain a green crystal today, it meant he was one step slower on the path of evolution. One step slow, every step slow. He did not want to be surrounded by zombies and die one day. Su Shuchu spoke at the right moment. Glancing at the 3 quasi-green-eyed zombies that had died with blood flowing from their 7 orifices on the ground. "You can take the remaining zombies, but the first 2 conditions are non-negotiable, and we must personally escort you out." Su Shuchu's words left the green-eyed zombies silent for a while. Their emotionally charged eyes shifted away from the 3 corpses and then looked towards the other dull zombies beside them. Finally, they slowly made a small cut in their waist and pulled out a crystal glowing with a brilliant green light. "I can give you the item, but as the first human to meet me, could you do me a small favor and give me a name?" The uniqueness of the soul begins with this small act. Yao Liangji was taken aback upon hearing this. "I'm not your parents. Can't you just handle this yourself?" The green-eyed zombie shook its head, the green crystal in its hand shining even more brilliantly under the sunlight. "Who gives themselves a name? It should have been given to me by a predecessor. But he died, so this responsibility naturally fell on you. Can I ask how he died and how you won?" It's hard to imagine feeling such complex, emotional changes from a zombie. There's nothing inconvenient about it. He was going to devour me, and there wasn't enough time. By the time you were free to help, we would both be dead. So he took the initiative to let me eat him. Yao Yangji first stiffened slightly, his eyes filled with complexity. I can't tell. It still has a spirit of sacrifice. The green-eyed zombie simply smiled, without commenting on this deceased predecessor. Sherry. You shall be called Sherry. As soon as Yao Yangji spoke, the green-eyed zombie's eyes slightly lit up. Sherry is good. I am indeed standing here, feeling guilty for inheriting the elder's legacy. Ding! The green crystal was bounced into Yao Liangji's hand, and with a slight perception, he knew the item was genuine. He then cupped his hands and said, I hope you won't make a sound on the way ahead. I will take you to the riverbank, and once you board the ship, our transaction will be officially completed. The market in Zone 5 is relatively abundant, and water transport is naturally more developed. Yao Yangji was not foolish enough to trust the zombie's words. Only by personally sending it down a path of no return could he feel secure staying in E-City. You need not be so wary of me. Soon, there will be other similar beings appearing in E-City, and they will encounter you just the same. At the very least, they won't be as fixated on me as you are, right? After nearly an hour's journey, Yao Liangji brought a group of zombies to the riverbank, activated the automatic cruise mode on a ship, and then watched as Sherry led over 1,000 zombies onto the deck. He ignored the fat man's subtle hints. Knowing it was unnecessary, the rushing river could not kill this group of zombies. Waving the Mouse King's claw, he severed the mooring rope. The person and the zombie exchanged silent glances, and after a long while, Sherry, with a beaming smile, waved his hand and shouted, I look forward to meeting you again in the future. Chapter 93. Yao Liangji was played. It was nearly dark when Su Shuchu finally came over, carrying 2 bags of zombie crystals, smiling as he said, Liangji, this time there are a total of 342 white zombie crystals, 84 black zombie crystals, and 6 quasi-green zombie crystals. The probability of zombie crystal production in this mall is slightly higher than that of ordinary zombies. But Yao Liangji didn't even look at them. He took out 3 quasi-green zombie crystals from his waist bag. Su Shuchu smiled as he took the crystals. A bit curious. What are you going to check? I just feel something is off. I need to go see where that green-eyed zombie evolved. Then I'll accompany you. Yao Liangji and the other person directly went to the second floor of the mall, pushed open the door, and the net-like meat strands inside had lost their vitality, becoming dull. In the center, the large meat cocoon was also opened with a big slit, revealing another small meat ball still existing inside. Yao Liangji's heart sank, and he jumped up directly. The Rat King's claws tore open the meatball inside, and then he saw another zombie's body, half digested. Damn, I actually got played by a zombie. On the other side, on a ship sailing who knows where, black blood kept oozing from the mouth of the relic. It forced itself onto the ship, held on until it disappeared from Yao Liangji's sight, and finally couldn't help but collapse. It was able to trick Yao Liangji to this extent. In the end, I still have the upper hand. Listening to the sound of rushing water, he murmured, When I recover, I believe we will meet again. What's wrong? Su Shuchu looked at Yao Liangji's frustrated expression, somewhat confused. This green-eyed zombie tricked me into thinking it had really completed its evolution, but in reality, it actively ended the evolution process and came out early. Its combat state definitely won't last long, yet I foolishly sent it to board the ship. Yao Liangji angrily crushed the zombie remains in his hand. No way. Can this zombie be so smart? It was so calm. It not only didn't escape when it came out early, but even actively attacked me and talked about human civilization. It seems that the aftereffects of its early emergence will be very serious and will last a long time. Otherwise, it shouldn't have taken such a big risk. Looking at the remains that fell beside Yao Liangji, Su Shuchu murmured, Could it really be that this zombie willingly sacrificed itself to be eaten? Yao Liangji was taken aback, and then suspiciously looked at the shattered remains beside him. Let's have Teacher Chu come in to clean up and see what can be found. Just this one incubation room should reveal a lot. After the zombies in the mall were cleared out, there were no threats to the base within a 3 to 4 kilometer radius. Of course, nearly 100 people would remain here forever, following the wishes of the deceased. with only the children left alive. These children will be taken care of by Su Shu-chu. For those with partners and friends, their wishes would also be honored, and their rightful share along with compensation would be distributed to designated individuals. The night was deep, and the moonlight was like frost. Although it was a cold winter night, there wasn't much chill felt. Whether sad or happy, everyone gathered around a large bonfire, either singing songs or playing instruments, dreaming of the future. After demonstrating the presence of a leader, Yao Liangji took 2 bottles of liquor in his coat, walking towards the edge of the firelight. Do you drink your white liquor warm too? The night made it hard for them to see each other's expressions, and with Su Shuchu's departure, Gu Fangzhou found himself speaking more openly for some reason. My memory seems to still linger in the company, back when that slightly chubby, timid person would shyly avoid eye contact, looking fearful after a confrontation. If you went back to that time today, would you still be like that? Gu Fangzhou couldn't tell if he felt disappointed or happy about Yao Liangji's changes, so he casually remarked, "For what can be settled, I'll help you submit the bill to the finance department, but this salary, I guess, will never reach your account." Yao Liangji inexplicably felt a bit of heartache. In the shadows, the hand he had already clenched tightened even more. His feelings for Gu Fangzhou had never been so intense. The initial admiration and gratitude, the mutual encouragement during the disaster, and the entanglement of the past 3 months that was both close and distant. He understood the awkwardness Gu Fangzhou felt in the base, and he also understood her pride. The emotional account between them seemed as if it could never be settled. Feeling a bit flustered under Yao Liangji's gaze, Gu Fangzhou shifted her body slightly, even though the night made it hard to see the color of her cheeks. Yao Liangji could clearly feel the warmth spreading across her face. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Gu Fangzhou's voice at that moment was like a kitten's whisper, carrying a hint of drunkenness. After the pressure, people naturally needed to release, and so did Yao Liangji. Thinking of the intimate things she had said when she was with Su Shuchu, Yao Liangji, emboldened by the alcohol, finally asked Fangzhou, "How do you eliminate the negative effects of your corpse crystal?" Clang. Gu Fangzhou first blushed with shame, then felt even more flustered, turning her head away. "Why do you care?" Chapter 94. Opening up, Gu Fangzhou's shy voice made Yao Liangji's heart race even more, and he reached out to hold her hand. Noticing the tremor in Gu Fangzhou's body, Yao Liangji tried to soften his tone. "Fangzhou, I like you. Do you know that?" Gu Fangzhou's body stiffened, choking back her words as she said, "But Shuchu is more suitable for you. There is no such thing as someone being more suitable. I like you. It only concerns the 2 of us. What about Shuchu? I want both." As he spoke the last part, Yao Liangji's voice grew louder, as if he were cheering himself on. Gu Fangzhou's embarrassment and anger surged. She tried to pull her hand away several times, but didn't move an inch. You shameless. I'm shameless, but this is also Shuchu's intention. I don't believe it. Really? Do you think I'm a child? Which girl would be willing to share a man when she couldn't eat anymore? Gu Fangzhou was about to retort casually, but quickly realized what Yao Liangji meant. The long-suppressed side effects of the corpse crystal also took the chance to emerge at that moment. Her whole body felt hot, and she gritted her teeth. "Yao Liangji, you really are shameless." Yao Liangji drew closer again, pulling Gu Fangzhou into his embrace. "But I don't want my feelings to be expressed, yet never acknowledged." Gu Fangzhou leaned against Yao Liangji's chest and slowly softened, tilting her head back, her eyes already filled with tears. With a choked voice, she said, "Liangji, don't pressure me. I don't want to be a mistress. I don't want to end up like my mom, being scorned and looked down upon for a lifetime." At this moment, all the romantic notions in Yao Liangji's heart dissipated, replaced only by a sense of pity filling his chest. "You want to be a mistress, and you want to be scorned. I want to be with you. I want the whole world to know. I want to give you a love that is open and honest. What I can give you is only my promise of love." Gu Fangzhou held Yao Liangji tightly, her tears quickly soaking his clothes, and then she suddenly lifted her head and kissed him directly. After a long time, Gu Fangzhou seemed to be suffocating and gently pushed Yao Liangji away. If it were before the disaster, Gu Fangzhou would never have been so bold. But this old world had ultimately broken the outdated social rules, widening the distance between people, and the uncertainty of life had led more people to follow their true nature. For instance, at this moment, half of the fire pit was already empty, and the sound of breathing had replaced the roars of zombies. Should we go into the building? Yao Yangji's throat was dry, and he looked at Gu Fangzhou with a thirsty gaze. Rolling her eyes, Gu Fangzhou blushed and said, "Dream on." Upon hearing there was no chance, Yao Yangji panicked, his speech trembling. But I. Gu Fangzhou lowered her head, reached out, and involuntarily added a bit of breathlessness. Just this once. Yao Yangji also knew that things couldn't progress too quickly. His expression softened, eyes slightly squinted in enjoyment, as his hands wandered continuously over Gu Fangzhou's body. I'll listen to you. The final result naturally involved using some other auxiliary techniques. With Gu Fangzhou's physical qualities absorbing the quasi-green corpse crystal, he could only helplessly acknowledge Yao Yangji's strength, ultimately coming to fully believe what Yao Yangji said. Su Shuchu indeed couldn't handle it alone. After rinsing his mouth, Gu Fangzhou looked at Yao Yangji with a soft, angry, and vigilant expression. Early the next morning, Su Shuchu came again with people, driving dozens of large trucks over. There were simply too many useful supplies in a huge shopping mall. Yao Yangji is not a gorilla, and apart from the corpse crystals, he doesn't want anything else. Just as he was thinking of finding an opportunity to talk to Su Shuchu about Gu Fangzhou, Su Shuchu hurriedly approached him. As the second in command of the base and the main person in charge of logistics, Su Shuchu had no choice but to be busy. He was running around, not even touching the ground, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him to be flirting with other girls here. So he had to wait until these 2 days were over to find a chance to clarify things with Su Shuchu. Su Shuchu also didn't notice Yao Liangji's expression. While directing others to sort out the supplies, he said, "Liangji, take a look at this spoils distribution list. If there are no issues, I'll distribute according to this list." Yao Yangji took a careful look at it and found that Su Shuchu was indeed a virtuous helper. The distribution of the spoils was quite fair. Yao Yangji considered for a moment and naturally wrapped his arm around Su Shuchu's waist. "Everything else is fine, but regarding the quasi-green corpse crystal, you should talk to Chao Yi about it later. If he decides to stay, distribute it to him as it is now. If he insists on leaving, give him a quasi-green corpse crystal, which will come from me. Additionally, I'll provide another one. Find someone who you can completely trust to cultivate it, as your own power is still too small." Su Shuchu frowned at Yao Liangji's arrangement for Chao Yi, and by the end, her expression had turned into a small frown. "Are you not afraid that one day I will take your power?" Yao Yangji's hand gently rubbed Su Shuchu's waist. "I'm just afraid you won't take my power. With Fatty and Chao Yi gone, some people's mind will definitely waver. Life here is too oppressive after all. Once you have power, you naturally want to enjoy it." "Surely not." Su Shuchu said this, but there was a knowing look on her face. "When I was here, they naturally wouldn't dare. But if something happens to me one day, how many will still be thinking about the situation?" Su Shuchu directly covered Yao Yangji's lips with her hand. "I won't allow you to say such things. Hee." As for how things are, both of them knew very well. After a brief pause, Su Shuchu said coyly, "Let me take a moment." After several unsuccessful attempts, Yao Yangji regained some clarity, lying tightly against Gu Fangzhou's body and stammering, I want to tell you something." Su Shuchu was not surprised at all. "It's about Fangzhou, right?" After saying this, a hint of a half-smile appeared in her eyes, filled with springtime affection. Under Su Shuchu's gaze, Yao Liangji couldn't help but gulp loudly, avoiding her gaze. "How did you know?" "Just looking at the way you two were staring at each other was enough. I only left for one night, and you've already cheated on me. Just wait and see how I teach you a lesson." Su Shuchu pretended to be angry, directly pinning Yao Liangji down, baring her teeth like a mother leopard. Chapter 95, a series of underhanded tricks. I don't want it anymore. You go find Gu Fangzhou, you go find Gu Fangzhou." Yao Yangji ignored him and said angrily, "You're both inexperienced and love to play. You've worked hard these past few days. Just sleep in tomorrow. Woo." After everything was done, Su Shuchu, with tear stains on her face, quickly fell into a deep sleep. Yao Yangji, feeling refreshed, covered her with a blanket. Then he took out the green corpse crystal, looking at it with a somewhat dazed expression. After a long while, Yao Yangji gave a self-deprecating smile. "If I'm already obsessed with this power, how could others not be?" With his mind made up, Yao Yangji following his usual habits, enveloped his spiritual energy around it. However, after just a minute or two, the green corpse crystal still hadn't melted. A chilling aura invaded his mind along his spiritual energy, leaving Yao Liangji with no time to react. Sherry! Yao Liangji gritted his teeth and shouted, suddenly waking Su Shuchu beside him. Liangji, what's wrong? I never expected you to wait 2 days before starting to absorb this corpse crystal. Yao Liangji did not blindly resist the chilling aura that invaded his mind, but instead tightly held onto the clarity of his spirit. Feeling the green energy that filled most of his mind, he said in a deep voice, "Is this the unique ability of your green-eyed level zombies?" Allowing the inexplicable energy to fill him, Yao Liangji remained unperturbed, observing coldly. After a stalemate between the two, the green energy could no longer be contained and actively launched an attack on Yao Liangji, who was steadfastly guarding his spirit. Yao Liangji, fully focused on defense, felt his self-awareness in his mind slowly shift from firm to wavering. Then, from wavering to becoming vague. Outside, Su Shuchu had already called Chu Zhaonan to her home barefoot. She dared not speak of this matter to anyone else, as Yao Liangji's current state was obviously not right. If others found out, who knows what kind of trouble might arise. As soon as Chu Zhaonan entered the room, she smelled the scent of bodily fluids from both genders. Yao Liangji had not specifically put on clothes while absorbing the zombie crystal, and combined with his strong and naked body, Chu Zhaonan, who was suppressed by the side effects of the zombie crystal, trembled slightly as if electrocuted. A glance at the bed sheets, which were wet in large part, made her momentarily forget her ethics as a healer. She turned her head away, her face flushed. "Zhaonan, why are you shy? Quickly look at Liangji. His condition is very wrong." Taking a deep breath, Chu Zhaonan did not dare to casually touch Yao Liangji's body. First, she carefully observed his physical state. Then her gaze fell on a solid green zombie crystal still in Yao Liangji's right hand. Frowning slightly, she softly called out a few times from outside. Yao boss. Yao boss." Chu Zhaonan was also unsure of what to do. After hesitating for a moment, she took out 2 thin slices of old ginseng from her medicine kit. Then she crushed a little hahuan bark to extract its juice, which she sent into Yao Liangji's mouth along with the ginseng slices. Originally on the verge of collapse and sweating profusely, Yao Liangji suddenly felt a rush of warmth in his mind after taking the medicine. Outside, Su Shuchu saw Yao Liangji's expression gradually easing, and her already weak body completely slumped down, startling Chu Zhaonan, who quickly supported her. "Shuchu, are you feeling unwell too?" No, just a bit fatigued." After Yao Liangji's condition stabilized, the atmosphere between the two women slowly became awkward. Everyone understands the matters between couples and tends to avoid them, and Chu Zhaonan, feeling a bit itchy all over, even slowed her breathing significantly, fearing that the scent would invade her nostrils again. "Yao Laoda should be fine now, so I'll leave first." "No." Su Shuchu quickly stopped her. "Yao Liangji hasn't woken up yet, and no one can guarantee that there won't be any more problems. Zhaonan, please, could you wait a bit longer? Just until Liangji wakes up." After saying this, Su Shuchu belatedly covered Yao Liangji with a thin blanket. At this moment, Yao Liangji's mind was finally settling down after a final surge of green energy. Looking at the gray substance floating in his mind, Yao Liangji struggled for a long time, suppressing his primal desire and directly forced it out of his mind. "Sigh, I don't know if it's an illusion, but I think I heard the voice of the relic again." Outside, an invisible energy radiated from Yao Liangji's body, and the green corpse crystal in his hand melted instantly, merging directly into Yao Liangji's body. Zhaonan looked quickly. Liangji is starting to absorb the corpse crystal. Chu Zhaonan lowered her gaze from the ceiling, but before she could speak, she felt a cool sensation invade her mind. With a soft gasp, she immediately closed her eyes, and on the other side, Su Shuchu looked nearly the same. On a dark, long river, a ship had long burned through all its fuel and could only drift with the river's current. As the moonlight shone down, a handsome man on the ship opened his eyes. Although the green in his eyes was dim, it remained pure. "Is it still not taken down yet?" In the grain and oil market, after Yao Liangji expelled the gray substance from his body, a familiar sensation quickly washed over him. He didn't even have time to open his eyes before concentrating his spirit and carefully absorbing the energy of the corpse crystal. Unlike the previous corpse crystal, the green corpse crystal provided comprehensive enhancement to the human body. Yao Yangji could clearly feel that his somewhat exhausted mental power was slowly recovering under the enhancement of the corpse crystal. After an unknown amount of time, Yao Liangji and the other two almost simultaneously opened their eyes. But before Yao Liangji could speak, a wave of greed instantly overwhelmed his mind. And relying solely on the scent he caught with his nose, he recklessly lunged towards the two people in front of him. "Ah, Liangji, what are you doing?" Teacher Chu is still here. Chu Zhaonan, who had just inexplicably gained some benefits, had no time to ask questions before witnessing a spectacular scene. Rationality told her to leave quickly, but one of her thighs was firmly held down by Yao Liangji. Moreover, Yao Liangji's hand kept sliding over it, causing the suppressed effects of the corpse crystal that she had endured for nearly 4 months to completely collapse, and she could only instinctively wrap herself around Yao Liangji. Chapter 96. Accidents always come first after a long while. Su Shuchu's body was tense as she cried out, trying to help Chu Zhaonan move Yao Liangji's body away. You go deal with Zhaonan. I really can't take it anymore, boo-hoo." Yao Liangji also readily followed suit, effortlessly bringing Chu Zhaonan, who was behind him, to the front. Following the pull, the high-pitched gasping sound echoed again, and this time, the remaining half of the bed also became damp. After exchanging countless times, the three of them finally embraced each other and fell into a deep sleep. Last night was a celebration banquet, so apart from those who needed to be on duty in the morning, everyone else woke up quite late. Therefore, they did not notice anything unusual. Although the winter sunshine was not scorching when it streamed through the glass window, illuminating the entire bedroom, the temperature in the enclosed room quickly rose. Yao Liangji groggily opened his eyes and felt a soft body lying on him, with a cheek tightly pressed against his chin, long black hair cascading down, which stirred some reaction in his energetic self. He slightly moved his head to seek that tender touch, and when their lips met, both instinctively extended their tongues to intertwine. Liangji, a whisper, sounded from beside him. Yao Liangji's right hand, which had climbed onto the curvy hip, slightly stiffened as his eyes met those that opened beneath the long hair. Their tongues were still entwined when a muffled scream suddenly rang out. Su Shuchu looked at the two, who were both embarrassed, feeling both amused and exasperated. At the same time, she was quite glad she had called Chu Zhaonan over last night. Otherwise, given Yao Liangji's unconscious state yesterday, she might have needed Chu Zhaonan's rescue now. Regarding what happened yesterday, she understood Chu Zhaonan's proactive approach. After all, the side effects of the corpse crystal could be managed alone if there were no external stimuli. Yesterday, Chu Zhaonan had stayed in such an ambiguous environment with them for so long and then witnessed a live adult scene. It was indeed surprising that he could hold on. "Why are you, a big man, being so silent?" After regaining full consciousness, the absurd memories of last night lingered in the minds of the three. When Su Shuchu said this, her eyes were filled with an overflowing spring-like expression. Teacher Chu, don't worry. Yao Liangji, will definitely take responsibility until the end. Last night had been so absurd, and this morning, before even opening his eyes, there was another passionate kiss, which made Yao Liangji, who often yelled at Chu Zhaonan, feel an inexplicable awkwardness, as if the dynamics of their relationship had reversed in an instant. Chu Zhaonan was also a person with pride. Although he had mixed feelings about Yao Liangji, he wouldn't let Yao Liangji feel obligated to take responsibility just because of some sense of duty. A union without emotions held little attraction for her. "What do you mean by responsibility? Do you need to take responsibility? You tell me how you feel about Zhaonan. If you don't feel anything, would I still force you to take responsibility?" This statement might be inappropriate for other women, but it was just right for Chu Zhaonan, especially coming from Su Shuchu, the main wife, which indicated her friendly attitude towards Chu Zhaonan, who had inserted himself into the situation. Indeed, as soon as Su Shuchu spoke, Chu Zhaonan's breathing immediately calmed down a lot. Feelings, there are definitely feelings. Teacher Chu is gentle and friendly, both in his medical skills and in dealing with zombies, which is impeccable. Naturally, I am also moved. However, her habit of always opposing me makes me grind my teeth. If she could be a bit more obedient, that would be perfect. Su Shuchu didn't indulge him. With a jealous expression, she pinched the soft flesh around Yao Liangji's waist. You really are something. First Fang Zhou, then Zhaonan. Aren't you afraid of being drain dry? Chu Zhaonan could sense Yao Liangji's sincerity, and a heavy stone in his heart fell. He also understood Su Shuchu's last statement. Not to mention anything else, since Su Shuchu, the main wife, had no objections. How could he, a later arrival, suggest anything to Gu Fangzhou? Besides, he was still feeling weak all over and had no mood to be jealous. You're too domineering. You can't even allow me to say otherwise, Chu Zhaonan whispered. At this point, Su Shuchu knew it was about time, so, disregarding the sudden exposure, she wore a look that seemed to say you've got it easy and kicked Yao Liangji off the bed. Go make breakfast. I'm starving. Yao Liangji awkwardly put on his clothes and then hurriedly left the bedroom, leaving the two women inside to whisper to each other. By the time breakfast was ready, the two women had dressed neatly and come out, but it was clear that Chu Zhaonan was struggling a bit more to walk. He used his eyes to stop Yao Liangji, who wanted to be attentive. The two women supported each other as they sat down. Once the atmosphere among the three returned to normal, Su Shuchu took the initiative to ask about what happened to Yao Liangji last night. Mentioning this made Yao Liangji feel uneasy. His expression darkened, and through gritted teeth, he recounted everything that had happened in his mind yesterday. The danger in his account made both Su Shuchu and Chu Zhaonan stiffen. They exchanged glances and suddenly remembered the energy that had entered their heads yesterday. Liangji, it seems we absorbed something yesterday. After you calmed down, we felt a surge of silvery, cool energy entering our minds. Do we also get affected by that green-eyed zombie? Yao Liangji was startled at first, standing up straight and wanting to reach out, but then he immediately reacted. What color? Su Shuchu and Chu Zhaonan exchanged glances again. Silver white. Damn, that little demon of a relic. I'm lucky to be so alert. Yao Liangji did not forget that the gray energy he expelled from his mind was definitely related to the arrangement of the relics, even though he didn't know what the gray represented. Although he was certain there shouldn't be any problem, Yao Liangji still held the hands of the two girls and cautiously delved into their minds to investigate. After a long while, he finally opened his eyes with a tired but joyful expression. You two, try absorbing a black corpse crystal. The two girls were a bit puzzled, but they followed Yao Liangji's instructions. After more than 20 minutes, they opened their eyes in surprise. How's it so fast? Juzan et Golim. While Su Shuchu had already learned the reason from Yao Liangji, so she was not surprised at all. Yao Liangji pointed to the spoon on the table again. Concentrate, and see if you can make the spoon in front of you float. The two women followed Yao Liangji's instruction, focusing their minds, and soon the spoon began to float. However, they didn't have time to feel happy about it before they started to feel a bit dizzy, and with a bang, the spoon fell directly to the ground. After a while, the two women finally calmed down, eagerly waiting for Yao Liangji's explanation. Chapter 97. Farewell. Yao Liangji pondered for a moment and organized his thoughts. This ability I refer to as spiritual power. Its functions, based on my current research, include the speed of absorbing corpse crystals, combat perception, and probing into the human condition. After recovering a bit, Chu Zhaonan's eyes lit up. She seemed to forget her shyness and directly approached Yao Liangji, grabbing his hand with a face full of excitement, and said, "Let me try." Chu Zhaonan's expression turned even more joyful, and after a long while, she opened her eyes. Really, in the future, I won't have to worry too much during surgeries anymore. After saying this, Chu Zhaonan, filled with hope, asked, Liangji, can Gu Meng and the others do this too? Yao Liangji's discomfort flashed by, but he quickly returned to normal. Besides Su Shuchu, Chu Zhaonan is now the first to actively approach him without triggering his physical stress response. Grasping Chu Zhaonan's hand in return, Yao Liangji let out a. This enhancement of mental strength leaves me just as confused. I only heard you two mention absorbing the energy I forced out, which is why I allowed you to try it. As for others, I genuinely have no way at the moment. Chu Zhaonan calmed down, a hint of regret flashing in her eyes. Just hearing Yao Liangji speak made her feel the danger within, and she questioned whether she could endure it, unwilling to let Yao Liangji take that risk again. At this moment, Chu Xiaonan noticed that Yao Liangji was tightly holding her hand. Her body, already sensitive, reacted quickly, and she stole a glance at Yao Liangji with her watery eyes. Yao Liangji slightly licked his lips, but knowing he couldn't indulge any longer, he suppressed that feeling. Hurry up and eat, it's getting late. Looking at the time, Chu Xiaonan suddenly exclaimed in realization, then turned to Su Shuchu for help. Shuchu, can we go down a bit later? Su Shuchu had no intention of going out today. She couldn't even walk properly. If she went out, she'd just be laughed at. So she agreed. Let's have breakfast first and then sleep for a while. After Yao Liangji went downstairs, he first went to find Gu Fangzhou to tease her a bit and share with her the information that Su Shuchu was aware of. However, Gu Fangzhou unexpectedly ran away shyly. She really didn't expect that her relationship with Yao Liangji was so obvious to those who were perceptive. Yao Liangji didn't pursue it either. He knew he needed to give Gu Fangzhou some time, especially with the unexpected appearance of Chu Xiaonan, so he didn't shamelessly cling on. A day passed as Yao Liangji wandered around bored, and in the evening, the fatty and Chao Yi approached him together, and their decision hadn't changed at all. I won't interfere. As long as those who follow you are willing to leave together, I won't stop them. We've been through hardships together, so don't hesitate to ask for anything you need, whether it's food, vehicles, or weapons and medicine. Just speak up. Chao Yi's expression was complex as he thought about Su Shuchu bringing Zhang Qingjie to talk to him, and he recalled his own irrational behavior in the mall. He wanted to stay, but he knew his personality couldn't fully integrate into this team. So when he learned that there was still an official organization on the other side, he decided to leave. I need to take 5 people with me. The others don't mind living here, so let them continue to survive with you, Boss Yao. Not everyone shared Chao Yi's thoughts. After arriving at the grain and oil market, many people felt a long-lost sense of safety again. Moreover, with the temptation of the corpse crystals ahead, most people didn't want to take the risk of following Chao Yi to stir things up. Su Shuchu had already discussed this with Yao Liangji, so he wasn't surprised. After all, he was also thinking about the group of technicians in Chao Yi's team, so his voice unconsciously carried a hint of joy. When are you leaving? Just make a list of what you need, and you can pick it up from the warehouse. We're leaving tomorrow morning. Supervisor Su has already prepared everything for us. I hope Boss Yao can thank Supervisor Su for us. In the future, if the mountains are high and the waters are long, we may meet again. Definitely. After Chao Yi left, Yao Liangji turned to look at the fatty, who had been holding back his words, and joked, "What's the matter? Can't bear to leave?" The fatty laughed casually. "I really do feel a bit that way, but I'm used to being wild. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep up with Boss Yao's rules, so to avoid being cut by you, it's better for me to take the initiative." Looking at the silvery moonlight, the sky had become much clearer after human activities paused. "Where are you planning to go?" "H City." The fatty's eyes showed a bit of struggle. Yao Liangji didn't ask about the reason, but instead sighed. "That's quite far. It spans across a province." "Are they all going with you?" They naturally knew who Yao Liangji was referring to, and his expression was slightly subdued. "Bai Lian will come with me. I'm not forcing the other two. Bai Lian is really a good person. Don't let her down. In this world, even fathers and sons can go their separate ways, let alone a couple that met halfway. With an unclear purpose for his journey, finding someone willing to accompany him could be considered true love." The Z's gaze also softened. He never expected that the unfortunate woman he had encountered back then would be the one steadfastly by his side. "Yao Lauda, I've had an uncertain piece of news that I don't know whether to share with you." Yao Liangji understood that the choice was handed to him by the fat man, so he smiled calmly. "As long as the benefits are substantial, that's all that matters. Before the disaster, I was actually an antiquities dealer. In my early years, due to some reckless actions, I got to know people from various industries, so I have quite a wide range of information. This time I came to East City to scout out an ancient tomb, but by chance I stumbled upon a drug trafficking gang, the owners of the batch of goods from last time. From these people, I learned that they have a professional drug manufacturing factory in a mountain village in East City, equipped with all the necessary independent facilities and living supplies. I don't think Boss Yao wants to make this place, which could face a zombie horde at any moment, their base of operations. Since facing the green-eyed zombies, especially after seeing the relic, Yao Liangji's desire to move has grown stronger. The grain and oil market is not suitable as a base camp. It feels more like a forward outpost, where Yao Liangji can conveniently access resources from the entire E-city. However, it is not suitable for development. At least, the vegetables currently grown at the base have to be supplied in limited quantities, let alone fresh meat. Location. Yao Liangji's eyes lit up. It was just the right opportunity. Boss Yao, you know I'm not interested in drugs, so I didn't bother to verify. No problem. In Dasheng village, Jia County, next to a small waterfall. Yao Liangji is unaware of the truth regarding the drug factory. However, a brief inquiry with Chu Zhaonan would naturally clarify the professional aspects of it, such as the production requirements and environment for those drugs. By comparing and analyzing, he could get a rough idea and then consider whether it should be prioritized for exploration. Chapter 98, Drug Den Pongzi. I hope we can meet again in the future, Yao Liangji said with a touch of blessing. We will, Pongzi replied confidently. Yao Liangji habitually propped the door with something, then removed all his gear and approached the two women wearing only a silk shirt. He began to recount the events of the day at the base, and Chu Zhaonan quickly shed any shyness under Yao Liangji's serious demeanor. After listening to Yao Liangji, Chu Zhaonan was silent for a moment before analyzing. The raw materials for those types of psychoactive drugs are strictly controlled in our country. Normally, every gram of them must be accounted for under the supervision of relevant authorities. So, I tend to think that the drug dealer's source of raw materials is self-cultivation. These plants prefer a humid and warm growing environment, and the climate in East City fits that description well. Is it very likely what that fat guy said? Chu Zhaonan maintained his rigorous habit, merely stating that it was a strong possibility. At this moment, Su Shuchu interjected, holding a greenhouse-grown tomato and putting it to her rosy lips. We could just ask Chao, Yi, and the others about this. If there are drug manufacturing factories in East City, then drug-related cases are bound to come up. Su Shuchu's words brightened Yao Liangji's eyes, and he picked up the wireless communicator to inquire with Chao Yi. A few minutes later, Yao Liangji put down the walkie-talkie, a smile on his face, and said, "Tomorrow I'll take some people to explore the Chung village." Su Shuchu slightly lifted her skirt, revealing her fair and firm thighs. With a teasing look in her eyes, said, "You should go take a shower first." Chu Zhaonan, on the other hand, kept his head down, his legs tightly crossed, gripping the hem of his silk skirt, not saying a word. Yao Liangji humorously and impatiently licked his lips. It seemed that after Su Shuchu gained another teammate, her confidence had increased significantly, and she dared to openly provoke him. The fact proved that if it doesn't work, it simply doesn't work. Even if Su Shuchu took the lead and used some techniques to give Yao Liangji a disadvantage at first. However, once the formal battle began, the two girls kept begging for mercy until Yao Liangji's heart softened, allowing them to catch their breath. After Yao Liangji discussed the situation with Gu Fangzhou in the morning, he took Zhang Qingjie, Zhou Ting, and 5 others to drive to Dasheng village in Jia County. Leaving the urban area of East City, Yao Liangji felt much less cautious and even played music in the car. Looking at the green mountains and fields outside the car window, even the cold of December couldn't completely erase it. The distance from the grain and oil market to Jia County was only about 40 kilometers, but with all the stops along the way and to avoid the urban area, it wasn't until sunset that Yao Liangji and the others finally arrived at Dasheng village. Although it was called a village, Dasheng village only had a little over 20 households. As soon as Zhang Qingjie got out of the car, he couldn't help but curse. This village is way too remote. It actually took us a full 2 hours to get here from Jia County. Yao Liangji did not speak, but frowned as he looked at the tranquil little village. So quiet that not even the slightest sound of zombies could be heard. Be careful, there should be people here. Crack! Zhang Qingjie and the others immediately disengaged the safety on their guns, shouting, "You stay here to watch the car. Qingjie and I will go in and take a look." The houses in Dasheng village are built against the mountains, winding along the mountain path, gradually spiraling upwards. Logically, in the pre-disaster society, cutting down trees and hunting were prohibited, so such a small village should be relatively poor. However, the houses here are all built quite luxuriously, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them villas. Yao Yangji brought Zhang Qingjie to the front of the first house. The two entered the house one after the other to search. After a long while, they met in the dimly lit room. Some things were missing. Yao Yangji let out a sigh of relief. Normally, how could those who are still alive overlook them? Let's split up and finish searching these houses first. If there's no one here, it means we came to the right place. More than half an hour later, Yao Yangji arrived at the village entrance, his face showing some joy. We will stay here for the night, and tomorrow we will meet this group of survivors. This search was not without any gains. At the very least, we saw more than 40 newly dug graves. With a commitment to the truth, Yao Yangji naturally dug out a few of them, only to find that they all died from gunshot wounds, and the calibers were different. Soon, Zhang Qingjie also ran over, holding a flapping old hen in his hand, looking even happier than when he absorbed the semi-green corpse crystal. Haha, boss Yao, look at what I caught. Gulu. Yao Yangji and the others looked almost as pleased as Zhang Qingjie. Yao Yangji casually copied it down, greedily yet restrainedly looking at the lively old hen in his hands. The repression of the past 5 months erupted at this moment, and the impulse it brought was no less intense than the side effects caused by the corpse crystal back then. Qingjie, where did you find this? Just in a pile of wild grass. I heard the calls and then went to look. Let's go. Let's find out right away. Whether our lives can improve in the future depends on whether it has a husband and children. Yao Yangji grew up in the countryside and was naturally aware of the frequency with which hens lay eggs, even if the villagers of Desheng village accidentally overlooked it. Judging by the dust accumulation on these houses, this old hen had at least been outside for no less than 2 months, with at least 30 or 40 eggs existing. After more than 10 minutes of searching with excitement, the 7 people proved that Yao Yangji's guess was correct. Among the dry fallen branches of the cedar trees, Yao Yangji found a total of 37 fresh eggs. The old hen was treated as a guest of honor by Yao Yangji, tied with a thin rope in the trunk of the car, and even given a little nest made of fur, along with a small bowl of white rice. Meanwhile, the 7 of them were in a room, gathered around a pile of burning wood, cooking a long-awaited egg feast. Taking a bite, Zhang Qingjie was brought to tears. Although he had eaten various canned goods and seafood dry products while following Yao Yangji over the past few months, nothing compared to this simple egg at that moment. The last time he felt this comfortable was when eating fish at the mountain park. This was the only time Yao Yangji had to compete with his subordinates for food. The next morning, Yao Yangji indulged himself by frying a sunny-side-up egg and then looked hopefully at the mountain peaks hidden in the clouds. Yao Yangji casually pointed to 2 people to stay behind and guard the vehicles, then led Zhang Qingjie and the others upstream along the stream. There was no path by the mountain stream. The water cascaded down from above, crashing against the hard rocks, splashing into droplets that nourished the wild grass and moss nearby, making the ascent difficult and dangerous. Given Yao Yangji and their physical condition, it took them almost an hour to see a small waterfall, and there were clearly figures moving nearby. Chapter 99, A Paradise on Earth. Whoosh, the figures instantly froze. Zhou Ting, go check on the left. Qingjie, you go check on the right. See clearly how many people are in this drug den. Yao Yangji frowned as he looked at the few people by the waterfall pool who appeared a bit off, numb and frail. Not much different from some addicts before the disaster. All right, boss Yao. Zhou Ting and Zhang Qingjie did not directly mention Yao Yangji's decision, even though with their strength, they could easily push through. Yao Yangji understood the psychological resilience of drug dealers in a society before the disaster. They were already living on the edge, let alone after the disaster. He couldn't comprehend why so many people were involved in drug production. What was the mental state of these individuals? Were there any detained or guarded people? Zhou Ting and Zhang Qingjie exchanged glances. No. What about the gender ratio? Zhou Ting knew that Yao Yangji was worried about the possibility of these drug dealers engaging in human trafficking. So after a moment of contemplation, she firmly replied, "There are a little over 30 men and just over 20 women." It was clear that this was a drug production den involving the entire village, which had directly hidden in the mountains after the disaster. Everyone split up. Aside from a few key individuals, the rest were to be dealt with quietly. Yao Yangji and the other 2 naturally have the confidence to dodge bullets, but the other 2 don't need to take that risk. After all, In a drug-producing village like this, there are basically no good people. It's much more convenient to clean it up all at once. All right, boss Yao. Yao Yangji quietly entered the stone house built in the poison nest, holding a recast corpse crystal dagger. Looking at the starkly different architectural styles inside and out, he couldn't help but marvel at the immense allure of money. He could hardly imagine how the modern machines inside this stone house were brought up. Before coming up, he had looked around. There was basically no path up the mountain, and he had to crawl step by step through the woods. Remembering Chu Xiaonan's instructions, Yao Yangji took out a phone that could only play music and take pictures, snapped a few photos, and then swaggered back outside. In just 10 minutes of stealth, Zhou Ting and her team had completed their task. Pushing open a wooden door, Yao Yangji saw two men and one woman kneeling half-naked on the ground. One man was built like an iron tower, muscles bulging, while the other had a slender and fair figure with an air of scholarly elegance. Lastly, the woman, though only described as handsome, had a fair and tender figure, especially her chest, which was truly as robust as a basketball. At that moment, with each breath, the muscles beneath her arms surged. With a casual glance, Zhou Ting and Zhang Qingji each took the woman and the muscular man outside, while Yao Liangji seemed completely unguarded, looking at the still calm and elegant man in front of him. Not bad with the skills. Which school did you graduate from? Nanyang Technological University. The elegant man's voice was as rich as his figure and demeanor, if it weren't for catching 3 people in a bed. Yao Yangji might have even offered him a cigarette. You seem to be doing quite a big business, but how should I address you? The elegant man showed no sign of panic in his eyes, even carrying a hint of nonchalance. Due to life circumstances, you can call me when Shanyu. Not afraid? At this point, fear is out of the question when Shanyu appeared quite relaxed. At this point, Yao Yangji found himself unsure of what to ask when Shanyu. Asking about the lower tiers and channels was something the police should do. After a silence of several seconds, Yao Yangji finally found a topic for himself. Where did you get these firearms? I contacted arms dealers overseas and smuggled them in, when Shanyu replied, raising his head curiously to look at Yao Yangji. Are we lax in our defenses, or are you not ordinary? With dozens of people in the entire camp, there was not a single sound at this moment. Both, I suppose. The people under Wen Shanyu were no longer merely lax in their defenses. They had simply become addicts, confined in such a mountain hollow. They lost other forms of entertainment from traditional human society and the money and status earned at the risk of their lives. With an endless source of pleasure nearby and no worries about the sudden arrival of the police, wouldn't they be lost in a drunken stupor? Yao Yangji found the choices of Wen Shanyu and others quite strange. Some people had guns, yet they didn't go to the county to gather supplies. Instead, they chose to live in seclusion. This is quite different from the stereotype people have of drug dealers. If you have guns, why hide in the mountains? In this gun-controlled society, you should have the insight and courage to take a risk and become a local warlord. When Shanyu's expression remained unchanged. I've been there. Anyone would go outside to assess the situation if faced with this. Dealing with nearly 100 zombies in the village has already used up all our bullets. What do we do to face the sea of corpses outside? A group of monsters that can only be killed by headshots means going out is death, while staying put allows us to survive. How can I go against everyone's wishes? When Shanyu didn't express his own thoughts, he only conveyed the will of his team. From his tone, it was clear that he had made attempts. But how could a frail scholar sway others to take risks together? You're really a pathetic leader. Yao Yangji shook his head and sighed. Leader? Who said I'm the leader? Yao Yangji frowned. Not you? Is it that muscular guy? It's my cousin. At this moment, when Shanyu's expression changed slightly, his eyes filled with a mix of infatuation and disgust. Just then, Zhou Ting walked in covered in blood. Boss Yao, that woman tried to ambush me, and I killed her. Upon hearing this, when Shanyu's eyes immediately went blank, then he revealed a sickly smile and burst out laughing, saying, She died well indeed. Yao Yangji furrowed his brow. He didn't know how to deal with Wen Shanyu. This person was undoubtedly a talent, but he was also one of the core figures in this den of vice. Before the disaster, his crimes could fill several magazines, but now Yao Liangji hesitated. After a while, Zhang Qingjie also rushed in, leaned close to Yao Liangji, and murmured a few words, causing Yao Yangji's face to display a myriad of expressions. Then, with a face full of constipation and strangeness, he said to Wen Shanyu, "It's not easy for you either. Could you elaborate?" Chapter 100. The transition between poor and rich. Wen Shanyu stopped his manic expressions, fell silent for a long time, as if something had been weighing on his heart. Suddenly wanting to express it to someone else made him forget his words a bit, and Yao Liangji didn't rush him, quietly waiting for him to speak. Deshang village was actually a very remote village. In the past, it primarily relied on the mountains for sustenance, making a little money from mountain goods. Although life was tough, it was bearable. Later, with national development and economic prosperity, along with stricter control over forest resources, Deshang village quickly fell behind other villages. Almost every year, someone was taken away by the police for illegal logging, and Wen Shanyu's cousin-in-law's husband was one such case. It is often said that poverty breeds change, and Deshang village was no exception. Wen Shanyu's cousin-in-law, Wen Ying, met Wen Shanyu's cousin while working outside in their early years. Because Wen Ying had seen the world, upon understanding the situation in Deshang village, she took the initiative to work with the villagers to gather some sought-after non-protected mountain goods and started outdoor farming, which significantly increased the village's income. The villagers had a deep sense of admiration for this capable outsider. However, things didn't go as planned. With the strengthening of environmental protection and market changes, many products from Deshang village could no longer be sold. To alleviate financial pressure, Wen Shanyu's cousin secretly went into the mountains to deal in rare plants and animals. After walking the night roads too many times, he was naturally caught by the police. And ultimately, because of the large quantity of flora and fauna he had sold, he was sentenced to death, leaving Wen Ying alone in Deshang village. Admiration, infatuation, and the youthful blood of the villagers led the wisest man in Deshang village, Wen Shanyu, to quickly succumb to Wen Ying's tender affection. Following Wen Ying's plan, he chose to study abroad. Then, with the money raised by the entire village, under Wen Ying's arrangement, he entered the drug manufacturing business. Even though Wen Shanyu knew it was wrong, the warmth from Wen Ying and the smiles on the villagers' faces made him selflessly throw himself into the drug trade. In his youth, Wen Shanyu once asked his cousin-in-law why she chose this path. He would always remember how Wen Ying sat on him, swaying as she cried and lamented. They all carry the death penalty. It's better to choose one that makes more money. It turned out that Wen Ying was indeed capable for 7 years. She had the police wrapped around her finger. If it weren't for the disaster, perhaps Deshang village could have survived for another 7 years or even become a wealthy village. After returning home, Wen Shanyu proposed to Wen Ying several times, but each time he was rejected. Later, Wen Shanyu understood how Wen Ying had persuaded the leaders of each family in Deshang village. She had seduced them one by one, until she had sent Wen Shanyu abroad, until Deshang village had prospered and turned into a den of vice. The corruption brought about by wealth and power, regardless of gender, had completely twisted Wen Ying's psyche. She had long regarded herself as a queen, demanding whatever she wanted in Deshang village. Then came the disaster, a manifestation of a woman's insecurity and fear, which confined Deshang village within the mountains. For Wen Ying knew that once they stepped outside, the men would realize they could have more say. Yao Yangji couldn't comment on such a contradictory woman. However, he didn't fully trust Wen Shanyu's words. So he reached out and pressed his hand on Wen Shanyu's head, using the techniques he learned from the zombie body of Shay Li to directly invade Wen Shanyu's mind with his spiritual power. After a long while, Yao Yangji slowly released his hand and looked at Wen Shanyu with a strange expression, gasping for breath. Wen Shanyu finally showed fear in her eyes and trembled as she asked, What did you do to me? Can I survive?" Once she calmed down, Wen Shanyu asked this question. Yao Yangji had a high tolerance for talented individuals. Moreover, being with him was a daily struggle for survival, as one could die at any moment. If one ignored the blood on Zhou Ting, Wen Shanyu would believe it. But now, with her intelligence, it was clear that this Yao boss needed her help with certain tasks. After a moment of silence, Wen Shanyu asked, "What about the others? They really went to the blissful world, right?" Taking a deep breath, Wen Shanyu raised her head and revealed a smile. "I want to go out and take a look. After all, my mother always hoped I could become a person useful to the country when she was alive." Yao Yangji recalled a uniquely designed new grave at the foot of the mountain. From his memory of Wen Shanyu, Yao Liangji knew that it was his mother, and he reached out to pull Wen Shanyu up. But he thought to himself that he would have to bury her again later. Otherwise, it would sound bad if word got out that he had dug up his subordinate's mother's grave. When Wen Shanyu came out, he saw the woman he had loved his entire life, who had also ruined his life, lying on the ground covered in blood. Next to her were the villagers he despised, their emaciated and cold bodies piled together, devoid of their former madness. Shanyu, Shanyu, save me, save me. A muscular man, at that moment, spoke with a hint of charm in his voice. When Shanyu then noticed that the muscular man was kneeling beside him, his body bruised and purple, his gaze not daring to meet Yao Liangji and the others, only able to plead for mercy to Wen Shanyu, who had come out with Yao Liangji and the others. Boss Yao, can you give me a gun? Yao Liangji smiled and handed over his pistol. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Shanyu pulled out the gun and shot. From then on, only Wen Shanyu remained in the entire Desheng village. Feeling relieved? Yao Liangji said with a hint of seriousness. Thank you, but some people ultimately cannot let go. Pointing the gun at himself, Wen Shanyu returned the pistol to Yao Liangji and asked tentatively, Can I take care of Wen Ying's burial? Yao Liangji nodded and then took Zhou Ting and Zhang Qingjie to the pig pen, giving Wen Shanyu a bit of private space. Upon arriving at the pig pen, Yao Liangji's eyes lit up. Not only were there 7 large black pigs, but also more than 20 medium-sized piglets. Not far away, there were dozens of ducks and chickens. Looking at these hopes for a better future, Yao Liangji swallowed and waved his hand. Roast 2 suckling pigs, make a couple of pots of chicken soup, and let's go into the mountains to get some tonic. Let's all nourish ourselves well. Chapter 101. Gu Fangzhou's departure after a hearty meal. When Shanyu reminisced about the past, and, while eating some leftover food from Yao Liangji and the others, asked with some curiosity, Boss Yao, did you come here from the county town or the city? Yao Liangji used a carved long toothpick to pick at the meat between his teeth, speaking lazily. The city. What's the situation in the city? When Shanyu had been hiding in this mountain gully for too long, and he felt somewhat confused about the unfamiliar things outside, having no idea what was going on. Just as when Shanyu was about to ask again, Yao Liangji directly tossed over a manual. There are some basic introductions to zombies inside. You should understand after you read it. After resting, Yao Liangji took Zhang Qingjie with him and told the others, including Zhou Ting, you all stay on the mountain. Qingjie and I will take some supplies down. No problem. After patting Wen Shanyu's shoulder, who was almost worn out from reading the manual, Yao Liangji asked, Wen Shanyu, do you know the way down the mountain? Wen Shanyu looked at Yao Liangji as if he were a new species. The information in the zombie manual reignited his hope. He had sensed that Yao Liangji and the others were not simple, but he never expected they had come so far. I know. Do you need me to lead you down? Yao Liangji found 2 large bags and smiled. We need to bring some things, just show us the way. Wen Shanyu's physique made it seem that even if there was a path, it would be quite difficult for him to go down. And Yao Liangji didn't want to be delayed until dark because of him. The road Wen Shanyu referred to was a path previously used by poachers from Desheng village. 5 months had made the already narrow path even less visible. It required careful discernment to ensure they didn't go off track. Thus, Yao Liangji and his companion spent nearly 2 hours carrying a large bag of items to walk down the mountain. Boss! Boss! 2 younger brothers who were watching the car curiously approached. They emptied the bags, revealing live pigs and chickens. Following the principle of sharing the wealth, Yao Liangji casually grabbed a big rooster and a duck. Let's prepare these. This will be our dinner for tonight. The excitement immediately surged on the faces of the 2 younger brothers as they hurriedly took them. Boss, Captain Zhang, let us see our skills tonight. Indeed, good things should be handled by professionals. After eating and drinking their fill, Yao Liangji looked at the surrounding mountains, with the occasional roar of animals echoing. At that moment, it felt as if zombies had vanished from this world. The faint, rancid smell of zombies was replaced by the fresh scent of night wind and trees. In that instant, Yao Liangji even entertained the thought of hiding here to spend the rest of his life. Upon entering the market, Yao Liangji glanced around and noticed something was off, looking at Su Shuchu with a questioning gaze. Su Shuchu sighed, I'll tell you later. The 3 of them fell into silence for a moment, and Su Shuchu took out a letter from his pocket. Yao Liangji's expression became stern. Did the other party resort to violence? At first, it was indeed a verbal threat, but in the end, Feng Zhou single-handedly overwhelmed them. However, it was unclear what they said to Feng Zhou, as he sadly left behind this letter and went with them. Hearing that Gu Fengzhou left voluntarily, Yao Liangji's expression softened slightly, and he directly opened the envelope to read. After his expression changed several times, Yao Liangji hesitated for a moment before handing the letter to Su Shuchu and Chu Xiaonan. He didn't want to leave any secret between these two closest and most trustworthy people. However, Su Shuchu didn't even look at it, simply folded it up and thoughtfully placed it into Yao Liangji's bag. Rolling her eyes, she said, "You don't need to be so clear about matters of the heart. If I were Feng Zhou and Xiaonan, we wouldn't want certain secrets between us to be known by others either. Don't be so straightforward in your thoughts." Yao Liangji directly reached out and pulled the two women to his side. He had to consider the future of the entire team. Gu Fengzhou knew quite a bit. From Su Shuchu's words, he understood that the people coming to find Gu Fengzhou were likely ordinary people. The corpse crystals and other related information, even if Gu Fengzhou was unwilling, would more or less be revealed under such vulnerabilities. This made him wary of the potential covetousness that those people might develop. I'll tell you a bit about Feng Zhou. Her family background is somewhat complicated. Her father was the commander of a military district before the disaster, and he still retains considerable power after the disaster. At this time, there are still people capable of crossing 2 provinces to come here. I'm not sure if they will be interested in us, but I hope you can be mentally prepared. While Chu Xiaonan was still a bit confused, Su Shuchu quickly grasped Yao Liangji's meaning and frowned slightly, saying, "Is that Deshang village suitable?" "Very suitable. The terrain is complex, surrounded by mountains, but there is an abundance of water resources and relatively rich supplies. Then let's move." Su Shuchu directly made the final decision for Yao Liangji. Chu Xiaonan was still dazed. "Move what?" Yao Liangji's hand tightened slightly. The emergence of the green-eyed zombies is unstoppable, and with millions of people in the city of E, we cannot establish our main base here. This would completely cut off our retreat, so I plan to relocate the base to Deshang village. This place will only serve as a forward base for gathering supplies and quartz crystals. Then what about us? Chu Xiaonan's hand also tightened involuntarily. After 2 nights of honest communication, Chu Xiaonan was able to confront his feelings. Pulling his hand away, Yao Liangji gently caressed their faces. You just help me keep the home safe." Sitting on the sofa, Yao Liangji gently rubbed the envelope that carried Gu Fengzhou's scent, murmuring, "I will come to find you." That night, Yao Liangji held a meeting to announce the decision to relocate the base. He divided all personnel into 3 groups, the first for the permanent logistics staff, the second for the transport team members, and the third for frontline combat personnel, announcing different benefits for each group, stimulated by the prospect of corpse crystals. The frontline personnel showed no opposition and appeared quite excited. Chapter 102. Sweeping through District 5, relocating the base is a major project. Aside from leaving behind necessary items, everything else was dismantled, packed, and loaded onto large trucks. Fortunately, Deshang village had made some money and built 2 lanes. Otherwise, such large trucks wouldn't have been able to enter that mountainous area. "Boss Yao, how do we clear this community?" Zhang Qingjie licked his lips. The zombies in this community showed no signs of spreading, which meant there were no green-eyed ones appearing. "Let's bring over the remaining few from Li Long's group. Let them bleed to lure the zombies, then sprinkle some gasoline on the ground and burn a batch. Bamboo, and I will sneak in to see the situation." Yao Liangji wasn't raising Li Long's group for nothing. They were kept as bloodbait for the zombies, those who had been kept captive after some persuasion, with a desire to fight or specialized skills, were retained, while the rest were all thrown into the community that Yao Liangji had previously occupied. And now it's uncertain if any are still alive. Boss Yao, spare me, spare me. I could be a good dog, I'll be a good dog." Wang Laolu cried and begged, clawing at the rough asphalt road. Yao Liangji squatted down and stuffed a candy into Wang Laolu's mouth. "Just pretend you died in the community and help us out, okay?" Wang Laolu's mouth was stuffed with a piece of rag, and Yao Liangji ignored him, instead taking Lu Shou and hiding halfway. carefully observing the movements of the zombies. The smell of blood spread, and the zombies in the community became somewhat agitated, but only the ones on the outskirts rushed out impatiently, while the ones inside continued to lowly roar. Observing the frenzy of the horde, Yao Liangji quickly locked onto a building, leading the way with a bamboo pole to bypass the back door, while Zhang Qingjie and Zhou Ting led the team to attack from the front. Found you. Yao Liangji looked at the familiar meat net inside the room. The large meat cocoon in the center was beating like a heart. He stepped down slightly, crushing the head of a black-eyed zombie. Behind him, Lu Shou also dealt with the severely injured green-eyed zombie that Yao Liangji had knocked down, and instinctively swallowed hard at the sight of the large meat cocoon in front of him. Trembling a bit, he said, "Boss Yao, is this the green-eyed zombie? To be precise, it should be called the evolving green-eyed zombie." Yao Liangji walked into the room with a smile, his gaze unchanged as he casually swatted away the two humans hiding nearby, attempting to ambush him. He locked eyes with the green-eyed zombie inside the semi-transparent flesh cocoon. "You should be able to understand my words, right?" Yao Liangji said, looking at the two women on the ground who were coughing up blood and barely breathing, their expressions growing increasingly delighted. "Humans, what will you do?" Yao Liangji licked his lips, let off some steam. "I was almost killed by a predecessor of yours, and now that I can't find him, I can only take it out on you." The green-eyed zombie showed little panic in its eyes. "You can't break my evolutionary cocoon." "I know that, but I want to try." "Can your evolutionary cocoon withstand fire?" This was the method Yao Liangji initially wanted to use against the relic, but the relic never gave him the chance to try. A hint of fear flashed in the green-eyed zombie's bright green eyes, but it still gritted its teeth and said, "Go ahead and try." Crossing over the flesh cocoon, Yao Liangji opened the window to look outside. After gaining some experience, without the green-eyed zombie's command, Zhang Qingjie handled the ordinary zombies with ease. In just over half an hour, under the barrage of gunfire, only 300 or 400 zombies were left charging towards the humans. Zombies without a commander had no resistance against firearms at all. After more than 10 minutes, Yao Liangji said a couple of words into the walkie-talkie, and soon, Zhang Qingjie brought several barrels of gasoline up. "Boss Yao, is 6 barrels of gasoline enough?" "That's enough. Pour it all over this flesh cocoon." As the gasoline was poured, the green-eyed zombie's expression grew increasingly uneasy, and finally, upon seeing the flames, it struggled to speak. "Human, what will it take for you to let me go?" Yao Liangji shook his head. "If I fell into your hands, would you let me go?" The face of the green-eyed zombie changed repeatedly, finally curling up, with layers of flesh and blood tentacles wrapping around it. "Then let's give it a try." Boom! A tongue of flame erupted, roasting the air in the room and sending waves of heat. The scorching heat forced Yao Liangji and the others to keep retreating downwards. In modern high-rise buildings, the speed at which a fire spreads was beyond Yao Liangji's expectations. In less than half an hour, he was forced down to the ground floor, while black smoke continually billowed from each level, followed by fierce flames. "I hope it won't all burn down." Zhang Qingjie was collecting corpse crystals while keeping a close eye on the 7th floor, the room where the green-eyed zombie was present. Yao Liangji did not respond. He knew that such a large fire could not destroy the corpse crystal. He was only worried about whether the fire could damage the flesh cocoon or simply roast the green-eyed zombie inside to death. Half an hour later, things turned out contrary to expectations. The window on the 7th floor was directly smashed open by a figure engulfed in flames, which fell to the ground in a roll. It seemed that this height caused it no harm. It quickly jumped up and ran out of the community. Bang! A large foot kicked it away. Yao Liangji, who rushed over, looked surprised. This zombie was able to survive for more than an hour in such a big fire thanks to that flesh cocoon and was still so lively. Crack, crack! The fire seemed to have damaged the vocal cords of the green-eyed zombie, making it unable to speak. "Qingjie, why don't you give it a try and sense the combat instincts of the green-eyed zombie?" Yao Liangji has already discovered that this green-eyed zombie should have come out early. Therefore, its strength has significantly declined, even weaker than that of a quasi-green-eyed zombie. As a result, Yao Liangji naturally wants to take care of Zhang Qingjie and the others, letting them have a sparring session to get familiar with it. Without saying a word, Zhang Qingjie rushed in with some excitement. However, the green-eyed zombie did not even look at him and let out a low growl at Yao Yangji. Yao Yangji's actions made this intelligent green-eyed zombie feel insulted. It slightly tilted its head to dodge Zhang Qingjia's attack, and its hard claws went straight for Zhang Qingjia's neck. Even though Zhang Qingjia had already changed his move to slash horizontally, he was forced to retract his attack. He used his left hand to push aside the green-eyed zombie's claw and then kicked out. But the remaining hand of the green-eyed zombie had already turned into a claw, reaching directly for Zhang Qingjia's leg. If it landed, there would at least be 5 holes in Zhang Qingjia's foot. Bang! A gunshot rang out from the side, shattering the green-eyed zombie's knee, causing it to crouch down, and its claw grazed past Zhang Qingjia's thigh. In the end, it was kicked away by Zhang Qingjia. Chapter 103. Sweeping District 5, Part 2. Zhang Qingjia, who had survived a disaster, broke out in a cold sweat. The zombie's overall reactions were all fake, just to force him to kick out, cutting off his chance to retreat. Did you notice the difference? Yao Yangji didn't seem surprised at all. He then turned to everyone and said, "When you encounter a green-eyed zombie, you absolutely cannot treat it like the previous zombies. Either cover it with firepower and smash it to pieces, or treat it like a person. Don't think about defeating it with one blow. That's not something you can achieve right now. Always reserve some strength in case of emergencies. Preserving yourself is the key." The green-eyed zombie struggled to stand on one leg, let out a low growl at Yao Yangji, and then smashed its own head with its claw before collapsing straight down. Yao Yangji understood the meaning in the eyes of the green-eyed zombie and couldn't help but curse softly. Just gained intelligence, and already so heavy with the sense of honor and disgrace, even contemplating suicide. Cheers erupted. As time went on, the probability of encountering corpse crystals seemed to increase. However, out of more than 3,000 zombies, they managed to contribute over 420 white corpse crystals, 21 black corpse crystals, 2 quasi-green corpse crystals, and 1 green corpse crystal. Half of these were set aside for logistics and the transport team, while the rest were distributed by Yao Liangji based on contribution. He wasn't thinking about equitable distribution. Under the circumstances of not having enough green corpse crystals, he had to ensure they were prioritized for him. This team needed someone who could keep up with or even outpace the zombie's evolution. The lesson from the green-eyed zombie earlier was fresh in his mind. Had he been any weaker, he would have already been buried. In the following month, Yao Yangji cleared out all the larger neighborhoods in Area 5. He encountered 2 green-eyed zombies still in their evolution cocoons. Due to this ongoing large-scale sweep, some people who